Chapter 88, Arrow Bamboo. Glancing once more at the class group, he noticed they were still engaged in a spirited battle against the Maid's Lord, their enthusiasm palpable. After concluding his time in the group, Dingyu commenced his training at the break of dawn the following day. Dingyu set out to search for adversaries. After half a day's search, a sudden flash of emerald green intruded upon his sight. Before him lay a dense bamboo grove, its slender stalks standing tall and proud, adorned with lush foliage that rustled softly in the gentle breeze. The appearance of this bamboo forest was startlingly abrupt. Dingyu distinctly recalled that the surrounding area was barren. The land was desolate, strewn with sand and stones, and not a single decent tree could be found, let alone this vibrant, thriving bamboo grove. Before Dingyu could approach, an uncanny event unfolded. The bamboo ahead seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, suddenly swaying violently, producing a whispering sound. In swift succession, leaves detached from their branches, transforming into a flurry of green arrows that shot toward Dingyu. That a surge of alarm coursed through him. With no time to ponder, he swiftly activated his void shuttle to evade. In an instant, a hazy light enveloped the void shuttle, propelling Dingyu away with ghostly speed. Just as he managed to escape the range of the bamboo leaves, a spine-chilling cracking sound pierced the air. He raised his gaze to witness the once resilient bamboo poles shattering abruptly. Each segment of bamboo seemed infused with a wild force, arcing through the air toward him. These bamboo poles had a greater range, each one slicing through the air like a blade, forcing Dingyu to dodge once more. Soon, the bamboo grove had exhausted its barrage, leaving behind a barren expanse. These bamboo are quite temperamental. They launch suicidal attacks at the slightest provocation, Dingyu remarked, somewhat exasperated. Just as he prepared to investigate further, he beheld the bamboo growing at an astonishing pace before his eyes. Tender green shoots broke through the soil, rapidly maturing into new bamboo trunks. The leaves flourished anew, as if the harrowing assault had never transpired. Before Dingyu could approach again, a fresh rustling sound echoed. This time, Dingyu was thoroughly vexed. Incensed by the bamboo's antics, he unleashed Meteor Strike upon Grove. A colossal meteor descended in an instant, obliterating the bamboo forest into a level plain. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 42 arrow bamboo, earning 45 silver coins, arrow bamboo recruitment scroll, C grade, X1, and 450 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 41 arrow bamboo, earning 35 silver coins, arrow bamboo recruitment scroll, C grade, X1, and 410 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 43 arrow bamboo, earning 55 silver coins, arrow bamboo recruitment scroll, C grade, X1, and 430 points. A flurry of system notifications echoed, and Dingyu acquired several arrow bamboo recruitment scrolls. These arrow bamboos proved to be quite advantageous, possessing ranged attack capabilities while occupying minimal space, allowing for dense placement. He planned to have the Monster Ranch generate a batch of arrow bamboo recruitment scrolls to bolster the territorial defenses. The Treant guards of the territory lacked ranged attack abilities, making them a perfect complement to the arrow bamboos. This indeed was an unexpected delight. After consuming a restorative potion, Dingyu piloted the Void Shuttle to continue his exploration. Before long, he discovered a human army ahead, dressed in unified dark garments. They were well equipped and arranged in an orderly formation. Their numbers appeared to be around 200 to 300. However, when Dingyu observed their levels, a heavy dread enveloped him. He hastily maneuvered the Void Shuttle to change direction, preparing to depart quietly. At that moment, someone from a human troop sensed something, glancing in Dingyu's direction. In that instant, Dingyu felt as though he had been locked onto by an imposing mental force. Fortunately, the individual merely cast a fleeting glance, and upon seeing Dingyu retreating, dismissed the matter. Once at a safe distance, Dingyu breathed a sigh of relief. The average strength of this group was at the 7th tier, while their leader possessed an 8th tier prowess. After a brief respite, Dingyu resolved to alter his course to avoid this potential threat. A force of such caliber would be beyond the grasp of Hanhai City. Even if they managed to prevail, it would undoubtedly incur heavy casualties. These individuals undoubtedly hailed from a high-level territory. Had he not escaped swiftly, it could have resulted in significant losses among his soldiers. Continuing his exploration, he soon heard the fervent sounds of battle. Before him, on the open ground, two factions were locked in a fierce clash. One side comprised diminutive yet formidable goblins, entering the fray with astonishing fervor. Strange, large iron vehicles barreled across the battlefield, emanating a metallic glint, their surfaces etched with enigmatic runes. Opposing them were the towering and robust minotaurs. Each minotaur was a mass of muscle, their skin akin to toughened leather, glistening with a dark sheen. With a thunderous roar, the minotaurs charged fearlessly at the goblins' iron machines, confronting them head-on. Wielding colossal battle axes and hefty spike clubs, they struck fiercely at the approaching vehicles. Some minotaurs even used their immense strength to collide directly with the machines, attempting to topple them over. Could these iron contraptions be goblin tanks? The goblins were renowned for their mechanical ingenuity, and the potency of these devices seemed formidable indeed. Both sides numbered less than 5,000, with levels around tier 4 on the battlefield. While the goblins' iron vehicles wielded great power, the minotaurs' sheer force made them difficult to withstand. The surfaces of the vehicles were already marred with dents and scratches, some even disintegrating under the minotaurs' brute strength on the minotaur's side. Several of their kin lay wounded on the ground, blood staining the earth. The two factions were locked in a relentless struggle, showing no signs of retreat. Noticing the absence of aerial units on either side, Dingyu swiftly summoned Hanhai City's air force. The first to arrive was the imposing Griffin Squadron, their bodies cloaked in resilient feathers, with sharp beaks and claws glinting ominously in the sunlight. Next, massive wyverns erupted into the fray, soaring through the air with their expansive wings. Lastly, colossal airships ascended slowly. Their enormous forms cast vast shadows upon the ground, resembling behemoths from the skies. Under Dingyu's command, the griffins and wyverns led the charge, escorting the airships toward the battlefield. As this aerial force approached, both the goblins and minotaurs were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. They paused in their combat, gazing up at the sky, their expressions filled with shock and terror. Chapter 89. Exploration in all directions. The goblin engineers stood at the edge of the airship, skillfully maneuvering the bomb-throwing apparatus. At the sound of a command, bombs were released one after another. As they plummeted, they sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resonated across the ground. Flames soared into the sky, and smoke quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. This time, the fire mages and elven sorcerers also boarded the airship, clad in crimson robes. The fire mages wielded staffs topped with blazing flames. They chanted ancient incantations, launching powerful fireballs towards the battlefield below. Upon impact, the fireballs detonated, creating a sea of flames that consumed everything in their vicinity. The elven sorcerers, adorned in emerald robes, cast spells with an air of mystery and fluidity. Bursting forth from their hands, azure-glowing wind bombs struck precisely at the enemies on the ground. Some elven mages unleashed wind blades, sweeping across the battlefield with a fierce howl and inflicting significant damage upon their foes. Explosions erupted in rapid succession as fire and smoke rampaged across the battlefield, thoroughly disrupting the combat between the goblin tanks and the minotaurs. The goblin tanks, with their iron shells, were shattered by the bomb attacks, leaving pieces scattered across the ground. Others were ignited by fire spells, leading to anguished cries from the goblins inside. The minotaurs fared no better. Their massive forms turned into prime targets for aerial assaults. Their axes and shields were flung away in the explosions, leaving them torn asunder. Numerous minotaurs, struck by fireballs and wind bombs, fell to the ground, groaning in agony. Dingyu observed all of this with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. The enemy's anti-aircraft capabilities were limited, and with the presence of guards, the airship suffered no damage. It swiftly became a one-sided slaughter as the goblin tanks and minotaurs began to flee, desperate to escape the airship's bombardment. At that moment, the wyverns and griffins joined in the pursuit. Ground units stood no chance against aerial forces, and soon, they were utterly annihilated. After the battle, the forces of Hanhai City commenced the cleanup. This confrontation proved to be less arduous than anticipated, a testament to the advantages of possessing territorial space. Typically, lords on the battlefield of all races refrain from deploying airships and goblin engineers, as airships are relatively slow. When confronted by enemy aerial units, they become mere targets for passive assaults. The enemy's agile flying creatures can easily breach the defenses of airships with just a few charges. Furthermore, goblin engineers possess lamentably low individual defenses. A single ordinary attack from an enemy could potentially injure or even claim their lives. Their slow movement renders them vulnerable on the battlefield. Such high attack, low defense units often become the primary targets for enemy fire as soon as they reveal themselves. Only someone like Dingyu, with his advantageous territory space, could utilize them effectively, adjusting his units based on his opponent's configuration. In moments of elation, he could even deploy siege engines. Who could withstand that? Once the battlefield was cleared, Dingyu teleported his forces back to the territory and continued his search. The battle yielded no exceptional spoils. Initially, Dingyu had hoped to uncover some unique goblin units. The goblin tanks, in particular, intrigued him. As dusk fell, Dingyu returned to his territory, his garments coated in a thick layer of dust, his hair disheveled, and his appearance worn from the journey. The battlefield had been vast, necessitating the swift mobility of the Void Shuttle to locate enemies. If possible, he would have preferred to use the Lark Scouts for reconnaissance, but their speed paled in comparison to the Void Shuttle. He entrusted the spoils to Ding Shang for processing. He had accumulated some wealth over the past few days and opened the system mall to purchase some C-grade defensive towers to fortify his territory. With his soldiers fully equipped, these funds could now be allocated to bolster the defenses. Today, the Monster Ranch had commenced the mass production of arrow bamboo, which began to appear within the territory. This intriguing creation engaged in suicidal attacks, yet could rapidly regrow, adding another layer of ranged offensive capability to the territory. After completing the fortifications, Dingyu initiated a bulk supply of diamond equipment, C-grade recruitment scrolls, and pet eggs to the trade hall. Hanhai City's transition was complete, alleviating concerns that large-scale sales would threaten his territory. Selling higher-tier items yielded greater profits, enabling a faster accumulation of wealth for his domain. The spirit stones harvested from the territory's mines had all been allocated to the monster ranch, a crucial step in enhancing unit levels. Dingyu took a moment to dine with Li Linlin before returning to his training. Notably, while he was on the battlefield of all races, the teleportation array within his territory remained functional, a convenience that allowed him to support his domain without fear of others seizing his ember. The following morning, Dingyu ventured out once more to explore. Should he encounter enemies, he would teleport his forces according to their configuration. Naturally, if the foes proved too formidable, he would not hesitate to retreat. Fortunately, the Void Shuttle's rapid speed and stealth attributes facilitated his movements on the battlefield. Days later, Dingyu finally stumbled upon a spirit stone mine. Although it was a modest deposit, even the smallest mosquito is meat, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. The surrounding environment was treacherous, inhabited by lizards with dark brown skin. These lizards were agile, with robust limbs, and their levels hovered around 4, though not particularly powerful. They were numerous. Finding a suitable position, Dingyu activated the teleportation screen to summon the forces of Hanhai City, beginning the extermination of the lizards. Simultaneously, he dispatched Lark scouts, who swiftly spread out upon receiving their orders, meticulously surveying the area and leaving no potential danger unexamined. Under the valiant assault of Hanhai City's forces, the lizards gradually succumbed, one by one falling into pools of blood. Before long, the troops successfully eradicated the lizards. Subsequently, the soldiers swiftly established a perimeter of fortified defenses. With everything in place, Dingyu activated the teleportation screen once more, allowing the miners waiting in his territory to be sequentially transported to the site. These miners, each robust and seasoned, wielded specialized mining tools, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Under the protection of the soldiers, they hurried to the mine, swiftly commencing the skilled extraction of spirit stones. The sound of clinking tools echoed throughout the area. Chapter 90. The Wood Elf ruins while awaiting the mining operations. Dingyu perused the trading hall, a habit of his to browse for necessary items. He discovered several recruitment scrolls capable of summoning peculiar creatures. He promptly acquired them to enhance the genetic data for the monster ranch. There were also some specialized tools, and if the prices were reasonable, Dingyu would certainly acquire them. Additionally, there existed potent spell scrolls that could serve as powerful trump cards. Soon, the spirit stone vein was completely depleted, prompting the teleportation of the populace back to the territory. Holding the spirit stones, Dingyu approached the world tree and tested it. Indeed, the world tree could absorb this energy, purifying it and subsequently returning it to the territory. With this assurance, Dingyu cast all the mined spirit stones to the world tree while simultaneously increasing the output of the monster ranch. He continued to explore the outside world, uncertain whether there was a place to obtain a map of the myriad races' battlefield. For days, Dingyu had been flitting about like a headless fly, utterly unaware of his position. If only he had a map, he could locate his enemies more efficiently. During the recent days of slaughter, he had not encountered anything resembling a map. The system was utterly rudimentary, lacking even a mapping function, prompting Dingyu to voice his frustration. In contrast, gaming systems typically included maps. This alone warranted a poor review for the system. Before long, Dingyu traversed the wasteland and arrived at a dense forest. Here, the flora was lush, and perhaps he might discover some unique plants, such as the arrow bamboo he had previously found. As he delved deeper, the number of wild beasts gradually increased. However, they were not in significant numbers, and Dingyu could not be bothered to pay them any mind. Suddenly, he noticed a multitude of goblins ahead, seemingly searching for something. There were many goblins, but due to their dispersed nature in the forest setting, Dingyu could not ascertain their exact numbers. He found a concealed spot and stealthily summoned the Lark scouts to survey the surroundings. As the reconnaissance expanded, Dingyu began to grasp the situation. The goblins numbered around 20,000, predominantly at the 4th tier, and they were in search of a particular mushroom. Why were so many goblins hunting for mushrooms? Dingyu felt perplexed. Regardless, with the strength of Hanhai City, they could easily annihilate these goblins. He began to teleport his troops, and the forces of Hanhai City surged forth like a tidal wave towards the goblin encampment. The goblins continued their clumsy and chaotic search for the mysterious mushroom, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Once the army of Hanhai City completed their encirclement, they commenced their assault. Given the goblins' inherently low power, and after the necromancer summoned skeletons, the goblins no longer held any numerical advantage. As the battle raged on, the goblin ranks dwindled, and their resistance weakened. Soon, the conflict concluded, and the warriors began to clear the battlefield. The mushrooms the goblins had been collecting were also seized by Dingyu, and upon inspecting their attributes, he was pleasantly surprised. Invisibility mushroom. Quality, B. Description, grants temporary invisibility upon consumption, commonly used for stealth missions. This was indeed a splendid find. Dingyu tested it, and the invisibility effect rendered even the 5th-tier mage's eye of detection unable to perceive him. After all, as a B-grade item, its potency was impressive. He gathered these mushrooms to later present to Chunmu, urging him to arrange for the agricultural professions in the territory to experiment with cultivating them, to see if they could replicate these mushrooms. Under the rich infusion of spiritual energy, the fields in the territory had long transformed into spiritual fields. Now, many individuals engaged in agriculture within the territory. Recently, Dingyu had utilized a training camp to cultivate heroes of related professions. They had also established a dedicated research institution for various plant studies and experiments. With the battlefield cleared, Dingyu continued his exploration in the Void Shuttle. This recent haul had bolstered his confidence, and he pressed deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The scenery before his eyes blurred, as if the entire world were spinning. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself no longer in the original forest. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered the Woodland Spirit Ruins. Had he inadvertently stumbled into ruins? Dingyu was momentarily taken aback. Should he consider himself fortunate or unfortunate? Regardless, he decided to explore further. Opening the territorial space, he attempted to summon the Lark Scouts, but the system chimed in. Ding! You are in a special space. Only the Lord is permitted to exist here. He could no longer teleport his troops, but thankfully, the territorial space remained accessible. Taking a deep breath, Dingyu steadied his emotions. Every unknown location could harbor dangers, but it might also conceal opportunities. Just as he was about to pilot the Void Shuttle to gain a higher vantage point, ding! This area is a no-fly zone. Flying is prohibited. This left Dingyu speechless. Attempts to summon his green dragon also proved futile. It seemed he could not even call upon his pets, leaving him to rely solely on his own 2 legs. Drawing his battle blade, Dingyu commenced his exploration of the ruins. He moved cautiously through the ruins, his steps light, striving to make no sound. Presently, he found himself in a forest interspersed with stone pillars. The ground scattered with irregular stone slabs adorned with unfamiliar runic patterns. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him, and with a swift motion, Dingyu retaliated with a slash. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 42 Shadow Leopard, earning 40 silver coins, Shadow Cloak, Platinum, X1, and 420 points. So it was merely level 42. No wonder it was so weak. As a level 69 Dingyu, dispatching these minor foes felt like child's play. He even acquired a platinum level cloak, which he casually stowed away. Pressing on, Dingyu soon encountered a cluster of Treant Guardians. Familiar with these creatures, he retrieved barrels of oil from his backpack and hurled them. The barrels arced through the air before crashing down at the feet of the Treant Guardians, splattering oil everywhere. Next, he produced goblin bombs. Though small in size, these explosives packed a tremendous punch. Influenced by Barrow, Dingyu's backpack was now brimming with bombs. A deafening explosion erupted as the oil ignited, engulfing the Treant Guardians in flames. Their bodies, though resilient, began to weaken under the intense heat. Dingyu swiftly retreated, dodging the shockwaves of the explosion and the debris flying about. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, observing the Treant Guardians' reactions. The burning Guardians emitted anguished roars, attempting to flee the flames, but the oil's adhesive nature hampered their movements. At that moment, a powerful life force surged from behind the Treant Guardians. Chapter 91. Acquiring Knowledge of the Ancient Tree. Dingyu's instincts warned him that something was awakening. He quickly turned around, whereupon he beheld a colossal ancient tree slowly stirring. Its branches danced as if alive, and massive fruits swayed atop its limbs before being flung into the air. Upon contact with the flames, these fruits erupted in thunderous explosions. The force of the explosions suppressed the flames, scattering sparks before they were extinguished. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Dingyu's eyes as he realized these were no ordinary fruits. He hastily retreated, evading the incoming projectiles. The fruits detonated upon contact with the ground, creating a series of miniature explosive zones. Dingyu's figure darted through the chaos of explosions, his movements both agile and swift, each blast narrowly missing him. Soon, he managed to evade the attack range of the ancient tree. This phenomenon resembled a thermobaric weapon, which, upon detonation, depleted the surrounding oxygen. Without oxygen to fuel the flames, the fire was extinguished. Although the flames were quelled, the tree guardian was still affected by the shockwaves of the explosions. However, this was an unavoidable consequence. Allowing the fire to continue would have resulted in even greater losses for the tree guardian. At this moment, Dingyu also caught sight of the ancient tree's information. War Tree. Level 55. Note: a war tool cultivated by the Wood Elf race, possessing formidable ranged and melee capabilities. Since it was not one of his own subjects, Dingyu could only glean basic information. The capabilities exhibited by the War Tree left Dingyu envious. If he could deploy war trees extensively in his territory, the defensive capabilities of his domain would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. He unleashed a disintegration ray upon the war tree, causing its branches to swiftly break down into the tiniest particles, ultimately dissipating into the air. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the level 55 war tree, earning 550 silver coins. War tree recruitment scroll, grade B, X1, and 5,500 points. Huh, just as I had hoped, fortune smiles upon me. Ding couldn't help but chuckle. Entering this ruin was indeed worthwhile. Simply obtaining this scroll justified the venture. He could later have the monster ranch, produce them in mass, reserving the slots for producing tree guardians for the war trees. Continuing his fiery assault to eliminate the tree guardians, they were swiftly dispatched as Ding pressed on. Now bereft of the war tree's assistance. Suddenly, he spotted a strikingly handsome young man clad in ornate battle armor ahead. The moment the young man's gaze met Ding's, it sharpened with lethal intent, and he wasted no time launching an attack. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunged forward, his long sword slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Ding's throat. Startled, Ding quickly drew his weapon to counter. The clang of metal echoed around them, sparks flying. This man's swordplay was both swift and precise, every strike aimed at Ding's vital points. Relying on instinct, Ding evaded while occasionally counterattacking. The battle raged on, both combatants' stamina rapidly depleting. Rainer, a lord of a level 6 territory, possessed the strength of a 7th-tier warrior. Having inadvertently stumbled into the wood elf ruins, his guards had been repelled. Fortunately, his formidable strength ensured he encountered no dangers within the ruins. However, the presence of this human suddenly evoked a sense of danger in him, which puzzled him, given that his opponent was only of 6th-tier strength. Furthermore, Rainer could clearly sense that his adversary lacked training. The blade in his hand seemed devoid of technique. Yet, Ding's physical prowess was remarkable, allowing him to hold his own through exceptional reflexes. When did 6th-tier warriors become so formidable? Rainer mused. But he had no time for further contemplation as Ding's assault approached. With a swift strike, Ding's weapon cut through the air, targeting Rainer's vitals. A glint of cold determination flashed in Rainer's eyes as he swiftly swung his sword to parry. The two weapons clashed in midair, producing a sharp metallic resonance. Ding's strength astonished Rainer, who sensed a wild energy within his opponent's blows. Though Ding's technique was lacking, his speed was astonishing. Each attack was imbued with both power and velocity. In contrast, Rainer displayed his 7th-tier might, his swordplay steady and forceful, each strike carrying immense weight. The combat continued for an extended period, both warriors' endurance waning. Beads of sweat dotted Ding's forehead as his breath quickened. Finally, after a fierce exchange, Ding activated his star combat body. With a surge in speed and strength, Rainer could no longer withstand the onslaught and was cleaved in two by Ding. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the level 75 human lord, earning 6 gold coins, great swordsman, grade A, X1, and 720,000 points. I actually won. Ding was overjoyed. It seems my star-child profession is indeed formidable, allowing me to defeat an enemy of a higher rank, and a lord at that. Typically, a lord's class, bloodline, and equipment are the best within their territory. Originally, upon seeing his 7th-tier status, Ding had no intention of engaging him, as he felt uncertain of his chances. Who would have thought this fool would charge at him, and yet fail to best him? Truly foolish of him. Not to mention, he gifted me an A-grade barracks, which is quite decent. I shall construct it later. After consuming a potion for recovery, Ding resumed his exploration. Suddenly, he noticed an open area ahead, at the center of which stood a colossal ancient tree, its trunk adorned with peculiar runes. These runes emitted a faint glow, imparting an ancient aura to Ding. Simultaneously, he beheld the ancient tree's information. Knowledge tree. Level, 92. Description, the sage of the ancient tree race, possessing vast reserves of knowledge. Good heavens. A level 92 creature, a true top-tier boss. Ding had never encountered such a high-level entity before. Sensing Ding approach, a beam of green light erupted from the ancient tree, shooting towards him. Ding instinctively dodged, but it proved futile as the beam penetrated his body. A profound understanding surged within him, and he sensed a newfound affinity with the surrounding trees. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the knowledge tree's gift, gaining the ability to communicate with plants. Upon hearing the system notification, Ding understood he had received a boon. Ding! The knowledge tree requests to join your territory. Do you accept? Accepting will consume a significant amount of spiritual energy to transport the knowledge tree. Such a fortunate opportunity. Truly, the knowledge tree is wise. Ding chose to agree, and the knowledge tree transformed into a beam of green light, vanishing within him. Ding! The wood elf ruins are about to close. Do you wish to be transported away? Ding departed from the wood elf ruins. This ruin was likely open to select a lord for the knowledge tree. Chapter 92, Iris City. Perhaps it was merely luck that he had coincidentally arrived, or perhaps the ruins had sensed his presence and activated. Indeed, the battlefield was rife with opportunities. He had casually stumbled upon a major boss. Ding was transported back to his territory, where he found the knowledge tree taking root beside the world tree. Observing this, Ding felt puzzled. Was it not because of his immense potential that it chose him? Or was it due to the presence of the world tree in his territory? Never mind, the world tree is mine as well. Now, he could see the knowledge tree's detailed information. Knowledge tree, special life. Potential, SSS. Level, 92. Skill 1, ancient tree's gift. Capable of bestowing a friendly unit with an ability related to the tree's own powers. Skill 2, tree guardian transformation. Able to convert ordinary trees into tree guardians. Skill 3, training druids. Enabling the populace to be trained as druids. Skill 4, knowledge domain. The domain of the ancient tree enhances the enlightenment of the populace. Introduction. The sage of the ancient tree clan possesses a vast reservoir of knowledge. The power of the knowledge tree is formidable, allowing for the mass production of treants and druids within its territory. This knowledge domain is exceptionally potent, facilitating the populace's ability to overcome their limitations and enabling researchers to achieve results more readily. By granting access to the knowledge tree, the citizens of Hanhai City can approach it freely. Whether they receive the tree's blessings depends upon their individual fortunes. The populace may also freely change their professions to become druids, a class renowned for its strength, possessing the abilities of bear transformation and eagle transformation. They are akin to versatile units capable of operating both on land and in the air. Subsequently, by recruiting ordinary soldiers and allowing the ancient tree to train them into druids, the number of primary combat units is effectively increased. After arranging the monster ranch, a significant number of war trees will be produced, and while the units gain experience, war tree recruitment scrolls will be dropped. Consequently, the territory can accommodate numerous war trees. Dingyu specifically tested it, discovering that the melee capabilities of the war trees are remarkably robust, easily overpowering the treant guards. Constructing an A-class, Great Swordsman, has provided the territory with yet another primary combat unit. Following this expedition to the ruins, Dingyu intends to refine his combat skills, planning to seek counsel from melee heroes whenever time permits. It is inevitable that he will encounter situations requiring solo combat, hence the need for thorough preparation. As he emerged from the ruins, dusk had already fallen, and Dingyu decided against venturing out that evening. In the dining hall of the Lord's Manor, the long table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, their aromas filling the air. Seated at the head of the table, Dingyu faced a selection of meticulously prepared meals. From golden brown roasted meats to freshly harvested vegetables, each dish was a feast for the senses. As he began to indulge in this sumptuous dinner, the delectable flavors danced upon his palate, seemingly alleviating the weariness of the day. Having immersed himself in every task, he had thoroughly exhausted himself, and thus, he felt it was time to reward his efforts. After dinner, Dingyu returned to his chamber. He shed his armor and donned a loose-fitting robe before reclining on the grand bed. Sinking into the plush mattress, he began to browse the chat channel. Brothers, I advise against upgrading to a level 5 territory if your resources are insufficient. It can be perilous after the upgrade. What danger could there possibly be? Isn't it just the multi-species battlefield? I've heard about it from friends long ago. Brother, be cautious of your friends. Today, I captured a group of beautiful Fox clan members on the multi-species battlefield. They have now pledged their allegiance to my territory. To the esteemed individual above, I am currently in danger. Could I request their assistance? I am willing to offer a generous reward. An increasing number of individuals are beginning to upgrade to level 5 territories, and the matter of the embers is gradually coming to light. A sense of unease is brewing among the lords. Some weaker lords, misled by friends, chose to upgrade their territories, only to find themselves becoming stepping stones for their friends after the upgrade succeeded. Additionally, some lords who had just upgraded their territories sought refuge in the multi-species battlefield. While in the multi-species battlefield, the territory can evade attacks from declaration of war. Although the multi-species battlefield harbors various dangers, it also presents numerous opportunities, and one might encounter fortuitous circumstances that could lead to a rise in status. Experience can also be gained on the battlefield, albeit at a higher risk. Yet it is preferable to remaining in a territory under siege. Contemplating this, Dingyu sent Li Linlin some life-saving items along with a few reminders to avoid being ambushed during expeditions. 10 days later, Dingyu stood atop a hillside, gazing at the ancient and enigmatic city in the distance. Sunlight bathed the city walls, casting a golden glow. This must be the neutral city of the multi-species battlefield, where various races exchange information, engage in trade, and even resolve disputes. Dingyu's gaze slowly traversed the weathered marks on the city walls. Towering high, the walls were constructed of massive stones, with not a single gap between them. He gradually descended the hillside, leading the Qinglan guard toward the city. As they approached, the city gates became increasingly distinct. The gates were grand and formidable, adorned with intricate and peculiar carvings. Ding. Congratulations, you have entered Iris City, a neutral area where fighting is prohibited. Ding. Each lord may bring a maximum of 2 subordinates. Your troops may be stationed in temporary barracks. The temporary barracks were independent spaces, and Dingyu commanded the Qinglan guard to settle within, retaining only Li Qua and Li Xiao. With the system's notification, it should be absolutely safe, prompting Dingyu to step confidently into Iris City. The interior of the city was far more prosperous than he had anticipated, bustling with people on the streets. Various shops and stalls lined the thoroughfares, where merchants from diverse races hawked their wares. Some stalls overflowed with an array of exotic herbs, while others displayed an assortment of weapons and armor. Ding Yu's gaze swept over these shops, sensing the latent power within the goods. Most of these merchants were subordinates brought in by lords, and there was no time limit for their stay in Iris City. They merely needed to pay a requisite fee. Many lords opted to retain their subordinates, establishing shops. Unlike the systems, trading hall, which facilitated transactions solely among lords of the same race. This city allowed for commerce among all races. There were many items unavailable in the trading hall, and some merchant lords had even ventured into reselling. This place must be a haven for trade. After spending many days on the battlefield, it was a rare opportunity to relax. And Ding Yu began to stroll with the two companions. The trading currency here remained as the system currency, convertible into tangible currency for transactions. Chapter 93, Acquiring the Regional Map. Ding Yu purchased numerous distinctive items from various races, including several recruitment scrolls. These could be utilized by Li Lin, followed by the soldiers of Hanhai City eliminating the summoned entities, thereby allowing the Monster Ranch to collect genetic data. If Ding Yu were to use the recruitment scrolls himself, followed by his soldiers eliminating them, it would diminish the soldiers' loyalty, as it would be akin to infighting. During this time, Ding Yu also savored a multitude of exotic delicacies, packing some into his backpack to later share with Li Lin. Soon, Ding Yu entered a bookstore, where a plethora of books and scrolls were stacked high. "Greetings, dear customer. How may I assist you?" A cat-eared girl approached. "Do you have maps?" Ding Yu inquired. His primary objective in entering the neutral city was to acquire the map of the multi-species battlefield. "We don't have a complete map, only one for the nearby regions. And it is rather expensive," the cat-eared girl responded. Upon hearing her price, Ding Yu was taken aback. It was indeed quite steep. "Isn't it true that once you obtain the first map, you can replicate countless copies?" However, necessity compelled him to make the purchase. "Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the Iris regional map. Would you like to use it?" Intriguingly, it was classified as an item. Ding Yu chose to use it. "Ding, congratulations. The functionality of the multi-species battlefield map has been unlocked for you." Ding Yu activated the panel, discovering the emergence of a map option beneath the battlefield of 10,000 races. It turned out to be an enhancement to the system's functionality, which explained its exorbitant price. Upon opening the map, a vast expanse centered around Iris City was revealed, with the names of surrounding regions merely indicated at the periphery. Adjacent to Iris were Celinda, Avalon, and Zaragon, likely the nearby neutral cities. The map was undeniably a treasure trove of information, detailing the surrounding areas, including terrain, specialties, and wild creatures, with hazardous zones clearly marked. Ding Yu even spotted several mineral veins and ruins emblazoned on the map. Naturally, these markings were public knowledge. He identified a few spirit stone veins within, suggesting that such resources held little value in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Otherwise, they would not be conspicuously labeled on the map. With a clear objective in mind, Ding Yu commenced his flight towards the nearest spirit stone vein after completing his procurement. The map proved to be an invaluable asset, sparing him the frantic aimlessness of a headless chicken. He meticulously adjusted his flight path, skillfully evading various perilous zones. The skies above the battlefield were far from safe, with myriad flying beasts and enemy aerial units potentially lurking at any moment. After several days of travel, Ding Yu finally arrived at the designated location of the nearest spirit stone vein. The battlefield was indeed colossal. Even aboard the Void Shuttle, it took several days to traverse. He adjusted his altitude, reduced his speed, and began to search for a suitable landing spot. His gaze swept across the terrain until it settled upon a relatively flat expanse. Exiting the Void Shuttle, Ding Yu surveyed his surroundings, confirming the approximate location of the Spirit Stone vein. The vein was situated at the edge of a dense forest, where the trees, radiating the energy of the Spirit Stones, had grown extraordinarily tall, their leaves shimmering with a faint glow. Ding Yu began to teleport his troops, with the first to arrive being the Skylark Scouts, who immediately dispersed to survey the surrounding environment. Powerful monsters often lurked near Spirit Stone veins, exhibiting high aggression. Soon, the Skylark Scouts relayed information regarding a substantial presence of rock giants in the vicinity. Following the direction provided by the Scouts, Ding Yu soon beheld colossal figures. Their bodies were composed of hard stone, each step resonating with a tremor that shook the earth. The rock giants bore numerous cracks, through which red energy pulsated. Most of these giants were of the 6th tier, with an indeterminate number, but he had already counted hundreds. He commanded his forces to launch an assault, gradually wearing down the rock giants. The Qinglong guards drew their bows, aiming for the giants' eyes. A painful roar erupted from the rock giants as arrows struck their targets, blurring their vision. The bear warriors charged at the rock giants, their own immense strength initiating a brutal hand-to-hand combat. A horde of skeleton soldiers was summoned, rushing towards the rock giants. While the skeletons' weapons inflicted minimal damage upon the giants' feet, they succeeded in slowing the giants' movements. Mages unleashed a barrage of spells upon the rock giants, creating deep craters upon impact. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 62 rock giant, earning 6,000 silver coins. Heart of Lava, Grade A, X1, and 62,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 65 rock giant, earning 7,000 silver coins. Heart of Lava, Grade A, X1, and 65,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 63 rock giant, earning 6,300 silver coins. Heart of Lava, Grade A, X1, and 63,000 points. Before long, the rock giants were eradicated, yielding several Hearts of Lava. Heart of Lava. Quality A. Description: the essence of the rock giant. Capable of slowly absorbing energy to re-evolve into a rock giant. Placing it in magma accelerates the evolution process. This was akin to a recruitment scroll, albeit requiring a lengthier duration. Once successfully evolved, it would serve as an additional defensive measure for his territory. He commanded his army to delve deeper, systematically clearing the remaining rock giants. After a few hours, the area was finally free of rock giants. Dingyu opened the teleportation interface, and Shunmu, waiting on the other side, promptly organized the transfer of personnel. This spirit stone vein spanned a considerable area, likely containing astounding reserves. He instructed the Skylark scouts to expand their reconnaissance, while the troops established a defensive perimeter. The citizens of Hanhai City commenced extraction, employing specialized tools to carefully excavate the spirit stones. The pit beasts joined the effort, utilizing their natural abilities to carve out various tunnels. It appeared that mining would take some time. Dingyu chose not to linger outside and directly teleported back to his territory. After a day's toil, returning to his domain to relish a moment of tranquility was a rare luxury for him. In the parlor of the Lord's manor, flames danced in the hearth, casting a warm glow. Dingyu reclined in a comfortable sofa, sinking into the soft cushions. His battle armor had been exchanged for a loose-fitting loungewear, and the day's fatigue seemed to dissipate with it. A petite maid gracefully entered the parlor, cradling a delicate silver tray adorned with an array of fresh fruits. She paused before Dingyu, bowing slightly as she placed the tray upon the coffee table beside him. Dingyu admired her graceful figure, noting that her attire was quite fitting. This outfit had been specifically requested by Dingyu from the tailor, modeled after the maid costumes from Blue Star. Chapter 94, Kiwi. My lord, your favorite fruit. The maid's voice was soft and respectful. Dingyu lifted his gaze, meeting the youthful visage of the maid. Her skin was fair, her eyes bright, and a hint of shyness graced her smile. He reached for a grape, tossing it gently into his mouth. Thank you, this grape is delightful. The maid's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, responding softly, I'm glad you like it, my lord. Do try this strawberry, it's exceptionally fresh. Dingyu offered a strawberry near the maid's lips. She hesitated for a moment before cautiously parting her mouth to consume the berry. How is it? Is it tasty? Very delicious, my lord. The maid's voice was barely a whisper. Observing her bashful demeanor, Dingyu couldn't help but chuckle and dismissed her. These young maids were rather shy. They always required him to feed them before they would eat. At this age, one should be growing, and he had been quite concerned for them. Dingyu opened the panel and accessed the friends group chat, sharing his discovery of Iris City with them. Notably, the merchant, Shanghang Tianxia, nearly drooled upon hearing about the various aspects of Iris City. The opportunity to trade with the myriad races was precisely the kind of place he had always dreamt of. Unfortunately, they had yet to locate any neutral cities and were uncertain if they were in the same region as Dingyu. Dingyu inquired whether they had encountered any unique terrains nearby, as this could confirm their proximity to the Iris region. The Bloody Queen and Shanghang Tianxia were fortunate. Based on their descriptions, Dingyu pinpointed their locations on the map. He provided them with an overview of the surrounding area while highlighting the route to Iris City. As friends, mutual assistance is a natural expectation. The information they provided previously proved immensely beneficial to him. As for the remaining individuals, Dingyu could ascertain that they were outside his jurisdiction, rendering him unable to extend his aid to them. After engaging in conversation for a while, he opened the regional channel to eavesdrop. The chat channel was inundated with a plethora of information, including updates on wars involving other lords, the latest developments in commercial activities, and discussions about various curiosities. Dingyu's gaze swept across the screen, intermittently browsing topics of interest and absorbing news from distant locales. Currently, there was a significant focus on the battlefield of 10,000 races, as many individuals had entered it after upgrading their territories. In the chat, he also encountered discussions regarding winged cats and rolling beasts. However, these were primarily sold by the Mercantile Alliance, and Dingyu had become increasingly discreet in the regional channel. He continued to peruse the chat until fatigue overcame his eyes. Closing the chat channel, he seated himself cross-legged and commenced his cultivation. For the next few days, Dingyu remained stationed in this location. The spirit stone vein was vast, and even after several days of mining, it had yet to be exhausted. During this time, other factions attempted to encroach upon the area, but Dingyu swiftly eliminated them. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, there was no concept of alliances. Every encounter was adversarial. With some leisure time on his hands, Dingyu began to focus on training. His training was not solely aimed at enhancing his combat skills, but also at fortifying his willpower. As a lord, one must possess not only formidable strength, but also unwavering resolve. A determined glimmer shone in his eyes, and his physique grew increasingly robust and coordinated through the training. As his training progressed, Dingyu began to experiment with more intricate sword techniques. Over the past few days, he had invested a significant sum in acquiring several skill books, primarily focused on swordsmanship. Occasionally, he would engage in combat with Li Kuo, sensing his strength augmenting through these training sessions. As the mining continued, Dingyu gradually discovered other species within the spirit stone vein. However, these creatures were relatively weak, easily dispatched by the nearby guardians. This prompted Dingyu to reinforce the security for his subjects by assigning additional guardians. As time elapsed, he finally depleted the spirit stone vein. He summoned his subordinates back to the territory and boarded a void shuttle, setting off toward his next destination. Whenever he encountered enemies or beast packs along the way, Dingyu would pause to teleport his army and eliminate them. These encounters were akin to walking treasure troves, yielding resources, experience points, and credits. If he stumbled upon fellow compatriots from Blue Star, he often chose to spare them. In the battlegrounds where adversaries were plentiful, there was no necessity to slay one's own kin. Of course, if he encountered any ill-intentioned individuals, he would ensure they met their end. One day, Dingyu stumbled upon a grove of fruit trees, an unusual sight amidst the battlefield. He halted, intending to investigate further, and descended from the void shuttle into the orchard. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the sweet aroma of the fruits mingling with the freshness of the leaves, invigorating his spirits. His gaze wandered through the grove, noting that some trees were laden with peculiar fruits, radiating a faint glow that seemed to harbor some mysterious power. Strange fruit. Description: a mysterious fruit that grants a random ability upon consumption. This fruit was indeed remarkable, capable of bestowing an ability. At that moment, he heard faint footsteps approaching, indicating the presence of some creature. Instantly alert, Dingyu concealed himself behind a large tree, his weapon poised for immediate action. His focus sharpened on the source of the sound, ears attuned to every subtle noise. The footsteps grew nearer until several azure figures emerged into his line of sight. Gale Goblins. Level 53. Description: ordinary goblins mutated by external influences, possessing an affinity for wind elements. At only level 53, Dingyu launched an attack against them, quickly dispatching the goblins. He summoned the forces from Hanhai City to eliminate the nearby foreign entities. After plucking a piece of strange fruit, Dingyu's gaze swept over his soldiers until it settled on a young great swordsman named Wang Zhan, whose expression was filled with eager anticipation. With a slight smile, Dingyu tossed the strange fruit to Wang Zhan, encouraging him to consume it and discover what might transpire. Wang Zhan accepted the fruit, gently caressing its surface to appreciate its unique texture. Taking a deep breath, he bit into it. The juice burst in his mouth, delivering an extraordinary sweetness, and he felt a surge of power coursing through him, unlike anything he had experienced before. Suddenly, an uncomfortable sensation gripped his throat, compelling him to open his mouth uncontrollably. A flame erupted from his lips, dissipating slowly in the air. Chapter 95. Damage to the Void Shuttle. Dingyu plucked several more fruits and distributed them to the more curious soldiers. Upon consumption, they acquired various abilities. Some soldiers ignited in fierce flames, glowing brightly without sustaining any harm, their eyes brimming with excitement as they realized they had gained the power of fire. Others found themselves surrounded by swirling gusts of wind, rustling the leaves around them, their clothing fluttering as if they had merged with the wind, having acquired the ability of the gale. Yet another soldier formed a sharp ice blade in his hand, shimmering with a cold light, emanating an icy chill. He had mastered the power of ice blades. Those fortunate soldiers rejoiced, showcasing their newfound abilities and radiating pride and joy. However, not all were so fortunate. A few soldiers experienced comical transformations after consuming the fruit. One soldier's hair began to grow uncontrollably, soon resembling a tangle of weeds that obscured his vision. He frantically attempted to tame it, his face a mask of frustration. Another soldier's skin gradually turned a vibrant green, akin to a ripe, bizarre vegetable, appearing ludicrous under the sunlight. He gazed at his greenened body in horror and despair, on the verge of tears, muttering regrets about his curiosity and lamenting his decision to try the fruit. Yet another soldier's body swelled like an inflated balloon, becoming rotund and cumbersome, each step a laborious effort. He sighed in resignation, staring at his bloated form. Observing the soldier's abilities manifesting at random, Dingyu decided against further experimentation. He recalled acquiring the ability to communicate with plants that day and resolved to give it a try. Placing his hands upon the trunk of the fruit tree, he began to establish a connection. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, attempting to forge a mysterious connection with the fruit trees. The air around him seemed to grow still, as if time itself had come to a halt. Gradually, indistinct images and information began to materialize in Dingyu's mind. He strained to capture these fleeting visions, endeavoring to decipher their meanings. After a challenging exchange, Dingyu finally acquired information about the fruit. It could be consumed once more after 10 days, and it had the ability to replace the power obtained previously. This implied that, given sufficient time and fruit, one could theoretically refresh their abilities indefinitely. However, the process was fraught with uncertainty, as the acquisition of abilities was entirely random. No one knew what kind of ability would be granted next, whether it would be potent or trivial, or even detrimental. Dingyu assured the soldiers that the negative abilities could be exchanged after 10 days. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers' previously tense expressions relaxed instantly. They exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with the relief of having survived, and finally exhaled deeply. After negotiations, the fruit trees consented to join Dingyu's territory. There was no need to waste energy on excavation. The trees were directly transported into the territory using spiritual energy. During this time, the soldiers had also cleared the fruit grove. It was teeming with various goblins, each possessing unique abilities, likely a result of mutations from consuming the kiwi fruit. With the trees now within his domain, Dingyu led his troops back home. Upon arriving at the fruit grove, he was finally able to discern the detailed information about these trees. Kiwi tree. Quality: A. Trait 1. During growth, it releases mutation factors that facilitate easier mutations in nearby organisms. Trait 2. It can bear kiwi fruits, which grant a random ability upon consumption and can be consumed again after 10 days. Remarks: a special plant produced by the Star Moon Empire's laboratory, commonly used for research assistance. Upon reading this information, Dingyu's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that these were intended for experimental research. He called for Chunmu to organize a team responsible for these fruit trees. Many departments within the territory could benefit from this plant, particularly the Biochemical Beast Research Center. Chunmu was tasked with assembling personnel to extensively cultivate these trees. Once production increased, kiwi fruits could also be supplied to the citizens. After much contemplation, Dingyu decided to consume a kiwi fruit. With his exceptionally high luck, he ought to acquire a beneficial ability, right? Even if it failed, he would have another chance in 10 days. After some thought, Dingyu ate the kiwi fruit, and to his delight, the taste was exquisite. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the ability to fly. What a stroke of luck. He had indeed gained the ability to fly. Dingyu attempted to activate his newfound power, and his body effortlessly began to float. He was astounded. This ability required no wings, allowing him to soar directly into the sky. Moreover, he could accelerate and change directions by expending energy. This ability was nothing short of a showpiece, undeniably prestigious. In this era, who needed wings to fly? True masters soared through the air directly, while those who relied on wings were woefully inferior. Lacking ability, they resorted to wings. Dingyu began to familiarize himself with his flying capability, reveling in the experience. With ample spirit stones invested, the output from the monster ranch was increasing significantly. The levels of the new recruits in the main combat units were rising rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before they caught up to the veterans. After mastering the flight ability, Dingyu teleported out of the territory, continuing towards his target. The battlefield was vast. Thankfully, he had the Void Shuttle, or he would have wasted an inordinate amount of time merely traveling. The Void Shuttle zipped through the sky like a streak of light, weaving between clouds and mountains. It tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages. Dingyu adjusted his posture for greater comfort. The journey ahead might be long, and he needed to remain alert and focused. Suddenly, a massive silhouette appeared in the sky, prompting Dingyu to hastily change direction. The colossal creature zoomed past, generating a powerful wind that slammed the Void Shuttle to the ground. Once the shadow had passed, the ground lay in disarray. What on earth was that? Dingyu barely had time to check the information before the shadow vanished. Could it have been a kuenpung or something similar? The creature's size was too great for him to see its entirety. Ding! The Void Shuttle has sustained damage and requires materials for repair. Dingyu was rendered speechless. Merely the wind from its passage had damaged the Void Shuttle? This was unequivocally a substandard product, especially since he had exchanged 3 billion points for it. Chapter 96. Acts of Kindness Without Recognition. Dingyu began to review the materials needed for the Void Shuttle's repair. The list contained numerous high-grade materials, but fortunately, his territory possessed them all. Reluctantly, he fed the materials into the Void Shuttle and initiated the repair process. Ding! The Void Shuttle is undergoing repairs. Remaining time, 240,000 seconds. This was utterly ridiculous. It required such a lengthy duration. Dingyu promptly stored the Void Shuttle and teleported back to his territory. That would suffice for today. The Green Dragon's flying speed was far too slow compared to the Void Shuttle, so it was best to wait for the repairs to complete. Despite his caution, trouble had still found him. Thankfully, the colossal creature had not noticed Dingyu. Otherwise, a casual swipe could have ended him. With some time to spare, he decided to take a stroll around Li Linlin's territory. Upon teleporting there, he discovered that Li Linlin was already on an expedition. Dingyu walked directly into the teleportation light curtain outside her territory, which had been established using the declaration of war. As he stepped through the teleportation light curtain, he found himself outside a city, surrounded by numerous other teleportation light curtains. Were they engaged in a team battle? On the battlefield before the city, two armies stood opposed. war drums thundering and banners fluttering. Li Linlin was leading a coalition of several lords, launching a fierce assault on the city. Dingyu scanned the battlefield, noting that the enemy reinforcements were continuously pouring out from the teleportation light curtains, matching the numbers of Li Linlin's coalition. Observing this situation, Dingyu resolved to lend Li Linlin a hand. Taking cover in a corner, he unleashed a fully equipped meteor strike upon the enemy city, now nearing the 7th rank. His meteor strike was exceedingly formidable when unleashed with full force. A massive meteor descended from the heavens, its speed astonishing, striking the city directly. The colossal meteor crashed into the city, producing a deafening explosion. Flames erupted into the sky, and numerous structures collapsed amidst the blast, debris and fire scattering everywhere. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the entire battlefield. As the explosion subsided, a multitude of buildings within the city lay in ruins. The enemy camp descended into chaos. The soldiers in a state of panic, their eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Having never witnessed such a powerful attack, their spirits were shaken by this overwhelming force. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Dingyu's eyes. He understood that the balance of this battle had now shifted. Clapping his hands, Dingyu did not reveal himself, but instead returned directly to his territory. This sudden turn of events left both sides of the battlefield bewildered. At this stage, both factions had exhausted their trump cards. How could such a formidable attack have emerged so abruptly? Li Linlin seemed to have recalled something, glancing back at the shimmering portal. Subsequently, she led the coalition forces in a grand assault, surging towards the city like a relentless tide, vanquishing the defenders one by one. Initially intending to engage in a friendly spar with Li Linlin, Dingyu, upon noticing her preoccupation, had no choice but to return to his territory. With idle time at hand, he resolved to wander through his domain. Standing before the Lord's manor, his gaze slowly traversed the surroundings, and a swell of pride surged within him. Under his meticulous stewardship, the territory had flourished remarkably. As Dingyu strolled along the broad avenues, he was flanked by orderly rows of houses and shops. The exterior walls of the buildings were adorned in vibrant hues, surrounded by towering trees that infused the city with vitality. The shop doors stood open, revealing a plethora of goods, from fresh vegetables to exquisite handcrafted items, catering to every need. He entered a bakery, where the air was filled with an enticing aroma. The proprietor, a warm-hearted middle-aged woman, greeted him with effusive hospitality upon recognizing him. "Welcome, Lord. It is a pleasure to have you in my humble establishment." Her voice resonated with respect and warmth. Dingyu nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the freshly baked breads. Each loaf was golden and crisp, emanating an irresistible fragrance. "I would like to sample your craftsmanship," he said. The baker promptly offered him a piece of warm bread. Dingyu accepted it and took a gentle bite. The crust was crisp while the inside remained soft, imbued with a subtle hint of wheat. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes, as the flavor bore a striking resemblance to that of Blue Star. After forcing himself to pay, Dingyu exited the bakery and continued his leisurely promenade. He soon encountered a group of children frolicking in the square. Their laughter rang clear and melodious, echoing through the air like chimes. He paused to watch their carefree faces, a wave of warmth enveloping his heart. As his footsteps gently resonated on the cobblestones, his gaze traversed the bustling streets, ultimately landing upon a magnificent cathedral. The grand doors stood ajar, and Dingyu entered, his eyes lingering on the soaring dome and the exquisite frescoes. The interior was infused with a faint scent of incense, mingling with the musty aroma of ancient tomes and stone, evoking an involuntary sense of tranquility. His gaze gradually roamed within the cathedral, finally resting upon a statue before the altar. The statue was remarkably lifelike, depicting none other than himself. Dingyu's pace instinctively slowed as he approached the statue, its features mirroring his own. His eyes eventually settled on the base, where an inscription read, "Lord Dingyu, Guardian of Hanhai City, Protector of the People." His eyes narrowed slightly, a complex emotion stirring within him. This was the expectation his people held for him, as well as the burden of responsibility he bore. Venturing to the rear of the cathedral, Dingyu discovered that the rebirth pool had been filled with the power of faith. It now marked all the heroic units within his territory, ensuring that should they fall, Anshi could resurrect them here with a grand resurrection spell. Exiting the cathedral, Dingyu pressed onward. Eventually, he reached the outskirts of his territory, where vast fields of agriculture stretched before him. The crops thrived, lush and green, with waves of wheat gently swaying in the breeze. Farmers toiled in the fields, their diligence illuminated by the sunlight. Lining the edges of the fields were ancient war trees and tree ants, standing guard, while defensive matrices arose at intervals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Dingyu returned to the Lord's manor. He stood on the balcony, gazing over his domain. As night fell, the streetlights gradually illuminated, twinkling like stars and bathing the city in a warm glow. His heart swelled with pride. The prosperity of this territory was the fruit of his tireless efforts. A resolute gleam sparkled in Dingyu's eyes. He would lead his people toward an even more prosperous future. Entering the sitting room, Dingyu reclined on the sofa and opened the trading hall, seeking items of utility for his territory. After a lengthy search yielded little of worth, he casually purchased several essential buildings to enhance the infrastructure of his domain. Chapter 97. Approaching the objective, slaying monsters along the way. As dinner time approached, Ding Yu entered the dining hall, where the air was rich with the appetizing aroma of food. A young maid, Lily, was busily attending to her duties, her movements light and graceful as she brought forth dish after delectable dish. He noted that she donned a new maid's outfit today, the lace trim accentuating her purity and beauty. He approached the table, sitting down with a smile. "Lily, you look particularly lovely today." A faint blush graced her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, responding softly, "Thank you, my lord." Her voice was gentle and tinged with shyness, further lifting Ding Yu's spirits. Ding Yu reached for the wine goblet on the table, his gaze still fixed on Lily. "Come, let us dine together." As dinner concluded, Lily blushed deeply while clearing the tableware. Ding Yu retreated to his chamber and opened the chat channel to peruse messages. Li Linlin expressed her gratitude and extended an invitation for dinner in her territory. Having already dined, he politely declined, remarking that there would be ample opportunities in the future. After concluding his chat session, Ding Yu commenced his training for the day. The following day, the void shuttle was finally repaired. Ding Yu set forth once more. Albeit at a slower pace, his focus sharpened. After all, this was the battlefield of myriad races, warranting caution. Fortune smiled upon him today. Barely had he stepped outside when he stumbled upon two factions engaged in fierce combat. Ahead, two clans of minotaurs were embroiled in a heated struggle, their bellows and the clash of weapons reverberating through the air. Both sides comprised minotaurs. Was this a civil strife? Their numbers swelled to around 10,000. With ranks ranging from 4th to 5th tier, Ding Yu resolved to mediate their conflict. Eradicating them entirely would be the perfect resolution. Noticing their lack of aerial capabilities, Ding Yu summoned his entire air force, intending to unleash aerial might upon the minotaurs. Soon, the aerial troops hovered above the battlefield, led by airships carrying goblin engineers. This time, Ding Yu specifically commanded the airships to ascend to a safer altitude, shielding them from ground attacks by the minotaurs. The airships gradually ascended until they reached a relatively secure height. Wyverns and griffins circled around the ships, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Their primary duty was to protect the airships from potential assaults. The goblin engineers sprang into action, dropping bomb after bomb from the airships. The explosives plummeted toward the ground. Due to the height, accuracy was compromised. Thus, Ding Yu opted for a saturation bombardment, ensuring the airships spread out over a wide area to blanket the entire battlefield. The detonations erupted below, fire and smoke enveloping the field, thoroughly disrupting the Minotaurs' combat. Instantly, the Minotaurs on the ground ceased their fighting, raising their weapons in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the aerial onslaught. However, all their efforts proved to be in vain. The bombs continued to explode mercilessly around them, reducing their comrades to mere fragments, a sight too horrific to behold. In the wake of this destruction, the Minotaurs began a frantic retreat, their steps hurried and disordered. However, their pace paled in comparison to the speed of the airship soaring above. Thus, despite their utmost efforts to flee, they remained ensnared within the airship's lethal reach, with unrelenting bombs detonating in succession around them. It did not take long for the Minotaurs to grasp this grim reality. Their leader bellowed for a change in strategy, and the formation began to scatter in disarray, desperately seeking different directions in an attempt to evade the airship's relentless assault. With no other options available, Ding Yu commanded the griffins and wyverns to pursue. In an instant, a squadron of griffins and wyverns swooped down from the clouds above, slicing through the sky as they surged in various directions. Concurrently, Ding Yu took advantage of the void shuttle's speed, teleporting a substantial force to the periphery. Brilliant flashes of teleportation lit up the outer edges of the battlefield, followed by a well-trained and well-equipped ground army pouring forth. Before long, a massive encirclement was established, tightening its grip on the battlefield and severing the Minotaur's final escape route. Ding Yu furrowed his brow. This time, he had indeed been negligent. The encirclement should have been set up in advance to avoid such a waste of time. The battlefield had expanded too greatly, and it was not until half a day later that the fighting finally ceased. Ultimately, they did not eradicate the Minotaurs completely, as a few scattered remnants managed to escape. He commanded the troops of Hanhai City to cease the pursuit, teleporting them back to their territory, and continued onward towards the Spirit Stone Vein. The scattered Minotaurs were not worth the chase. The yield was minimal, and the expenditure of time was disproportionate to the gains. Days later, they were finally nearing their next target. At this juncture, Ding Yu entered a mountainous region, home to a volcano. The volcanic ash rendered the land exceptionally fertile, fostering lush vegetation that in turn attracted a plethora of wild beasts, with several beast tribes indicated on the map nearby. Ding Yu summoned the troops of Hanhai City, intending to push through with unyielding force. The abundance of wild monster resources here was too valuable to squander. The Lark Scouts ventured ahead, while the rear troops advanced in smaller squads. The primary objective was to target the gregarious monsters, as the scattered lesser foes could be dealt with swiftly without wasting time in pursuit. Before long, the Lark Scouts relayed information of a goblin gathering area ahead. Dingyu promptly assembled his forces, and once gathered, they charged forth. This group comprised fiery goblins, whose attacks bore fire attribute damage and who were capable of hurling incendiary bombs. Some specialized classes could even unleash potent fire attribute spells. This time, Dingyu had deliberately brought the priest team to the front lines to heal the warriors and remove adverse conditions. Given the high lethality of fire attribute attacks, constant vigilance over the warriors' conditions was essential. Angels were also utilized as priests, capable of purifying the fire poison afflicting the warriors. The battle soon erupted, with a multitude of skeletal warriors at the forefront, intermingled with Qinglong guards and ferocious bears. Wolf cavalry flitted around the edges, perpetually flanking the goblins. Heavily armored infantry and great swordsmen were tasked with safeguarding the rear units, while elven mages and fire mages unleashed sustained damage. Due to the enemy's high resistance to fire, the damage inflicted by the fire mage contingent was limited. The Void Ravager activated its phasing ability, launching a surprise attack on the enemy's magic units. The druid transformed into a massive bear, joining the fray. Chapter 98, The Fiery Steed. The sheer number of goblins was overwhelming, and Dingyu had yet to estimate their total count. Fortunately, the majority of the goblins were of the 4th tier, their strength not particularly formidable. The battle raged on for an entire day, and at last, the goblins were vanquished. The warriors had fought until their hands were sore, and Dingyu sat upon a rock to recuperate. The goblins had numbered far too many. He had lost track of how many recovery potions he had consumed. In this confrontation, Dingyu finally reached level 70, officially breaking into the 7th tier. He was now considered a high-tier unit, and as his level increased, the experience required for advancement became progressively greater, making future breakthroughs increasingly challenging. Fortunately, the forces of Hanhai City were also rapidly swelling, allowing Dingyu to accrue a substantial amount of experience points. This battle yielded several intriguing items. Prosperity Totem. Quality. A. Note. When placed at the center of the territory, it gradually increases the population and enhances the prosperity of the land. Fertility Blessing Scroll. Quality. B. Note. Upon use, it can increase the resident's probability of conception, thereby boosting the birth rate. Talent Recruitment Order. Quality. A. Note. Upon use, it can attract talents and families from various regions to migrate to the territory. Enhancing population diversity. All items aimed at boosting population, which explain the goblin's overwhelming numbers. Upon returning to his territory, he employed them immediately. No one could ever have too many citizens. The Prosperity Totem was a structure that could provide long-term benefits to the territory, while the Fertility Blessing Scroll and Talent Recruitment Order were one-time use items, offering temporary boosts. The Fertility Blessing Scroll, in particular, was quite amusing, directly increasing the probability of conception. He wondered if anyone in the territory would grumble about it. Dingyu teleported the army back to the territory for a night's rest, and the following day, they set off deeper into the forest. As they delved further, the number of wild monsters increased, as did their levels. Dingyu remained unhurried, commanding the army to slow their pace and continue their advance steadily. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy, many high-tier wild monsters began to appear. As Dingyu led his forces into the depths of the mountains, the entire range seemed to tremble slightly. Deep within the restless magma of the volcano, an unimaginably colossal figure was abruptly roused. This figure resembled a towering hill, emanating a searing aura. The magma flowed freely around it, as if it were its domain. Its immense eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of confusion and alertness. What is this? This aura feels strikingly similar to that from before. It seemed to plunge into a reverie, as past scenes that had once instilled dread began to surface in its mind. A wave of fear began to spread. I have fled so far. How can I not escape? After a brief struggle and hesitation, the creature's form began to flicker with light. Its massive body began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into an inconspicuous shadow in the blink of an eye. This shadow, like a wraith, swiftly vanished without a trace, leaving only the still-churning magma behind. Meanwhile, Dingyu and his army remained blissfully unaware, steadily advancing deeper into the mountains. Ding! Congratulations, your citizen has slain a level 62 rock giant, earning 7,000 silver coins. Heart of Lava, Grade A, X1, 62,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on your subjects vanquishing the level 55 Flame Goblin, earning 500 silver coins. A. Wolf Tooth Club, Diamond Grade, X1, and 500 points. Ding! Congratulations on your subjects defeating the level 65 Flame Lion, acquiring 7,000 silver coins. A. Flame Blade, Exceptional Grade, X1, and 65,000 points. An exceptional grade weapon has emerged, perfectly suited for personal use. The Flame Blade boasts a blade seemingly enshrouded in flowing flames, exuding an air of sophistication. Soon, a second group was encountered, comprised of Crimson Flame Horses, predominantly of 4th tier. Crimson Flame Horses. Level 44. Description: a mutated warhorse named for its crimson coat. Suitable as a mount. This species is well suited for riding, though Dingyu's territory already boasts superior winged cats. In the Starry Rhythm continent, there are 3 methods to acquire mounts. The first method involves hatching pet eggs, directly utilizing the pets as mounts, a strategy employed by Hanhai City. This method is the simplest. However, pet eggs are scarce and tend to be costly. The second method entails capturing wild creatures for domestication, necessitating the capture of wild entities with mount attributes, while also bearing a certain failure rate in the domestication process. This approach is currently the most widely adopted in Hanhai continent, as it does not require exorbitant expenditure on pet eggs, merely the identification of suitable wild creatures. The third method involves the use of recruitment scrolls, summoning creatures to serve directly as mounts. This method has obvious drawbacks, as the summoned entities are classified as troops, loyal solely to the Lord. Even under the Lord's commands, when treated as mounts for others, their compatibility remains low. Consequently, aside from the Lord, others find it challenging to utilize them, yet the Lord often possesses superior options. Thus, it seems somewhat regrettable to slay these Crimson Flame horses. Dingyu opened the chat window for the Trading Guild and shared the information regarding the Crimson Flame horses. Trading Guild, boss, I want. Dingyu promptly closed the chat window, bemused by such peculiar enthusiasm. Trading Guild, boss, what I meant was, I desire these Crimson Flame horses. They are highly sought after in the market and will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Soon, the Trading Guild dispatched a substantial array of capturing tools for mounts, which could be traded post-capture. Capture nets, taming ropes, bait, and traps. This individual had prepared quite thoroughly, with an assortment of tools at their disposal. He distributed the tools among his subordinates, instructing them to capture the flame horses. There should be a considerable number of flame horses, as many remained unseen. Capturing them is certainly a more laborious task than slaying. Dingyu advised his subordinates to ensure the flame horses sustained no irreparable harm. The territory is home to a multitude of priests, alongside beneficial items such as holy light grass, capable of healing the injuries of the flame horses. Fortunately, the warriors of Hanhai City are all equipped with mounts, enabling them to keep pace with the flame horses. The necromancer summoned all the skeletons, resulting in a landscape teeming with skeletal warriors, significantly hindering the mobility of the flame horses. Various spellcasting professions also inflicted negative statuses upon the flame horses. Dingyu even teleported numerous treants to further restrict the flame horses' movements. This grand operation of capture persisted for a full 5 days before concluding. The flame horses were traded to the Trading Guild, allowing the warriors to return to the territory for respite. Chapter 99, Goblins and the Gold Mine. Within the Lord's residence, Dingyu collapsed onto the sofa. His gaze was vacant. He felt utterly disinclined to move a single finger. A petite maid tiptoed into the hall, bearing a platter of fresh fruits and a cup of hot tea. My lord, you have worked hard. Her gentle voice resonated. She cautiously approached Dingyu from behind, her delicate fingers beginning to massage his shoulders. As he felt her gentle touch kneading his shoulders, Dingyu gradually relaxed. As time passed, his breathing steadied, and he succumbed to slumber. The maid tenderly covered him with a blanket before quietly exiting the hall. Shortly thereafter, she returned, her movements soft and stealthy. Her gaze fell once more upon Dingyu's face, her heart racing slightly, a rosy hue blossoming upon her cheeks. Cautiously, she leaned closer, pecking his cheek before fleeing, covering her flushed face. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the Lord's residence, with only the flames in the fireplace crackling softly. The following morning, Dingyu awoke invigorated, experiencing for the first time in days the refreshing embrace of sleep. Strangely enough, it felt rather pleasant, as he dreamt of numerous beautiful women. The flame horses he had entrusted to the Trading Guild yesterday had commenced sales, creating quite a stir in the market. Not only are the flame horses remarkable for their speed and endurance, but they also possess striking beauty, garnering much admiration. The profits from this venture should allow for the acquisition of a substantial number of defensive towers, further fortifying the territory's defenses. Once the defensive capabilities are sufficiently established, Dingyu intends to procure items that enhance the territory's aura concentration, such as spirit gathering arrays, which are more cost-effective than merely purchasing spirit stones. He summoned his forces, advancing deeper into the mountains. This time, a goblin tribe was discovered, accompanied by a nearby gold mine. These goblins dwell within the gold mine, excelling in excavation and trap setting, proving to be quite troublesome. To avoid casualties, Dingyu resolved to engage in a war of attrition. He deployed necromancers to summon skeletal warriors, sending them into the mines to initiate the assault. Other troops were stationed outside the mine to prevent the goblins from escaping. To minimize casualties, aside from the skeletons, no other troops were permitted inside the mine. To thwart any potential escape routes for the goblins, Dingyu ordered his warriors to construct an encirclement around the gold mine. Concurrently, he commanded the tunnel beasts to excavate numerous passages around the mine, laying an extensive array of trigger bombs within. Almost every avenue, both underground and above ground, was sealed off, allowing for a confident offensive against the goblins. The necromancers were divided into 2 groups to enable alternating energy recovery, sustaining a relentless attack on the goblins. Meanwhile, Goblin Chief Luke stood deep within the mine. His gaze pierced through the dim light, landing upon the passages filled with skeletons. Luke was deeply troubled. Today, his territory was unexpectedly invaded by an army of the undead, and now skeletons filled the area. He had never imagined that one day his domain would fall prey to the forces of necromancy. And now, his kin faced a dire test of survival. Although the traps set by the goblins had proven effective, the sheer number of skeletons was overwhelming, continually flooding into the mine. Luke's brow furrowed in concentration, his grip tightening around a crude battle axe stained with fresh blood. His gaze swept over his kin, their expressions rife with fear and unease. Luke understood that a decision was imperative, otherwise, his entire tribe would face annihilation. We must leave this place. Luke's voice was low yet resolute. The tribesmen promptly sprang into action, hastily re-excavating passages in hopes of finding an escape route. However, amidst their frantic efforts, a series of explosions echoed from afar. Reports came in that the tribesmen digging the passages had perished in the blasts. He stood in shock. Were they not facing the undead? When did the undead begin to employ explosives? To speak candidly, had Ding Yu not feared that the use of explosives might jeopardize the precious metal mine, he would have long since set the skeletons loose with bombs, charging downward. Luke was enveloped by a profound sense of uncertainty and dread. Acutely aware that their time was dwindling, he dispatched more of his kin to continue excavating the passage, this time exploring several divergent directions. After a brief interval, his clansmen reported that the vicinity was densely packed with bombs, rendering further excavation impossible. Witnessing the mounting casualties among his people, Luke resolved to wait no longer. If they could burst forth, there might yet be a chance for survival. Remaining there would only lead to certain death. We charge forth. Luke's voice reverberated throughout the cavern. The clansmen swiftly sprang into action, seizing their weapons, steeling themselves for a fierce breakout. Luke positioned himself at the forefront, leading his kin in a valiant assault against the skeletons. After enduring considerable losses, Luke finally emerged from the mine. Cheers erupted from his comrades behind him. However, as they pressed onward, they collided headlong with the formidable forces of Hanhai City, who were poised for battle. Following the conflict, Ding Yu commanded the skeletons to enter the mine and eliminate any remaining enemy forces. Once the area was secured, the waiting miners commenced their violent extraction operations, while the battle troops established a defensive perimeter to safeguard the miners. The precious metal mine was a highly sought-after material, commanding exorbitant prices in the trading hall. Upon extraction, a portion would be retained for personal use, while the remainder would be entrusted to the merchants for handling. Days later, the precious metal excavation was concluded, leaving behind a vast crater. Ding Yu surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, realizing he was becoming a veritable architect of the landscape. This very pit, once nourished by rainfall, would gradually transform into a serene lake. He teleported his people back to their territory and led his forces onward. They were now perilously close to the Spirit Stone vein, and after half a day's journey, they arrived at their destination. Before them loomed a volcano, adjacent to which lay the Spirit Stone mine. Indeed, it was likely that Spirit Stones resided within the volcano itself, though at present, Ding Yu lacked the capability to mine them. While he possessed the strength to venture inside, his kin did not. Although the volcano had not erupted in ages, the billowing smoke served as a testament to the presence of magma within. The Lark Scouts had completed their reconnaissance, revealing an astonishing absence of any life forms in the vicinity. This perplexed Ding Yu, for such a rich source of spiritual energy should have been teeming with life. Unable to fathom the anomaly, he dismissed it and activated the teleportation array. Bringing forth his people, they promptly set to work, armed with tools, advancing toward the mine. The forces of Hanhai City began to establish a defensive perimeter, with reconnaissance units maintaining vigilance nearby. Chapter 100. The Green Dragon's Potential Enhances. At this moment, the Green Dragon emerged slowly from the spatial confines of the territory. Its imposing and majestic form glimmered with an emerald sheen, each scale radiating a vibrant glow. Suddenly, it lifted its head and emitted a series of resonant calls towards the volcano. Drawn by the dragon's cries, Ding Yu approached its side and gently caressed its scales. "Green Dragon, what do you sense?" he inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice. The Green Dragon turned its head, its eyes shimmering with a fervent desire. Calling out to Ding Yu twice. As its master, Ding Yu understood its intent. There was something within the volcano it yearned for. Once assured that it did not perceive any danger, he decided to accompany the Green Dragon to investigate. The Green Dragon possessed innate resistance to fire, showing no fear of the magma. Now at level 7, Ding Yu could envelop his body in the power of the stars, rendering him impervious to the magma's corrosive effects. Climbing atop the Green Dragon, he soared towards the volcano, swiftly arriving at its mouth. The crater belched forth thick clouds of smoke, while the magma roiled within, producing a thunderous roar. Peering through the haze, Ding Yu glimpsed the magma lake inside the volcano, its molten flow resembling boiling blood, radiating intense heat. He could feel the Green Dragon's excitement. The object of its desire lay deep within that lake, encased in the protective layer of starlight. Ding Yu prepared as the Green Dragon let out a long, piercing cry. Its massive wings unfurled, and it descended gracefully, landing at the edge of the volcanic crater. The temperature here was excruciatingly high, the heat from the magma threatening to melt everything. Yet both Dingyu and the dragon remained unperturbed. Disembarking from the dragon, Dingyu's footsteps left deep impressions upon the volcanic rock, his gaze fixated on the center of the magma lake, where a colossal stone glimmered with a radiant glow. At that moment, Dingyu's interface revealed pertinent information. Mutated spirit essence. Note: ordinary spirit essence has undergone mutation due to unknown factors, capable of enhancing biological evolution, with heightened efficacy for dragonkind. Is this what you seek? Dingyu inquired, glancing back at the green dragon. The dragon nodded, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on the glowing stone, acutely aware of its significance. At Dingyu's behest, the green dragon soared towards the spirit essence. The area was devoid of any creatures, ensuring a safe endeavor. Even should the green dragon encounter peril, it could be revived through the territory's rebirth pool. Soon, the green dragon reached the spirit essence and swallowed it whole. Closing its eyes, it began to absorb the essence's power. Dingyu could sense the surge of strength within the green dragon escalating rapidly. Its scales became increasingly smooth, and its aura intensified. Ding! Congratulations. Your pet green dragon's potential has elevated. Dingyu opened the interface to discover that the green dragon's potential had reached SS level. It had also acquired a new ability, the power to freely manipulate its size. This newfound ability was splendid. Dingyu had often lamented the dragon's conspicuous stature, and now that issue was resolved. Once the green dragon had finished absorbing the essence, Dingyu mounted its back, departing from the site. He had previously surveyed the surroundings and found no useful items. For reasons he couldn't quite articulate, he perceived an incessant pressure in that location, the specifics of which eluded him. The miners continued their work with organized efficiency, and Dingyu returned to his territory. Uncertain of how long this mining operation would last, he felt an instant sense of leisure. Dingyu resolved to embark on some training, making his way to the training grounds. The walls surrounding the training area were adorned with an array of weapons. A subtle fragrance permeated the air, emanating from the incense he utilized to restore his stamina and focus. Through the communication system, he summoned Li Kuo to serve as his sparring partner. Shortly thereafter, a robust figure appeared at the entrance of the training grounds, wearing a faint smile, always eager to respond to Dingyu's summons. Li Kuo had recently learned to smile, reportedly spending considerable time with the elven maidens. Whether romance was blossoming remained a mystery. "My lord, you called for me." Li Kuo's voice boomed, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. Dingyu nodded, removing his armor to reveal his well-defined physique. "The duration of this mining operation is uncertain. I require you as my sparring partner." "As you wish, my lord," Li Kuo replied, nodding in acquiescence. The training area was a vast circular expanse, surrounded by sturdy stone walls, with the ground covered in soft sand. Dingyu grasped a combat knife, his body slightly sinking as he assumed a fighting stance. "Come forth, Li Kuo, hold nothing back." Li Kuo also grasped a long sword, assuming a combat stance. The gazes of the two adversaries met in the air, sparks flying between them. Although Dingyu possessed slightly greater strength than Li Kuo, the latter benefited from a weapon damage enhancement. Without invoking the power of the stars, Dingyu and Li Kuo exchanged blows with considerable parity. Their fighting styles were reminiscent of one another, both exhibiting grand and sweeping movements as their weapons clashed with fervor. Their silhouettes danced across the training ground, blades slicing through the air, leaving trails of dazzling light in their wake. As the battle progressed, Dingyu's breathing grew increasingly labored, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He could feel his muscles igniting with exertion, each swing of his sword draining his stamina. Li Kuo was equally drenched in sweat, his breath matching the rapidity of Dingyu's. The duel persisted for an extended duration until both combatants, utterly fatigued, gradually came to a halt. They collapsed at the edge of the training ground, gasping for air, yet their eyes sparkled with a shared sense of satisfaction. "Li Kuo, your prowess has indeed advanced," Dingyu remarked, a note of admiration lacing his voice. Li Kuo smiled, a glimmer of pride illuminating his gaze. "It is all thanks to the guidance of my elders." As the first hero to appear in Dingyu's territory, their camaraderie ran deep. After a brief respite, training resumed. The figures of Dingyu and Li Kuo wove together on the training field, their tactics becoming increasingly refined and their combat prowess steadily rising. On this day, Dingyu received a report from a scout indicating that a band of enemies was approaching. He promptly concluded the training session, teleporting out of the territory with Li Kuo. This enemy force was likely formidable, otherwise, the scouts would not have alerted him. Upon reaching the perimeter of their defenses, Dingyu beheld the opposing forces, a vast contingent of goblin troops. Numerous goblin tanks were present, alongside several goblin airships. The scenario felt all too familiar. It was probable that there were goblin engineers aboard those airships. Caution was paramount in the face of such adversaries. The army of Hanhai City had already established its defensive line, while the Air Force took to the skies to confront the threat, ensuring that the enemy's airships did not encroach upon their territory. Concurrently, Dingyu positioned a multitude of catapults behind the lines, preparing to launch long-range attacks against the enemy. Chapter 101, Fierce Combat. Simultaneously, the artillery battalion of Azur had taken their positions, armed with mortars, perfectly suited for the current battlefield. Although the range of the goblin tanks was considerable, the mountainous terrain posed significant challenges, making it difficult for them to strike the defenders of Hanhai City. Both the catapults and mortars had a distinct advantage here, and as the enemy entered range, the assault commenced. The enemy also triggered the bombs planted ahead. A cacophony of explosions echoing through the air. The sudden onslaught of blasts momentarily stunned the opposing forces, likely as they recognized the goblin explosives. However, after this brief pause, they pressed forward. At this juncture, the aerial forces also engaged in combat. In comparison to the air force of Hanhai City, the enemy was evidently at a disadvantage. Despite their numbers, the goblin airships boasted low defensive capabilities and poor maneuverability. Aboard these airships were goblin engineers, along with a contingent of archers and stone throwers. Notably, the projectiles launched by the stone throwers were not mere stones, but bombs crafted by goblin engineers. Additionally, the goblins had tamed several giant eagles to serve as guardians for the airships. These formidable eagles, with their sharp talons and swift flight, constituted a noteworthy aerial force. Nevertheless, the air force of Hanhai City was no pushover. Soon, the enemy's giant eagles found themselves entangled by the druids of Hanhai City, who transformed into giant eagles themselves. The druids' feathers shimmered with golden light in the sunlight, their talons equally sharp. Although the two sides were comparable in size, the druids of Hanhai City outnumbered their foes. With the knowledge tree's support, the number of druids in Hanhai City had surged. The city's wyverns and griffins also soared into the fray, commencing their assault on the airships. A fierce aerial battle erupted. One by one, goblin airships began to plummet, their wreckage igniting into blazing flames upon impact with the ground. The air force of Hanhai City suffered some losses, but primarily in the form of injuries. The troops of Hanhai City upheld a noble tradition. Injured soldiers would withdraw from combat to prevent further casualties. The number of giant eagles dwindled rapidly, as they were already at a disadvantage against Hanhai City. Faced with an enemy force several times their number, their plight became increasingly desperate. Soon, the giant eagles were entirely vanquished, and the druids charged toward the enemy airships. The battle raged on for an extended period, and the air force of Hanhai City began to withdraw. The sheer number of enemy airships proved overwhelming, depleting their resources significantly. The bombs hurled by the stone throwers aboard the airships inflicted considerable damage on their own forces. The wind elemental magic users of Hanhai City commenced their assault on the airships, unleashing spells such as tornadoes, wind blades, and storms, inflicting massive damage. As Hanhai City's foundation strengthened, the variety of skills at their disposal expanded. Observing the efficacy of these spells, Dingyu could not resist casting a meteor shower. Following this magical barrage, the air force of Hanhai City re-engaged. On the ground, the two sides began their clash. At the forefront stood the bear warriors and heavily armored infantry, engaging the enemy tanks in a fierce contest. Void raiders and wolf riders harassed from the flanks, while various mages bombarded the enemy with relentless spells. Dingyu noted that the tunneling beasts were particularly effective against the tanks, as they carved out anti-tank trenches on the battlefield, effectively neutralizing the tanks' mobility. The tanks, ensnared in these trenches, became sitting ducks for the soldiers of Hanhai City. At this stage, Dingyu felt no concern. His primary focus was now on accruing experience points. Once the tanks were trapped, they transformed into mere iron coffins. With the airships devoid of their protective escorts, they too became flying coffins. Their destruction merely a matter of time. Drawing forth his flaming blade, Dingyu engaged the enemy in close combat. Previously, he would have relied on his bow in such circumstances. However, things had changed. Dingyu aimed to hone his combat instincts. His figure darted across the battlefield, cleaving through tank after tank. Due to his elevated level, the tank's armor crumbled before his flaming blade as if it were mere paper, easily torn apart. Dingyu descended upon the battlefield like a god of war, unimpeded by any foe. The goblin soldiers gazed upon him with terror, having never encountered such a formidable warrior. Dingyu reveled in an unprecedented exhilaration, intoxicated by the sheer power he wielded. As time passed, the goblins began to falter. They scrambled out of their tanks, fleeing into the distance. With their vehicles ensnared in trenches, remaining inside was tantamount to awaiting death. Yet without the protection of their tanks, the goblins' fragile bodies were even more vulnerable. Additionally, lacking the mobility of Hanhai City's cavalry, they were swiftly eliminated. This battle revealed the shortcomings of the goblin tanks. While they possessed significant offensive and defensive capabilities, their cumbersome nature rendered them easy targets once trapped. Initially, Dingyu had contemplated seizing some goblin tank barracks, but he entirely abandoned that notion. The weaknesses of the goblin airships were equally apparent. The defensive capabilities and agility are woefully inadequate, and the speed is inferior to that of other aerial forces. It is solely due to the formidable aerial strength of Hanhai City that the airships can be safeguarded, thus allowing them to play a pivotal role on the battlefield. A command was issued for the army to scour the battlefield. while Ding Yu began to sift through the spoils of war. With such a multitude of enemies, it was plausible that valuable treasures might emerge. These goblins must have come for the Spirit Stone mine. Otherwise, they would not have ventured so far to launch an assault on us. Soon, he unearthed several intriguing items. Goblin tank. Potential. B. Description. A distinctive unit of the goblin race, possessing formidable attack and defense capabilities. Indeed, he had stumbled upon the goblin tank barracks. Something Ding Yu had long coveted, though he found himself disinterested now. Goblin bomb design. Quality. Platinum. Description. A specialized bomb developed by the goblin race, requiring unique materials. This was indeed a valuable find, but upon noticing that the crafting materials included spirit stones, specifically those sourced from the all-races battlefield spirit stone mines, Ding Yu pondered and ultimately decided to forego it. The spirit stones in his territory could be utilized to yield monsters for the monster ranch, and the resultant creatures would be slain by the soldiers, thereby enhancing their levels. He could not squander resources on bomb production. Goblin rocket boots design. Quality. Platinum. Description. Wearing these greatly increases movement speed, though there exists a risk of loss of control during use. The description left Ding Yu somewhat speechless. The functionality was impressive yet perilous, and the prospect of losing control was unnerving. The very name of the rocket boots suggested they were powered by rockets. If they malfunctioned, the outcome could either be an explosion or unintended flight. The latter would be manageable, but an explosion. Chapter 102. Mechanical puppet. Mechanical puppet design. Quality. Platinum. Description. A characteristic item of the goblins, capable of undertaking combat and labor tasks. This was promising. It seemed to be designed by the goblins to compensate for their inherent shortcomings. During the recent battle, he had not observed any mechanical puppets, so he was unaware of their precise capabilities. He entrusted the goblin tank to the trading company for processing, while the remaining designs were submitted to the Equipment Manufacturing Center for research. The mechanical puppet could be attempted for production, with various performance tests to be conducted first. Ding Yu was particularly focused on the labor capacity of the mechanical puppet. If it performed well, it could significantly enhance the productivity of his territory. Upon reviewing the mining progress, he noticed that a substantial amount had already been extracted, and he believed it would not be long before they could depart. Ding Yu returned to the territory to continue training. The recent battle had been exhilarating and further solidified his resolve to hone his skills. A day later, a soldier hurriedly entered the training ground to report to Ding Yu. My lord, the performance test results for the mechanical puppet have been finalized. Ding Yu ceased his activities, a flicker of anticipation crossing his gaze. Excellent, I shall proceed immediately. He quickly made his way to the adjacent shower room, cleansing himself with warm water. After drying off and changing into fresh attire, he headed toward the manufacturing center. Inside the testing facility, Old Li and his team were busily engaged. Old Li, whose full name was Li Ji, was the supervisor of the Equipment Manufacturing Center and possessed an S-rank talent as a living profession hero. Their attention was fixated on a mechanical figure, its humanoid silhouette cloaked in a layer of robust metal plating, emanating a chilling sheen. It stood silently, reminiscent of a futuristic warrior. Old Li, what are the test results? Ding Yu inquired as he entered the testing area, his gaze instantly drawn to the mechanical puppet. Old Li turned to him, a hint of fatigue on his face, yet predominantly excitement. My lord, do take a look. Ding Yu approached the mechanical puppet, scrutinizing it closely. We conducted a series of tests, including load-bearing capacity, durability, and agility, Old Li explained, handing Ding Yu a report. Ding Yu accepted the document, his eyes swiftly scanning the data and charts. The mechanical puppet's metrics far exceeded those of an adult in various aspects, making it suitable to replace the populace for some labor-intensive tasks. For instance, it could be utilized for mining, although it would fall short in undertaking intricate tasks. In military terms, the mechanical puppet's combat strength was equivalent to that of a Tier 4 unit, which was commendable. However, the mechanical puppet was inanimate and could not level up, a significant disadvantage compared to skeleton soldiers, whose power escalated with the necromancer's level. Furthermore, the cost-effectiveness of the mechanical puppet was inferior to that of skeleton soldiers. The latter only required the necromancer's mana, while the former demanded various materials. It appeared that the mechanical puppet could only serve in production, not in military operations. Of course, this was the case within Ding Yu's territory. In other domains, mechanical puppets were still well suited as combat units. Primarily, they did not occupy population slots and could be produced indefinitely. Mechanical puppets could rapidly generate combat capabilities, possessing Tier 4 strength upon creation without the arduous process of monster hunting and leveling up. Ding Yu planned to sell these mechanical puppets externally once his territory was adequately equipped, confident that they would be in high demand. Wealthy lords might even employ mechanical puppets as a human wave tactic. As long as the financial resources were sufficient, their numbers could be exponentially increased. After instructing Li Ji to commence mass production of the mechanical puppets, Ding Yu departed from the manufacturing center. Days later, the spirit stone vein was finally exhausted. Ding Yu teleported the populace back to the territory and continued his journey toward the next objective. This time, the green dragon was finally able to stretch its wings. It was now excitedly flitting about on Dingyu's shoulder. This was the advantage of its size-changing ability. Otherwise, with the green dragon's massive form, it would be exceedingly conspicuous wherever it went. During this period, Dingyu had also discerned that the Irith region was likely a relatively remote area within the all-races battlefield, with few high-ranking lords present. Suddenly, beams of light appeared in the sky. These beams dispersed, landing in various locations. Could it be that treasures had emerged? Dingyu flew toward the nearest point where the light fell. The all-races battlefield was vast, and it took him a considerable time to arrive. A large crowd had already gathered nearby, predominantly comprised of flying units. In their midst was a white sphere of light, and Dingyu gazed over. Extraordinary treasure chest, sealed. Description: an extraordinary treasure chest in a state of sealing. Unsealing requires 2 days, 12 hours, and 34 minutes, during which it cannot be moved. Upon discovering that it was merely an extraordinary treasure chest, Dingyu felt a profound disappointment. Each month, the regional ranking would reward him with extraordinary treasure chests, and he had already amassed a considerable number. He recalled there were other colored beams of light, but they were simply too distant for him to reach. After contemplating, Dingyu decided to wait and see. Extraordinary treasure chests could only be obtained through system rewards. He had yet to acquire one through other means. As the crowd continued to swell, Dingyu retreated a distance and summoned a burrowing beast. The burrowing beast took Dingyu underground, directly arriving beneath the sphere of light. Dingyu instructed the burrowing beast to excavate a space and place the entire stockpile of bombs from Hanhai City within it, setting it for remote detonation. After a moment's thought, Dingyu also arranged a concealment array outside the space. After completing his task, Dingyu sought a safe location nearby and teleported directly back to his territory. With 2.5 days remaining, he decided to venture out once more at the appropriate time. Within the territory, the newly recruited soldiers of the main combat forces were fervently grinding in the monster ranch. Since the excavation of the Spirit Stone mine, their leveling speed had significantly accelerated, and they had now surpassed the 4th tier. In contrast, the newly inducted members of the expeditionary forces lagged far behind, having only reached the 2nd tier. This was primarily due to the fact that the expeditionary forces were required to hunt monsters on their own, resulting in a markedly low leveling efficiency. Furthermore, the veteran soldiers within the expeditionary ranks had yet to break through to the 5th tier. Once they achieved that milestone, Dingyu planned to summon them to the battlefield of all races, where the enemies were of sufficiently high levels, conducive to their advancement. Dingyu also harbored concerns about allowing excessively high-tier soldiers to grind in the Dragonfall Mountains. Provoking the dragons residing there could lead to dire consequences. As he had heard from Kale that the dragons were formidable, with time on his hands, Dingyu commenced his training, this time accompanied by Barlow. Barlow's style stood in stark contrast to Li Kuo's, embodying the essence of an assassin. He was characterized by his remarkable speed and high attack rate. Yet his defensive capabilities were alarmingly low. Consequently, Dingyu remained predominantly in a defensive stance, for Barlow's petite frame could scarcely withstand a single strike from him. The primary focus of Dingyu's training was to enhance his reaction speed and defensive abilities. In the training arena, Barlow's figure flickered like a ghost, wielding 2 long blades that glimmered with a chilling light. Unlike other assassin classes, the Void Reaver favored the use of dual long swords. Barlow's gaze was intently fixed on Dingyu, reminiscent of a cheetah stalking its prey. Positioned at the center of the training ground, Dingyu was enveloped in the power of the stars, forming a protective barrier around him. He dared not confront Barlow unprotected. Unlike Li Kuo, Barlow possessed significant offensive strength. Are you prepared? Barlow's voice echoed in the air as his figure flickered in and out of sight. Come on, Barlow. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Barlow vanished from his position. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared to Dingyu's left, thrusting directly at his vital points. Dingyu's reflexes were astoundingly quick. His flame blade carved a fiery arc through the air, intercepting Barlow's attack. The sound of clashing metal resonated throughout the training arena as Dingyu felt a powerful force emanating from the flame blade, causing him to stagger slightly backward. Barlow's onslaught was relentless, each strike aimed precisely at Dingyu's critical areas. Dingyu darted across the training ground, his flame blade tracing fiery arcs in an attempt to parry Barlow's assaults. Whenever he failed to block, Barlow's blade would leave white marks upon Dingyu's skin. However, the defensive prowess of the star power remained formidable, akin to a protective shield. As his level increased, the might of his Starchild class began to manifest. This was the very reason he had been able to defeat that lord in the ruins last time. Upon activating the star battle body, that foe had been rendered utterly incapacitated. At this moment, Dingyu also recognized that the enhancement provided by the star power leaned more toward physical aspects, while the improvements derived from absorbing the power of belief were more aligned with the mental realm. The star power and the power of belief complemented each other perfectly. With merely half an hour remaining until the treasure chest was unsealed, Dingyu teleported outside. Upon his reappearance, the sight before him elicited an involuntary gasp. The area was teeming with a throng of individuals, the cacophony of voices and shouts intertwining in a symphony of chaos. It resembled the surging waves of a tumultuous sea. crashing relentlessly against the eardrums of those present. The ground was densely packed with various types of soldiers. While the sky was dominated by swathes of flying units that obscured the sun, Ding Yu's gaze traversed the layered ranks of soldiers, focusing on the inner circle. The deeper he peered, the more formidable the opposing forces appeared. At that moment, the innermost circle was entirely under the control of 6th-tier soldiers, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Ding Yu silently rejoiced that he had buried the explosives sufficiently deep, otherwise he might have been exposed. Ding Yu began to sprint toward the periphery, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Finally, he reached what he deemed a sufficiently safe distance. This location allowed him to evade the impending shockwave while also providing a clear vantage point to observe the battlefield. As the moment of the treasure chest's unsealing drew near, the atmosphere thickened with tension, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap. The vast number of soldiers on the outskirts could no longer contain their greed and impatience, surging forward into the fray. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into a cacophony of battle cries, dust swirling into the air. The soldiers within the inner circle were not inclined to relinquish the immense rewards that lay within their grasp. They formed a tightly knit defensive line, resolutely resisting the inundating assault of the outer forces. Hovering high above, Ding Yu observed the tumultuous clash unfolding below. Gripping the detonator tightly in his hand, he awaited the moment when the crowd was densest. At last, Ding Yu seized the opportunity and decisively pressed the detonator. In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated across the battlefield. A towering column of fire erupted from beneath the treasure chest, coalescing into a colossal mushroom cloud. Flames and smoke billowed overhead, engulfing everything in their path. The immense shockwave radiated outward from the treasure chest, impacting the outer forces, who were tossed into the air like leaves caught in a tempest before crashing heavily to the ground. Beep. Congratulations. Your citizen has slain a level 65 sword and shield soldier, earning 5,000 silver coins. Sword and shield soldier recruitment scroll, grade A, X1, and 65,000 points. Beep. Congratulations. Your citizen has slain a level 63 flame goblin, earning 4,000 silver coins. Wolf tooth mace, extraordinary level, X1, and 63,000 points. Beep. Congratulations. Your citizen has slain a level 55 minotaur berserker, earning 500 silver coins and 5,500 points. The system notifications began to flood the screen, but Ding Yu chose not to silence them. He wished to relish every moment. He ascended 2 levels in rapid succession, reaching level 72. Even the goblin engineers within the territory leveled up, as they had crafted the explosives and thus shared in the experience gain. The battlefield descended into chaos, with high-tier soldiers rendered incapacitated, leaving only lower-tier units on the periphery. Ding Yu initiated the teleportation of the forces from Hanhai City, launching a direct assault. Even the new recruits from the main combat forces were summoned, as the remaining soldiers on the battlefield were of lower levels and could be easily dispatched. The outer forces were soon overwhelmed, first by the shockwave of the explosives, then by the relentless advance of Hanhai City's army. Initially, these soldiers had intended to seize an opportunity, yet they unwittingly became Ding Yu's quarry. They attempted to flee, but Hanhai City's forces pursued unyieldingly, their weapons mercilessly reaping the lives of their adversaries. The battle raged on for several hours until nightfall descended. The enemy was largely vanquished, with only small contingents managing to escape. Ding Yu commanded his forces to begin clearing the battlefield, and he approached the central position to retrieve the treasure chest. Ding Yu deliberately chose to detonate the bomb before unlocking it, at a time when the treasure chest remained immobile, thus preventing it from being propelled into the air. One must commend the quality of the chest. It astonishingly emerged unscathed from such a tremendous explosion. Indeed, products of the system are invariably of exquisite craftsmanship. Furthermore, a substantial recruitment of goblin engineers is imperative, as I intend to carpet the battlefield with landmines. This way, even if I recline within my territory, I can still accrue points whenever someone traverses by. It is a delightful prospect. However, this endeavor necessitates considerable financial resources, and I shall commence once the defensive towers of my territory are adequately fortified. After the battlefield was cleared, Ding Yu teleported his army back to the territory, distancing himself momentarily before returning. Upon his arrival, he promptly activated the extraordinary treasure chest. Having acquired this item numerous times before, it held no novelty for him. Unlike those uninitiated warriors on the battlefield, who would vigilantly guard an extraordinary treasure chest for days, ultimately sacrificing their lives in the process. Chapter 104. The Bloody Queen Reappears. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Guide to Cultivating Vines, Grade A, X1, Vine Seeds, Grade A, X3. Guide to Cultivating Vines. Quality, A. Description, upon use. Grants the ability to cultivate vines, which are auxiliary plants that can transform into vine-like appendages, adhering to the host's surface and providing comprehensive enhancements. 4 items emerged, all pertaining to the vines. These vines are intriguing, akin to a plant-type pet. He summoned Fong Yi, handing over these items to him, instructing him to commence the cultivation of the vines. Fong Yi is the most skilled cultivator within the territory, a hero with SS-grade potential. If these vines can be cultivated en masse, they will significantly bolster the strength of the territory. After some contemplation, Ding Yu purchased several Goblin Engineer Barracks, upgrading them directly to level 5 and filling the recruitment slots to capacity. Observing these diminutive goblins, one might not envision their capability to craft powerful bombs. From this moment forth, you shall engage in nothing but bomb production, ensuring our stockpile is replenished expeditiously. The Goblin engineers acknowledged their orders in unison and swiftly departed. Bombs have proven exceedingly useful. The previous day's battle had depleted the stock entirely, necessitating a period for replenishment. The following morning, Ding Yu resumed his journey toward his objective. The battlefield of myriad races is vast, and he remained uncertain how long it would take to reach his destination. Ding Yu had previously tested the teleportation function of the Void Shuttle, only to be met with a system notification indicating it could not be utilized within the battlefield. Likewise, teleportation scrolls had also proven ineffective, leaving him to traverse the expanse at a leisurely pace. During his flight, he frequently encountered enemies, pausing each time to dispatch them. On that day, Ding Yu unexpectedly spotted a group of vampires under siege, assailed by a cadre of human paladins. A petite girl clad in a crimson dress wielded a disproportionately large scythe, each swing leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Was this not the Bloody Queen from his circle of friends? Witnessing his friend in peril, Ding Yu resolved to assist her. Finding a secluded spot, he summoned the Qinglong Guard and led his forces into battle. Like a bolt of lightning, Ding Yu surged onto the battlefield, brandishing his flame blade. Each swing accompanied by a piercing sound as he cleaved paladins from their steeds. The Qinglong Guard followed closely, their presence plunging the paladin ranks into disarray. On the battlefield, the Bloody Queen sensed Ding Yu's arrival, her blood-red eyes glimmering with a flicker of warmth upon seeing him. "Friend, what brings you here?" she inquired. Her tone tinged with surprise, yet predominantly laced with joy. "I happened to pass by and saw you besieged, so I came to your aid," Ding Yu replied. With the addition of the Qinglong Guard, the tide of battle swiftly shifted. Their figures moved across the field like an unstoppable tempest, leaving fallen enemies in their wake. The paladins began to experience trepidation, having never before encountered such formidable adversaries. The combat persisted until the last paladin fell, restoring tranquility to the battlefield. Standing beside the Bloody Queen, Ding Yu's armor was splattered with the blood of foes. "Thank you, dear friend," the Bloody Queen expressed, her voice imbued with gratitude. Ding Yu smiled slightly, his gaze falling upon her. This petite girl had matured considerably since their last encounter. Her eyes had transformed to a vivid red. Could it be that she had absorbed the bloodline of vampires? As night descended, the forces of Hanhai City encamped at the periphery of the battlefield. Ding Yu and the Bloody Queen sat by the campfire, their silhouettes elongated in the flickering light. "Whenever I encounter danger, you appear. Are you perhaps stalking me? Could it be that you harbor a secret affection for me? Let me inform you. I am not fond of older men. However, considering how dashing you are, I might be persuaded." The sudden shift in tone left Ding Yu momentarily speechless. The Bloody Queen had been in the battlefield of myriad races for some time now. A few days prior, she had been targeted by a group claiming to be from the Holy Alliance, who had relentlessly pursued her in this region. Within the battlefield of myriad races, teleportation back to one's territory is only permissible when in a non-combat state. The Bloody Queen, continually harried by her foes, had not found an opportunity to teleport. Hearing that their numbers were considerable, Ding Yu's eyes brightened as he confidently pledged to assist her. After all, they were walking resource bags. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? The Bloody Queen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leapt toward Ding Yu. "Friend, are you truly willing to help me? I offer myself in return." Her voice quivered, as if she were making a monumental decision. Ding Yu gently pushed her away, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. As a prominent figure in the region, her behavior was rather unreserved. Upon being rejected, the Bloody Queen glared at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation. The following morning, they set out together. According to the Bloody Queen, the enemy possessed a unique method of sensing her presence. She would likely act as a magnet, drawing the enemy forces toward her. During this time, Ding Yu discreetly ventured out to teleport the troops of Hanhai City, dividing them into several squads to scour the surrounding area, while also dispatching reconnaissance units. Soon, Ding Yu received news that a significant number of enemies had begun to appear nearby. Once again, they were human forces, predominantly paladins. Ding Yu opened the map, marking the locations of the discovered enemies. The luminous dots scattered across the map, resembling a disarrayed pile of sand. The enemy had not concentrated their forces, but had instead fragmented into numerous groups. Their directions and numbers varied, indicating that the Holy Alliance was likely a loosely organized entity, lacking cohesive strength. This would facilitate the soldiers of Hanhai City in striking them down individually, and soon, the forces of Hanhai City commenced their operations. Ding Yu divided them into several teams, each with clear objectives and tasks. They moved like an expansive net, silently enveloping the enemy. The Bloody Queen remained stationary, unable to move as a magnet. Otherwise, the enemy's movements would shift as well. Dingyu led a contingent directly toward the nearest group of foes. A company of knights, clad in resplendent armor and wielding long spears, advanced steadily forward, seemingly oblivious to the presence of other forces in the vicinity. As Dingyu's troops came into their line of sight, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. The skirmish erupted swiftly, with Dingyu leading the charge. His blazing sword cut through the air, leaving trails of icy brilliance, each swing claiming the life of an adversary. Behind Dingyu, the Qinglong guards surged like a pack of well-trained cheetahs, shattering the enemy's formation with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 105, Surrounding the Flank. In another sector, the Guardian Angels confronted the enemy's Griffin Knights. Indeed, the adversaries included a Griffin Knights unit, for Dingyu had strategically tasked the Guardian Angels to engage them. The Griffin Knights represented the elite forces within the Holy Alliance, actively participating in the pursuit of the Blood Queen. To their dismay, as they approached the battlefield, they encountered the Guardian Angels of Hanhai City head-on. The angels descended like a silver torrent, shimmering with divine radiance from the heavens above, clad in exquisite white armor. Their wings refracted brilliant light under the sun. The Griffin Knights, undeterred, rode their majestic griffins, which sliced through the sky like black lightning. The massive wings of the griffins beat against the air with a deep, resonant roar. The knights, donning heavy black armor, firmly gripped their long spears. Truth be told, facing the Guardian Angels, the Griffin Knights felt a sense of trepidation. Confronted by the angels, they struggled to withstand the oppressive force emanating from the depths of their souls. Attempting to instill fear in the angels through sheer presence, they hoped to avoid conflict. However, their plan faltered. The battle commenced swiftly, with the Guardian Angels launching the first attack. They swung their long swords, flames erupting from the blades and transforming into arcs of searing light that cleaved toward the Griffin Knights. The arcs crackled as they passed. The Griffins swiftly scattered, employing their superior flying skills to evade the fiery onslaught. Following this, the knights urged their griffins to charge at high speed toward the angels, long spears raised, emanating a chilling glow. They sought to encircle the angels from multiple angles, aiming to disrupt their orderly formation. Seeing this, Anchi gently waved her staff, and a golden halo expanded from its tip, enveloping the entire legion. This halo not only bolstered the angels' defenses, but also endowed them with heightened reflexes. A colossal griffin charged toward the angels, its sharp claws aimed fiercely at one of them. Yet, the angel remained calm, swiftly flapping her wings to retreat gracefully several feet. Simultaneously, she thrust her long sword upward, striking accurately at the griffin's abdomen. The griffin, in pain, let out a furious roar and began to roll violently in the air. The knight atop it struggled to maintain control, desperate to avoid falling. Meanwhile, several angels united to unleash a divine spell. In an instant, countless arrows of golden light appeared in the sky, raining down upon the Griffin Knights. The knights hastily maneuvered their griffins to evade, but the sheer number of arrows was overwhelming, and many griffins were struck. Those hit ignited in divine flames, crying out in agony, some plummeting directly to the ground. Before long, the Griffin Knights found themselves at a disadvantage, retreating rapidly. They regrouped, forming an unusual formation in the air. The knights' long spears resonated with one another, creating a powerful energy resonance. As they charged toward the angels, this resonance generated a formidable shockwave. Anchi's expression darkened as she soared into the sky, her wings fully unfurled, releasing an even greater divine power. Beams of light erupted from the bodies of the Guardian Angels, coalescing into Anchi. She was enveloped in dazzling radiance, akin to a brilliant star. A luminous sphere of white energy rapidly formed and was hurled toward the Griffin Knights. This was Anchi's holy judgment, where all beings were treated equally under its decree, swiftly reducing the enemies to ashes. With a sigh of relief, Anchi commanded her subordinates to regroup and await further orders. Observing this, the angels descended to the ground to restore their divine power, as the previous strike had drained a significant portion of their strength. The supplicants within their territory commenced prayers, seeking to replenish the angels' divine energy swiftly. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the Savage Bear Warriors clashed with the enemy's Retribution Knights. The Savage Bear Warriors, towering and robust, resembled heavy war chariots. Clad in formidable armor, their gear was adorned with ancient and enigmatic engravings. They wielded massive battle axes, their blades wide and sharp, bearing the scars of past conflicts. Conversely, the Retribution Knights exuded an aura of cold, lethal intent. Mounted on grand steeds, the horses were outfitted in intricate black metal armor, revealing only their piercing eyes and nostrils flaring with exertion. The knights themselves were enveloped in tightly fitted plate armor, inscribed with mysterious runes and religious symbols. Their long spears were straight and slender, glinting with a frigid light. The Savage Bear Warriors let out earth-shattering roars, charging toward the Retribution Knights, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the ground. The earth reverberated beneath their strides, as if heralding their advance with a battle hymn. At the command of the Retribution Knights' leader, the knights swiftly arranged themselves into a tight formation. The steeds neighed in unison, their front hooves pawing the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. They angled their spears forward, their tips converging in a dazzling display of cold brilliance, bracing themselves for the impact of the Savage Bear warriors. As the Savage Bear warriors closed in, their enormous battle axes were raised high, wielding immense force as they brought them down upon the knights. The axes sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. The Retribution Knights, undaunted, shouted in unison and thrust their long spears forward. The clash between spears and axes resonated with deafening metallic echoes, sparks flying in all directions. Leveraging their tremendous strength, the Savage Bear warriors deflected the knights' spears and followed through with a vicious axe strike aimed at the horses or the riders. The knights, wide-eyed with terror, sought to evade but found themselves too late. The axe mercilessly struck their midsection, sending them hurtling from their mounts. They fell heavily to the ground, blood instantly staining the earth around them. One by one, the Savage Bear warriors broke through the knights' defenses as if they were in an unguarded realm, their axes ruthlessly cleaving into the knights. With each swing came the rise of blood mist and the cries of anguish. The knights fell like fragile straw dolls beneath the axes. As the battle raged on, the formation of the Retribution Knights collapsed entirely. The steeds, startled, bolted in all directions, further fragmenting the already chaotic battlefield. Many knights were thrown from their mounts, struggling helplessly on the ground. The Savage Bear warriors, seizing their advantage, ruthlessly unleashed a bloody slaughter upon these isolated knights. Chapter 106, Blood Eye, Holy Radiance Bloodline. A knight endeavored to flee the battlefield, desperately urging his steed as he maneuvered through the chaos of war. However, a ferocious bear warrior had already set his sights upon him, propelling himself forward with the force of a cannonball. In a split second, he leaped high into the air, his battle axe carving a lethal arc as it descended upon the knight with catastrophic might. The knight could only emit a despairing cry before being cleaved in two by the axe. At that moment, the battlefield had transformed into a slaughterhouse under the dominion of the bear warriors. They prowled the war-torn grounds, relentlessly searching for any remnants of the enemy, leaving no corner unexamined. Their eyes still burned with the fervor of battle, their axes swinging with relentless ferocity. It was not until the last chastening knight fell, extinguishing all vestiges of life, that the bear warriors stood amidst the stench of death, howling to the heavens as a proclamation of their victory. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the Arso Artillery Battalion faced the enemy's Order of Glory. In the seemingly tranquil valley, the Knights of Glory marched along a winding path, clad in resplendent armor that reflected the sun's rays in dazzling brilliance. The knights stood tall, exuding confidence, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger that lay in wait. Meanwhile, the Arso Artillery Battalion had already taken positions on the elevated grounds flanking the valley, concealing themselves and their cannons behind dense foliage and massive boulders. The artillery's firing parameters were meticulously calibrated, poised for the unsuspecting prey to unwittingly tread into their snare. The Wycats lay coiled, silently at their sides. As the Order of Glory ventured into the heart of the valley, a glint of cold determination flashed in the eyes of the Arso artillery commander, who promptly issued the command to attack. In an instant, the tranquil valley erupted into chaos as the cannons roared in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Shells cascaded like rain from the elevated flanks, hurtling towards the Order of Glory with the wails of death trailing behind. Instantly, the knights were engulfed in turmoil, the vanguard bearing the brunt of the assault. Thrown into disarray, horses neighed in terror, galloping wildly, some even dislodging their riders in their frantic escape amidst the cacophony of explosions. A shell struck precisely within a cluster of knights, the immense force of the blast sending them hurtling through the air. Some knights were obliterated, their bodies shattered, armor splintering in all directions, while others lay grievously wounded, moaning in agony as blood pooled beneath them. The commander shouted fervently for the knights to regain their composure and organize a counterattack. Soon, they reformed their ranks, igniting their battle energy to erect shields for their protection, and charged towards the artillery battalion. However, by then, the artillery had already mounted their Wycats and retreated, leaving behind a cache of goblin bombs. The sounds of explosions resumed, boom, 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 as the artillery repositioned not far off, adjusting their cannon angles to unleash another barrage upon the Order of Glory. The enraged cavalry charged once more, only to find the artillery retreating on their Wycats once again. The cavalry could never quite catch up to the flying Wycats, as the artillery deployed a kite-flying strategy. As time wore on, the smoke of battle thickened within the valley, and the casualties among the Order of Glory climbed steadily. Their once resplendent armor was now tarnished, stained with blood, mud, and the acrid scent of gunpowder. With the relentless onslaught of the Arso Artillery Battalion, the Order of Glory was ultimately entombed within the valley's depths. Meanwhile, several other contingents from the city of Hanhai gained the upper hand on their respective battlefields, exploiting the enemy's dispersed weaknesses to strike one by one, encircling and annihilating the foe. The various factions of Hanhai City reveled in the thrill of independent combat, a rare opportunity for such action. The battle raged on for an entire day, only settling into silence as night fell. The tally of slain foes was significant, equating to the number typically achieved by Ding Yu over 4 or 5 days. Reviewing the battle reports, Ding Yu fell into contemplation. There must be something about the Bloody Queen that attracted them, whether it be a unique constitution or a remarkable treasure. Such an artifact should pertain specifically to the church-related troops, as most of those slain today belong to that category. Yet, he thought, everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as he reaped the benefits, he cared little. But wait, the Bloody Queen couldn't possibly be unaware, could she? Ding Yu suddenly pondered. Given her nature, if she knew, she would have mentioned it by now. It seemed he ought to remind her, so he sought out the Bloody Queen and conveyed his conjecture. The Bloody Queen pondered deeply for a moment before slowly responding. It must be this bloodline of mine. Recently, I obtained an SS-level bloodline, Blood I Holy Radiance bloodline. This bloodline grants the other half a divine attribute. As she spoke, the Bloody Queen cast a wistful glance at Ding Yu. Whoa! Ding Yu felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of gaze was that? Was this the expression one would expect from a young girl? Initially, he had also possessed an S-level unit, Bloodwing Knight, but had depleted it just days prior. Hearing this, Ding Yu could not help but reflect. He had underestimated the peril the Bloody Queen faced that day. Had he not appeared yesterday, she might have met her end there. No wonder she had been so agitated. However, this bloodline was indeed extraordinary, surpassingly Lean's S-level bloodline. As for the divine attribute, he wondered if the faith power he absorbed possessed a divine essence. Shaking his head, he dismissed such musings. After offering some words of comfort to the Bloody Queen, Ding Yu returned to the interior of his Ycat to prepare for rest. This was a novel camping method Ding Yu had discovered, sleeping directly within the confines of the Ycat. It was warm and comfortable, akin to residing in a camper. The next day, they would continue their encirclement and ambush. Today, the enemy numbers surpassed those of yesterday. In addition to the knights, there were now numerous infantrymen. Yet, these foes were not of high rank, remaining within Ding Yu's manageable scope. The Bloody Queen had only recently acquired her bloodline, and was yet unable to fully absorb it, which was why her aura was leaking. Once she mastered it entirely, the enemy would no longer be able to track her. Regrettably, Ding Yu's supply of bombs was dwindling. Otherwise, he would have covered the area in explosives, creating a truly spectacular scene. Over the past couple of days, Ding Yu had also learned the Bloody Queen's name, Lin Yuqi. What a lovely name. Why must she be called the Bloody Queen, making her sound like a dominatrix? The battle continued, with today's gains surpassing those of yesterday. Much to Ding Yu's satisfaction, there seemed to be numerous members of the Divine Alliance, even after 2 days of combat. Their numbers had not dwindled, but rather appeared to be increasing. When the enemy's strength exceeded Ding Yu's capacity to handle, he would have no choice but to flee with Lin Yuqi. Chapter 107, The True Martial Stone Tablet. As for sending Lin Yuqi back to her territory, that carried risks. The enemy might sense her departure and pinpoint the location of her domain. If that were the case, endless troubles awaited her. Thus, Ding Yu opted not to send Lin Yuqi back. Simultaneously, he did not wish to part with this human magnet. His purpose in the myriad races battlefield was to accumulate experience and points, and he was more than willing to accept such bountiful resources that presented themselves. The battle raged on for 3 days, and the enemy numbers began to dwindle. Ding Yu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he would not have to flee with Lin Yuqi after all. During these days, the young girl had accelerated her bloodline assimilation. Previously, she had been unaware of the situation and had merely allowed her body to absorb the power naturally, never intervening actively. However, upon understanding the circumstances, she commenced the active refinement process, not wishing to become a burden to Ding Yu. After a few more days, Lin Yuqi finally completed the thorough refinement of her bloodline. From that moment on, the pursuers ceased to appear. Ding Yu could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The opportunity to catch the enemy off guard had vanished. Bidding farewell to Lin Yuqi, he continued to advance toward his goal. The little girl could only watch with longing as Ding Yu departed. Although she yearned to accompany him on his adventures, the losses she had incurred necessitated her return to the territory for recuperation. With a reluctant expression, she teleported back to her domain. Once distanced from Lin Yuqi, Ding Yu recalled the forces of Hanhai City and set forth alone in his void shuttle. This wave of gains was substantial, matching the previous explosive event. He pondered over the nature of the Holy Alliance, an organization boasting such a vast population. The little girl was indeed formidable, suddenly acquiring an SS-level bloodline. The battlefield was truly rife with opportunities. Furthermore, those beams of light that had abruptly appeared on the battlefield surely concealed even more advanced treasure chests. He wondered which fortunate soul had laid claim to them. Before long, a small troop of goblins emerged ahead, their numbers scant. Ding Yu found himself lacking interest in such a diminutive assembly. Yet, even the smallest of mosquitoes are still meat. And he begrudgingly halted to send them on their way. A few days later, a colossal beam of light suddenly descended toward the ground. Goodness! Was there yet another treasure chest? Excitement flickered in Ding Yu's eyes as he hastily maneuvered his void shuttle toward the source of the light. The landing point was not far from him, and when he arrived, he found very few individuals present. However, instead of a treasure chest, a massive stone tablet stood erect before him. Towering into the clouds, its surface was adorned with peculiar runes, reminiscent of an ancient script. A mysterious aura enveloped the stone tablet, evoking a sense of reverence. Dingyu activated his invisibility skill and cautiously approached the stone tablet. He extended his hand and gently touched its surface, a sensation akin to an electric current coursing through him. The runes on the tablet seemed to come alive, glowing and emitting a low, resonant hum. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered the Jinwu stone tablet. Ding! The Jinwu stone tablet requests to enter your territory. Do you consent? The system's voice echoed in Dingyu's mind. He paused for a moment. Then his face lit up with surprise. The name Jinwu stone tablet sounded remarkably prestigious, and Dingyu chose to accept the request. The radiance from the tablet intensified abruptly, then began to shrink, ultimately vanishing from sight. The onlookers nearby were taken aback. They were still examining the area around the tablet when it mysteriously disappeared. Dingyu departed from the site, summoning his celestial beings to unleash a holy judgment in that direction. Unsatisfied with the security of his actions, he followed up with a meteor strike. By the time Dingyu returned to the scene, all that remained was a massive pit, and the nearby creatures had vanished. He nodded in satisfaction and moved away from the area. Although the onlookers had not witnessed the stone tablet enter his being, for safety's sake, he decided to eliminate them. Fortunately, he had arrived early enough that not many had gathered. Otherwise, he might have struggled to handle the situation given his current strength. Dingyu continued onward until he halted again half a day later. Finding a secure location, he teleported back to his territory, in the central square of Hanhai City. Beside the World Tree, the Jinwu stone tablet stood silently. Its size rivaled that of the World Tree, resembling a small mountain. Jinwu stone tablet. Quality none. Characteristic 1. Jinwu training ground. Training within the ground aids in breaking skill limitations, unlocking skill freedom. Characteristic 2. Jinwu trial tower. Challenges can be faced within the tower, with varying opponents on each level, granting corresponding rewards upon success. Characteristic 3. Jinwu combat arena. Team combat training can be conducted in the arena, enhancing teamwork capabilities. Characteristic 4. Stability. The Jinwu stone tablet possesses the ability to stabilize a realm. Note: a tablet existing since the dawn of the Otherworld, damaged for unknown reasons. Currently undergoing self-repair. Upon reading the description, Dingyu was taken aback. This artifact had an impressive origin. Generally, treasures born from the inception of a world are of world-class caliber, the most formidable existences within a realm. Regrettably, this stone tablet was damaged. However, it was fortunate that it was in the process of repair. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding its appearance were rather peculiar, almost as if it had been drawn to him. Was it the effect of his fortuitous talent, or was there another reason? Approaching the Jinwu stone tablet, Dingyu noticed 3 luminous doors at its base, each corresponding to the training ground, trial tower, and combat arena. His gaze lingered among the 3 doors before finally settling on the one leading to the training ground. Stepping through, the scenery before him shifted instantaneously, revealing a vast expanse. The training ground was immense, the sky a deep, starry expanse, and the ground comprised of an unknown, hard and smooth material. Towering stone pillars surrounded him, each inscribed with strange runes that emanated a faint glow. Standing within this grand space, Dingyu felt as though he had entered an ancient arena. Ding! Welcome to the Jinwu training ground. Please select your opponent. The system's voice resonated in his mind. He opened the selection list, discovering a plethora of options, all of which were races he had previously encountered. His gaze moved slowly over the list until it settled on the Minotaur Berserker. These Minotaurs were robust, incredibly strong, and fearlessly aggressive, a worthy adversary. Ding! Minotaur Berserker has been selected. Please confirm the quantity and level of your opponent. Dingyu chose the quantity, 1, level, 76. Target confirmed, opponent generating. As the system's voice faded, a figure suddenly materialized in the space, clad in battle armor fashioned from animal hides, with well-defined muscle lines. He wielded a massive battle axe that gleamed with a chilling light. Dingyu swiftly adjusted his stance, adopting a combat posture. The Minotaur Berserker let out a furious roar, charging at Dingyu like a battering ram. The battle axe sliced through the air in an arc, aiming directly at Dingyu's head. Dingyu reacted with lightning speed, narrowly evading the deadly strike. He spun around, his flame blade carving an arc through the air, aimed at the beastly warrior. The Minotaur showed no fear. The clash of the giant axe and the battle blade reverberated through the arena. The combat continued for an extended period, with Dingyu and the Minotaur Berserker weaving through the training ground, each collision sparking with intensity. As time wore on, the Minotaur's stamina began to wane, and Dingyu seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. The blazing sword pierced through his chest, and his body slowly crumpled to the ground, transforming into a beam of light that dissipated into the air. Dingyu stood frozen in place, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Suddenly, a ray of light materialized out of nowhere and entered Dingyu's body, eliciting a profound enhancement in his understanding of sword techniques. At present, Dingyu wielded a skill known as the A-class burning with sword technique, which he had acquired at a considerable price in the trading hall. He received no prompt regarding the unlocking of skill freedom, likely due to insufficient accumulation. The concept of freedom, which Dingyu had previously heard of, refers to the liberation from the constraints of the system, allowing skills to become one's own. This would enable practitioners to express themselves freely without adhering strictly to the system's prescribed moves. This phenomenon was particularly evident among mages. Those who unlocked their freedom could cast spells without incantations, merely channeling energy along established pathways. Upon achieving this freedom, one could also innovate and optimize skills, enhancing their potency. After exiting the training ground, Dingyu organized others to enter the facility. He discovered they could either join the same room or occupy separate ones. With the functions inside operating normally, he began to increase the number of participants. The internal space of the training ground was extraordinarily vast. He had already accommodated over 1,000 individuals, with options for different rooms. Dingyu tested it out and found that magic-based professions could also train there, indicating that this true martial art was not exclusively beneficial to warrior classes. Everything within the training ground was virtual. Injuries sustained there would not affect reality, though they would deplete mental energy. Training in this environment deepened one's understanding of skills and significantly bolstered combat effectiveness. Dingyu approached the luminous gate of the trial tower and stepped inside, instantly transported to an entirely new realm. The space within the trial tower was starkly different from the training ground, resembling an ancient tower adorned with bizarre runes etched into the surrounding walls. Standing in the center of the first floor, Dingyu felt an atmosphere markedly distinct from the outside world. Ding! Welcome to the true martial trial tower. The first challenge is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. The system's voice echoed in Dingyu's mind as he surveyed his surroundings. The environment dramatically transformed, revealing a desolate battlefield. The sky was a blood-red hue. Strewn across the ground were shattered weapons and armor, and a chilling aura enveloped the scene. With a firm grip on the blazing sword, Dingyu's eyes gleamed with vigilance. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a colossal figure began to rise from the horizon. It was a giant, its body entirely encased in rock, wielding an immense stone hammer. This was a level 5 rock giant, which let out a thunderous roar and charged at Dingyu. With a single strike, Dingyu cleaved the giant in two. Its level was far too low. Ding! Congratulations on passing the first level of the trial tower. Reward: Black Iron Chest, X1. Would you like to challenge the next level? Dingyu affirmed, and with a whirl, he found himself in the second level. The adversaries in the second level were 5 level 5 wolf men, whom Dingyu dispatched with ease. Ding! Congratulations on passing the second level of the trial tower. Would you like to challenge the next level? This time, there was no reward, and Dingyu opted to proceed to the next level. The third level presented 10 level 7 ogres, which he overcame without any rewards. The fourth level featured a single level 15 minotaur, after which he received a bronze chest. It appeared that rewards were granted every 3 levels, with the enemy strength incrementing correspondingly. Soon, he arrived at the 22nd level, where his opponent was a level 75 human sword and shield warrior. After a brief skirmish, Dingyu emerged victorious. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 22nd level of the trial tower. Reward: Epic Chest X1. Dingyu felt elated. He had now acquired an epic chest. The difficulty of obtaining this chest had diminished significantly, making it quite effortless to attain. However, this opportunity was singular. A second attempt at the 22nd level would yield no rewards. Currently, Dingyu was at level 72, making the level 75 opponent a match for him. He chose to teleport to the next level, and with a flash of light, he appeared on the 23rd level. This time, his opponents were 2 level 77 human greatsword fighters, who materialized with piercing gazes. The two warriors launched a simultaneous assault, their swordsmanship formidable, aimed directly at Dingyu's vital points. Reacting swiftly, Dingyu's blazing sword met the greatswords with a resounding clash of metal. The battle raged on, their figures intertwining within the confines of the trial tower. Seizing an opportunity, Dingyu pierced one greatsword fighter's chest with a decisive strike. Their body gradually fell, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing. With only one warrior remaining, the battle became significantly easier, and shortly thereafter, the second warrior was also slain, dissipating into light. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 23rd level of the trial tower. Would you like to continue to the next level? Dingyu chose to proceed, quickly arriving at the 24th level, where he faced 3 level 78 paladins. The 3 heavily armored knights clad in black armor appeared before him. Dingyu smirked slightly. They even had mounts? He attempted to summon a green dragon. Ding! As you are not a dragon knight, you cannot summon a green dragon in the trial tower. Very well, if they wouldn't allow it, he could manage alone. One paladin initiated the attack, shouting fiercely as he spurred his steed forward. The horse galloping like an arrow aimed at Dingyu. The lance cut through the air with a menacing arc, aimed directly at Dingyu's throat. Chapter 109, The Legion's Token. Dingyu's eyes narrowed, and he sidestepped, simultaneously swinging his blazing sword upward. The fiery blade met the lance with a shower of sparks, producing a sharp metallic clang. The tremendous force sent the knight's horse staggering backward, leaving deep hoofprints in the ground. The other two paladins, seizing the moment, flanked Dingyu from the sides, attempting to deliver a lethal blow while he was distracted. Their lances were poised low, intending to pierce Dingyu as the horse charged at high speed. With a deft push from his toes, Dingyu leaped several feet backward. Just as he landed, he unleashed a decomposition ray, striking one paladin. The knight was reduced to ashes in shock, and Dingyu swiftly targeted the other paladin with the same ability. Initially, he had intended to hone his close combat skills, but with 3 opponents ganging up on him, all mounted, did they consider him an easy target? One paladin roared, enveloped in a dense black glow that absorbed Dingyu's attack. However, this consumed all his energy, leaving him in a weakened state. Clearly, he had utilized some powerful technique to withstand Dingyu's strike. Immediately, Dingyu swung his sword at the paladin, but just as he was about to land a blow, the fiery sword was met by the tip of another paladin's lance, who had come to his comrade's aid. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Only one paladin remained capable of fighting. He charged directly at that paladin, the blazing sword cleaving downward with relentless force. The knight hastily raised his lance to defend himself, and at the very moment their weapons were about to collide, Dingyu forcefully infused the power of the stars within him into the blade. The flames on the inferno blade surged exponentially, forming a colossal vortex of fire. The fiery whirlpool collided with the lance, producing a deafening roar. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, dispersing the surrounding flames. Under the impact of this tremendous force, the Retribution Knight, along with his steed, was thrown to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Dingyu lunged forward, thrusting the inferno blade mercilessly into the fallen knight. The blade easily penetrated the knight's armor, embedding itself within his chest. The Retribution Knight's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed onto the ground, defeated. The final Retribution Knight proved to be even simpler to dispatch in his weakened state. He fell victim to a single strike from Dingyu. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 24th floor of the trial tower. Would you like to continue challenging the next level? Dingyu chose to proceed, swiftly being teleported to the subsequent floor. A delicate figure clad in white materialized, her wings fluttering gracefully as she hovered in midair. This time, his opponent was an 85-level guardian angel. At this sight, Dingyu suppressed the urge to engage in aerial combat. Though capable of flight, his agility did not extend to fighting in the skies. He resolved to practice at the training grounds later. The battle erupted instantaneously, with the guardian angel taking the initiative. She parted her ruby lips and began chanting an ancient and enigmatic incantation. As her words echoed, countless golden beams of light descended from the heavens, shooting towards Dingyu like arrows, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Dingyu shouted, brandishing the inferno blade forward, conjuring a massive wall of flames that formed instantaneously in front of him. The fiery barrier met the golden rays, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Observing this, the guardian angel soared high into the sky. Was she attempting to unleash a powerful attack from above? Dingyu decided against pursuing her, realizing that engaging from such a distance would be impractical. A single disintegration ray struck the guardian angel, but she enveloped herself in a radiant white light, successfully deflecting the attack. Dingyu intensified his assault, and soon the guardian angel's energy was depleted, leading to her swift demise at his hands. Initially hoping to hone his skills, he was frustrated by her erratic flight, as if she disregarded his ranged capabilities. This guardian angel was indeed formidable. That disintegration ray had consumed a significant portion of Dingyu's stellar power. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 25th floor. Reward: Legendary Chest, X1. Would you like to continue challenging the next level? Haha, the legendary chest is in hand. Dingyu was filled with excitement. He quickly opted to decline, being teleported out of the trial tower. After such an arduous journey, further challenges seemed unnecessary. Having spent considerable time conquering the tower, Dingyu had gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The foes within the trial tower were notably powerful, each equating to the strength of a hero of the same level. The subsequent 2 floors offered no rewards, and even if he persevered through them, there would be little to gain. He resolved to return when he possessed the strength to challenge the 28th floor. As for the training grounds, he would leave that to his subordinates for practice. Dingyu indulged in a relaxing bath with the essence of the spirit spring, and after changing into clean attire, he approached the statue of the goddess of fortune. After completing his prayer, he opened both the epic chest and the legendary chest. The other chests could wait. These 2 were of paramount importance. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Legion's Testimony, S grade, X1, Lord Statue, S grade, X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Legion's Testimony, SS grade, X1. Advanced Cultivation Method, X1. Several special items had emerged this time. Legion's Testimony. Quality, SS. Feature 1. The Legion enjoys a full attribute bonus, with the first level Legion members gaining an 80 increase in all attributes. Each level up doubles the bonus. Feature 2. The Legion benefits from enhanced cultivation speed, with first level members experiencing an 80 increase. Each level up doubles the bonus. Feature 3. The Legion can comprehend combined attack formations, contingent upon the members of the Legion. Feature 4. Growth, with a chance to generate new features during battle. Note, a credential for establishing a Legion. Allowing the formation of a Legion starting at level 1, with the capability to enhance Legion levels through combat. The S grade, Legion's Testimony, bears similar attributes, albeit with an initial bonus of 70. The attributes of these, Legion's Testimony, provide substantial enhancements, and he intends to attempt forming a Legion shortly. Both chests yielding Legion's Testimony raises his curiosity about whether this is a specialty of the true Martial Stone Tablet. He would examine the other chests later. Lord Statue. Quality, S. Feature 1. Loyalty of all subjects increased by 10. Feature 2. Probability of natural disasters affecting the territory reduced by 10. Feature 3. Crime rate within the territory decreased by 10. Feature 4. Ability to collect the faith power generated by subjects. This statue provides beneficial attributes, and the ability to gather faith power presents Dingyu with a new avenue for accumulation. Chapter 110. Forming the Legion. The advanced cultivation method is precisely what Dingyu has long desired, having sought it for some time. He promptly clicked to use it. This method belongs to the same series as the previous 2 universal cultivation methods. All members of the territory can cultivate, including pets. While the advanced cultivation method lacks a grade, its emergence alongside an SS grade item suggests it is of comparable caliber. Upon usage, the cultivation speed of the subjects is further enhanced. He positioned the Lord statue beside the central square. In the bustling central square of Hanhai City, a new statue began to rise majestically, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Upon recognizing the statue's visage as Dingyu, the crowd in the square bowed in reverence. Dingyu felt faint golden beams emanating from above their heads. These beams split into 2, with the golden ones entering the statue while the other colors merged into the world tree. This signified the world tree filtering the faith power with its presence. Dingyu would remain untroubled by distracting thoughts of faith. Now, the central square of the territory had transformed into a gathering place for high-grade items, covering a substantial area. Thankfully, when planning the city, space had been allocated in advance. Otherwise, Dingyu would have worried about the square's capacity. Holding the Legion's Testimony, Dingyu made his way to the barracks area, soon arriving at the square within the barracks. He applied the SS grade, Legion's Testimony, to the Blue Orchid guards, including their griffins. Ding. Insufficient compatibility detected between the griffin and the Blue Orchid guards. Formation of the Legion is not feasible. Dingyu was taken aback. Was that a possibility? However, upon reflection, it made sense. Most Blue Orchid guards utilized griffins for travel. Their synergy during battle was not high, as they preferred fighting separately. He directed the Legion's Testimony toward the Blue Orchid guards directly. Ding. Congratulations on successfully forming a Legion. Please name the Legion. Dingyu promptly entered Blue Orchid guards. Ding. Congratulations on the successful naming. Dingyu opened the information panel to examine the details, revealing that the Azure Orchid Legion was a first-tier legion with a population cap of 10,000. However, the formation had not been generated, indicating that the necessary conditions had not been met. Ding. Congratulations on being the first to establish a legion. Would you like to make a world announcement? Dingyu chose to decline. He deemed announcements of little worth, preferring tangible rewards instead. He clicked to use the S-tier Legion certificate, targeting the Guardian Angels this time. Thus, the Legion was directly named Guardian Angels by Dingyu, who, lacking creativity in naming, opted for convenience. Simultaneously, he opened several treasure chests obtained from the trial tower, each yielding a Legion certificate. He acquired one from each rank, from A to F, corresponding to the respective quality of the chests. Upon inspecting their ranks, Dingyu refrained from utilizing them, as they were rather low in quality. He desired to procure higher-grade Legion certificates before making use of them. Returning to the Zhenwu stone tablet, Dingyu commenced organizing his troops to enter the trial tower. The first to enter were the hero units, led by Li Kwa. Given the prolonged nature of the tower's challenges, Dingyu did not linger. He teleported outside the territory and continued advancing towards his objective. It was only at dusk that he finally halted. Finding a secure location, he teleported back to his territory. Upon his return, he approached the Zhenwu stone tablet to inquire about the tower's progress. The hero units had completed their trials, and the main battle troops were currently undertaking the challenges within. He learned that while they did not receive treasure chests, they obtained items directly, ranging from weapons to potions and skill books. Furthermore, it became apparent that the rewards received by the troops for clearing the same levels of the trial tower were of a lower quality than those obtained by him. Most of the heroes were at the 6th tier and typically cleared levels 19 or 20, yet the items they received were of B-grade quality. It seemed that the treatment of the subjects differed from that of the Lord. Additionally, the probability of the subjects obtaining Legion certificates was not particularly high. Dingyu counted, discovering that thus far, they had only acquired 23 B-grade Legion certificates. He first utilized the Legion certificates on troops with A-grade potential or higher, due to the territory's characteristics. The remaining troops were all of B-grade potential, with none falling below that threshold. He commanded his forces to continue challenging the trial tower over the coming days, as Dingyu required more Legion certificates. Once the needs of the territory were met, he planned to sell them externally. The Legion certificate had yet to appear in the trading hall, placing him in a monopolistic position with pricing power. The enhancement attributes of the Legion certificate were formidable, ensuring a steady demand from buyers. He aimed to fully mobilize his subjects to grind the trial tower, with the acquired Legion certificates to be sold at a premium. Seizing this opportunity was imperative, for once others found a means to obtain Legion certificates, prices would undoubtedly plummet. Perhaps in higher territories, battles were conducted on a Legion basis, a concept he had been unable to grasp previously due to his low level. In the Lord's Manor dining hall, a blushing maid was tidying up the dishes. Dingyu returned to his chamber with a sense of satisfaction, opening the chat channel to eavesdrop. Brothers, today I spotted a treasure on the myriad races battlefield. A transcendent treasure chest. The battle there was exceptionally fierce. I encountered one as well, but by the time I arrived, the treasure had already been seized. Leaving behind a massive pit, the fight must have been brutal. Today, I met other human race troops. They seem to be searching for some Saintus. And I can't shake the feeling that they're rather eccentric. Is it possible for a Saintus to be lost? Brothers, I must go find the Saintus. I'm trapped in a formation and in a constant state of battle, unable to return. Is there any expert in breaking formations? I'm online and in urgent need. To the brother above, proceed 100 steps southwest. Regardless of what lies ahead, just sit down. Open your backpack and drink a bottle of water. Though it won't solve your problem, it will quench your thirst. The brother above is truly unworthy of being a son. I reached the neutral city today, called Celinda City. Yet another day of envy towards the esteemed ones. I'm still stuck in a level 3 territory. Yes, level 3 territory is safer. I've now become a notable figure on the leaderboard. Just the other day, the system rewarded me, and it was simply delightful. Is there any lord from Japan willing to engage in a duel? The regional channel had become polarized, with some lords advancing to level 4 territories, now mingling in the myriad races battlefield, while others, fearful of danger, hesitated to upgrade and remained in level 3. Among them, some intended to accumulate sufficient strength in level 3 before upgrading, while others planned to remain indefinitely, aspiring to become significant figures within that tier. Chapter 111. The Azure Orchid Legion's Initial Battle. Dingyu glanced at the group of old friends, noting that they had encountered no dangers on the myriad races battlefield. The Merchant Guild had established a small shop in Iris City, reportedly faring quite well, and was considering making it a permanent establishment. Concurrently, the Merchant Guild entrusted their troops to heroes for experience grinding, indicating a genuine passion for business. Fortunately, Iris City prohibited weapons, ensuring their safety. However, one had to wonder about the audacity of risking the complete annihilation of his forces outside. In the myriad races battlefield, only lords could utilize the teleportation feature to return to their territories. If a lord led the troops, they could temporarily disengage from combat and teleport back in times of danger. Conversely, without a lord present, they lost this safety net, increasing their risk. This was also why Dingyu refrained from splitting his forces. If the distance was too great, he would be unable to provide assistance. With the Merchant Guild now stationed in Iris City, it would serve as a means for him to collect various items. Contemplating this, Dingyu contacted the Merchant Guild, requesting assistance in gathering special items, particularly maps of the surrounding regions. Once the spirit stone veins in this area had been exhausted, he planned to venture into the adjacent territories. Some individuals in his student group had also advanced to level 5 territories, boasting about their experiences on the myriad races battlefield. Early the next morning, Dingyu continued his journey aboard the Void Shuttle towards his target. After a surge of acceleration, the shuttle streaked across the sky, leaving behind ethereal ripples in the air. After half a day, a troop of goblins came into view, clad in rudimentary armor and wielding crude weapons. They traversed a desolate landscape. This goblin force numbered around 6,000 at a 5th-tier level. Dingyu decided to test the Azure Orchid Legion he had just formed. Currently, only veteran soldiers from the Azure Orchid Legion were deployed for battle, with most at the 5th tier, and only a select few having reached the 6th tier. The new recruits were at the 4th tier, still leveling up in the territory's Monster Ranch. Dingyu adjusted the direction of the Void Shuttle, slowly descending onto a small hill not far from the goblin troop. He exited the shuttle, activating the teleportation light screen to summon the Azure Orchid Legion. As the light flickered, the figures of the Azure Orchid Legion gradually became distinct. They stood tall, their ranks orderly, with their armor radiating a cold and fierce luster. In stark contrast to the past, the present moment found them seemingly bound together by an invisible force, their movements synchronized and harmonious. Dingyu stood atop a hill. Observing the regiment he had painstakingly forged, the Qinglong Guard now emanated an ineffable sense of unity, appearing as a cohesive entity rather than a mere assembly of individuals. He entrusted the command to Li Kuo, now the commander of the Qinglong Guard. "Attention!" Li Kuo bellowed, his voice echoing across the vast expanse of the plain. The soldiers of the Qinglong Guard promptly turned their gazes towards him, awaiting his orders. "Prepare to attack." In an instant, they swiftly shifted formations. drawing their bows with arrows aimed at the distant goblin forces. The bowstrings tightened, poised for release. With a subtle wave of his hand, Li Kuo issued the command to advance. Immediately, the Qinglong Guard released their arrows in unison, a chorus of sharp whistles piercing the air as they soared towards the goblin ranks. The arrows fell like rain, and a cacophony of screams erupted from the goblins. Many were struck down before they could react, their blood seeping into the desolate earth. After enduring this fierce onslaught, the goblin forces finally regained their composure. They roared in fury, brandishing their crude weapons and charging recklessly towards the Qinglong Guard. Unfazed by the approaching enemy, the Qinglong Guard continued to knock their arrows. The entire process was fluid and swift, devoid of any hesitation. As the bowstrings twanged, a multitude of arrows, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtled towards the goblins. The arrows arced gracefully, finding their marks with precision. The goblin soldiers cried out in anguish as their front ranks fell, their momentum faltering. In that fleeting moment of respite, the Qinglong Guard swiftly stowed their bows and drew their blades. They formed an attacking formation, launching a countercharge against the enemy. At that juncture, something extraordinary transpired. A layer of azure light began to emanate from the Qinglong Guard, gradually enveloping the entire regiment. Bolstered by this ethereal glow, the soldiers moved with the swiftness of arrows released from their bows, their figures appearing somewhat blurred in the luminous shroud, exuding an unstoppable momentum as they surged towards their foes. Soon, the two forces collided violently. Time seemed to momentarily freeze, followed by a tumultuous cacophony of impact and clash. The goblin formation, already disorganized and chaotic, was shattered under the relentless assault of the Qinglong Guard, who remained unyielding and tightly knit in their formation. Their blades danced amidst the goblin ranks, each swing unleashing a spray of blood, mercilessly reaping the lives of their adversaries. They carved through the enemy, leaving a gruesome path of carnage and death across the battlefield. After piercing through the goblin lines, the Qinglong Guard pivoted once more, charging towards the goblins with unwavering resolve. Their steps remained unperturbed, their formation intact. They crashed into the goblin ranks once again, this impact even more ferocious than the last. The soldiers of the Qinglong Guard, propelled by the momentum of their charge, struck with their blades aglow in azure light. The goblins, terrified, raised their rudimentary weapons in a futile attempt to defend themselves. But under the might of the Qinglong Guard, these defenses crumbled. The blades easily sliced into their flesh, blood splattering onto the parched earth. The Qinglong Guard's onslaught raged on like a tempest, their coordination impeccable. The frontline warriors hacked fiercely, while those behind seized the opportunity to target the goblins' vital points. Cloaked in the azure light, their movements became elusive, confounding the goblins. The goblin formation was torn apart once more, as the Qinglong Guard surged through like a relentless tide, once again breaching the enemy's ranks, leaving behind a landscape strewn with severed limbs and anguished cries. The azure glow enveloping the Qinglong Guard intensified. After repeatedly penetrating the goblin lines, they began to disperse, engaging in close-quarters combat with their foes. The goblin forces had descended into utter chaos and despair. Fleeing in all directions, their courage to fight extinguished. Chapter 112, The Formation of a Grand Legion. The Qinglong Guard did not relent. They swiftly pursued the retreating goblins, who fell one by one under the relentless advance, akin to wheat being harvested. With the last goblin's fall, tranquility returned to the battlefield. In this battle, the soldiers of the Qinglong Guard seemed to share an innate understanding, their coordination flawless. They provided mutual support, forming a cohesive fighting unit. When one soldier was attacked, a comrade would unhesitatingly step forward to shield them from danger. As enemies attempted to break through, they would swiftly converge, annihilating the threat. Observing the troops before him, Ding Yu nodded in satisfaction. Notably, during combat, a layer of azure light would manifest upon the Qinglong Guard, deepening as the battle progressed. This likely represented the embryonic form of a combined assault formation, though he was curious to see what kind of formation would ultimately emerge. Moreover, after establishing the legion, the synergy among the soldiers of the Qinglong Guard had grown even more pronounced. In times of peace, they could train at the Jinwu martial arts arena. Though Ding Yu had not yet tested this, he anticipated favorable results. Once the peculiar fruit of their territory was mass-produced, it would be prioritized for the Qinglong Guard's use. Ding Yu envisioned granting them the ability to fly. With such an advantage, the Qinglong Guard would become an unparalleled force. In recent days, Ding Yu also discerned that the Qinglong Guard did not synergize well with griffins. They were better suited as an independent combat unit. Henceforth, specialized mounts for the Qinglong Guard would be procured, while the griffins would be formed into a separate unit. This separation also applied to the Wyvern Riders and the Bear Warriors, both of whom were ill-suited for collaboration and had already been segregated by Ding Yu. The mounts for the Arso battle camp had been replaced with winged cats, which were more comfortable in their company. The unicorns had become the steeds of the light priests, sharing similar attributes. The flame lions, as mounts for the fire mages, were retained as well, ensuring a harmonious synergy. The remainder predominantly utilized winged cats as mounts. with the wolf cavalry, who naturally possessed their own steeds, excluded. The goblin engineers also had winged cats as mounts, although they preferred to remain aboard airships. Once the battlefield was cleared, Dingyu teleported the Qinglan Guard back to their territory. He continued his journey aboard the Void Shuttle towards his destination. As evening fell, Dingyu found a safe location to teleport back to his domain. The efficiency of the Han High City Army was commendable. The primary combat unit had completed the trial tower. The city guard had now taken over, and once they finished, the citizens would follow suit. Regrettably, the expeditionary forces were not within the territory. Otherwise, they could have benefited from the trial as well. Dingyu planned to summon the expeditionary forces back to allow them to undertake the trial. This time, they had amassed a considerable amount of Legion certificates. Though B-rank certificates were scarce, with many below B-rank being generated, only 6th-tier warriors had the potential to obtain B-rank certificates. As the ranks increase, the experience points required for advancement also rise. The warriors are still some distance away from making a significant breakthrough into the 6th tier, and in the short term, they will not be able to amass a large quantity of B-grade Legion certificates. Dingyu first allocates the B-grade Legion certificates to the warriors, while the remaining ones are substituted with C-grade Legion certificates. The benefits gained from establishing a legion are immensely advantageous, and they can also elevate the legion's level during combat, making early formation of a legion beneficial for the territory. Dingyu retains a sufficient number of Legion certificates, planning to sell the surplus. Seizing the opportunity while others are still without Legion certificates, he aims to reap substantial profits. This time, he primarily focuses on selling C-grade and lower. Once the warriors' levels rise, the territory will soon acquire a plethora of B-grade Legion certificates. Notably, upon exchanging for higher-grade Legion certificates, the experience level of the Legion will not dissipate, but will instead be preserved. He contacts the Merchant Association, transmitting the information regarding the Legion certificates. Merchant Association, wow, does the big shot even have such items? How many do you have? Hand them all over to me. They will surely fetch a handsome price. Dingyu, currently, there is a bulk lot. Merchant Association. After receiving Dingyu's confirmation, the Merchant Association descends into a state of frenzy, as if countless gold coins are beckoning to him. With these Legion certificates, his standing in the channel skyrockets. Both his network expansion and wealth accumulation are set to undergo a qualitative leap. Dingyu finalizes the price with the Merchant Association, ensuring maximum profit. He also advises them to prioritize sales to the Celestial Empire's lords at the same price. Satisfied, Dingyu leans back in his chair, knowing that after this harvest, the strength of the territory will further enhance. The next step is to summon the expeditionary forces, utilizing the Legion certificates, and allowing them to clear the trial tower. Dingyu temporarily departs from the battlefield of all races, where teleportation scrolls are unusable, preventing the expeditionary forces from returning directly. They must transit through Li Linling's territory, employing the teleportation array there to return to their own domain. However, given the vast number of expeditionary forces, transiting through Li Linling's territory would undoubtedly alarm her. Moreover, utilizing the teleportation array requires a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy. Dingyu teleports out of the battlefield of all races, returning to the previously designated coordinates. The spiritual energy here is relatively mild, far more comfortable than in the battlefield. He begins recalling the expeditionary forces, not intending to meet them one by one, as that would be a waste of time. The strength of the expeditionary forces has significantly improved, with some veterans breaking through to the 5th tier and a few new recruits reaching the 3rd tier. Dingyu does not disrupt their formations, continuing to allocate 1 Legion certificate per 1,000-man unit. Since they have operated as a cohesive group since their summoning, their mutual understanding is high, thus facilitating their successful formation. With this, Dingyu breathes a sigh of relief, as these consist of 3 different types of troops combined. Each 1,000-man unit forms a legion, and Dingyu does not merge them with other teams. Forcing a merger would compromise their cohesion, hindering legion formation. Though 1,000 may seem insufficient, it provides greater flexibility. In the future, the expeditionary forces will increase, allowing for gradual reinforcement. This way, they will have ample time to integrate the new recruits into the legion. Once the legion is successfully formed, Dingyu instructs them to remain in the territory for training. During this time, they will enter the true martial steel for practice, enhancing their practical combat abilities while simultaneously generating more Legion certificates for the territory. Not rushing back to the battlefield of all races, Dingyu plans to seize a territory to serve as his auxiliary domain. Chapter 113, Auxiliary Territory. The auxiliary territory is designated for external communication and transit, distinctly separated from the territorial space to prevent exposure. Currently, using Shanyu City for external interactions still poses risks, as it is located within the territory. The territorial space continues to expand, and once the consumption of the monster ranch decreases, the concentration of spiritual energy within the territory will also rise. Additionally, as other lords' levels increase, their methods become more diverse. It is inevitable that they will possess means to probe into Dingyu's territorial secrets. To avoid complications, Ding Yu decides to establish an auxiliary territory, creating a new Shangyu city. He boards a void shuttle to seek a suitable territory, this time steering clear of the influence of Radiant City. As the territory develops, it will inevitably impact the surroundings, and Ding Yu wishes to avoid conflict with Radiant City. He still remembers the substantial gift that Old Man bestowed upon him. Time flies, and 2 days pass in the blink of an eye. Standing atop a high slope with a broad view, Ding Yu finally confirms his target after days of contemplation. Ahead lies a level 4 territory, situated in a unique location. It is perfectly positioned on the edge of the Dragonfall Forest. One side of the city is bordered by a vast, pristine lake. This body of water not only provides ample resources for the city, but also nurtures a diverse array of fish species. Moreover, several trade routes run nearby, frequented by merchant caravans. Merchants from various regions converge here to exchange goods and engage in trade. Although this is a goblin territory, the impact is minimal. Once occupied, Ding Yu plans to demolish and rebuild, directly replicating the model of Shangyu City. For Ding Yu at this stage, constructing a new city poses no pressure. Once the city is completed, he will have a fixed territory on the Star Rhythm continent. With the decision made, Ding Yu swiftly teleports his army, rapidly flattening the territory. Ding. Congratulations on conquering the level 4 territory, Qingca City. Please choose Occupy, Devour, or Destroy. Ding Yu selects to Occupy. Ding. Congratulations on occupying the level 4 territory, Qingca City. Qingca City will serve as your auxiliary territory. Ding. As this is your first occupation of Qingca City, would you like to rename the territory? Ding Yu renames it to Shangyu City. This is a territory of the indigenous people, with a considerable area. However, most of the buildings within have been destroyed, and the remaining functional structures belong to the goblin race, rendering them nearly useless to Ding Yu. He orders the territory to be leveled, intending to rebuild from the ground up. Surveying the surroundings, his gaze falls upon the goblin-style Lord's Mansion, a design he finds quite unappealing. Upon seeing this, Ding Yu opts to upgrade the territory. When the interface for upgrading the territory appears before him, one option allows him to freely choose the style of the Lord's Mansion. Ding Yu immediately selects the familiar castle style. He calls upon Chun Mu to organize the reconstruction efforts. Soon, a multitude of mechanical puppets emerge from the teleportation portal. Currently, all physical labor within the territory is entrusted to these tireless mechanical puppets. They scurry about the land like industrious ants, methodically executing tasks such as digging foundations and transporting building materials according to the pre-designed blueprints. Ding. The system detects that you possess territorial space. Would you like to set the coordinates of the declaration of war to Shangyu City? Ding Yu decisively chose yes, ensuring that whenever enemies attacked, they would be teleported near Shangyu City. Simultaneously, when he activated the declaration of war, a teleportation portal would also open in Shangyu City. Of course, if Shangyu City were to be destroyed, any subsequent use of the declaration of war by enemies would revert to the previous method of direct teleportation to the territory space. Ding. Do you wish to change the coordinates of the 10,000 races battlefield to Shangyu City? Ding Yu affirmed this choice. He notified Kairi to relocate the external teleportation arrays within the territory to the newly constructed Shangyu City. Naturally, Li Linling's teleportation array remained intact. Additionally, teleportation arrays between Shangyu City and Hanhai City were to be established. Following the blueprint, Ding Yu constructed several system buildings, fortifying Shangyu City with walls and defensive towers. Currently, Shangyu City lacked a protective shield, prompting Ding Yu to erect walls. Once an opportunity arose, he would equip Shangyu City with a protective shield, significantly enhancing its defenses. A multitude of Trans emerged from the teleportation portal, destined to garrison Shangyu City. A portion of the city guard was also allocated to permanently reside there. The construction of the city was entrusted to Chun Mu, who would notify the citizens to voluntarily settle once completed. A teleportation array facilitated free movement between Shangyu City and Hanhai City. However, Ding Yu had established permissions ensuring that citizens from outside his territory could not utilize the teleportation arrays between the two locations. Shangyu City, previously named by Ding Yu, was renamed Star City, destined to serve as a satellite city of Hanhai City. Ding Yu had no intention of further expanding Hanhai City at this juncture. With the territory's area increasing rapidly, a single Hanhai City could no longer encompass such vast lands. The next step was to establish new cities. For reasons unknown, the territory's area was expanding at an astonishing rate. Ding Yu also noted that the area attribute on the panel had vanished. Whether this was influenced by the Zhenwu stone tablet or the remnants of the world origin given by the Elder remained uncertain. The territory's space increasingly resembled a real world, with vast desolate regions appearing at the edges. It was uncertain if wild creatures would emerge in the future. Should they do so, the territory's residents could engage in monster hunting to level up. After arranging all of this, Ding Yu returned to Hanhai City. The expeditionary troops were still navigating the trial tower, and it was anticipated they would soon acquire a substantial number of Legion certificates. According to reports from the Business Alliance, the moment the Legion certificates were made available, they caused quite a stir and were rapidly sold out. They consulted Ding Yu multiple times, repeatedly raising the price of Legion certificates. Yet they could not dampen the fervor of demand. Each time they were listed, they were snapped up immediately, compelling the business alliance to increase prices yet again. Due to the continuous price hikes of the Legion certificates, many players found themselves spending vast sums of currency to make purchases. Some even had to slow down the development of their territories to gather sufficient funds. The business alliance had thus gained notoriety, securing a place not only in the regional channel, but also in the world channel. Naturally, the moniker of Shady Merchant fell upon them, eliciting a chorus of condemnation in the channels. However, the business alliance felt no shame. Instead, they basked in pride. Dingyu, as a result, thrived financially. Chapter 114, the new city completed. Once the warriors of the territory reached the 5th tier, Dingyu intended to dispatch them to the 10,000 races battlefield, allowing them to engage in combat as a legion and hone their skills on the battlefield. Only through such experiences could they stand resolute in future conflicts, becoming the formidable blades in Dingyu's arsenal. Currently, there were too many forces in Hanhai City. Their presence alongside Dingyu resulted in inefficiencies, whether in experience farming or point accumulation. As for the possibility of encountering danger, that was a given. How could a competent warrior flourish in a sheltered environment without enduring the trials of adversity? If they were overly protected, having never faced the true specter of life and death, how could they muster the courage and capability to confront genuine peril when it arose? Only through the crucible of blood and fire could the warriors transcend their limits and unlock their latent potential. Of course, to ensure they remained in optimal fighting condition, Dingyu planned to have the warriors return to the territory every 3 months for resupply and recuperation. Upon their return, their primary task would be to immerse themselves in rest, alleviating the fatigue and pressure accumulated from prolonged campaigns, thus restoring both body and spirit to peak condition. Simultaneously, the Jinwu stone tablet within the territory could aid in enhancing the warrior's strength. During this period, to facilitate swift leveling, the monster ranch had been operating at high intensity. While the warriors' levels increased rapidly, this also led to significant resource depletion within the territory. For instance, the last batch of spiritual stones was entirely consumed within just 3 days. Despite the monster ranch assisting in the rapid leveling of soldiers, the immense consumption left Dingyu somewhat overwhelmed. The concentration of spiritual energy within the territory had not increased for quite some time, and his instincts told him that the density of spiritual energy was crucial for the territory. Once the warriors reached the 5th tier, Dingyu planned to suspend the use of the monster ranch to mitigate spiritual energy expenditure, adopting a free-range approach for the warriors to level up outdoors. He provided Li Linlin with several C-grade Legion certificates, urging her to expedite the establishment of the Legion. Shanyu City would require a few more days for completion. Shenmue had already posted an announcement stating that Shanyu City would serve as the future hub for external exchanges, inviting citizens to voluntarily settle there. Once the news spread, it caused a considerable stir within the territory. Many residents were captivated, eagerly applying to relocate to Shanyu City for settlement or commerce. Some astute merchants acted swiftly, hastily applying for storefronts along the streets, eager to seize the opportunity in this burgeoning city. Numerous mercenaries were equally eager, submitting applications in hopes of showcasing their skills in this city brimming with opportunities and challenges. As the window for external exchanges of the territory, Shanyu City boasted a prime geographical location. It was surrounded by numerous human territories, with trade routes leading directly to them, which was one of the reasons Dingyu chose this site. With time on his hands, Dingyu resumed his training. With the establishment of the Jinwu training ground, he no longer required the companionship of Li Kuo and others for practice. Within the training ground, he could simulate various foes for combat practice, and Dingyu felt his skill proficiency soaring. Thus, within the Jinwu training ground, he immersed himself in fierce battles against diverse enemies, oblivious to the passage of time as he poured forth his sweat, until one day, a beam of communication light illuminated beside him, interrupting his training. He frowned slightly and activated the communication system, a smile of joy blossoming on his face. He had received the news that Shanyu City had been completed, and the residents had successfully settled in. Dingyu concluded his training and teleported to Shanyu City. Before him stood a bustling and grand city. Towering walls, constructed from robust black stones, encircled the city, with defensive towers positioned at intervals along the walls. Soldiers atop the walls stood tall, their vigilant gazes scanning the horizon. Upon the city gates, the robust character Shang are inscribed with a striking elegance. Inside the city, the broad and immaculate streets are paved with smooth stone slabs. The verdant strips are adorned with lantern grass, with majestic trees standing tall at intervals. These trees are guardians, comprising ancient war trees and trance. Flanking the streets are a plethora of shops, each brimming with an array of goods that dazzle the eye. The bustling crowds include brawny adventurers, their sharp weapons slung across their backs, exuding determination and bravery. There are also elaborately robed wizards, their staffs shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Furthermore, astute merchants engage in animated bargaining with customers, their faces aglow with enthusiastic smiles. At regular intervals, defensive arrays serve as the fortifications of Songyucheng. In the distance looms a magnificent castle, the seat of the Lord. Its spires glisten with golden brilliance under the sun's rays, surrounded by lush gardens. Ding Yu meanders through this vibrant city, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. As he walks, residents recognize him, casting reverent and grateful glances in his direction, warmly greeting him. These inhabitants thrive under his protection, finding solace and prosperity in this land. Ding Yu reciprocates their smiles, savoring the delightful sensation. After surveying the city, he arrives at the Lord's manor. At that moment, a guard hastily enters the hall. My lord, a caravan seeks entry into the city. Their entourage appears quite substantial, laden with numerous carts of goods. Is it already time for a caravan? Ding Yu muses. Summon Shenmu for me. The guard complies and departs swiftly. Shortly after, Shenmu strides into the hall. Ding Yu holds Shenmu in high regard. His demeanor is composed and efficient, exhibiting exceptional capabilities in governance. Having managed Hanhai City with remarkable orderliness, Ding Yu addresses Shenmu. Shenmu, there is a caravan at the gates requesting entry. I entrust this matter to you. Shenmu nods slightly, his expression earnest as he replies, Rest assured, my lord, I shall handle this matter adeptly. Moreover, the position of Lord of Songyucheng is vacant. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Ding Yu inquires once more. Upon hearing this, Shenmu ponders briefly. After a moment, he raises his head and replies, My lord, I recall a certain individual named Zheng Yu, who is well-versed in commerce and administrative affairs. Ding Yu nods thoughtfully at Shenmu's recommendation. Chapter 115. The first batch of kiwi fruits ripens. Ding Yu is aware of Zheng Yu, a new talent emerging within the territory, possessing SS-level potential. Very well. Inform him of his appointment as Lord of Songyucheng. Let him hasten to assemble a management team, and he may select the professions within the territory as he sees fit. Yes, my lord. Shenmu responds, then takes his leave. Having arranged these matters, Ding Yu rises, stretching and loosening his somewhat stiff body. He strolls to the window, gazing at the bustling streets of the city, his mind swirling with thoughts. This environment remarkably resembles that of Blue Star. He wonders if he shall ever return there. The following morning, Ding Yu teleports to the battlefield of 10,000 races. He divides his forces into several detachments, allowing them to operate independently on the battlefield. Each detachment comprises at least one main combat unit and a necromancer corps. Simultaneously, Ding Yu disperses the priest units among the various forces and equips each detachment with Lark scouts. At intervals, he deploys a unit with a long-range communication system in place. They can request assistance from nearby units in the event of danger. 3 months hence, they will return to the territory for rest. And Ding Yu eagerly anticipates witnessing their progress. Meanwhile, the new recruits remain within the territory, continuing to grind in the monster ranch until they reach the 5th tier before joining their respective legions. The expeditionary forces have also undergone rest and have been teleported back to various regions for training. The Guardian Angels and the Qinglong Guards remain by Ding Yu's side, with the Qinglong Guards serving as his personal elite. The Guardian Angels, however, lack sustainability and require coordination with the prayer units. Yet, taking a multitude of prayer units into the battlefield of 10,000 races would render them a liability. Thus, Ding Yu opts to retain the Guardian Angels as a mobile force. Once the armies are deployed, a wave of complex emotions washes over him, akin to a parent watching their child embark on a journey. Simultaneously, he feels a sense of relief, freed from the burden of overseeing their leveling. He continues to advance towards his objectives, relying solely on the Qinglong Guards and Guardian Angels to confront any adversaries. The Goblin Engineers remain in the territory, lacking independent combat capabilities. However, they can still assist Ding Yu in crafting bombs, proving to be a valuable auxiliary unit. At that moment, Ding Yu detects the presence of a troop and promptly alters his course. With a flash of light, the void shuttle darts towards the unit like an arrow. As he draws near, Ding Yu discovers that this is a human troop, their mounts being winged cats. Upon closer inspection, he cannot help but chuckle at their appearance. The ostentatious, dung-yellow armor they donned is exceedingly conspicuous, adorned with gemstones of various hues. Under the sun, it glimmers with a garish brilliance, exuding an aura of nouveau riche. Ding Yu instantly recognizes them as the subordinates of the Merchant Alliance, recalling their typical modus operandi and their fervent obsession with wealth. It is hardly surprising that their forces are equipped in such a manner. Ding Yu halts at a distance and opens a communication interface to contact the Merchant Alliance. Soon, he receives confirmation that this indeed is their troop. He then descends to relay messages between the Merchant Alliance and this unit. The Merchant Alliance lacks a communication system akin to Ding Yu's. Instead, they employ a pet resembling a carrier pigeon for message delivery. Given the vastness of the battlefield of 10,000 races, their message transmission efficiency is notably low, with numerous constraints. A single transmission often consumes considerable time, during which the troops cannot move extensively. Otherwise, the carrier pigeon may fail to locate them upon its return. Additionally, the pigeon may encounter dangers along the way, jeopardizing the message delivery. Through transactions with Ding Yu, the Merchant Alliance has sent supplies to these troops. Following the trade, Dingyu resumes his journey. Indeed, the Merchant Alliance is quite a character. He had allowed his subordinates to operate independently from an early stage, a boldness not commonly found. In the course of his subsequent travels, Dingyu encounters several waves of enemies. This time, he directly engages using the Qinglong Guards and Guardian Angels. When the enemy's strength is not formidable, Dingyu opts against employing tactics, choosing instead to confront them head-on. This approach better hones the combat abilities of his soldiers. And it must be said that the prowess of these two corps has seen rapid enhancement in recent days. One day, while en route, Dingyu suddenly receives word from the territory that a batch of kiwi fruits has ripened. Upon receiving the news, Dingyu sought a secure location to halt and subsequently teleported back to his territory. When he initially acquired the kiwi trees, a dedicated area of fertile land was designated for their cultivation. The territory boasts a plethora of enhancement treasures, resulting in the rapid growth of its flora. Coupled with meticulous care, this area has now flourished into a considerable orchard. The fruit trees stand tall and lush, their branches adorned with an abundance of bizarrely shaped fruits, resembling a verdant sea. Now that the fruits have ripened, numerous residents are engaged in harvesting beside the trees. During the cultivation of these trees, the inhabitants benefited from the wisdom of ancient trees, which facilitated enhancements to the kiwi trees. Consequently, the kiwis now lack the prior temporal restrictions on consumption. In the past, one had to wait 10 days after consuming a kiwi before they could partake again, or else their abilities would not refresh. This constraint has now been lifted, theoretically allowing for unlimited consumption of kiwis to refresh one's abilities. However, this does not imply a lack of limitations. Although the temporal restriction has been abolished, the human body's capacity remains finite. The energy contained within these kiwis is immensely potent. If consumed recklessly, the body would be incapable of digesting such overwhelming energy, inevitably leading to severe physical strain or even death by overexertion. Nevertheless, it is unlikely that there would be anyone foolish enough to indulge mindlessly. Dingyu summoned the Qinglong Guards and instructed them to consume the kiwis. With an ample supply of fruit, it should enable them all to acquire the ability to fly. At Dingyu's behest, they placed the kiwis into their mouths. Instantly, a rich fragrance enveloped them, accompanied by a mysterious surge of energy. Their bodies began to transform. Some radiated a faint luminescence, as though cloaked in a divine glow, while others manifested ethereal currents, seemingly mastering the surrounding air. Chapter 116, The Spiked Iron-Shelled Turtle. Some exhibited taut muscles, brimming with newfound strength, as if endowed with boundless power. The array of abilities they acquired was diverse and varied. In a moment, the scene became somewhat chaotic. Some of the Qinglong Guards, having suddenly gained the ability to fly, struggled to control their newfound power, wobbling in the air and emitting startled cries. Others, invigorated by their sudden surge in strength, inadvertently toppled nearby trees, inciting a minor uproar. A few, experiencing dramatic bodily expansion, appeared panicked, fearing they might explode. Dingyu stood to the side, witnessing the tumultuous spectacle, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Everyone, please remain calm and attune yourselves to the changes within your bodies. The kiwis are safe. There is no need for alarm. With his exhortations, the Qinglong Guards gradually composed themselves, striving to adapt to their newly acquired abilities. Dingyu commanded those who had gained flight capabilities to depart for the training grounds for acclimatization, while the others remained to continue consuming kiwis. After a considerable passage of time, all the Qinglong Guards had successfully acquired the ability to fly. At this point, the kiwis were nearly depleted. The results were quite favorable. The Qinglong Guards who had obtained flight capabilities were now without vulnerabilities. It was time to extend this boon to other military units. However, a suitable ability for the Guardian Angels had yet to be discovered. Dingyu planned to grant the bear warriors flight capabilities or enhance their speed. He instructed his subordinates to expand the cultivation area of the kiwi trees, as there was significant demand for this fruit within the territory. Dingyu also visited Fangyi, where progress had been made in the breeding of the armored vines, and he believed that soon they would be able to equip the troops on a large scale. As the day wore on, Dingyu refrained from venturing outside the territory. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, he found that the maid had already prepared a steaming meal, with an array of delectable dishes wafting enticing aromas. Witnessing this scene, Dingyu felt a warm surge within him. He smiled and sat down, inviting the maid to join him for the meal. During their repast, he occasionally inquired about various trivial matters concerning the manor, and a cozy atmosphere enveloped the room. After dining, Dingyu took a brief respite and, as was his custom, entered the training room to begin his daily cultivation. No longer practicing in his bedroom, the Lord's manor now featured a dedicated training room equipped with a small spirit-gathering array and various enhancement items. In this tranquil environment, he immersed himself in the flow of his cultivation techniques. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually coalesced, nurturing his body and meridians, continually fortifying his strength. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and kissed his face, Dingyu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stagnant air. After having breakfast, he teleported out of the territory, continuing his journey toward his objective. Now, He was nearing his destination, where an expansive lake unfolded before him. The surface of the lake shimmered with ripples, glistening under the gentle caress of the breeze. This lake was marked on the map, its vastness beyond imagination. A vein of spirit stones lay on an island within the lake. Approaching his target, Dingyu adjusted his course and soared toward the island. The void shuttle sped swiftly, leaving trails of ripples across the water's surface. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A flurry of water arrows, accompanied by a piercing whistle, shot forth from the lake's surface at astonishing speed, hurtling toward Dingyu. These water arrows were not mere ordinary streams. Each contained a formidable and dominant aquatic spiritual force. Dingyu's gaze sharpened as he quickly maneuvered the void shuttle to evade the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity presented by the water arrow's attack, Dingyu swiftly scanned the lake's surface. Attempting to pinpoint the source of the assault, he discerned a dark silhouette swiftly darting beneath the water. Without hesitation, Dingyu produced a goblin bomb and hurled it into the depths. The goblin bomb sank rapidly, and after a brief silence, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the depths. The previously swift-moving dark figure was visibly slowed by the explosion's shockwave, its form becoming unsteady, clearly injured. With a resonant roar of fury, the dark figure breached the water's surface from the center of the explosion. It was a colossal water crocodile, its scales shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. Water crocodile, level 65. Description: an amphibious creature possessing formidable melee capabilities and adept at launching water arrows to assault its foes. At this moment, it bellowed angrily at Dingyu, unleashing a barrage of water arrows from its maw. These arrows were thicker than before, surging forth with an indomitable momentum aimed squarely at Dingyu. Evading the attack, Dingyu swiftly nocked an arrow and released it, striking the water crocodile's head directly. The explosive arrow detonated upon impact, momentarily halting the crocodile's movements with its tremendous force. A torrent of blood gushed from the wound, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The water crocodile thrashed its head in agony, emitting an even more anguished roar as it succumbed to a frenzied state. Despite its grievous injuries, the crocodile did not falter. Enduring the excruciating pain in its skull, it lunged furiously at Dingyu once more. Seeing it charge towards him, Dingyu loosed another 2 arrows. Clang! Congratulations on vanquishing the level 65 water crocodile, earning 5,000 silver coins, acquiring 1 crocodile leather armor top, extraordinary level, and amassing 65,000 points. The rewards are quite commendable, especially the extraordinary level equipment. Dingyu casually stored the gear and pressed onward. As he delved deeper into the lake, the number of monsters encountered increased significantly. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 55 merman, earning 500 silver coins, 1 small sailboat, diamond level, and 5,500 points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 57 ironback fish, earning 600 silver coins and 5,700 points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 67 frost siren, earning 6,000 silver coins. 1 underwater breathing device, extraordinary level, and 67,000 points. A plethora of aquatic-themed equipment was dropped, including this underwater breathing device, which allows for unrestricted breathing underwater. After half a day, Dingyu finally laid eyes on the island marked on the map. However, as he approached the isle, a frown creased his brow. The island was densely populated by formidable spiked ironback turtles, stretching as far as the eye could see. These colossal creatures, each as large as a war chariot, possessed incredibly hard shells of a deep black hue, adorned with sharp spikes. Their sturdy limbs caused the ground to tremble with each movement, leaving deep imprints on the sandy shore. Chapter 117, The Spiked Armor Set. At this moment, the ironback turtles seemed to sense Dingyu's presence. They turned their somewhat clumsy heads, their cold, beady eyes fixated on him with an air of vigilance and hostility, as if warning this unwelcome guest not to infringe upon their territory. Most of these spiked turtles were of 5th rank, with only a few reaching the 6th rank. Dingyu tested their defenses and found them to be formidable. Even more troublesome, their shells possessed a rebound damage attribute, inflicting a percentage of damage back upon those who attacked them. Naturally, this effect was only applicable to melee attacks and did not affect ranged ones. It appeared that ranged attacks would be the only viable option against them. However, matters were not so straightforward. When Dingyu employed ranged attacks against the spiked ironback turtles, they retaliated with their own ranged assaults. The sharp spikes on their backs, when energized, could shoot toward enemies with the speed of a released arrow. Dingyu proceeded with caution, conducting several more tests. He discovered that the height of these spikes' attacks was limited and could not reach the altitude of the airship. This revelation brought him great joy, and without hesitation, he ascended to the skies and initiated the airship's teleportation. Massive airships gradually materialized in the sky, laden with numerous goblin engineers. Alongside summoning the airships, Dingyu also called forth the Qinglong guards and guardian angels, commanding them to protect the vicinity of the airships. The Qinglong guards and guardian angels lined up neatly beneath the airships, vigilantly observing the movements below, ready to intercept any potential attacks from the spiked ironback turtles. With preparations complete, Dingyu issued the command to attack. The goblin engineers sprang into action, skillfully operating various devices to launch powerful bombs toward the cluster of spiked ironback turtles below. The bombs descended with a whistling sound, exploding amidst the turtle horde. Instantly, a cloud of dust and smoke erupted, the powerful shockwave causing the surrounding ironback turtles to stagger. Yet, when the smoke cleared, it became evident that these creatures only bore minor blackened marks on their shells from the explosions. Soon enough, they shook off the effects and angrily turned their attention toward the airships. They let out a low growl, activating the spikes on their backs and launching them toward the airships in the sky. Fortunately, the spikes did not reach the airship's altitude and began to descend slowly. This allowed Dingyu to breathe a sigh of relief. The goblin engineers continued to rain down bombs, and thankfully, they had amassed a considerable stockpile during this time, alleviating concerns about depletion. As the battle wore on, the numbers of spiked ironback turtles began to dwindle. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 55 spiked ironback turtle, earning 500 silver coins, 1 spiked armor set, platinum level, and 5,500 points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 57 spiked ironback turtle, earning 600 silver coins and 5,700 points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 53 spiked ironback turtle, earning 400 silver coins, 1 spiked ironback turtle recruitment scroll, B level, and 5,300 points. Numerous distinctive items emerged, including recruitment scrolls and pet eggs. Most delightfully for Dingyu, a new set, this spiked armor set, made its appearance. This set boasts formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to reflect damage, making it exceptionally suitable for melee units, particularly the fierce bear warriors and heavy infantry within his territory, for whom it is a perfect match. Of course, the Qinglong guards could also utilize it, though it might be somewhat cumbersome for them. It remains uncertain whether the lower level of dropped items is a consequence of the set's nature. Following this pattern, the monsters yielding from the monster ranch would likely drop predominantly golden level, spiked armor sets. Dingyu hoped to find a design blueprint soon. If so, the equipment manufacturing center would be able to produce them in bulk. As time progressed, the number of spiked ironback turtles rapidly diminished. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, and a massive figure emerged from the depths. It was a colossal spiked ironback turtle, level 78, classified as an elite unit. To mitigate any threat it posed to aerial units, Dingyu immediately deployed the disintegration ray. Upon being attacked, the giant turtle was enveloped in a blue energy shield, akin to a protective barrier. The disintegration ray fizzled against the shield but could not penetrate it. This only fueled Dingyu's competitive spirit, prompting him to enhance the output of his stellar power. The immense size of this giant turtle suggested an abundance of energy within. It sensed Dingyu's intensified assault and regarded it with a flicker of disdain. With a slight shake of its massive head, the blue glow around it intensified, as if mocking Dingyu's audacity. Just before his stellar power was exhausted, Dingyu finally breached the turtle's defenses, reducing it to a fine powder. He exhaled deeply. The energy reserves of this giant turtle surpassed even those of the 8th-tier angel, nearly leading to a display of failure. His subordinates were watching closely. Failing to subdue the turtle would have been quite embarrassing. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 78 spiked ironback turtle, earning 17 gold coins, 1 spiked armor set design blueprint, diamond level, and 780,000 points. His luck was unparalleled. Indeed, he had procured the design blueprint for the spiked armor set. Once back at his territory, he could hand it over to the equipment manufacturing center for mass production, outfitting all the tank classes within his domain. He commanded his forces to scour the battlefield, dispatching the Lark Scouts to search the island for traces of spirit stone veins. While clearing the battlefield, the warriors discovered a substantial number of spiked ironback turtle pet eggs, both A and B grades. Turning back, they utilized the resources within their territory to enhance its defensive capabilities. Shortly thereafter, the Lark Scouts relayed information regarding the discovery of a spirit stone vein at the island's center. The subsequent steps were straightforward. They activated the teleportation portal, entrusting the mining operations to Chunmu. Soon, a multitude of mechanical puppets emerged in an orderly fashion from the teleportation portal, commencing their mining endeavors. Tirelessly, they wielded their mining tools, each excavation precise and forceful, with fragments of or cascading around them like a shimmering shower. The efficiency of these mechanical puppets far surpassed traditional manual mining methods, and they alleviated concerns regarding safety issues such as collapses or water breaches, providing a solid and reliable guarantee for the entire mining operation. At present, the mining tasks within the territory were solely managed by these mechanical puppets. Chapter 118, The Assault of the Giant Claw Crab. Meanwhile, the city guard marched in synchronized, powerful strides onto the island, swiftly commencing their defensive preparations. Their duty was to prevent other creatures from disrupting the mining activities. The wilderness of this lake was teeming with many creatures, particularly amphibians, who could unexpectedly make their way onto the island. The duration required for mining remained uncertain. prompting Dingyu to lead the Qinglong Guards and Guardian Angels back to the territory. They needed to engage in continuous training to hone their combat skills and teamwork, without squandering precious time outdoors. Dingyu also embarked on his life in the Zhenwu training camp, eager to explore the effects of unlocking skill freedom. However, the tranquil days did not last long. Just as Dingyu immersed himself in training, he suddenly received alarming news. The stationed troops on the island were under a large-scale assault. A colossal species of crab was landing in droves from the shoreline. These crabs advanced with ferocity, overwhelming the stationed troops who found themselves struggling to withstand the onslaught. Without hesitation, Dingyu summoned the Qinglong Guards and Guardian Angels to assemble. Upon receiving Dingyu's command, the Qinglong Guards and Guardian Angels swiftly emerged from the Zhenwu stone tablet. In a flash, they transformed into streaks of light, hastening towards the rendezvous point. Within moments, they had gathered, each brimming with vigor and an indomitable fighting spirit. Observing this elite force before him, Dingyu nodded in satisfaction. He activated the teleportation portal, leading his army into the fray. Upon their arrival at the island's edge, the sight that greeted them caused everyone to gasp in shock. The coastline was densely populated with these enormous crabs. Their shells exhibited a hard, dark red hue, reminiscent of steel stained with blood. These crabs possessed massive, sharp pincers capable of crushing boulders with ease, producing a chilling sound as they did so. Their eyes glinted with a fierce light, and they exuded a continuous stream of white foam from their mouths. This foam, with its pungent odor, flew forth, quickly transforming into a highly corrosive liquid upon contact with any object, sizzling and eroding surfaces into pockmarked pits. The stationed troops on the island were valiantly resisting the crab assault, their faces etched with fatigue, yet they steadfastly held their ground. However, the sheer number of crabs was overwhelming. They surged forward in waves, seemingly endless. The defenses of the stationed troops began to falter, and the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Witnessing this, Dingyu took decisive action, leading his forces into battle without hesitation. He initiated the engagement with a meteor strike to diminish the enemy ranks. A colossal meteor appeared in the sky, hurtling down with a deafening roar towards the densely packed swarm of crabs below, unleashing a powerful explosion upon impact. Flames erupted skyward. Smoke billowed, and the remnants of crabs and their hardened shells were sent flying in all directions. Following this, Angel floated in midair, her staff radiating a holy light. The Guardian Angels summoned beams of light, converging at the tip of her staff to form a massive orb of light. The surface of the orb shimmered with strange runes that flowed continuously. With a swift motion of her staff, the enormous orb appeared above the crabs, emanating a blinding luminescence. The crabs seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Under the orb's radiant glow, their forms gradually became ethereal, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Once their divine power was expended, the Guardian Angels sat cross-legged, receiving the faith energy transmitted by the worshippers. After 2 waves of assault, a significant rift appeared within the crab army. However, before they could catch their breath, the relentless tide of crabs continued to pour forth from the shore. The numbers of these crabs seemed scarcely diminished, as they continued to advance with unwavering aggression. Their pincers swung with increased ferocity, and the corrosive foam they expelled multiplied. This foam pooled on the ground, releasing a noxious odor and steadily eroding the surrounding land and objects. Observing this dire situation, Dingyu ordered the mining army to teleport back to the territory. Once the mining army had retreated, Dingyu also led his troops back to safety. In such circumstances, a direct confrontation was unwarranted. Persistence would only result in casualties. The stockpile of goblin bombs in the territory had been depleted during the previous encounter with the spiked armored turtle. Otherwise, they could have employed the same tactics against these crabs. Currently, the primary combat forces within the territory consisted solely of the Qinglong Guards and Guardian Angels, with the remaining being city guards. Of course, there were also new recruits among the main combat forces, still engaged in upgrading through the Monster Ranch. Their levels were low, and they lacked combat experience, so Dingyu had no intention of sending them into battle. He had invested a vast amount of resources in them and did not wish to see them squandered here. Since a direct confrontation was unfeasible, Dingyu resolved to adopt guerrilla tactics. Once the expended energy had been replenished, he would lead the Guardian Angels out to deliver a decisive blow to those crabs. After unleashing their powerful strike, Dingyu would lead the team in a strategic retreat. Dingyu had already reviewed the information regarding these crabs. They belonged to a species known as the giant claw crab. With an average level of 5, their strength was not to be underestimated. Particularly notable was their formidable defense due to their hard shells. Additionally, they possessed considerable melee attack capabilities. Their huge, sharp pincers, when swung, produced a menacing whoosh. Once ensnared, even the strongest soldiers would struggle to escape, facing potential severe injury or worse. Furthermore, the white foam they emitted posed a significant headache, capable of causing severe corrosive damage to the soldiers' equipment. Each piece of equipment represented a considerable investment of money and resources, and the loss of any single item was a painful blow. A day later, Dingyu finally managed to reduce the number of giant claw crabs to an acceptable level. He opened the teleportation portal and led his army in a sweeping charge, eliminating the remaining crabs. In truth, this was not the pace originally intended. Dingyu had planned to gradually deplete the giant claw crab numbers. However, he was taken by surprise to discover that these crabs were capable of consuming spirit stones. The revelation that these crabs could feast upon spirit stones was entirely unexpected for Dingyu. It is estimated that in the era when the spiked armored tortoise roamed, these crabs were unable to ascend the island, which is why they remained on the shores. However, during this period of the tortoise's absence, the giant claw crabs finally seized the opportunity to invade the island. Chapter 119. Comprehending the Way of the Sword, Commencing Fish Detonation. Upon witnessing the giant claw crab feasting upon his spiritual stones, Dingyu was instantly incensed. Subsequently, he began to utilize a plethora of restorative potions while simultaneously allocating the faith power stored in the rebirth pool for the use of his guardian angel. Without regard for resource consumption, he swiftly eradicated the giant claw crabs. The sheer number of these crabs led to both Dingyu and Angel ascending a level. Furthermore, there was delightful news. These giant claw crabs had dropped a significant quantity of abyssal giant crab bloodlines, with the majority being B grade and a small portion A grade. This abyssal giant crab bloodline, which enhances strength and defense, is quite a commendable lineage. Moreover, utilizing the abyssal giant crab bloodline incurs no adverse effects. Dingyu intended to allow the melee units within his territory to harness this bloodline. Many units in the territory lack a bloodline, with only special troops naturally endowed with one, generally possessing higher potential. For instance, the spear-wielding soldiers do not carry a bloodline, even though their potential has reached B grade due to the territory's characteristics. However, their initial barracks are of F grade, lacking any innate bloodline, a consequence of the low-level barracks. In the future, the Monster Ranch will also be able to produce abyssal giant crab bloodlines, and Dingyu plans to popularize this lineage among the melee troops. He instructed Chunmu to continue organizing manpower for mining operations before returning to his territory. Dingyu accessed the trading hall and purchased 200 F-grade Goblin Engineer barracks. After constructing them all and summoning the maximum number of troops, these goblins would not need to engage in any other tasks, solely focusing on bomb production. This time, having learned from past experiences, Dingyu realized that if there were a stockpile of bombs within the territory, the confrontation would not have been so arduous. The spiritual stone mining area possesses vast reserves, expected to sustain extraction for some time. During this period, Dingyu aims to stockpile a considerable amount of bombs, while simultaneously commanding the research center to modify these bombs into deep-water explosives. The technology for deep-water bombs is relatively simple, and with the strength of the territory, large-scale modifications can be rapidly achieved. The lake is teeming with aquatic life, with every clan being quite substantial. Just look at the spiked armored tortoise and the giant claw crabs encountered this time. Their overwhelming numbers could instill despair. These aquatic creatures possess limited aerial capabilities, while every soldier in Hanhai City is equipped with winged cats, allowing them to simply drop bombs from the sky. The abundance and sufficient levels of aquatic life in this lake make it an ideal location for leveling up. Dingyu intends to grind levels here for a period. After organizing the various affairs within his territory, Dingyu did not pause for a moment and hurried to the Jinwu training ground. Throughout this time, Dingyu has immersed himself wholeheartedly in cultivation. Amidst countless flashes of blade and fire, he distinctly felt that a breakthrough in his burning wood sword technique was within reach. He gradually closed his eyes, calming his mind, and recalled the intricacies of his execution of the burning wood sword technique, with every detail vividly playing in his mind like a film. Suddenly, Dingyu opened his eyes with a fierce glint. With a loud shout, the long sword in his hand transformed into a blazing inferno, cleaving fiercely into the void before him. This strike was as swift as lightning, where the blade light passed. It seemed as though the air itself ignited with a sizzling sound, forming a spectacular shockwave that rolled outward. Ding! Congratulations, your burning wood sword technique has transcended its limits, unlocking the freedom of sword technique skills. The unexpected system notification echoed in his mind, filling Dingyu with elation. Instinctively, he tested his long sword, discovering that he could now control the direction and intensity of the blade light with unprecedented ease. Concentrating his power at the tip of the blade, he thrust forward with force. A slender flame blade shot towards a distant boulder, piercing it soundlessly upon contact. The boulder then erupted with a thunderous crash, scattering countless small fragments in all directions. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Dingyu's eyes. With the unlocking of skill freedom, his combat style would undergo a revolutionary transformation. No longer would he depend on fixed sword techniques. Instead, he could tailor his attacks to the battlefield's dynamics. Dingyu opened his skill panel, but was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The once familiar burning wood sword technique had vanished from the skill list. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread. However, upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find that other sword-related skills had also disappeared, replaced by the term Sword Way, LV1. Could it be that he had not only unlocked the freedom of the burning wood sword technique, but had also implicitly grasped the essence of the entire sword technique system? Perhaps through his cultivation of the burning wood sword technique, he had inadvertently achieved a breakthrough across the entire swordsmanship framework. Not wanting to dwell on the puzzling implications, he simply reveled in the fact that it was indeed impressive. The term swordway exudes an air of sophistication, though he wished it could do without the LV1. Dingyu teleported outside the territory to observe that the mining operations at the spiritual stone mine had reached their conclusion. Thanks to the recent summoning of a large cohort of goblin engineers, the stockpile of goblin bombs in the territory began to swell. During this period, Dingyu had instructed the Lark Scouts to explore the area and had discovered several aquatic creature gathering spots. Yet, the scouting capabilities of the Lark on water are evidently inferior to those on land, with both distance and effectiveness being subpar. Should he frequently face situations demanding naval combat, he planned to develop some naval units. After the mining of the spiritual stone vein concluded, Dingyu teleported the mining army back to the territory. He then arrived at the first monster gathering site, activating the teleportation light curtain to deploy his main battle units. After some consideration, he also summoned the new recruits. The airship ascended to a great height, and with the army at the ready, commenced a large-scale bombardment. At the command of the officer, the main battle units swiftly sprang into action. They transported heavy bombs to the edge of the airship and hurled them down towards the lake below. The bombs, with a sharp whistle, sliced through the air, racing towards the lake's surface. Meanwhile, within the territory, the goblin engineers busily produced bombs. This time, it was the main battle units participating in the bombardment. If the monsters were killed by the bombs, the throwing units, as the primary combatants, would reap the majority of the experience points. Simultaneously, the goblin engineers, as bomb creators, would also gain a portion of the experience. Of course, Dingyu would receive a minuscule share of the experience as well. Chapter 120, Sent Flying. The deep water bombs would only detonate after sinking to a certain depth, a result determined through rigorous testing by the research center. Most aquatic organisms in the lake reside within this specific depth range. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of explosions erupted, the tranquility of the lake's surface was abruptly shattered. Massive water splashes soared into the sky, creating magnificent curtains of water. The lake's waters were violently upheaved, cascading into towering waves that surged outward with ferocity. The explosion's power was beyond imagination, stirring the sediment from the lakebed and rendering the water a murky chaos. The monsters that had previously lurked beneath the surface were thrown into disarray by this sudden onslaught. Some of these creatures were violently dismembered, their mangled limbs and blood drifting through the water. Others were rendered dazed by the explosive shockwave, stripped of their ability to resist, and could only thrash helplessly in the depths. Yet, among the stronger beasts, although not killed outright, many bore varying degrees of injury. They roared in fury, seeking vengeance against their unseen assailants. However, the bombardment from the forces of Hanhai City did not relent. The main combat units aboard the airships seized the opportunity of the monsters' confusion to accelerate the speed and frequency of their bombardments. Bomb after bomb fell like rain, igniting successive waves of explosive crescendos across the lake's surface. As the explosions continued to resound, the number of monsters diminished steadily, their resistance waning. When the system's notification ceased, all the creatures below had been eradicated. Dingyu commanded the airship to change course, leading his troops toward a new target. Upon reaching the next objective, Dingyu issued another order to attack. In an instant, the hatches of the airships opened, and a deadly barrage of bombs cascaded down like a torrential downpour towards the cluster of monsters in the lake. The explosions once again shattered the tranquility of the area, flames leaping skyward, illuminating the entire lake. Thus, Dingyu led his army in relentless bombardment over this vast expanse of water for a full month. Throughout these protracted days, they engaged in countless battles, confronting a myriad of monsters. Each bombardment yielded bounteous rewards in experience, flooding their beings and rapidly augmenting their strength, while their accumulated points soared. However, the prolonged onslaught was not without its challenges, as they occasionally faced aerial assaults from flying creatures. For instance, during one fierce engagement, the airship was suddenly beset by a swarm of airborne monsters. These creatures were diminutive yet extraordinarily swift, akin to bolts of black lightning darting toward the airship. In response, Dingyu swiftly commanded the Qinglong guards and the guardian angels to engage. To mitigate losses, he teleported the airship back to the territory. Fortunately, these monsters were not particularly formidable. After a fierce struggle, they successfully repelled the aerial attackers. That morning, as Dingyu prepared to resume bombardments outside, a booming voice reminiscent of a tolling bell shattered the morning calm. Startled, Dingyu instinctively turned toward the sound, only to catch a glimpse of an enormous shadow racing past. This shadow blotted out the sun, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified. Before Dingyu could react, an unseen force enveloped him, and he was swiftly spun into disorientation, his surroundings blurring and his consciousness fading. After an indeterminate period, Dingyu gradually regained awareness. his head heavy and a buzzing sound filling his ears. He shook his head vigorously, striving to clear his mind. As he slowly opened his eyes, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive, desolate plain, with withered grass trembling in the wind, producing a rustling sound. The sky above was shrouded in dense clouds, imparting a sense of oppression to the barren land. Ding Yu's heart raced. He distinctly remembered being above the lake. Yet now he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Opening the map on his panel, he discovered he was no longer within its displayed range. What kind of entity could so effortlessly transport him from the battlefield to this locale? Could it be that his relentless bombardments had awakened something? The shadow had moved too swiftly for him to even check with his panel. Nonetheless, it seemed to harbor no murderous intent. Otherwise, it would have struck him down instantly. Wait, could it be that he had been flung here by its mere swipe? The thought was terrifying, far more formidable than any teleportation array. Testing the territory's space, Ding Yu found he could still access it, promptly teleporting a squad of Lark scouts to survey the vicinity. Meanwhile, he returned to his territory, feeling too disoriented to explore outside. Once back, he realized he had been outside for the better part of the day. It was a stroke of luck that he had not been devoured by passing beasts. Summoning a priest, he received several healing spells, restoring his clarity. Attempting to use the war declaration order, he found it ineffective, realizing he was still within the 10,000 races battlefield. After resting for a while, Ding Yu teleported outside again. By this time, the Lark scouts had relayed their findings. No other beings were present in the vicinity. He gathered them back. Boarding the Void shuttle and soaring in a specific direction, the shuttle traced a graceful arc through the skies, moving at remarkable speed. The scenery below rapidly receding like a flowing painting. He resolved to locate a nearby neutral city to procure a map. Wandering aimlessly would be inefficient and could expose him to danger. Half a day later, Ding Yu spotted a troop of goblins advancing slowly. Noticing their lack of strength, he summoned his army, intent on inquiring for directions. At Ding Yu's command, his forces charged at the goblin troop like ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey. A cacophony of battle cries erupted, and dust swirled across the battlefield. His soldiers, well-trained and coordinated, faced the goblins, who, despite their desperate resistance, proved utterly insignificant against overwhelming might. Before long, the majority of the goblins lay slain across the battlefield, their bodies strewn haphazardly. The remaining goblins, trembling in fear, abandoned their weapons and knelt in supplication. Chapter 121, The Abyssal Invasion. Ding Yu approached them for information, only to discover they were unaware of any neutral cities in the area. This left him somewhat speechless, prompting the guardian angels to purify them. It seemed unwise to seek out enemies of such feeble strength. Many were novices, oblivious to the locations of neutral cities. Once the battlefield was cleared, Ding Yu recalled his forces and continued onward. It was not until 2 days later that he gleaned information from a band of minotaurs. This area bordered the Celinda region adjacent to Iris. Relieved that he had not strayed too far, Ding Yu exhaled in relief. He notified his troops engaged in the 10,000 races battlefield to converge toward the Celinda region. Ding Yu had no intention of returning to Iris, as the Spirit Stone mines there had been largely depleted. Since he was now in Celinda, he might as well establish himself here. Contemplating, he opened a chat with his old friends. Business partner, is anyone in our group in the Celinda region? Merchant worldwide. Holy crap, weren't you just in Iris? How did you suddenly end up in Celinda? Friend, you may find it hard to believe, but I was struck by someone with a single slap. Merchant of the world, I can't believe it. If someone slapped you from that far away, how could you possibly have survived? Bloody Queen, were you trying to avoid me? War Emperor, friend, how did you offend such a powerful figure? Friend, it's a long story. That day I was by the lake fishing, and a big shot found me too noisy and casually slapped me. Dancer Hanhang, I'm currently in Celinda City. Shall we meet? After engaging in conversation with them for a while, I gathered some information about the Celinda region. I asked Dancer Hanhang to assist me in purchasing a map, which she promptly sent via the trading system. This is the advantage of having friends. I need not journey far to procure a map. Dancer Hanhang is remarkably efficient, and soon the map arrived. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Celinda region map. Would you like to use it? Ding Yu chose to utilize it. The map on the interface expanded significantly, revealing nearby areas as well. Ding Yu began to examine the map, noting several marked Spirit Stone veins, which gave him a new objective. He teleported his territory and soared toward the nearest Spirit Stone vein. After a short while, Ding Yu encountered several waves of enemies. It seemed that the Celinda region was bustling with activity, more so than the Iris region. Upon discovering an enemy army ahead, Ding Yu was preparing to summon his troops for an assault when a system notification sounded. World announcement. Due to the influence of the Void Tide, the Abyss and Starry Rhythm continent are about to converge. All lords are advised to prepare. 3 system announcement sounds disrupted Ding Yu's plans. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the Starry Rhythm continent, amidst the towering starry mountains, ancient dragons awakened from their slumber, their massive eyes gazing into the distance, as if sensing the dark and malevolent aura emanating from the abyss. In a primordial forest, elves hurriedly dashed between ancient trees. gathering precious herbs and magical materials in preparation for the impending danger. The elven queen stood atop an ancient sacred tree, her expression grave as she gazed at the sky. A shadow of worry cast across her exquisite features. In the southern part of the continent, amidst the vast and desolate desert, sand raiders paused their squabbles, momentarily setting aside greed and desire. They looked to the sky, where the space was increasingly warping, a sense of unease swelling within. In the oasis town at the desert's edge, residents began reinforcing their homes, stockpiling food and water. Children were kept closely guarded, their eyes glimmering with fear. As time progressed, the chaotic void turbulence grew ever more violent. Strange lights flickered across the sky, as if space were being kneaded by unseen hands. Dark fissures began to slowly appear, exuding a suffocating aura of malevolence. Monstrous beings from the abyss emitted chilling roars, eager to breach the final barrier and surge into this vibrant continent. Just as Ding Yu halted his actions, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. The multitude battlefield will temporarily close. You and your subordinates will be teleported back to your territory in 5 minutes. Please prepare. The multitude battlefield is closing temporarily? Ding Yu informed the various armies engaged in battle within the multitude battlefield to ready themselves. Simultaneously, he teleported his nearby troops back to the territory, patiently awaiting the imminent transition. He glanced at the chat channel, which was rapidly inundated with messages. Brothers, the abyss is invading. Damn. I just discovered a rare vein and haven't had the chance to mine it. Is the system toying with us? We're being forcibly teleported back. I wonder if my enemies will come to attack me. No worries. Everyone will be busy with their own affairs. Nobody will come after you. Unless they have a vendetta, which you don't have, right? I plan to delve into the abyss and dominate the starry rhythm continent upon my return. You should sleep it off. Dreams hold everything. 5 minutes swiftly passed, and a flash of light enveloped Ding Yu, transporting him from his location. When he reopened his eyes, the familiar scenes of his territory greeted him. The other armies engaged in the multitude battlefield had also been teleported back. At that moment, a soldier rushed toward him. My lord, we have detected abnormal spatial fluctuations around Shanyu City. It seems some formidable force is approaching. Send a command to recall the expeditionary forces. Everyone is to enter a state of readiness. Yes, my lord. Preparing his forces. Ding Yu began to assess the spatial integrity of his territory. There were no anomalies surrounding the space. For the time being, the territory remained unaffected. Ding Yu teleported to Shanyu City, and upon landing, he beheld a vast, ominous crack not far from the city. The fissure resembled a grotesque scar stretching across the earth, emanating a chilling darkness. This aura seemed infused with a decaying power, continuously eroding the surrounding air and soil. The space around the fissure appeared warped, light distorted within, and a low, rumbling sound emanated from it. This spectacle was rather significant, far larger than the spatial fissure encountered during the insectoid invasion. Chapter 122, The War Begins. World Announcement. The War Merit System has been activated. Slaying demons will yield war merit rewards. Please explore for further details. The system announcement rang out again, prompting Ding Yu to open his panel. Indeed, the War Merit System had appeared following the multitude battlefield. Upon accessing the War Merit System, he found a plethora of enemy-killing tasks listed. However, these tasks did not require acceptance. Upon meeting the conditions, they would be automatically completed. Upon task completion, war merit rewards could be obtained, which could be redeemed for items within the War Merit System. Given the current circumstances, Hanhai City was temporarily safe, while Shanyu City had become the battleground. Ding Yu activated the teleportation light curtain, commanding the soldiers of Hanhai City to teleport to Shanyu City. In the square of Shanyu City, a colossal teleportation light curtain shimmered with mysterious radiance, figures gradually materializing within. First to appear were the new recruits from the main battle units, clad in fresh armor and wielding sharp weapons, standing in disciplined formation upon the square. Following closely, the city guard began to teleport in succession. A significant portion of Hanhai City's defensive forces were being dispatched, should Hanhai City come under attack. The territory still possessed defensive matrices and an army of tree people. Under the command of the Watchers, they could buy some time, enough for the main forces to return. Concurrently, residents within the territory were informed that they could temporarily join the city guard to enter the battlefield. The current level of the territory's inhabitants was considerable, constituting a formidable force. Of course, joining the battlefield remained voluntary. It was not yet time to enforce conscription of the populace. Orders were given for the residents of Shanyu City to evacuate to Hanhai City, as Shanyu City would soon become a battleground, rendering it unsafe. Should Shanyu City fall, Ding Yu would lead his troops back to Hanhai City. With the issuance of these commands, both Hanhai City and Shanyu City were engulfed in a flurry of activity and tension. Soldiers swiftly organized in the square, preparing to rush to the battleground of Shanyu City. The citizens of the city were abuzz with discussions, and a number of fervent youths rushed to the recruitment center to enlist. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Shanyu City began to gather their belongings, gradually retreating towards the shimmering portal. During this time, the expeditionary forces had assembled completely. and the city of Shanyu was now teeming with people. At this moment, the depth of Ding Yu's territory began to reveal itself. The sheer number of troops surpassed that of any other lord's subjects. Fortunately, the city had been designed with such scenarios in mind, and its size was sufficiently ample. Recently, Ding Yu had deliberately utilized the points earned from the myriad of battles to acquire a protective shield for Shanyu City from the Point Mall. Unlike Hanhai City, which was too vast and had its defenses supplanted by the shield, resulting in the removal of its walls, Shanyu City retained its walls, for a city without them felt rather peculiar. This time, the city's defense was entrusted to the city guard, while other troops ventured out to meet the enemy. The goblin engineers had strategically placed numerous explosives along the enemy's inevitable path. With a sufficient supply of bombs at their disposal, they could be utilized without hesitation. As time progressed, the fissure began to stabilize, no longer exhibiting violent fluctuations. Suddenly, a dense wave of black mist surged forth from within the crack, followed closely by the devilish army, surging like a tidal wave, the scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The demon figures blotted out the sun, accompanied by thunderous roars and heavy footfalls that made the very earth tremble. Leading the charge were numerous diminutive demons, stout yet compact, their rough skin adorned with hard nodules. As if encased in natural armor, they bore sharp claws and menacing fangs, their mouths continuously dripping with foul-smelling saliva. Little Demon. Level 23. Description: the basic infantry of the abyssal race. They are numerous and excel in close combat. Witnessing this sight, the soldiers of Hanhai City gasped in shock. Soon, the little demons reached the minefield, greeted by a relentless barrage of explosions, flames and smoke instantly engulfing the entire area. The forceful shockwaves radiated from the points of detonation, violently tossing the nearby little demons into the air. Severed limbs and shattered bodies of the demons were propelled skyward, only to rain down again. The goblin engineers had deployed their resources generously, effectively tearing apart the demonic horde. The once tightly packed ranks of demons were brutally torn asunder, leaving a vast void in their midst. The battlefield was littered with the gruesome remains of demons, a sight most harrowing. However, the sheer number of the demonic forces was staggering. Those streaming in from the rear swiftly filled the gaps in the front lines, coalescing once more into a surging tide of darkness, advancing relentlessly forward. Before long, they collided head-on with the awaiting expeditionary army, akin to two torrents crashing together. The first to engage was the formidable skeletal army, summoned forth by the necromancers among the expeditionary forces. These skeletons varied in form, their hollow eye sockets glowing with a ghostly green flame. Interspersed among them were numerous spear-wielders clad in sturdy armor, their battle-worn gear bearing the scars of past conflicts. Their long spears stood straight and sharp, glinting coldly under the sun. The spear-wielders and skeletal soldiers worked in tandem, forming an impregnable line of defense. Behind this skeletal army, numerous archers moved with agile grace, mounted upon winged cats. Their bows were taut, ever on the lookout for the perfect moment to strike. Once a target was locked, they released their arrows without hesitation, which soared through the air like a rain of darkness, piercing the bodies of the demons with chilling precision. The demons let out anguished cries, and the battlefield was soon suffused with the acrid scent of blood. Simultaneously, among the main combatants of the expeditionary forces, the spellcasters were equally unyielding. Chanting incantations, they unleashed powerful spells upon the concentrated enemy forces. In an instant, a dazzling array of high-powered area of effect spells erupted onto the battlefield, illuminating the scene with brilliant light. The little demons were staunchly held at bay by the expeditionary forces, their numbers rapidly dwindling. At that moment, a multitude of hellhounds and gargoyles surged forth from the rear of the demonic army, heading directly for the spellcasters of Hanhai City. These hellhounds were lithe and muscular, exuding a potent scent of blood. Their fur blazed a fiery red, kicking up clouds of dust as they sprinted. The gargoyles, massive in stature, were crafted from solid stone, their surfaces etched with mysterious runes that radiated an ancient and malevolent aura. Chapter 123, The Battle Intensifies. The gargoyles unfurled their immense wings, beating the air with a dull thud as they propelled themselves toward Shanyu City. At that moment, Dingyu also received their information. Hellhound. Level 45. Description: a ferocious beast trained for battle, swift and highly destructive. Gargoyle. Level 43. Description: composed of stone, capable of flight, with a resilient body. The enemy's levels were not particularly high, thus the impact was minimal. The druids transformed into eagles, taking to the skies to confront the gargoyles. One by one, the giant eagles soared upwards, their expansive wings unfurling as they beat the air with powerful strokes, generating fierce gusts of wind. They sped towards the gargoyles, soon engaging them in combat. A breathtaking aerial battle unfolded as the gargoyles, with their tough bodies and sharp claws, attacked the giant eagles. Each swipe of their claws whistled through the air, aiming to rend the eagles asunder. The giant eagles, undeterred, collided with the gargoyles, their massive forms creating a shockwave that reverberated through the surrounding air with a deep rumble. The eagles grasped the gargoyles tightly with their powerful talons, their sharp beaks fiercely pecking at the foe. In this intense clash, both sides exchanged blows, neither yielding ground. Feathers scattered through the air, stone fragments flew, and the sounds of cries and roars intertwined. Simultaneously, the wolf cavalry charged like lightning towards the hellhounds. Clad in light leather armor and wielding sharp blades, the wolf riders moved in perfect harmony with their dire wolves, as if they were one entity. Utilizing the speed and force of their wolves, they crashed into the hellhounds with tremendous impact. Both sides were composed of agile troops, with the wolf riders holding an advantage in levels, while the hellhounds outnumbered them. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. The hellhounds and gargoyles were held at bay by the forces of Hanhai City, and the battlefield momentarily descended into a deadlock. Before long, a surge of energy rippled from the fissure once more. Following that, two new types of troops emerged from the inky crack. First to appear were the Hell Dragons, their colossal forms blotting out the sky as they entered the view of all present. The Infernal Dragon is enveloped in a layer of hard, dark crimson scales, as if steeped in the blood of countless living beings. Its colossal wings unfurl, and with each powerful beat, a tempest is unleashed, causing the surrounding air to swirl chaotically. Infused with the acrid scent of sulfur, from its gaping maw, torrents of searing black flames erupt intermittently, warping the air in their wake. Infernal Dragon. Level 67. Description: a formidable flying unit capable of spewing flames or acid, inflicting extensive damage upon adversaries. Upon its emergence, the Infernal Dragon hurtles towards the grand army of Hanhai City. Another behemoth graces the battlefield, the Lava Giant. Towering and composed of molten magma entwined with resilient rock, it radiates an intense heat that distorts the very air around it. The magma flows freely across its exterior, occasionally splashing down to create smoking craters upon the ground. Each step it takes reverberates with a deep, thunderous boom. Lava Giant. Level 65. Description: composed of magma and rock, capable of unleashing high temperatures, delivering powerful impact attacks. As the Lava Giants appear, they stride unhesitatingly towards the Expeditionary Force's defenses, scorching the earth beneath their feet and rendering the flora barren, leaving only desolation and silence in their wake. In response, the Dragon Knights ascend to the skies to confront the Infernal Dragon, while the Bear Warriors engage the Lava Giants on the ground. Currently, the primary combatants of Hanhai City predominantly reside at the 5th tier, slightly inferior to the levels of the Infernal Dragon and Lava Giant. Nevertheless, Hanhai City possesses its own advantages, bolstered by the hero training camp. Many hero units are present among their main forces. The Dragon Knights unleash a spirited cry, soaring aloft, rapidly gaining altitude as they approach the gargantuan Infernal Dragon, igniting an exhilarating aerial clash. Simultaneously, the robust Bear Warriors advance steadily towards the Lava Giants, clad in heavy armor etched with arcane runes. They have donned the spiked armor, equipped with reflective damage capabilities, rendering them formidable against melee units. In the air, the Dragon Knights engage in fierce combat with the Infernal Dragon, their flames intertwining with the dragon's black fire, creating a dazzling yet perilous display of sparks. On the ground, the Bear Warriors have closed the distance with the Lava Giants. Despite the latter's enormous stature, the Bear Warriors exhibit remarkable agility. They raise their battle axes high, striking fiercely at the legs of the Lava Giants, aiming to sever their support and incapacitate them. Each axe falls with a resounding thud, accompanied by the showering of sparks. Yet, the Lava Giants retaliate with equal ferocity, swinging their massive arms imbued with scorching heat towards the Bear Warriors. However, their sheer size renders them somewhat clumsy, allowing the Bear Warriors to evade their onslaught repeatedly. As the battle rages on, the tension on the battlefield escalates, with new units emerging from the fissures. Dark Sorcerer. Level 55. Description: proficient in dark magic and curses, capable of casting powerful spells on the battlefield. Abyss Hunter. Level 63. Description: agile reconnaissance units, adept at stealth and assassination. Abyss Crawler. Level 56. Description: spider-like creatures capable of swift movement through the complex terrains of the abyss. The necromancers among the primary forces confront the dark sorcerers, with the skeleton warriors showing no fear of their curses. The void raiders engage the abyss hunters, initiating a contest of speed and skill, while the abyss crawlers are firmly held at bay by the great swordsmen. Meanwhile, from the rift connecting to the abyss, three ominous figures gradually materialize, exuding a terrifying aura, as if they have emerged from the depths of hell, silently hovering in the air. Chapter 124, The Abyss Lords. Surrounding them is a dense shroud of darkness, consuming the light around them. The foremost demon is imposing, radiating an innate sense of oppression. Clad in resplendent black armor etched with mysterious runes, his blood-red eyes fixate intently on the battlefield below. At this moment, Dingyu also perceives his information. Abyss Lord. Level 85. Description: the leader of the Abyss faction, possessing immense power and command abilities. The two other Abyss Lords beside him exude an equally chilling presence. One wields a massive black scythe, its blade resembling a crescent moon, while the other grips a pair of black iron chains, adorned with menacing spikes. The appearance of these three abyssal titans invigorates the entire Abyss army, their combat prowess surging dramatically. The previously chaotic and disorganized Abyss forces begin to exhibit discernible coordination under their command, prompting Hanhai City to feel unprecedented pressure. Upon witnessing the emergence of the enemy's boss, Dingyu rallies the Qinglong guards and the guardian angels to confront them. The enemy's formidable strength, coupled with their ability to enhance the demonic army, necessitates swift action. Every moment of delay could lead to significant casualties for their side. A decisive strike must be executed before the enemy can unleash their full power. Without hesitation, Dingyu channels the stellar energy within him, unleashing a disintegration ray directed at the leading Abyss Lord. As the ray travels, the air appears to be torn apart, emitting a hissing sound. Concurrently, under the leadership of Anshi, the guardian angels launch a holy judgment upon one of the Abyss Lords, as a colossal orb of light descends from the heavens towards their foe. Meanwhile, the Qinglong guards, led by Li Kuo, swiftly form an orderly phalanx, their internal energies converging relentlessly. With a fierce roar from Li Kuo, the Qinglong guards unleash their newly mastered combined attack formation. In an instant, azure light emanates from their bodies, intertwining in the air to gradually form a massive azure silhouette. This figure resembles the Qinglong guards, albeit on a colossal scale, towering like a majestic mountain upon the battlefield, exuding a terrifying aura. Though this combined formation remains in its infancy, the power it displays in this moment is nonetheless astonishing. The disintegration ray strikes the leading Abyss Lord first. In response to the attack, this formidable adversary merely waves his arm lightly, summoning a black energy shield that deflects the ray effortlessly. Dingyu, well acquainted with this maneuver, intensifies the output of his stellar energy, engaging in a battle of attrition with the Abyss Lord. It is noteworthy that the energy expended by both parties is not equal. The energy consumed by Dingyu is evidently significantly less than that of this Abyss Lord. The skills employed by both sides differ. As the attacker, Dingyu demonstrates a higher energy utilization efficiency. Moreover, the quality of energy within their bodies varies, with the power of the stars clearly being of a superior grade compared to that of his adversary. In a short while, the energy of the Abyss Lord is entirely depleted, disintegrated into dust by Dingyu. No matter the skill you wield, I shall shatter your magic with brute force. Dingyu's lips curl into an uncontrollable smile. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the level 85 Abyss Lord, earning 8,500,000 battle merit. The demise of these Abyss creatures does not yield any items. Instead, only battle merit is awarded. This bears resemblance to the previous encounter with the insectoids, where no items dropped, only points were obtained. This discrepancy likely underscores the distinction between extraterrestrial beings and indigenous creatures. Nonetheless, experience points for defeating enemies are still accrued, and battle merit can be exchanged for various items, rendering the endeavor not entirely fruitless. Battle merit can be traded for numerous items that are seldom encountered, thus proving to be quite valuable. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the sacred judgment descends. Observing this, the Abyss Lord emits a thunderous roar. A black scythe ignites with a dark flame, colliding with the sphere of light. In an instant, light and darkness intertwine, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sends nearby soldiers and demons flying. Soon, the black flames falter, and the Abyss Lord is utterly purified into nothingness. Ding. Congratulations to your subjects for slaying the level 83 Abyss Lord, earning 8,300,000 battle merit. Concurrently, the azure silhouette of the Blue Orchid Guardian takes full form. It strides forward with heavy, powerful steps, charging towards the enemy. The azure silhouette swings its colossal fist down upon the Abyss Lord with tremendous force. The Abyss Lord senses this overwhelming power and does not dare to underestimate it. He thrashes the chains in his grasp, attempting to ensnare the silhouette. The chains move swiftly, soon wrapping around the silhouette. As they tighten, they endeavor to strangle the phantom. The Blue Orchid Guardian grits its teeth, amplifying the energy output within to maintain the silhouette's stability. Undeterred by the chains coiling around it, the silhouette forcefully launches an attack on the Abyss Lord. Ultimately, the Abyss Lord proves no match, being pulverized into a mere pulp by the silhouette. Ding. Congratulations to your subjects for slaying the level 83 Abyss Lord, earning 8,300,000 battle merit. After vanquishing 3 bosses on the opposing side, no further strong units emerge from the spatial rift. Witnessing this, Dingyu begins to organize a counteroffensive. Many troops initially designated to guard against new enemy types now join the fray. The Griffin Legion assists the Wyverns, heavy infantry support the Greatsword Warriors, and the Blue Orchid Guardians lend aid to the Berserk Bears. Meanwhile, Dingyu commands the city guard to enter the battle, notifying his subjects that they may freely engage, as victory is all but assured, allowing them to gain experience. By noon the following day, the demon horde finally succumbs to the relentless assault of the Hanhai City forces, beginning to disintegrate. The morale of the Hanhai City army and its citizens surges as they pursue their fleeing foes. The demon army attempts to retreat to the rift, only to find it already blocked by the Hanhai City troops. In a state of despair, the demon forces charge at those barring their path. After completely obliterating the demons, Dingyu orders his subjects to cleanse the battlefield, with no new enemies in the vicinity. The defense of Shanyu City is entrusted to his citizens. The remaining tasks are delegated to Chun Mu and Zheng Yu, who has now been formally appointed as the Lord of Shanyu City. Dingyu leads the army back to Hanhai City for much-needed rest. After such an extended period of combat, the warriors are utterly fatigued and require recuperation. Chapter 125. The defense of Shanyu City concludes, seeking out enemies. The following morning, the army has completed its rest. The city guard assumes control of the fortifications, replacing the citizens. Last night, no high-tier units emerged from the rift, only a scattering of lesser demons. The army of Hanhai City ventures outside the city, commencing the extermination of these demons. Without the support of higher-tier units, the feeble lesser demons pose no significant challenge. They have now become mere experience fodder for the soldiers of Hanhai City, with even some citizens forming parties to grind for experience. Observing that Shanyu City is no longer in peril, Dingyu resolves to venture forth into battle. He divides the expeditionary forces into 18 army groups, each comprising 100,000-strong battalions. 2 army groups remain to assist the city guard in defending Shanyu City and clearing the nearby demons. The remaining 16 groups, in conjunction with the main combat units, begin to expand outward from Shanyu City, actively seeking out the nearby demon forces to engage in combat. This is not a battlefield of myriad races. The teleportation scrolls are fully operational. The armies of Hanhai City are equipped with these scrolls, allowing for rapid reinforcement in times of danger. And Dingyu harbors no concerns for their safety. During this period, Dingyu also dispatches Lark scouts into the rift for reconnaissance. However, they yield no intelligence. As they are swiftly dispatched upon entry, Dingyu opens the chat channel to peruse the messages within. These demons are even more ferocious than the insectoids from last time, relentlessly assaulting my territory without pause. I received word from the local chieftains that we are bordering the 256th layer of the Abyss. According to the chieftains, the Abyss is a vast conglomeration of worlds, stitched together from countless realms. I've heard this as well. The harsh environment within the Abyss cultivates particularly battle-hardened demons. Brothers, enough chit-chat. My territory is on the verge of being breached. Who will come to my aid? Now, the regional channel is filled with lamentations, as fellow lords are besieged by the demon forces. Dingyu glances at the groups of old friends and classmates. The individuals in the old friends group are faring well and currently face no danger. Meanwhile, those in the classmates group are beginning to struggle, but they have united in small alliances, providing mutual support and temporarily avoiding issues. Li Linlin is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the demon forces and shows no inclination to seek Dingyu's assistance. Seeing that they are not in peril, Dingyu shifts his attention elsewhere. He also brings along the Blue Orchid Guardians and the Guardian Angels to engage in combat. The Blue Orchid Guardians, as his personal guard, must accompany Dingyu. The Kitsune guards are merely for aesthetic appeal. Their combat capabilities are inadequate for the task of his protection. The Kitsune guards have already been integrated into the city guard, tasked with safeguarding the Lord's residence. As for the Guardian Angels, Dingyu had initially been reluctant to include them. However, they require the faith power provided by a supplicant to sustain their wartime consumption. Thus, he must keep them close by, serving once again as a conduit for signals. Leading his forces through the city gates, Dingyu is met with the acrid scent wafting through the air outside. This must be the odor of demonic energy from the chat channel. He understands that the ambient energy within the Abyss manifests as this very miasma. Dingyu tests his ability to absorb this miasma for cultivation or self-restoration. Once his strength is sufficient, he intends to venture into the Abyss, which should be replete with many unique resources. Even in the absence of special items, the countless monsters therein are all experience packages, more than adequate to meet the upgrading needs of his units. Outside, scattered minions of darkness roamed, and Dingyu chose a direction, leading his army through their ranks with unwavering determination. As they ventured further from Shanyu City, the number of demons began to swell. Before long, Dingyu and his entourage encountered a formidable squadron exuding an aura of immense power, known as Abyssal Knights. Abyssal Knight. Level 63. Description: an elite unit from the Abyss, mounted on nightmarish steeds, proficient in charging into battle. These Abyssal Knights were imposing figures, clad in heavy black armor intricately etched with sinister runes that emanated a faint, eerie glow. Beneath them, their steeds, nightmares, were grotesque creatures, as dark as the void, seemingly birthed from the shadows. With each thundering step, their hooves ignited with an unnatural green flame, causing the grass beneath to wither and turn to ash. Their eyes glowed a blood-red hue, brimming with insatiable ferocity, while the acrid scent of sulfur wafted from their nostrils, inducing nausea in all who inhaled it. Astonishingly, these nightmares possessed the ability to soar through the skies. The spectacle was truly magnificent. If only Dingyu could mass-produce such mounts for his territory. Though admiration lingered, it did not deter Dingyu from his mission of extermination. He swiftly issued an attack command. The Qinglong guards, already in a state of readiness, promptly adjusted their formation and charged towards the Abyssal Knights. Simultaneously, the guardian angels swiftly approached, their angelic nature granting them formidable prowess against the demon race due to inherent attribute advantages. The battlefield erupted into chaos, a cacophony of war cries and clashing weapons resonating in a deafening symphony. Ding Yu unsheathed his flame blade and surged forward as a 7th-tier powerhouse. Engaging these 6th-tier Abyssal Knights was a trivial task. With his mastery over the sword path, his power had greatly amplified, allowing him to fell foes with ease. In a blink, he appeared before an Abyssal Knight, raising his flame blade high before delivering a decisive blow. The knight scarcely had time to react before the blade cleaved through him from crown to groin. Without missing a beat, Ding Yu pivoted, sweeping the blade horizontally, releasing a searing wave of fiery energy that fanned out like a deadly fan. Wherever it struck, the Abyssal Knights fell like wheat before a tempest, utterly defenseless. For Ding Yu, this skirmish was a one-sided massacre. His figure darted across the battlefield, leaving a trail of fallen knights in his wake. The battle concluded swiftly, but alas, the Abyssal Knights yielded no spoils. Otherwise, he might have had the chance to acquire a nightmare for himself. Ding Yu had previously experimented within the Monster Ranch, which could not produce units from the Zerg or demon factions. The underlying reason eluded him, likely tied to the world's governing rules. Once the battlefield was cleared, Ding Yu waved his hand and commanded his forces to advance. After half a day's journey, he discovered a small spatial rift nearby. However, this rift was modest, devoid of high-ranking demons. The low-tier demons offered scant rewards, hardly worth expending excessive energy on. Chapter 126, Joining the Native Battlefield. Without lingering, Ding Yu dispatched the lowly demons and instructed his army to press on. At that moment, a report from the Skylark Scouts reached him. Ahead lay a battlefield where native creatures clashed with the demon race. A spark ignited within Ding Yu, glimmering with excitement. He commanded his troops to quicken their pace towards the fray. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the sight that unfolded before him sent a tremor through his being. The air was thick with smoke and the din of battle. A multitude of native creatures and demons were locked in a furious melee, their forms flickering in and out of view amidst the haze. The sounds of clashing weapons, the thunder of spells, and the anguished cries of the wounded wove together into a chaotic tapestry. These native beings, often divided by myriad conflicts, cast aside their grievances in the face of a common foe, uniting against the demons. On one flank, towering orc warriors brandished hefty battle axes, charging into the demonic ranks. Nearby, agile elven archers flitted through the chaos, their longbows singing as arrows rained down upon the demons, providing vital ranged support for the Orcish onslaught. In the rear, a cadre of robed mages chanted incantations, their staffs radiating with magical energy. Some conjured potent elemental forces, unleashing massive fireballs, icy spikes, and bolts of lightning upon the demon horde, incinerating, freezing, or electrocuting their foes. Others cast protective spells, erecting shields to defend their comrades against demonic assaults. Before them, human knights astride mighty steeds formed a steadfast line, brandishing long spears to thwart any demonic breakthrough. The demon race, however, retaliated fiercely, displaying a variety of forms. Some boasted enormous wings, soaring through the air before swooping down to strike at the natives with razor-sharp claws and fiery breath. Others were colossal, wielding massive weapons that left craters in their wake with each swing, sending nearby natives sprawling. Some demons wielded dark magic, unleashing eerie black mists that sowed confusion among the native ranks. Witnessing this spectacle ignited Ding Yu's fervor. This was undoubtedly a primary battleground, teeming with soldiers on both sides. The vastness of the conflict extended beyond the horizon, instilling a sense of awe. Among the chaos, Ding Yu even spied 7th-tier units. The previous insect tide, while formidable, had been constrained by time, driven solely by a need to plunder resources akin to locusts in their path. While they inflicted temporary devastation, they did not fundamentally alter the landscape. Thus, the native forces had chosen to retreat in the face of the insect tide, waiting for the rift to close before launching counterattacks to reclaim their lost territory and resources at minimal cost. However, the current abyssal incursion was starkly different. The demonic miasma they brought would relentlessly corrupt every inch of this land. If allowed to persist, it could gradually transform the surrounding ecosystem into one reminiscent of the abyss itself, a truly catastrophic disaster that threatened the very foundations of the natives' existence. Consequently, this time, the natives did not confine themselves to their fortifications, but instead took the initiative to strike, hunting down the demons. Resolute in his intent to join the fray, Ding Yu sent messages to all divisions, commanding them to converge at this location. Hanhai City would partake in this grand conflict. Once the orders were dispatched, Ding Yu led his forces into the battlefield, charging forth with his flame blade drawn, rallying his troops to follow him into the heart of battle. Ding Yu plunged into the throng of demons, wielding his blazing sword with renewed ferocity. The nearby demons, sensing the arrival of such a formidable adversary, swiftly redirected their assaults towards him. However, his prowess was unparalleled, allowing him to weave through the demon horde as if traversing an uninhabited realm. While engaged in combat, he keenly assessed the evolving dynamics of the battlefield, ensuring that both he and his troops remained shielded from encirclement. In the perilous nature of large-scale warfare, one must not only vanquish foes, but also safeguard one's own well-being. Ding Yu commanded his troops to engage the enemy fervently, yet remain vigilant of their surroundings, reserving a portion of their strength for unforeseen circumstances. Should danger arise, he would lead his forces in a swift and unhesitating retreat. As time progressed, the clashes on the battlefield grew increasingly brutal, with blood staining the earth. Nevertheless, due to Ding Yu's cautious combat strategy, his forces experienced no significant casualties. After half a day, clouds of dust rose on the distant horizon, heralding the arrival of reinforcements from Hanhai City. Their presence invigorated the entire battlefield. The soldiers, clad in orderly armor and arranged in disciplined formations, radiated a formidable military might. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged into the fray like a razor-sharp blade, cutting through the chaos. In this fierce confrontation, the army of Hanhai City worked in seamless coordination. The infantry formed a robust front line, wielding shields to deflect the demons' attacks while striking at their vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, the cavalry darted across the flanks, employing their speed to launch surprise assaults, disrupting the enemy formations. The mages, positioned at the rear, intoned incantations, unleashing a torrent of spells. Various enchantments fell upon the demon horde like a relentless rain, inflicting substantial casualties. It was not until midday the following day that this monumental battle drew to a close. Neither side emerged victorious. The prolonged engagement necessitated a temporary withdrawal for recuperation. During this interval, several leaders of indigenous factions approached Ding Yu. He exchanged contact information with them, establishing a military alliance for the duration of the abyssal invasion. During this period of incursion, the local powers predominantly joined the alliance. Any attempts to instigate civil war during this time would surely provoke the wrath of the native forces. Ding Yu also acquired a black crystal, a communication device of the indigenous people, known as the message stone. Quality: A. Description: can be used for long-distance communication. Both parties must possess a message stone. It was said that the message stone was exceptionally valuable, typically held only by prominent figures. Its bestowal upon Ding Yu was a testament to his formidable strength. However, he mused that this device paled in comparison to his own long-distance communication system, which, reliant on a sophisticated communications module, boasted far superior capabilities. Chapter 127: Escalation of War. After leading his army in retreat, Ding Yu sought a secure location and promptly transported his troops back to his territory. Upon arrival, he disbanded his forces, allowing the soldiers to return to their camps for much-needed rest. The prolonged battle, despite the availability of various restorative items, had left the warriors mentally fatigued, a weariness that could not be alleviated. They desperately required time to recuperate and soothe their spirits before embarking on another campaign. Ding Yu hastened back to the Lord's manor, utterly exhausted, and collapsed into bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. He slept soundly until the following noon, when he finally stirred. Upon awakening, Ding Yu perused the chat channel but found no valuable information. The lords therein were still engaged with the demonic forces. His old friends appeared to be safe, with many even venturing out in search of enemies. The young Lin Yuqi wished to teleport to join him in battle, but Ding Yu firmly declined. What a preposterous notion. His army numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Such a trivial child had no place in such a conflict. Moreover, he felt a twinge of apprehension toward her, uncertain when she might recklessly charge into the fray. She was far more formidable than the maidservants within the Lord's manor. Meanwhile, his classmates were struggling but had not encountered imminent danger. At that moment, Ding Yu's message stone illuminated. Ding, my brother, are you well rested? We are about to engage in battle once more. A robust voice resonated, tinged with urgency. This was a lord from a level 6 human territory, one of the major powers in the vicinity. Rest assured, my brother, I am fully prepared and ready for combat. Ding Yu replied without delay. Upon hearing Ding Yu's response, the lord on the other end of the message stone seemed to exhale in relief. Soon after, a projection emerged from the stone, unfurling in the air to reveal a detailed map, clearly indicating the location of the upcoming battlefield. Ding Yu focused intently, realizing that the site was not far from where the previous clash had occurred. He promptly exited the lord's manor and signaled for his army to assemble. In an instant, soldiers poured forth from their respective barracks, gathering in an orderly fashion at the center of the camp. Suspended in the air, Ding Yu surveyed the troops with a commanding gaze. Witnessing the resolute expressions on their faces filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. He bellowed, "Warriors, the demons are upon us once more. Let us march forth." The soldiers responded in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Subsequently, Ding Yu led the grand assembly towards the teleportation portal. As Ding Yu's forces approached the battlefield, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from afar. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, inducing a wave of nausea. Clearly, The conflict had raged for quite some time. At this juncture, the forces of the Starry Rhythm continent found themselves at a disadvantage. The soldiers appeared beleaguered amidst the smoke, their defenses wavering under the relentless assault of the demons. Numerous wounded lay on the ground, groaning in agony, with blood staining the earth around them. It was no wonder the old brother had sounded so urgent during their communication. The current situation was indeed dire for their side. Dingyu quickened his pace, leading his troops towards the fray. Upon his arrival, the battlefield was instantly revitalized. The previously weary soldiers, upon seeing Dingyu lead a fresh contingent of reinforcements, were imbued with newfound hope. Their spirits lifted, morale surged. The once fractured defensive line was quickly fortified and strengthened with the addition of Dingyu's forces. The soldiers revived, their shouts and the clash of weapons intertwined, resonating throughout the battlefield. Days turned into weeks, and the war between the indigenous alliance and the demons raged on with fervor. Every inch of land was ruthlessly scorched by the flames of war, the sky obscured by a pall of smoke. As time progressed, the number of troops engaged in battle did not diminish. Rather, it continued to swell. Throughout this extended conflict, reinforcements steadily arrived on the battlefield. Among these allies, Dingyu unexpectedly spotted Hangu from Radiant City. It was this elder who had previously gifted him a fragment of the world's essence. Amidst the chaos of war, the two reunited. Hangu's gaze fell upon Dingyu, a flicker of unmasked astonishment crossing his features. In such a short time, the aura emanating from Dingyu had transformed entirely, a testament to his remarkable growth. He exuded an aura of formidable confidence with every gesture, a power honed through countless trials and tribulations. His remarkable growth was so striking that even a seasoned figure like Hangu could not help but be moved. As Hangu understood, Dingyu's stature on this battlefield was now comparable to that of a level 6 lord. Upon sensing Hangu's gaze, Dingyu slightly cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Senior Hangu, it has been a long time. I hope you have been well. I have not forgotten your generous gift from before. Hangu nodded gently, a trace of a gratifying smile gracing his face. There is no need for such formality. Young friend, your potential is immense. You shall undoubtedly carve out your own domain in this continent. After their brief exchange, Dingyu retrieved a fruit from his pocket. This fruit emanated a delicate fragrance and could extend one's lifespan by a decade when consumed. He had acquired it from a treasure chest and sincerely presented it to Hangu. Following their momentary reunion, both returned to their respective armies. Diving back into the harsh realities of war, the conflict raged on with fervor, and as the scale expanded, higher-tier forces began to manifest. On this day, from the previously overcast sky emerged over 20 formidable 8th-tier demon soldiers, their presence overwhelming. Towering in stature, they hovered above, their massive bat-like wings slowly flapping, each movement conjuring a swirling tempest of darkness. A terrifying pressure was unleashed without restraint, sweeping across the battlefield like an invisible tide. The natives lacked 8th-tier beings, yet their 7th-tier warriors formed battle formations to confront the threat. Dingyu's forces also acted decisively, engaging 2 8th-tier demons. Dingyu faced an 8th-tier abyss lord, its body cloaked in black scales and wielding a colossal trident that glimmered with a dark crimson light. This time, Dingyu opted not to employ the disintegration ray, but instead activated the stellar combat body. In an instant, a resplendent starry radiance enveloped his form, intertwining and coalescing into a suit of armor that exuded a mysterious aura. The armor's patterns resembled the trajectories of celestial bodies, each beam of light pulsating with immense energy fluctuations. Chapter 128, The Battle of Higher Echelons. Feeling the surging energy within him, Dingyu took a deep breath and charged forward without hesitation. The clash between both sides erupted in the air with deafening roars. Shockwaves rippled outward like ripples on water, shattering numerous boulders into clouds of dust. Dingyu wielded the flame blade, each strike infused with stellar power, aimed at the Abyss Lord with a destructive fervor. The Abyss Lord retaliated fiercely, brandishing its trident, the tip slicing through the air, colliding violently with Dingyu's attacks. In that moment, the sky was ablaze with light, energy surging forth. Their figures flickered in and out amidst the fierce confrontation, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Meanwhile, the Qinglong guards faced an 8th-tier Abyss Knight, who sat astride a nightmarish steed, its hooves seemingly treading on air. Clad in heavy black armor adorned with sinister runes, the knight exuded an aura of malevolence. Its lance, over a yard long with a spiral tip, whistled sharply through the air as it spun. The Qinglong guard stood undaunted, closely aligned. Concurrently, azure light flickered upon the warriors, weaving together like ethereal threads, gradually forming a colossal phantom. This was the nascent shape of their battle formation, which solidified further with repeated use. The phantom emanated a solemn and majestic aura, reminiscent of a war deity from ancient times. It stood in confrontation with the Abyss Knight, the atmosphere thick with tension as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, the Abyss Knight let out a thunderous roar, thrusting its lance toward the phantom. In that same instant, the phantom sprang into action, drawing a massive battle blade to counter the lance's advance. The collision resonated with a deep, thunderous boom, rippling energy waves radiating outward, distorting the surrounding air. The guardian angels refrained from engaging. The battlefield was fraught with unpredictable circumstances, and Dingyu chose to reserve them as a trump card. The natives primarily comprised 7th-tier forces. Although their individual strength paled in comparison to the 8th-tier demon lords, their synergy allowed them to hold their ground against the demonic onslaught. Some, like the Qinglan guards, employed legion formations to counter the adversary. A group of 6th-tier warriors swiftly coalesced, energy threads weaving between them, gradually manifesting a formidable phantom facing the 8th-tier demons in fierce clashes. It seemed that the natives also possessed legions. Dingyu had simply not encountered them in his previous low-tier encounters. Others, like Dingyu, faced 8th-tier demons alone, showcasing their prowess to battle beyond their ranks. Among them was Han Gu from Radiant City, who, despite his seemingly unassuming demeanor, exhibited extraordinary valor on the battlefield. With a figure as swift as lightning, he radiated a brilliant golden light. At some point, an ordinary-looking staff appeared in his hand, which, when wielded, unleashed a resplendent blade of light. As the 8th-tier demons unleashed relentless assaults, Han Gu remained composed, countering with effortless precision. Each collision reverberated with earth-shattering force, yet he appeared to navigate it all with ease. Who could have anticipated such formidable strength from him on this battlefield? Old Gu was indeed a master of concealment. Witnessing this spectacle, Dingyu could not help but marvel. With the 8th-tier demons momentarily held at bay, Dingyu refocused his attention on the clash before him. Should his side falter, he intended to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Observing that his forces had stabilized the situation for the time being, Dingyu felt no urgency. Instead, he sought to refine his skills against his opponent. After surpassing the limits of his swordsmanship, Dingyu redirected his primary focus toward his agility. His movements became fluid, as if he melded with the surrounding space. He continuously experimented with various new techniques, maximizing speed and dexterity. In his rapid maneuvers, he maintained precise control over his body, each strike inflicting considerable discomfort upon the Abyss Lord. As time progressed, the battlefield grew increasingly brutal, with casualties among the higher-tier forces mounting. The once fiercely contested skies occasionally dimmed, whether from the colossal forms of demons plummeting or the vanishing silhouettes of human champions. Each fall resonated with the dispersal of formidable power. One squad of 7th-tier warriors suffered losses under the enemy's sudden onslaught. In that moment, the demonic forces surged with enhanced magical energy, their already potent attacks becoming even more frenzied. Though the 7th-tier soldiers exerted every ounce of their strength to fend off the onslaught, they found themselves unable to withstand such ferocious assaults. Several warriors from the ranks were instantaneously hurled away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. The entire squad was plunged into a crisis, their once tightly knit formation now in disarray. On the battlefield, the situation shifted rapidly, with even a powerful demon succumbing to a brutal beating. For instance, the Abyssal Knight, engaged in combat with the Qinglan Guard, was shattered into pieces by a colossal shadow. The strike, imbued with boundless power, landed forcefully upon the Abyssal Knight, cleaving through its sturdy armor in an instant. The overwhelming impact tore its body into countless fragments, black blood raining down like a tempest. After vanquishing its foe, the shadow turned its attention to other 8th-tier demons, surging forward with an indomitable momentum toward the nearest 8th-tier flame demon. The flame demon, entangled with the 7th-tier orc squad, sensed the impending doom and exhaled a torrent of flames in an attempt to thwart the shadow's advance. Yet the shadow remained unfazed, barreling through the flames, its enormous blade descending mercilessly upon the flame demon. Simultaneously, the orc squad intensified their assault. Before long, the flame demon found itself besieged, falling into a precarious position. Meanwhile, Dingyu successfully dispatched his adversary. After a grueling battle with the 8th-tier Abyssal Lord, Dingyu finally seized an opening to unleash his most potent strike. The flame-infused blade, charged with stellar energy, pierced cleanly through the Abyssal Lord's chest. With a final, defiant roar, the colossal figure collapsed to the ground. Chapter 129, The Abyssal Behemoth and the Titan Warrior. Following his victory, Dingyu did not pause for a moment. He swiftly joined the fray elsewhere. After a fierce struggle, the 8th-tier demons were mostly eradicated. However, the local forces paid a heavy toll, their once orderly 7th-tier formations now scattered and disorganized. Most of the surviving warriors were wounded, their bloodstained armor in tatters. Many mages had drained their magical reserves, their faces pale as parchment. Nevertheless, having triumphed over their foes, these elite fighters hesitated not for an instant, charging directly toward the demonic horde. Dingyu led the Qinglan Guard toward the densest concentration of demons. Compared to others, Dingyu's party was relatively unscathed. After consuming several restorative potions, he activated his stellar battle body and plunged into the enemy ranks. The Qinglan Guards maneuvered the shadow of their formation, which emanated an even greater aura of might, as if it had absorbed newfound strength after slaying the 8th-tier Abyssal Knight. It rampaged into the demon army, sending foes flying in all directions. The demons were crushed beneath the weapons wielded by the shadow, their screams echoing throughout the battlefield. Other local elite forces were not to be outdone, each charging forth against the demonic legions. The morale of the local forces surged as they rallied behind their champions, surging toward the demonic army like a tide. In an instant, the clamor of battle filled the air. The tide of the battlefield shifted drastically, the once aggressive demeanor of the demons dissipating. They could only hastily regroup to form a defense, striving to withstand the comprehensive counteroffensive from the local forces. At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly manifested in the sky. Its form blotted out the sun, resembling a massive storm cloud enveloping the battlefield. Each flap of its mountain-like wings stirred fierce winds, causing those below to struggle for balance. Its enormous eyes, gleaming with a cruel bloodlust, surveyed the battlefield from above. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of black flames that spread in all directions. These black flames seemed to originate from the infernal depths of the abyss, warping the air in their wake. The flames surged forth, swiftly engulfing the area occupied by the native forces. In an instant, the native army was plunged into chaos. Many warriors unable to react before being consumed by the black fire. Their sturdy shields melted like fragile paper before the flames, and the armor adorning their bodies ignited. The inferno rapidly consuming them, extinguishing their lives in the face of such terrifying heat. Mages attempted to cast water spells to erect defensive barriers, but the might of the black flames proved insurmountable. The barriers crumbled under the onslaught, shattering like mere bubbles, offering no protection whatsoever. Ding you too. Discern the information regarding the behemoth. Abyssal behemoth. Level 95. Description: a strategic unit of the abyssal race, possessing immense destructive power. Upon reading this information, Ding Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily commanded the army to retreat. Thanks to the advanced communication system, the forces received the order immediately, retreating in a frenzy. This creature was too terrifying. It was beyond their capacity to contend with, and Ding Yu had no desire to perish in vain. Just as the situation grew dire, another colossal figure appeared in the sky. This form emerged abruptly, akin to a towering mountain, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. Without hesitation, it unleashed a dazzling energy shield that intercepted the flames of the abyssal behemoth. In an instant, brilliance radiated forth, energy overflowing, the powerful shockwave causing the surrounding air to tremble. The onlookers then realized this was a humanoid figure, floating serenely in the air, as if a deity had descended. In the next moment, it and the abyssal behemoth vanished from sight. High above, a violent surge of energy rippled through the air, indicating a fierce confrontation had commenced in the skies. At this moment, Ding Yu also glimpsed the information regarding the immense figure. Titan Warrior. Quality: none. Description: a Legion-exclusive war machine, capable of harnessing the collective strength of the Legion, possessing strategic-level combat power. Another strategic-level entity, yet the name Titan Warrior sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, Ding Yu opened the Achievements interface, and indeed, he found the Titan Warrior listed there. To his astonishment, he realized it required a staggering 20 billion achievement points for redemption, causing him to gasp in disbelief. Such a formidable asset should be allocated to the Legion. Since he possessed a Legion himself, he resolved to redeem it later. However, the cost was exorbitant, and Ding Yu couldn't help but murmur under his breath. Yet, as he inadvertently glanced at the achievement points displayed on his panel, a staggering 211 for billion came into view, leaving him momentarily stunned. He stared blankly at the number, taking some time to regain his composure. When had he accumulated such a vast sum of achievement points? After pondering for a moment, Ding Yu resolved to redeem the Titan Warrior. Given the emergence of forces like the abyssal behemoth on the battlefield, ensuring the safety of Hanhai City necessitated an equivalent strength. The principle of prudent expenditure applied. Achievement points could always be earned again later. With the Titan Warrior at his disposal, he would be better equipped to face similar threats in the future. Gritting his teeth, Ding Yu proceeded with the redemption of the Titan Warrior. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired Titan Warrior X1. As the system notification chimed, his achievement points plummeted to 0, returning to their original state. Now, one can behold the intricate details of the Colossal War Machine. Colossal War Machine. Quality: none. Feature 1. Intrinsic space, capable of accommodating all members of the affiliated Legion. Feature 2. Can amalgamate the powers of Legion members, unleashing tremendous might post-augmentation, the specific potency contingent upon the strength of the Legion. Feature 3. Can alter its appearance at will, achieving maximum power when its form aligns with that of the Legion members. Feature 4. Possesses formidable defensive capabilities, safeguarding the internal Legion members' safety. Feature 5. Members within the Colossal War Machine experience accelerated recovery rates. Feature 6. Boasts evolutionary potential, capable of integrating special materials to hasten its evolution. Note: a war machine exclusive to Legions, bindable for Legion use, with member potential not falling below S rank. This is an immense weapon of war, housing a dimensional space that can accommodate Legion members. This entity is akin to a colossal mech, one that can indeed house an entire Legion. Chapter 130, Seizing Opportunities. The colossal war machine can amplify the Legion's power. The stronger the Legion, the mightier the war machine's combat capabilities. However, this apparatus has a usage limitation, as Legion members' potential must not be below S rank. This restriction significantly limits the majority of Legions. Even within one's own territory, only 6 Legions can utilize it. Nevertheless, the territory possesses a characteristic that can enhance the potential of its inhabitants, and as the territory develops, it is quite possible to elevate the lower limit to S rank. At that juncture, the territory could establish a multitude of colossal war machine legions. This entity also possesses evolutionary capabilities, though it remains uncertain what materials are required to accelerate its evolution. Following the emergence of the colossal war machine, Dingyu has lost interest in those lower-tier units. As a strategic-level force, lower-tier units find it exceedingly challenging to pose any threat. Today's battle illustrates that a strategic-level unit can dominate the battlefield single-handedly. Had the colossal war machine not intervened to confront the abyssal beasts, the indigenous army would likely have suffered grievous losses. Dingyu has bound the colossal war machine to the Azure Orchid Legion. At this moment, the Legion formation panel has finally illuminated, displaying the Azure Orchid warriors. It is no wonder that previously, when the Azure Orchid Legion executed their combined attack formations, they could only produce phantoms. It turns out that a union with the colossal war machine is necessary to truly unleash its power. This is a matter to be further explored, but presently, the two armies are once again clashing, and Dingyu hastens to lead his forces into the fray. With the abyssal beasts restrained, no further assistance could reach the demon faction. The morale of the indigenous forces surged, their onslaught intensifying, driving the demon faction into retreat. Soon, the demon faction found itself in disarray, fleeing in all directions. Following the conclusion of the battle, Dingyu promptly commanded his forces to withdraw from the area. After all, the battle between the abyssal beasts and the colossal war machine has yet to yield a verdict. Should the colossal war machine falter while the forces of Hanhai City remain on the battlefield, it would be tantamount to courting death. Having fled to a safe distance, Dingyu activated the teleportation screen, transporting his soldiers back to the territory. Upon their return, Dingyu immediately instructed the Azure Orchid Legion to familiarize themselves with the colossal war machine. The Azure Orchid warriors swiftly assembled around the newly acquired colossal war machine, endeavoring to establish a mental connection with it. As the Azure Orchid warriors executed their combined attack formations, the energy fluctuations within the formation resonated with the power emanating from the colossal war machine, successfully forging a connection. In an instant, a soft yet resplendent azure light enveloped the colossal war machine. This radiance resembled layers of flowing water, instantly shrouding the Azure Orchid warriors within. Then, with a flash of light, the Azure Orchid warriors were collectively absorbed into the interior of the colossal war machine. Upon entering the interior of the colossal war machine, the Azure Orchid warriors were instantly enveloped by a unique atmosphere, as if merging into the giant itself. Through their mental link, they began to command the colossal war machine to execute various fundamental maneuvers. Initially, the movements of the colossal war machine were rather clumsy, akin to a child just learning to walk. As time elapsed, the Azure Orchid warriors grew increasingly adept in their control. The colossal war machine's actions became more fluid and varied, occasionally adopting a posture for a fist strike, at other times assuming a defensive stance. Once the Azure Orchid warriors had acclimatized to the colossal war machine, Dingyu commanded them to reduce its size. The colossal war machine can diminish its form, down to that of a human, albeit with a significant reduction in power. To avoid drawing undue attention, Dingyu ordered the colossal war machine to temporarily shrink its size. Subsequently, Dingyu, accompanied by the colossal war machine, teleported out of the territory. Upon emerging, Dingyu and the colossal war machine soared toward the battlefield. Dingyu aimed to seize an opportunity, perhaps to launch a surprise attack on the abyssal beasts. After all, both sides had been engaged in combat for a considerable duration. Even if the abyssal beasts remained unscathed, their energy reserves would be severely depleted. With the colossal war machine at his disposal, he was now qualified to partake in their conflict. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the awe-inspiring scene of battle greeted their eyes. The abyssal beasts were still embroiled in a fierce struggle with the colossal war machine. Each exchange echoed like thunder, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The enormous form of the abyssal beast, shrouded in darkness, still exuded an air of dominance, seemingly untouched by any substantial harm. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that with each swing of its mountainous wings, the force behind them had diminished, and the tempest it conjured was no longer as fierce. When it opened its gaping maw to unleash black flames, the intensity of those flames had also waned. In contrast, the colossal war machine, once radiant with mysterious light, now appeared somewhat dimmed. Its movements had notably slowed compared to the initial skirmish. Dingyu and the colossal war machine concealed themselves in a corner, patiently awaiting their moment. The battlefield remained shrouded in smoke, and the once formidable indigenous army had vanished, leaving only a handful of scouts hidden in various locations, vigilantly observing the unfolding conflict. It seemed that they were not foolish. They too recognized the unpredictable outcome of the battle. Remaining here to await the conclusion of the war would undoubtedly place them in jeopardy, prompting their retreat from the area. Ding Yu pondered whether anyone else remained in this vicinity, preparing for a stealthy assault. The thought caused him to pause momentarily. Could it be true? To ascertain the surrounding circumstances, Ding Yu immediately activated his true sight. This skill, acquired at a high price in the trading hall, was now proving invaluable. Scanning his surroundings, he indeed uncovered a myriad of elusive phantoms, each varying in form. Simultaneously, the system panel displayed their basic information. They were all indigenous beings, of merely 7th-tier rank, with no higher entities present. However, Ding Yu understood that it was possible there were others of overwhelming strength, eluding detection by his true sight. Nevertheless, the probability of such occurrences was minimal. After all, if they possessed such formidable power, they would likely have already taken action, rather than lingering in this precarious state. In truth, had the Azure Orchid warriors been more proficient in controlling the colossal war machine, Ding Yu would have already commanded it to engage, thus expediting the conclusion of this battle to prevent further complications. The endurance of these two strategic units was formidable, and Ding Yu found himself ensnared in a protracted wait. Just as fatigue began to overtake him, a twist of fate emerged. The abyssal beast, seemingly fatigued from prolonged combat, exhibited a fleeting vulnerability. Chapter 131, Slaying the Abyssal Beast. A new objective. After unleashing a torrent of flames, the creature momentarily lost its balance. Its right wing dipped slightly, revealing a relatively weak area on its abdomen. The colossal guardian astutely seized this opportunity. Although its movements were sluggish, it mustered all its strength to raise its weapon and unleashed its most potent attack upon that exposed region. A brilliant ray of light erupted from the weapon's tip, infused with formidable energy, and surged towards the abyssal beast with breathtaking speed. The beast, unable to evade, was struck hard in its abdomen, releasing a pained roar that reverberated through the air. A significant portion of its abdominal scales shattered, and black blood gushed forth like a fountain. Simultaneously, the immense impact sent its body hurtling backward, crashing violently against a mountain peak. The force of the collision created deep fissures in the mountain, and debris cascaded downwards. Upon witnessing the abyssal beast's injury, Ding Yu's eyes brightened, and he promptly commanded the Azure Orchid guards to launch an offensive. The colossal guardian rapidly expanded in size, drawing back its enormous bow with all its might. A massive arrow, radiating a cerulean glow, swiftly took form upon the bowstring. As the guardian released its grip, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the wounded abyssal beast. With tremendous momentum, it tore through the air, striking the beast directly. Before the abyssal beast could react, the colossal guardian once more drew its great bow, and soon the abyssal beast was obliterated by the Azure Orchid guards. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have slain a level 95 abyssal beast, earning 9.5 billion merit points. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have destroyed an enemy strategic unit, earning 1 billion merit points. Ding Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering why it couldn't simply be awarded a round number of 1 billion. The system was indeed meticulous, calculating merit points down to 2 decimal places. However, upon glimpsing the subsequent reward of 1 billion, his spirits soared, and he beamed with joy. The colossal guardian swiftly grasped Ding Yu and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. This sudden turn of events left the crowd dumbfounded. They had never anticipated the presence of another colossal guardian nearby, one that could so swiftly vanquish the abyssal beast. The battlefield fell silent, as all were struck speechless by this dramatic shift. Simultaneously, they breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful for the unexpected assistance. Had it not been for this unforeseen ally, even if they had triumphed over the abyssal beast, their own colossal guardian would have sustained significant losses. This particular guardian was a strategic force dispatched from a level 7 territory nearby. Should it incur damage here, numerous factions in the vicinity would demand substantial reparations and resources. Yet now, the situation had lightened considerably due to the sudden emergence of the colossal guardian. As the crowd pondered the implications, they began to clear the battlefield, preparing to return to camp to report the developments to their superiors. Upon returning to the territory, Ding Yu commanded the Azure Orchid guards to continue familiarizing themselves with the colossal guardian. Notably, the true martial training grounds could accommodate the colossal guardian for training purposes, and it could simulate abyssal beasts and colossal guardians as adversaries for practice. Following this battle, Ding Yu had a clear objective. He sought to acquire more colossal guardians, intending to equip all S-class units within the territory. In comparison to the colossal guardians, the former main battle units in his territory were utterly inadequate. Ding Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to transition to colossal guardians. Currently, the only known means of obtaining colossal guardians was through merit point exchanges, and he was in urgent need of substantial merit points. This battle had significantly weakened the demonic forces surrounding Shangyu City. making it unlikely that formidable troops would appear in the near future. Ding Yu left 2 expeditionary groups to cleanse the surrounding demons, while the remainder of the army remained on standby within the territory. He himself led the guardian angels to teleport to Li Linlin's territory, intending to seek new opportunities for battle in her vicinity. Upon arriving at Li Linlin's territory, he witnessed smoke billowing from outside the city, the sounds of battle echoing violently, indicating an exceptionally fierce conflict. Without hesitation, Ding Yu led the guardian angels into the fray. The guardian angels struck like a flash of white lightning, effortlessly tearing through the enemy's defenses. Their swords shimmered with radiant light, each swing accompanied by the anguished cries of demons. Ding Yu himself took the lead, his flame blade gleaming ominously as foes fell before him. With Ding Yu's reinforcements arriving, Li Linlin gradually turned the tide of battle, launching a counteroffensive against the demonic horde. Eager to act swiftly, Ding Yu summoned an entire expeditionary group from his territory. They swiftly formed ranks, and under Ding Yu's command, charged forth like a surging tide against the demon forces' positions. In an instant, the sounds of battle and clashing weapons intertwined. The arrival of the expeditionary forces caused a drastic shift in the power dynamics on the battlefield. The demons, who had previously held a numerical advantage, began to crumble under the relentless onslaught of this fresh wave of troops. Soon, the battle concluded. Ding Yu ordered the Lark scouts to disperse and search for traces of nearby demonic forces. After a brief exchange with Li Linlin, Ding Yu led his troops out of the city in search of the demonic army. Li Linlin stood at the city gates, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. However, she understood Ding Yu's temperament well and merely offered a few gentle reminders before watching his forces gradually fade into the distance. In this realm, survival necessitated relentless effort. Despite Ding Yu's impressive development, he had never allowed himself to become complacent. After departing from Li Linlin's territory, Ding Yu activated the teleportation portal. Moments later, the forces of Hanhai City surged forth from the portal like a tidal wave. This time, he did not transport the Azure Orchid guards, as they still needed to acclimate to the colossal guardians in the training grounds. Ding Yu issued commands for them to disperse and eliminate the demons, while remaining vigilant to the movements of surrounding demonic forces. If large gatherings of demons were detected, they were to report back to Ding Yu immediately. In unison, the army quickly spread out in legion formations, occasionally encountering demon troops, leading to intense skirmishes. Ding Yu was confident that there must be native inhabitants engaged in large-scale battles with the demons nearby. Only in such extensive combat zones would there be a substantial concentration of demons available for him to accrue merit points. The scattered demons currently present held no appeal for him. 2 days later, scouts reported discovering a significant concentration of demons outside a city. The scale of the demon forces rivaled that of the previous battlefield, densely arrayed around the city. Chapter 132, The Battlefield at Mountain City, an alternative mode of combat. They also spotted the presence of an abyssal beast, its mountainous figure inspiring dread. The city had activated its shield, with the native inhabitants fiercely resisting within. Upon receiving this information, Ding Yu immediately summoned his troops, and the soldiers swiftly converged from all directions, reassembling into a neat formation. Ding Yu teleported them back to the territory and took a void shuttle alone towards the target location. The void shuttle transformed into a shimmering streak of light. Traversing the sky, he intended to first observe the battlefield. If the enemy proved too formidable, Ding Yu would certainly refrain from intervening. His purpose was to accrue military merit, not to court death. At this moment, upon the towering walls of the level 6 territory of Mount City, an elder of the human race stood silently. The ravages of time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet they did not diminish the resolute gleam in his eyes. He was Shan Hui, the lord of Mount City, presently engrossed in listening to his subordinate's report. His brow was furrowed, and his countenance was heavy with anxiety. "Are you certain they said that?" Shan Hui's voice resonated with a low timbre. "Absolutely, my lord," replied his subordinate, his expression a mix of sorrow and indignation, his voice quivering slightly. "They claim the giant divine weapon has sustained severe damage and urgently requires a substantial quantity of rare materials for repair before it can return to battle." Shan Hui took the list that lay before him, his gaze swiftly sweeping across it, his expression reflecting profound grief and anger. "This is nothing short of extortion. It amounts to demanding the entirety of our territory's resources." Days prior, a fierce battle had erupted near Mount City between the indigenous forces and the demon clan. Initially, the two sides were evenly matched, ensnared in a stalemate. Then, the demon clan unexpectedly unleashed a strategic unit, the Abyssal Behemoth. The nearby level 6 territories fell within the domain of the level 7 orc territory, the Wolf God domain. By convention, when faced with an enemy strategic unit, the Wolf God domain should dispatch a giant divine weapon for support. However, the reinforcements from the Wolf God domain were conspicuously delayed, and the indigenous army, upon encountering the Abyssal Behemoth, was swiftly routed. Given that Mount City was positioned closest to the battlefield, the indigenous forces retreated there. As a level 6 territory, Mount City boasted a formidable protective formation capable of temporarily withstanding the Abyssal Behemoth's assaults. Yet, this was merely a stopgap. Without reinforcements, the city's fall was an inevitable fate. From that moment on, Lord Shanhui began to send pleas for assistance to the Wolf God domain. To his astonishment, the Wolf God domain audaciously demanded an exorbitant amount of resources as a condition for sending aid, citing the damage to their giant divine weapon. This act was akin to pouring salt into Mount City's wounds, leaving Shanhui engulfed in fury and despair. The human territory of Mount City had a history of grievances with the Wolf God domain. The Lord of the Wolf God domain had once coveted the beauty of Shanhui's daughter, Shanya, and had sent envoys to propose marriage. Shanhui had learned of the Lord's brutal nature, having reportedly slain several wives before. Unwilling to see his daughter leap into a pit of flames, he had firmly rejected the proposal. Since then, relations between the two factions had soured, though their remoteness had prevented further escalations. During this demon incursion, the Wolf God domain had refrained from deploying their giant divine weapon, instead demanding vast resources. It was worth noting that Mount City, as a subordinate power to the Wolf God domain, annually contributed significant resources. Furthermore, the Wolf God domain held an obligation to dispatch troops to assist Mount City in times of peril. The treachery of the Wolf God domain incensed Lord Shanhui. Yet now, faced with imminent danger, he knew that without the giant divine weapon's support, Mount City would inevitably succumb to siege. Gazing at the tide of demon forces beyond the city walls, Shanhui sighed deeply, his eyes filled with helplessness and desolation. It appeared that he would have to compel the surrounding factions to share some resources. Even if they did, the bulk of the burden would fall upon Mount City, enough to severely deplete its vitality and plunge it into a protracted recovery period. At this juncture, after a long day of travel, Dingyu had arrived outside Mount City. Before him lay a dense throng of demon troops, completely encircling the city. The protective formation of this level 6 human territory had been activated, with the local army huddled within the walls. The abyssal behemoth relentlessly assaulted the shield, which rippled under the impact of its strikes. Observing this scenario, Dingyu hesitated to order his forces to rush in, as that would be tantamount to a death wish. Had the two sides been locked in a stalemate, he might have dared to lead his army into battle, but the current situation was dire. Dingyu returned to his territory and summoned Chunmu, instructing him to organize the residents to construct enormous bombs. Chunmu promptly mobilized the populace, diving into the urgent task at hand. The territory already had a considerable stockpile of goblin bombs, and they needed to be assembled into larger explosive devices. The bombs had to be sized to match the giant divine weapon, as Dingyu intended to use it as a delivery mechanism for the explosives. The technical demands for assembling the bombs were not particularly high, and soon enough, they were completed. Dingyu gathered the Qinglong guards, instructing them to activate the giant divine weapon and transport the bombs out of the territory. After several days of adaptive training, the Qinglong guards could now proficiently operate the giant divine weapon. Upon reaching the area beyond the territory, the giant divine weapon seized the massive bombs, aiming at the densest concentration of the demon forces and exerting all its might to launch them. The bombs arced through the air, hurtling toward their targets. After launching, they did not linger to observe the outcome. The giant divine weapon swiftly retreated with Dingyu. Its speed was remarkable, and they vanished from sight in an instant. After covering some distance, they teleported back to the territory. At the very moment of their disappearance, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted amidst the demon army. This cloud blotted out the sun, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Almost immediately, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the center of the mushroom cloud. The demon forces were thrown into disarray by the sudden explosion, suffering countless casualties. The abyssal behemoth was also caught in the blast, roaring in fury as it sought its unseen enemy, but the attackers had already vanished without a trace. In its frustration, it could only vent its rage upon the protective formation of the city. Before long, the giant divine weapon reappeared, launching another massive bomb. The abyssal behemoth hastily attempted to evade while charging toward the direction of the giant divine weapon. However, after covering a short distance, the weapon's presence abruptly vanished. This infuriated the abyssal behemoth, which rampaged wildly, unleashing its terrifying attacks in all directions. The surrounding demon soldiers were terrified by its frenzied actions and scattered in flight, fearful of being caught in the wrath of the uncontrolled beast. Meanwhile, within the territory, Dingyu was monitoring the battlefield through his cloud lark. Observing the abyssal behemoth's chaotic behavior, a slight smile crept across his lips. Once the abyssal behemoth regained its composure, the giant divine weapon reemerged, executing the same maneuver. After several iterations of this tactic, the demon army was significantly weakened. Their ranks had become chaotic, and fear filled the eyes of the soldiers, their morale plummeting to an all-time low. On one occasion, the bomb's landing was exceptionally precise, striking directly upon the abyssal behemoth's face. This unexpected assault caught the creature off guard, sending its massive form reeling backward from the force of the explosion, leaving a charred mark upon its visage. Its furious roars once again echoed across the battlefield. In another instance, Dingyu had strategically placed a bomb along the path of the pursuing abyssal behemoth. As the beast stepped into the trap, the bomb detonated with a thunderous roar. The immense shockwave propelled the abyssal behemoth into the air, causing it to tumble before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Truly, as a strategic level unit, despite enduring numerous explosive shocks, the abyssal behemoth exhibited no apparent scars. Its aura, however, had become somewhat ethereal, and its movements were noticeably sluggish compared to before. Dingyu demonstrated remarkable patience, continuing his previous operations to deplete the demon army's remaining forces. By the time the stockpile of bombs was exhausted, the demon army was already on its last legs. Although the abyssal behemoth still stood upon the battlefield, its condition had deteriorated significantly. Observing this spectacle, Dingyu's gaze revealed a hint of satisfaction. On the city walls, the soldiers of Mount Yuan felt a flicker of hope igniting within them as they witnessed Dingyu's actions. Initially believing that this war was destined for defeat, Dingyu's arrival had reversed the tide of battle. Once the bombs were depleted, Dingyu commenced the teleportation of the forces from Hanhai City, launching a full-scale assault against the demons. The Titan warriors charged directly at the abyssal behemoth, soon engaging in fierce combat. The heavily drained abyssal behemoth was clearly no match for the Titan warriors, quickly finding itself at a disadvantage. Witnessing this turn of events, the morale of the native troops surged, and they surged forth from the city, launching a fierce charge against the demons. With vengeance burning in their eyes, the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, advancing towards the demon kin. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries. Ultimately, the abyssal behemoth fell to the Titan warriors, slain on the spot. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have slain a level 93 abyssal behemoth, earning 9.3 billion battle merits. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have defeated an enemy strategic unit, earning 1 billion battle merits. The demon army began to crumble, and the native forces coordinated with the troops from Hanhai City to execute a final encirclement of the demons. As the soldiers of the demon kin found themselves cornered, their resistance weakened significantly. With the fall of the last demon, the battle was decisively concluded. On the city walls, Shan Hui beheld this scene with tears glistening in his eyes. Mount Yuan had finally been saved. The city had at last welcomed the dawn of hope. The citizens poured into the streets, jubilant and exuberant. Shan Hui approached Dingyu to express his gratitude, and they exchanged contact information. Dingyu politely declined Shan Hui's insistence to stay, leading his troops away. Despite Shan Hui's daughter being quite beautiful, Dingyu was a man of seriousness. Moreover, what could a woman offer compared to the allure of Titan warriors? His foremost task now was to accrue battle merits to exchange for those formidable beings. Upon returning to his territory, Dingyu commanded the army to rest and simultaneously instructed the goblin engineers to focus on crafting bombs, a truly invaluable asset. Once the army had recuperated, Dingyu led an expeditionary force, teleporting to Zhao Li's territory. Zhao Li's situation was even more dire than Li Lin's. The demons were nearly breaching the city walls. Recognizing the urgency, Dingyu immediately ordered his troops to engage the demon army. Before long, the demon kin retreated under the onslaught of Hanhai City's forces, leaving chaos in their wake. Zhao Li, upon witnessing the demon army's defeat, was overcome with excitement. His face flushed. He opened his arms and sprinted towards Dingyu. Dingyu wrinkled his brow in disdain, and as Zhao Li was about to embrace him, he delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. What is there to embrace between two grown men? Dingyu scoffed, a look of disapproval on his face. Undeterred, Zhao Li picked himself up from the ground, dusting off his clothes, his face still radiating joy, completely unfazed by Dingyu's kick. Old Ding, you're already level 74? Zhao Li exclaimed, astonished. And you've changed your troops? His eyes roamed over Dingyu's army, uttering exclamations of amazement. At this rate, you must be forming a legion, right? Zhao Li's eyes widened further. You're truly a wealthy lord, able to afford such an expensive legion certificate. Look at you, acting like someone who has never seen the world. Dingyu interrupted his rapid-fire inquiries, tossing a few E-rank legion certificates his way. He had plenty of those in his territory, and to avoid complications, he only provided him with E-rank ones. Though Zhao Li was a close friend, his loose lips could pose a risk, potentially leading him to boast about receiving higher ranks elsewhere. After a brief exchange, Dingyu departed Zhao Li's territory, commanding his army to disperse in legion units to search for traces of the demon army nearby. Dingyu chose a direction and advanced with the guardian angels. The Qinglong guards remained in the territory, training the Titan warriors in the Zhenwu training grounds. 3 days later, scouts discovered a battlefield where local creatures were clashing with the demon army. This time, the scale of the demon forces was comparable to the previous encounters, but the abyssal behemoth was notably absent. Dingyu swiftly gathered his troops and teleported them back to the territory, while he himself boarded a void shuttle to hasten to the battlefield. Upon reaching the vicinity, he activated the teleportation portal. The forces from Hanhai City surged onto the battlefield, engaging in fierce combat with the demon kin. The sounds of clashing weapons, anguished cries, and roaring echoed through the air. Drawing his flaming blade, Dingyu maneuvered swiftly among the ranks of the demon army, dispatching their soldiers with ease. The soldiers of Hanhai City were equally formidable, Charging at the enemy in legion formations. Chapter 134. The advantages of high-potential troops begin to emerge. In recent days, 6 legions within the territory had grasped the rudiments of battle formations, all composed of troops with S-rank potential or higher. They manifested ethereal shadows, charging towards the demon army. During this time, Dingyu also observed that the higher the potential of the troops, the quicker they comprehended the rudiments of battle formations. Furthermore, the higher the quality of the legion, the greater the power of the battle formation they could unleash. The Jinwu training grounds significantly facilitated the comprehension of battle formations, allowing these legions to quickly grasp their essence, closely tied to their rigorous training within the arena. The ethereal forms conjured by the legions typically resembled the shapes of the troops, as only in this form could they exert the maximum power of the battle formations. Dingyu was curious about what kind of ethereal form would be produced by the Wolf Cavalry Legion. Additionally, if both the Fire Mages and Flame Lions legions conjured their own ethereal forms, could they combine their powers? As time passed, the demon army began to find itself at a disadvantage. At this juncture, both sides' high-tier troops emerged, engaging in aerial combat. Dingyu joined the fray, seizing the opportunity for battle merits. He refrained from deploying the Qinglan Guards and Guardian Angels, as the former needed to contend with enemy strategic units while the latter had to address other unforeseen circumstances. It was prudent to keep some trump cards in reserve. For now, Dingyu and the remaining 4 legions that had comprehended the rudiments of battle formations were engaged in fierce combat with the enemy's high-tier troops. The sudden appearance of so many high-tier legions bewildered the demon kin. Not only were the demons taken aback, but the local forces also found themselves momentarily stunned. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for a single faction to possess such an abundance of battle formations. Typically, legion members must reach a certain level of potential to grasp the essence of battle formations, and the requirements for forming a legion are quite stringent, necessitating profound synergy among its members. This is the advantage of the transmigrated lords. Their troops are summoned from system barracks. These military units possess an inherent compatibility, typically enabling them to form cohesive legions. The indigenous troops are trained from among the populace, resulting in individual variances that starkly contrast with the uniformity of those summoned from structured barracks. The occurrence of high-potential indigenous fighters is rare, and correspondingly, the training of high-potential troops is limited. Even when vast numbers of low-potential soldiers are assembled into a legion, their ability to grasp the rudiments of battle formations remains hindered. Unlike Dingyu, who possesses the true martial training grounds to expedite legion growth, these troops lack such advantages. Of course, if the individual differences among the soldiers are not excessively pronounced, they may still form a legion after prolonged training. However, such legions are unlikely to comprehend the initial concepts of battle formations. Consequently, legions capable of grasping these formations on the battlefield are exceedingly rare. Typically, in an ordinary level 6 indigenous territory, the emergence of such a legion is indeed a remarkable feat currently. The assaults against the 8th-tier demon units are being carried out by small squads composed of 7th-tier indigenous elites. Engaging 8th-tier demons necessitates the involvement of top-tier forces. Deploying a multitude of low-tier units would lead to a disadvantage due to diminishing numbers on the battlefield. Nevertheless, there exist some formidable 7th-tier warriors who can stand their ground against 8th-tier demons independently. Even so, on this battlefield, a level 6 territory can generally only restrain a single 8th-tier demon, unlike Dingyu's forces, which have managed to effectively restrain 5 8th-tier demons with apparent ease. This spectacle has not gone unnoticed by the leaders of various factions, who plan to forge alliances with Dingyu once the battle concludes. The arrival of Dingyu's forces has disrupted the equilibrium of high-tier combat power on the battlefield, swiftly decimating the demons' elite fighters. The situation on the battlefield took a dramatic turn, plunging the demon army into a state of overwhelming disadvantage. Just as the tide seemed to turn against them, the abyssal behemoth made its grand entrance. Its enormous and menacing form appeared, heralding the emergence of the indigenous Titan warriors. Both sides ascended into the skies, engaging in a fierce clash. It appears that the level 7 territory of this region has proven to be quite reliable, having stationed Titan warriors here in anticipation. One wonders what thoughts might cross the mind of the elder from Mountain City upon witnessing this scene. Following the deployment of their Titan warriors, Dingyu commanded the Qinglan guards to merge with the Titan warriors and charge forward. The Titan warriors transformed into a streak of light, joining the aerial battlefield. Upon arrival, they wasted no time and immediately engaged in the fray. Collaborating seamlessly with the indigenous Titan warriors, they rapidly established a 2-on-1 scenario against the abyssal behemoth. Although the behemoth was formidable, it soon found itself overwhelmed from both sides, its once fierce attacks growing sluggish as wounds began to mar its body. Dark blood gushed forth from its injuries, cascading down to the earth below. Recognizing that the situation was under control, Dingyu led his forces into a fierce assault against the demon army. In an instant, his troops surged forward like a tumultuous tide, crashing into the ranks of the demon forces. This faction is no ordinary one. Even Titan warriors can be summoned to their aid. The indigenous forces, witnessing this spectacle, were once again struck with awe. They gazed towards Ding Yu's side, their eyes reflecting a mix of reverence and envy. Titan warriors are not easily summoned by mere factions. It typically requires a coalition of multiple forces to call upon one. Yet Ding Yu's faction managed to command a Titan warrior to battle alongside them, leading some to speculate that Ding Yu might be the illegitimate son of a grand power. However, there was no time for further contemplation as they commenced a vigorous onslaught with their troops. The abyssal behemoth began to exhibit signs of fatigue under the relentless assault of the two Titan warriors. Its injuries mounted, and each counterattack grew increasingly feeble. Witnessing this, the morale of the demon forces plummeted, akin to a deflated balloon. The already dominant indigenous army, sensing the demons' decline, surged forward with renewed vigor, their battle cries echoing as their blades glinted menacingly, crashing into the demon ranks like an unstoppable wave. The mages positioned in the rear chanted incantations, unleashing waves of lethal magical energy that sent demon limbs flying. The shield warriors in the front ranks formed an impenetrable barrier, steadfastly repelling the demons' desperate counterattacks. The demon army, battered by this ferocious onslaught, began to retreat in disarray, their defenses crumbling under the pressure. Soon, panic spread among the demon ranks, leading to a rout. During this turmoil, two 8th-tier demons attempted to launch a surprise assault on Ding Yu. However, they were swiftly intercepted by guardian angels and ultimately purified by Angelica's holy judgment. Chapter 135, Legion Battle Technique, Qingyuan/. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield in an instant. To the astonishment of onlookers, the colossal form of the abyssal behemoth was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground and raising a massive cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations! Your legion, Qinglong Guards, has acquired a new trait. Ding! Congratulations! Your populace has slain the level 94 abyssal behemoth, earning 9 billion war merits. Ding! Congratulations! Your populace has eliminated an enemy strategic unit, receiving a reward of 1 billion war merits. A series of system notifications resounded in Ding Yu's mind, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. The Titan warriors proved their worth, yielding a substantial bounty of war merits. The Qinglong Guards had just achieved a breakthrough, prompting Ding Yu to check their status. Qinglong Guards, Legion. Legion quality, SS. Legion level, level 1 Legion. Legion formation, Qinglong battle soldiers, capable of merging with Titan warriors for combat. Legion battle technique, Qingyuan/, capable of gathering immense energy to unleash a devastating attack. Trait 1, all attributes of Legion members increased by 80. Trait 2, training speed of Legion members increased by 80. Trait 3, growth, with a chance to acquire new traits during battle. The panel now featured a section for Legion battle techniques. This Qingyuan/ was indeed the recent formidable strike. It was undeniably powerful, cleaving the abyssal behemoth in twain with a single move. Regrettably, the Legion remains at level 1 and has not yet leveled up. The required experience for advancement is excessively high. With the demise of the abyssal behemoth, the morale of the demon army shattered in an instant, triggering a retreat. The indigenous forces pursued relentlessly, sweeping through the ranks of the demon army. Ultimately, the demon forces were completely annihilated, and tranquility returned to the battlefield. Ding Yu ordered his army to secure the area while he awaited further developments. The Titan warriors had diminished in size, standing quietly nearby, their forms still bearing the marks of battle, exuding lingering waves of energy yet to dissipate. Not far off, several dignified native beings approached. Among them were wise humans, robust orcs, and bearded dwarves, strong figures from various races, all leaders of their respective factions on this battlefield. Having witnessed Ding Yu's prowess in this conflict, they now approached with the intent of forging alliances with him. Simultaneously, they sought a powerful ally to confront the potential crises posed by the abyssal invasion in the future. Ding Yu was quite pleased to have gained a few more allies. After establishing a pact of alliance with them, they exchanged contact information, agreeing to activate a teleportation array between Shanyu City and their territories after the abyssal invasion concluded. Once Shanyu City had developed sufficiently, he intended to invite the Shanghang Tiantang to settle there, employing him as a subordinate. The environment of Shanyu City was decidedly more comfortable than the battlefield of the myriad races. After the battlefield had been cleared, Ding Yu led his army back to his domain. Following these two wars, he had already amassed a staggering 10 billion military merits. Over the past few days, Ding Yu had taken the time to observe the merit exchange list, only to discover that there were no S-grade or higher barracks available. He recalled that during the last Zerg invasion, he had been able to exchange for S-grade barracks, yet this time, during the abyssal incursion, there were none to be found. Ding Yu opened the points shop of the myriad races battlefield, but again found no S-grade barracks. Previously, he had never lacked for high-tier troops, so he had never paid attention to these matters. However, upon realizing that the Titan war machine required S-grade troops for deployment, he resolved to exchange for a few S-grade barracks as a contingency. Yet, he now discovered that there were no avenues for such exchanges. It seemed he had seriously underestimated the value of S-grade barracks, or perhaps the last Zerg invasion had been a period of novice benefits. After such benefits expired, acquiring S-grade barracks would become a difficult endeavor. Not only were S-grade barracks absent, but the military merits required for other barracks in the exchange list were exceedingly high, far surpassing those for other items. It appeared that the only hope for obtaining S-grade troops lay in upgrading the characteristics of his territory, which would subsequently enhance the potential of his subjects. With a resigned shake of his head, Ding Yu set aside these thoughts for the time being and commanded his troops to return to their respective camps for a much-needed rest. Exhausted, he made his way to the Lord's manor and collapsed onto his bed, indulging in a deep, restorative slumber. When he eventually awoke, sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face. Stretching languorously, he prepared to dive back into the fray. He opened his interface to check the chat window. His old friends in their group appeared to be quite powerful and had not encountered any dangers. In fact, they were thriving. Conversely, the situation in his classmates' group was far from optimistic. They were currently struggling under the onslaught of the demon race. Fortunately, a few days prior, Zhao Li had managed to extricate himself from peril and began providing support to them. Ding Yu, leading an expeditionary force, arrived at the teleportation array. A brilliant flash of light enveloped them, and soon they found themselves within Jiang Nan's territory. At that moment, Jiang Nan's domain was shrouded in the ominous clouds of war, filled with the acrid scent of demonic energy. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries as waves of demonic forces relentlessly battered Jiang Nan's defenses. Jiang Nan stood atop the city walls, her face pale, as the cold wind tousled her hair, strands sticking to her sweat-drenched cheeks. During this time, she had been monitoring the chat list and had discerned that her friends were not faring well, which led her to refrain from seeking external assistance. Zhao Li had stabilized, but his strength was limited, forcing him to prioritize aiding those in greater need among their classmates. As for Ding Yu, she had considered reaching out, yet he was only marginally better off than herself. Moreover, throughout the abyssal invasion, Ding Yu had not uttered a word in the group, suggesting he too was likely overwhelmed. She did not wish to burden him further in such a dire moment and resolved to endure alone. The alliance Jiang Nan had joined was also in a precarious state. With its members lacking in strength, they were unable to muster any support. As the demon army's attacks intensified, the defenses of Jiang Nan's territory teetered on the brink of collapse. Casualties among the soldiers mounted, and the city walls bore cracks from the relentless assaults of the demons, threatening imminent collapse. A glimmer of despair flickered in Jiang Nan's eyes, yet she gritted her teeth, prepared to share the fate of her territory. Just then, Ding Yu and his forces made their appearance. His arrival brought a mixture of shock and joy to Jiang Nan, reigniting a spark of hope within her. Upon reaching Jiang Nan's territory, Ding Yu immediately commanded his troops to engage in battle. With their formidable prowess, they swiftly dispatched the enemy. The demons, overwhelmed by the fierce onslaught of the expeditionary forces, began to retreat in disarray. In no time, the once arrogant demons were routed, fleeing in all directions, leaving chaos in their wake. Jiang Nan watched in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend the scene before her. The territory she had thought lost was miraculously saved in such a brief span of time. Is this truly resolved? Jiang Nan murmured to herself. Quickly regaining her composure, she approached Ding Yu to express her heartfelt gratitude. Her words were sincere, her eyes shimmering with tears of appreciation. However, she did not exhibit the same impulsiveness as Zhao Li, which left Ding Yu somewhat disappointed. After a brief exchange, Ding Yu led his army away from Jiang Nan's territory. As Ding Yu's forces receded into the distance, Jiang Nan remained rooted in place, gazing after them for a long while. Her heart brimmed with gratitude for Ding Yu, alongside a sense of awe at his strength. They had once started from the same starting line, yet now Ding Yu's power had far surpassed her own, leaving her with a twinge of melancholy. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan quickly rallied herself. Clenching her fists, she vowed to strive for development, promising herself that one day she would rescue Ding Yu in return. If only Jiang Nan knew that Ding Yu had merely passed through the teleportation array and had lent her assistance as a mere afterthought, she might have felt differently. Moreover, Ding Yu had brought with him only a fraction of his forces. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, Ding Yu had already distanced himself from her territory. He activated the teleportation screen to commence the transfer of his army. As the teleportation screen lit up, the forces that had been waiting on the other side surged forth, quickly filling the area before Ding Yu. The sight was a magnificent sea of soldiers, overwhelming in its grandeur. The troops stood in silence, awaiting Ding Yu's next command. With a wave of his hand, Ding Yu ordered his forces to disperse and search for traces of the demon race. Upon receiving his command, the once unified army swiftly sprang into action. The soldiers moved out in legions, fanning out in all directions. 2 days later, scouts returned with intelligence regarding the conflict zone. Ding Yu promptly summoned his forces, and after gathering them, transported them back to their territory. He boarded the void shuttle and rushed to the target location. Upon his arrival at the scene, he gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. High in the sky, both sides had deployed strategic level units. Two colossal entities were locked in a fierce clash, their battle unyielding. Powerful energy fluctuations surged from above, accompanied by thunderous roars. Witnessing this, Ding Yu quickly sought a concealed position to begin transporting his troops. Once the troops were safely teleported, they dove straight into the fray. Ding, congratulations. Your subjects have slain a level 94 abyssal behemoth, earning you 9 billion military merits. Ding, congratulations. Your subjects have killed an enemy strategic unit, rewarding you with 1 billion military merits. As time passed, the abyssal behemoth was finally vanquished. After clearing the remaining demon forces, Ding Yu led his weary army back to their territory. Upon their return, he ordered the soldiers to rest and made his way alone to the Lord's manor. Reclining on the sofa in the manor's parlor, Ding Yu fell into deep contemplation. A young maid tiptoed into the parlor, noticing Ding Yu's pensive demeanor, and wisely chose not to disturb him. With utmost care, he gently placed the platter of fresh fruits upon the coffee table before quietly retreating. In recent days, the efficiency of accruing battle achievements had significantly waned, as considerable time was squandered in the search for battlefields. Ding Yu accessed the chat interface of the Merchant Alliance, enlisting their assistance to issue a bounty in the chat channel. The bounty sought coordinates for large-scale conflict zones, accompanied by a generous reward. Having refrained from speaking in the chat channel for quite some time, Ding Yu typically delegated such matters to the Merchant Alliance, which had garnered considerable renown within the chat community. It wasn't long before he received several sets of coordinates. The following morning, after the army had completed its preparations, Ding Yu began to assemble his troops. He dispatched a few Lark scouts to probe the route, utilizing a teleportation scroll for the designated coordinates. Soon, reports came in confirming that the area surrounding the coordinates posed no danger and indeed hosted a large-scale conflict zone ahead. Upon verifying this information, Ding Yu also teleported to the location. Observing that the strength of both factions on the battlefield remained within manageable limits, he initiated the teleportation of the forces from Hanhai City. Once the teleportation was complete, the army joined the fray. Ding, congratulations. Your subjects have slain a level 92 abyssal behemoth, earning you 2 billion battle achievements. Ding, congratulations. Your subjects have eliminated an enemy strategic unit, rewarded with 1 billion battle achievements. The system notifications echoed in Ding Yu's mind, as the Qinglan warriors demonstrated increasing proficiency in wielding the giant divine soldier. After vanquishing the demonic forces, Ding Yu led his troops back to their territory. Following a period of rest, he embarked on a new campaign. 10 days later, Ding Yu successfully amassed 20 billion battle achievements, allowing him to exchange for a giant divine soldier. This time, it was directly utilized on the Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel Legion. Legion quality, S. Legion level, level 1 Legion. Legion battle formation, Angelic Warriors. Capable of merging with the giant divine soldier for combat. Trait 1. All attributes of Legion members increase by 70. Trait 2. Training speed of Legion members is enhanced by 70. Trait 3. Auxiliary troops, featuring the prayer bearer as auxiliary, can merge into the space of the giant divine soldier. Trait 4. Growth, with a chance of generating new traits during combat, similar to the Qinglan warriors. The Guardian Angel, upon merging with the giant divine soldier, became known as the Angelic Warrior, thus granting Ding Yu 2 giant divine soldiers within his domain. However, the military techniques of the Guardian Angel's Legion had yet to be fully developed. Notably, the auxiliary trait within the Guardian Angel Legion's characteristics indicated that the prayer bearer was recognized by the system as an auxiliary unit. It is worth mentioning that the internal space formed by the giant divine soldier could accommodate the prayer bearer troops. Nevertheless, while the giant divine soldier could provide the most basic protection to the prayer bearers, it did not enhance their capabilities nor fall under their control. This was sufficient. Henceforth, the Guardian Angel Legion could venture into battle alongside the prayer bearers, no longer necessitating their proximity to Ding Yu. With 2 giant divine soldiers at his disposal, Ding Yu resolved to alter his strategy. The battlefields he encountered could be effectively managed with these 2 formidable entities, alleviating the need for a larger troop presence. Moreover, the killing efficiency of the giant divine soldiers was markedly superior, particularly against lower-tier units, as they could sweep through enemy ranks with ease. Ding Yu accessed the chat interface of the Merchant Alliance once more. Colleague, brother merchant, would you be interested in acting as an intermediary? Merchant Alliance, what area does the esteemed one wish to pursue? Colleague, war rescue. I possess a substantial number of legions that can provide external rescue services. Merchant Alliance, a legion or a multitude? Merchant Alliance, are you serious? Esteemed one. Colleague, indeed, I have been quite busy recently and wish to entrust this business to you as an intermediary. Colleague, of course. The price must be maximized. If that's agreeable, I shall teleport the troops to your territory. Merchant Alliance, no problem. This business, which is both altruistic and lucrative, is simply perfect. Chapter 137, Rapid Accumulation of Battle Achievements. After finalizing the price with the Merchant Alliance, Ding Yu commenced the teleportation of his troops to the Merchant Alliance's territory. With the issuance of his command, the various barracks buzzed with activity as soldiers swiftly gathered. The chat channel was awash with lamentations. Many weaker lords, faced with the relentless onslaught of the demonic forces, found their territorial defenses crumbling. They sought assistance, but their distress signals seemed to vanish into the abyss, eliciting no responses. In these dark times, the rescue services of the Merchant Alliance emerged as their beacon of hope. While aiding them, this endeavor would also bring Dingyu a significant fortune. Dingyu was prepared to invest heavily in this endeavor, dispatching both the expeditionary forces and primary combat units. The soldiers would not only gain experience and level up through combat, but also yield substantial battle achievements and resources for Dingyu. They stood in organized rows before the teleportation array, awaiting their turn to be transported, clad in sturdy armor and wielding sharp weapons. Their eyes gleamed with a fervent desire for battle. With a commanding voice, Dingyu signaled the army to step into the teleportation array. The immense array began to activate, radiating brilliant light. The territory was left with only the two giant divine soldiers. Their presence was sufficient to secure victory on any battlefield. Meanwhile, the Merchant Alliance stood beside the colossal teleportation array, eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. Waves of soldiers emerged from the array, a seemingly endless stream of warriors. The teleportation continued unabated for an extended period, reminiscent of an inexhaustible tide of steel. The astonishment on the Merchant Alliance's face grew, initially expecting only a standard-sized contingent. He was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the forces. He realized he had underestimated this business venture. Such a formidable army could yield him immense wealth. As the last group of soldiers completed their teleportation, Dingyu commenced a new chapter in his journey. Upon his arrival at the battlefield, both sides had already deployed strategic-level forces. Dingyu commanded the Qinglan warriors to confront the Abyssal Behemoth, while the Angelic warriors were tasked with sweeping away the enemy's lower-tier units. Sensing the threat posed by the Qinglan warriors, the Abyssal Behemoth unleashed a thunderous roar, releasing a torrent of black flames from its maw, aimed at the Qinglan warriors. However, the Qinglan warriors, now exceptionally agile, deftly evaded the infernal onslaught and maneuvered to the beast's rear. Their massive blades struck at the joints of the Abyssal Behemoth's legs, inflicting grievous wounds. Faced with a 2-on-1 scenario, the Abyssal Behemoth found itself increasingly beleaguered. As time wore on, it became progressively overwhelmed, its rhythm of attack descending into disarray. Each swing of its formidable claws appeared increasingly futile. The Qinglan warriors had now attained a level of capability to duel the Abyssal Behemoth. And with the additional assault from the other giant divine soldier, the beast's situation grew ever more dire. Its colossal form was marred by numerous injuries, dark blood gushing forth, transforming the surrounding terrain into a sea of black mire. Under the relentless dual assault, the Abyssal Behemoth's prospects for victory dwindled. Despair flickered in its eyes, yet it persisted in its final struggles. Meanwhile, the towering angelic warrior resembled a deity of war descended upon the mortal realm, wielding a massive sword of light. With each swing of the radiant blade, it unleashed formidable waves of energy. The angelic warriors plunged into the ranks of the enemy's lower-tier forces, akin to a tiger descending upon a flock of sheep, unleashing a relentless slaughter. Their colossal energy swords, wielding unparalleled might, felled adversaries with each swing, creating a vast vacuum around them. After clearing the vicinity, the angelic warriors pressed forward with remarkable swiftness. In quick succession, two more strikes erupted with formidable energy, once again decimating the surrounding foes. As the angelic warriors advanced deeper, the enemy's formation descended into palpable chaos. The once orderly ranks seemed to be rent asunder by an invisible behemoth, the breach expanding at an astonishing rate. The demonic legions gazed upon this scene in terror, their eyes filled with despair, prompting them to flee in all directions. They endeavored to evade the angelic warriors' onslaught, yet the relentless pursuers granted them no respite, continuing their rapid pursuit. Once the angelic warriors had eradicated the enemy's lower-tier units, they joined the assault against the Abyssal Behemoth. Already weakened, the behemoth succumbed swiftly under their onslaught. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 94 Abyssal Behemoth, earning you 9 billion merit points. Ding! Congratulations. Your subjects have eliminated an enemy strategic unit, rewarding you with 1 billion merit points. The behemoth's massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Cheers erupted across the battlefield at its downfall. After the battle concluded, Dingyu withdrew with two colossal divine soldiers. The surviving soldiers and commanders, gazing in astonishment at Dingyu's retreating figure, were left speechless. What had begun as a fiercely contested battle ended with astonishing swiftness, resulting in a resounding victory. Upon returning to his territory, Dingyu commanded the Qinglan guards and the guardian angels to continue their recuperation. This skirmish had concluded much more rapidly than previous encounters. A single colossal divine soldier proved equivalent to the forces of Hanhai City, affirming its strategic prowess. Once his subordinates had sufficiently rested, Dingyu led two colossal divine soldiers to a new battlefield. He aimed to amass merit points swiftly, intending to exchange for more colossal divine soldiers before the abyssal invasion concluded. Uncertain of future opportunities to acquire such formidable allies, he resolved to seize the moment. Days later, Ding Yu finally gathered 20 billion merit points and directly exchanged them for a colossal divine soldier. He deployed this new soldier to the Violent Bear Legion, now bolstering his territory with 3 colossal divine soldiers. The Violent Bear warriors possessed terrifying melee capabilities, and with the aerial mobility of the colossal divine soldiers, they effectively compensated for the bear's inability to fly. Once the next batch of kiwi fruits matured, he intended to enhance the Violent Bear warriors with flying capabilities, thereby augmenting their individual combat effectiveness and bolstering the Legion's overall survivability. With the addition of the Violent Bear warriors, Ding Yu's efficiency in accumulating merit points increased significantly. A few days later, having amassed another 20 billion points, Ding Yu exchanged for yet another colossal divine soldier. With 4 such soldiers at his disposal, he divided them into 2 groups, deploying each to support separate battlefields. Chapter 138, The Abyssal Invasion concludes. Now, with 2 colossal divine soldiers assigned to each battlefield, there was no need for them to congregate. This division doubled their efficiency in accruing merit points. As time progressed, Ding Yu finally amassed enough merit points to acquire 6 additional colossal divine soldiers. His territory now boasted a total of 10, though only 6 could integrate with his legion, as units below S-tier potential could not merge with the colossal divine soldiers. The surplus 4 remained as reserves. Simultaneously, the battlefield dynamics underwent a subtle transformation. The spatial rifts connecting the abyss with the starry continent began to shrink. The number of demonic forces dwindled, and those once rampant across the continent now struggled to mount large-scale offensives. The people glimpsed the dawn of victory. Believing that the abyssal invasion would soon come to an end, they began to organize, uniting in their efforts to eradicate the remaining demonic factions. The lands once trampled by demons were gradually being reclaimed, revitalized with life and vigor. At this juncture, requests for assistance in the chat channels diminished noticeably. This fierce abyssal invasion, through the collective efforts of many, had finally been weathered. World announcement. The void tide has ended, severing contact between the abyss and the starry continent. Congratulations to all lords for successfully enduring the abyssal invasion. World announcement. The merit point system will cease operation in 24 hours. Lords, please redeem promptly. With the resounding world announcement, the abyssal invasion concluded. The remaining merit points proved insufficient for further exchanges for colossal divine soldiers, prompting Ding Yu to redeem some materials to exhaust his points. Ding. The Multitude battlefield is reopened for exploration. The Multitude battlefield had been restored, allowing Ding Yu to resume mining activities. Now, among the main battle units, some new soldiers had advanced to the 5th tier, with a few veterans reaching the 6th tier. New recruits in the expeditionary force began breaking through to the 4th tier, while veterans had reached the 5th tier. Ding Yu was not overly concerned with the expeditionary forces levels, as their primary role was to aid the territory in resource acquisition. Once all new soldiers in the main battle units achieved the 5th tier, Ding Yu planned to upgrade the territory to level 6. With colossal divine soldiers in place, he would possess sufficient defensive capabilities even at an elevated level. This abyssal invasion had illuminated the value of high-potential units for Ding Yu, who resolved to devote himself to nurturing soldiers with S-tier potential or higher, taking the colossal divine soldiers as a benchmark. A single one could easily sweep aside the lower-tier units within his territory. The advantages of high-potential units were becoming increasingly evident, prompting Ding Yu to prioritize their development to forge elite combat power, which would subsequently enhance the lower-tier units. Following the conclusion of the abyssal invasion, Ding Yu teleported his troops back to the territory, intending to allow them time to recuperate. After such a prolonged period of conflict, the soldiers were fatigued. Upon returning to the Lord's residence, Ding Yu indulged in a relaxing bath and opened the regional channel to observe the discussions. Brothers, the abyssal invasion is over, and my territory has been preserved. I am grateful for the reinforcements from the Commercial Alliance. Without them, I would have surely faltered. I must say, while the Commercial Alliance's prices are steep, their performance is nothing short of spectacular, swiftly helping me repel the demonic legions. However, the charges from the Commercial Alliance are indeed exorbitant, claiming a significant portion of my resources. Has anyone noticed that the merit points required for troop exchanges have skyrocketed, far exceeding those for items of similar quality? Indeed, they have surged, and the highest tier available for exchange is only A tier. Anything higher is unavailable. Not just for troop exchanges, even the recruitment scrolls for units have seen price increases. S tier and above scrolls have vanished from the exchange list. Does anyone from the Commercial Alliance still have a certificate of Legion? I wish to purchase another. The Legion is simply too powerful. I also want to buy one. I missed out last time. Even the lowest tier would suffice. Commercial Alliance, please be patient, everyone. We have yet to receive new stock, but it will be listed as soon as it arrives. The Commercial Alliance had become a highly sought-after entity within the regional channel. Ding Yu was quite pleased to take his position at the forefront. Although he relished in displaying his prowess, he also harbored a deep-seated aversion to complications. The 2 fleeting days swiftly passed, and Ding Yu commenced his journey into the battlefield of myriad races. For the troops boasting a strength exceeding the 5th rank, he deployed them as legions into the fray. Meanwhile, Those of lesser strength remained within the territory to cultivate in the monster ranch, as it was anticipated that they would soon reach the 5th rank collectively. The expeditionary forces utilized teleportation scrolls to venture into areas conducive to their level for monster hunting and leveling up. Even the formidable titans were dispatched, leaving only the Qinglan guards by his side. This time, the guardian angels were finally able to engage in independent combat. Reflecting on the exuberant visage of Angel when she departed, Dingyu was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition, hoping fervently that no untoward incidents would arise. After successfully deploying his forces, Dingyu continued his swift journey aboard the Void Shuttle towards the direction of the Spirit Stone Veins. Should he encounter enemy forces en route, he would halt to allow the Qinglan warriors to handle the situation. The strength of the Qinglan guards had undergone a significant transformation since their last encounter in the battlefield of myriad races. Engaging these adversaries was a trivial task for the Qinglan warriors, as they annihilated them with ease. Currently, Dingyu found himself within the Cylinder region, situated at the periphery of the battlefield. Once the Spirit Stone deposits here were fully exploited, he intended to advance towards the heart of the battlefield. Although the outer regions offered safety, the foes encountered were feeble, yielding meager points for their defeat. The presence of higher-ranked individuals in the inner circle indicated a wealth of resources therein. Otherwise, they would not congregate so densely. Before long, Dingyu arrived at his intended area. Before him lay an expansive, desolate plain, ravaged by howling winds that obscured vision and rendered the atmosphere a murky yellow. According to his map, the Spirit Stone Veins were situated within this barren expanse. Dingyu maneuvered the Void Shuttle to a gentle descent and emerged from within. Upon stepping outside, he was struck by an unsettling sensation, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing him. He stowed the Void Shuttle and ascended into the air, casually retrieving a goblin bomb to initiate a firepower reconnaissance of the area. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled violently. Cracks rapidly spread, from which emerged a horde of grotesque stone scorpions. These creatures were armored in tough exoskeletons, their tails raised menacingly. The venom they secreted dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding small pits into the earth. Chapter 139, 10 New Cities. At this juncture, Dingyu scrutinized the information of these creatures. Green-tailed scorpion. Level, 53. Description, a poison attribute monster with a hard shell. Without wishing to squander time, Dingyu summoned his forces and directly commanded the Qinglan guards to merge with the Titans. The Qinglan guards responded swiftly, and soon, the massive Qinglan warriors began bombarding the ground below with relentless ferocity. Dingyu dispatched the Lark Scouts to survey the surrounding area. However, after a considerable duration, they had yet to uncover any trace of the Spirit Stone Veins. A frown creased Dingyu's brow, his mind rife with confusion. According to the map, the Spirit Stone Veins should have been nearby. He gazed across the vast wasteland, where the winds howled, stirring debris and dust. In his line of sight, there were no signs of the mines that should have been present amidst this desolation. If the Lark Scouts had failed to locate them in the vicinity, it was highly probable that the Spirit Stone Veins were concealed underground. With this realization, Dingyu summoned the burrowing beasts, directing them to delve beneath the surface in search of the veins. The burrowing beasts acted promptly, swiftly burrowing into the earth and leaving behind a series of openings, from which the faint sounds of their excavation resonated. As time passed, the burrowing beasts finally relayed the news. They had discovered the Spirit Stone Veins. Dingyu immediately arrived at the coordinates, activating the teleportation portal. On the other side, Shenmue had been awaiting Dingyu's signal for quite some time. Behind him stood a meticulously organized army of mechanical puppets, each equipped with various mining tools. Under Shenmue's command, they moved in an orderly fashion toward the teleportation portal. Upon the mechanical puppets' arrival, they swiftly commenced their operations, entering through the openings created by the burrowing beasts. Their efficiency was remarkable, and soon the depths reverberated with the sounds of their industrious labor. Simultaneously, the city guards also rapidly arrived on the scene through the teleportation portal. Upon reaching the designated location, they wasted no time in establishing a robust defensive perimeter, fanning out in a protective arc to safeguard the mining area. Once the defensive structures were completed, they entered a state of readiness, prepared for any potential enemy incursions. Meanwhile, the Qinglan warriors returned, having eliminated the surrounding monsters. The area was now entrusted to the city guards, and Dingyu teleported the Qinglan guards back to the territory. He subsequently handed over the mining operations to the newly appointed Minister of Mining, Shenmue, an SS-level talent possessing relevant expertise. With arrangements finalized, Dingyu and Shenmue returned to the territory. As mining would require a considerable amount of time, Dingyu resolved to utilize this interval to establish new cities. Star City, being too close to Hanhai City, had already been absorbed into it, transforming into a district of Hanhai City. As the territory expanded at an astonishing pace, Hanhai City was no longer capable of encompassing the entire domain. The territory aspired to evolve into a world in its own right, and a singular city could not suffice for such an ambition. Instead, it would necessitate a network of interconnected cities, mutually supporting one another, to forge a grand and prosperous system. With the continuous enlargement of the territory, Dingyu envisioned a future adorned with a constellation of cities scattered across the land, each radiating its unique vitality. This time, Dingyu planned to establish 10 new cities on the periphery to extend influence over the surrounding regions. Over the preceding period, Shenmue had organized a multitude of individuals to engage in extensive discussions regarding the construction of the new cities. Through collaborative brainstorming, they successfully determined the locations for the new cities. Not only that, but comprehensive planning diagrams had also been devised. Now, with everything in place and merely the east wind lacking, it was time to mobilize personnel to transform the blueprints into tangible cities. Upon returning to the territory, Dingyu and Shenmue did not pause for a moment, immersing themselves wholeheartedly in the construction of the new cities. Under Shenmue's guidance, meticulously organized construction teams were swiftly assembled. A multitude of mechanical puppets were put to work, tasked with the physical labor. Simultaneously, flocks of winged cats joined the construction efforts, serving as transport units. These agile creatures, equipped with internal compartments filled with various building materials, darted back and forth between the construction sites and material depots. Their speed and agility significantly enhanced the efficiency of material transportation, ensuring that construction materials reached various workstations in a timely manner. Even the seemingly sluggish trance within the territory sprang into action, assisting in the movement of materials. Their towering and robust forms stood out prominently on the construction site, as they extended their serpent-like branch arms, effortlessly lifting enormous logs and heavy stones, placing them steadily in their designated spots. The inclusion of the trance has not only provided robust labor support for the construction efforts, but has also infused the entire site with a unique vibrancy. At the construction scene, a bustling atmosphere prevails. Mechanical puppets, winged cats, and trance work in concert, closely collaborating with human artisans. The shouts of the craftsmen, the clanging of tools, the rumble of mechanical puppets, and the movements of the winged cats and trance intertwine, creating a picturesque tableau. As the project progresses, the outline of the new city gradually becomes distinct. Towering defensive matrices rise, safeguarding this nascent urban area. The houses within the city sprout like mushrooms after rain. Arranged in an orderly fashion, streets emerge under careful planning, broad and even, seemingly awaiting the future hustle and bustle. Along the roadside, various functional plants such as lantern grass, sunflowers, and holy light grass have begun to be planted. The trance that have completed their tasks take root in the greenery, serving as the city's protective force. The burrowing beasts have excavated numerous underground passages, forming an extensive network system. Dingyu has also been busy, utilizing the system's capabilities to position various buildings. In preparation for the new city, he has procured an abundance of functional structures in advance. Numerous defensive towers have been strategically placed by Dingyu, forming formidable defensive matrices. Some special enhancement items were acquired by Dingyu from the trading hall and positioned within the new city. Defensive plants have been summoned using recruitment scrolls, including trant guards, ancient war trees, and arrow bamboo. With the passage of time, the construction of the new city has finally neared completion. A series of brand new urban locales stand proudly on the territory, boasting sturdy defensive facilities, spacious and comfortable homes, and convenient transport networks. Chapter 140. Unlocking the freedom of movement skills. Dingyu gazes at these nearly finished cities, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. The next step involves the relocation of residents, a task entrusted to Shenmue. Announcements have already been posted, indicating that the newly established cities each possess distinct styles, allowing the citizens to choose their new homes voluntarily. Upon the completion of the new city, the residents, unable to contain their curiosity, flock to explore. They weave between the various urban areas, their eyes gleaming with awe and anticipation. Children laugh and run along the wide streets, chattering excitedly about the novel architecture. The elderly stroke their beards and nod approvingly at the fresh living environment. Young people fervently discuss the future opportunities that await them here, their eyes sparkling with hope. For a time, the new city buzzes with life, filled with laughter and vibrant energy. Shenmue has arranged for staff to set up information points at the entrances of each city, patiently addressing the myriad questions posed by the residents. As the relocation date approaches, the enthusiasm of the citizens intensifies. They busily pack their belongings, preparing to embrace a new chapter in their lives. Throughout this process, neighbors assist one another, collectively envisioning a bright future in the new city. Meanwhile, Dingyu has not been idle. Upon the city's completion, he immerses himself in rigorous training. Within the true martial training camp, Dingyu hones his agility. He moves like lightning, swiftly navigating through a myriad of complex training apparatus, his steps agile, leaving trails of phantom images in his wake. He sidesteps swinging wooden hammers and leaps over designated obstacles with remarkable speed. This is the S-rank skill, Phantom Step, which he recently exchanged for through his military achievements. His focus is unwavering, as if the entire world has been reduced to just him and the training ground. With each dodge and leap, his comprehension of this skill deepens. His footwork becomes increasingly rapid, so much so that he leaves behind fleeting shadows. Phantom Step is not merely a basic movement technique. It represents a profound synchronization of body and spirit. To further test his mastery, Dingyu decides to challenge the Phantom Maze, specifically designed to assess movement skills. This labyrinth resembles a treacherous fortress, intricately crafted from countless massive mirrors, which are indestructible and contain various hidden mechanisms and traps. Taking a deep breath, Dingyu steps into the maze. Upon entering, he immediately senses several dangers, swiftly employing Phantom Step to evade concealed traps. As he delves deeper, the reflections in the mirrors distort his vision, making it difficult to discern the true paths from mere illusions. He opts to close his eyes, relying on the faint breeze and subtle vibrations of the ground to gauge his surroundings. He navigates the maze with great difficulty, continuously utilizing Phantom Step to avoid various hazards. Finally, after a lengthy exploration, Dingyu arrives at the exit. Exhausted from his challenge in the welcoming maze, he drags his weary body to a corner where a row of benches awaits. He collapses onto one, gasping for breath. His eyes closed as his mind replays the thrilling scenes from the maze. After an indeterminate amount of time, Dingyu slowly opens his eyes. He quickly rises, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. Once he has regained his composure, he heads toward the misty forest. The true martial training ground perfectly simulates various environments, greatly benefiting his training. The misty forest is another setting specifically designed to refine movement skills, shrouded in fog where visibility is nearly non-existent and fraught with dangers. As time passes, Dingyu's Phantom Step finally reaches a breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations! Your Phantom Step has exceeded limits, unlocking the freedom of movement skills. The system notification rings in Dingyu's mind, prompting a smile to blossom on his face. He has finally unlocked the freedom of movement skills. Opening his interface, he notices that Phantom Step has indeed vanished from his skill list, along with other movement-related skills. However, there are no additional skills akin to the sword path. He wonders whether this is due to insufficient comprehension or other factors. Nonetheless, Dingyu is unconcerned, as progress is what truly matters. With a swift motion, he leaps several meters forward. The sudden change fills him with joy. He distinctly feels that with the unlocking of skill freedom, his movement has ascended to an entirely new realm. From this point onward, the shortcomings in his agility have been rectified, and his next focus will be to continue refining his sword techniques. Deep down, he harbors a preference for practicing swordsmanship, perhaps the reason he can grasp the essence of the sword path. During Dingyu's training, the relocation of the citizens is proceeding fervently. Winged cats laden with furniture and personal belongings traverse the wide roads. At the entrance of the new city, staff members warmly welcome each arriving citizen, guiding them to their new homes. The newly constructed houses are neatly arranged, basking in the sunlight and exuding warmth. The citizens step into their new abodes, their faces alight with satisfaction. Unlike the increasingly crowded Hanhai city, the space here feels remarkably expansive. The spacious and luminous rooms, along with the immaculate courtyard, filled them with a longing for a brighter future. As time passed, the last glimmers of spirit stone luster from the depths of the mine gradually dimmed, and the spirit stone veins were completely exhausted. Upon receiving this news, Dingyu concluded his training and teleported the mining contingent back to his territory. The logistics personnel had long awaited their return, promptly transporting the final batch of spirit stones to the foot of the world tree for absorption and purification. Consequently, the Monster Ranch resumed its rapid operations, enabling the new recruits among the primary combat units to ascend swiftly in rank. According to Dingyu's calculations, mining 2 more spirit stone veins would elevate these new soldiers to the 5th tier. After completing these tasks, Dingyu embarked on another journey aboard the Void Shuttle towards his next coordinates. During this period, he had commissioned the Merchant Guild to assist him in acquiring maps. However, maps were a rarity, and he had yet to procure any new ones. In the absence of a map, Dingyu planned to proceed in the direction from Iris City to Celinda City. Based on his estimations, Celinda City was closer to the heart of the battlefield than Iris City. Following this path seemed to be a prudent choice. Time flew by, and 3 months slipped away in an instant. During this time, Dingyu discovered 2 additional spirit stone veins. Chapter 141, Upgrading to a Level 6 Territory. After depleting these 2 veins, he finally elevated the ranks of the new troops within the primary combat units to the 5th tier. Now, the territory could finally be upgraded, and the necessary resources had long been prepared, including the fire seeds, which had been generously provided by those unfortunate souls who had crossed Dingyu. With everything in place, he promptly upgraded the territory. After a grueling wait of 2 hours, the Lord's Manor finally completed its upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, your Lord's Manor has reached level 6. Lord's Manor, level 6. Area, 2,000 by 2,000. Defense, 20,000. Note, the foundation of the territory, materials can be invested for upgrades. The next upgrade requires 5,000 gold coins, 525 spatial stones, 355 spirit essence, and 10 fire seeds, LV6. The castle became even more grand and magnificent, as expected. The next upgrade necessitated 10 level 6 fire seeds. This meant that to gather the required materials for the next upgrade, he would need to conquer 10 level 6 territories. Undoubtedly a formidable challenge, suggesting that many would become stepping stones for others in this ruthless competition. Much like a pyramid, the higher the tier of the Lord, the fewer in number they would be, and the competition would grow increasingly fierce. With the upgrade of the Lord's Manor, the territory itself also advanced. Dingyu opened the panel. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Dingyu. Level, 6. Territory range, Micro World. Daily automatic refresh of 10,000 units of populace. Feature 1. Territory space. The territory has evolved into a micro world. Feature 2. Natural phenomena. Various spiritual entities are beginning to emerge within the territory. Feature 3. Autonomous evolution. The territory can absorb energy from the void to strengthen itself. Feature 4. World power. The Lord can gain empowerment from the world. Feature 5. World heritage. All populace possess a potential no less than B grade, significantly increasing the chance of breakthroughs, with a certain probability of awakening special bloodlines. Prosperity Index, 2, 153, 716. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained an opportunity to readjust the layout of your territory. Ding. The Myriad Races battlefield has unlocked new features, please check it yourself. As Dingyu gazed at the territory panel, he noticed substantial changes, with a newfound tidiness surpassing its previous state. After the territory transformed into a micro-world, the population statistics had vanished, necessitating a self-initiated census in the future. The spirit energy concentration section also disappeared, a fact Dingyu had anticipated. The spirit energy concentration varied throughout the territory, being higher near the center and lower towards the outskirts. This explained why much of the newly added land around the territory was barren. However, it was reassuring that the overall spirit energy concentration of the territory was on the rise. Unfortunately, the recent excessive consumption of spirit energy by the Monster Ranch had resulted in a slow growth of the territory's spirit energy. Now, with the elevation of the territory's level, a new batch of recruits would be summoned from the barracks. It appeared that a substantial number of spirit stone veins would need to be located to replenish the territory's spirit energy consumption, ensuring the demands of its development were met. With the territory upgraded, the system buildings could also be enhanced. With ample resources at his disposal, Dingyu resolved to upgrade all functional buildings to level 5 in one go. As for the defensive towers, he opted to postpone their upgrades for the time being. After reaching a level 6 territory, System Mall would offer B-grade defensive towers, and he planned to wait until then for their enhancement. The lower-grade defensive towers, he intended to relocate to the sub-city or place them alongside the roads outside the city, providing protection for transport routes during wartime, ensuring the smooth flow of resources and personnel within the territory. The next target for upgrading was the barracks, as an upgrade would allow for the mass summoning of troops, further amplifying the strength of the territory. The population cap for the Qinglong Guards increased from 3,000 to 6,000. The Bear Brigade rose to 2,000. The bipedal dragons reached 1,000. The burrow beasts also increased to 1,000, and the goblin airships expanded to 2,000, with the remaining units also hitting 6,000, effectively doubling the military strength. Dingyu unhesitatingly summoned all troops, expanding the expeditionary force from 1,000 to 2,000, allowing seasoned soldiers to mentor the new recruits. He instructed their captain to lead them directly into battle to gain experience. However, it was not as convenient on the Myriad Races battlefield. Given that teleportation scrolls were unusable there, he would have to wait until they returned to the territory for rest before retrieving the new soldiers. Currently, the Monster Ranch prioritized supplying the 6 legions equipped with the Titan warriors. Once the new recruits of these 6 legions reached the 5th tier, the Monster Ranch would be open to other primary combat units, with resources being finite. It was imperative to prioritize the most critical elite forces to ensure the rapid enhancement of the territory's strength. The other units would have to follow their legions to level up by battling monsters. This recent upgrade of the territory granted an opportunity to readjust its layout. Shenmue had already crafted a detailed planning map, focusing primarily on the layout of Hanhai City. Buildings unsuitable for Hanhai City were to be relocated to the newly constructed city, such as the low-level defensive towers. While designing the new city, appropriate locations had been reserved for the seamless transfer of these structures. Since the completion of the new city, the population density in Hanhai City had significantly decreased, allowing residents to enjoy a larger living space. Many foundational buildings, once crucial to Hanhai City, had now become obsolete and could be moved to the new city. Furthermore, those non-system buildings lacking substantial value could be demolished to optimize the spatial utilization of the territory. Seizing this rare opportunity, Dingyu meticulously replanned Hanhai City. Dingyu has already formulated a plan. Henceforth, the population of Hanhai City will not witness a significant increase. He intends to allocate the citizens that are refreshed daily within his territory to the new city, ensuring a balanced development across all cities. As the population continues to grow, he will further expand the number of new cities in accordance with the actual circumstances to satisfy the developmental needs of the territory. Following the territory's upgrade, the World Tree and the Jinwu Monument, both world-class treasures, have noticeably enlarged. These two artifacts play a crucial role in the development of the territory. And as the territory transforms into a miniature world, their growth and evolution have also benefited significantly. Undoubtedly, the remarkable changes in the territorial space are largely attributable to the indispensable contributions of these two treasures, which have established a wondrous symbiotic relationship with the territory. Chapter 142, Changes Post-Upgrade. The upgraded equipment manufacturing center now possesses the capability to mass-produce extraordinary-grade equipment. By simply inputting the design blueprints for extraordinary equipment, a production line for mass manufacturing can be initiated. However, Dingyu currently lacks the blueprints for extraordinary-grade equipment. At this stage, the strength of his contemporaneous lords is generally low, and their resources are limited, making it difficult to find extraordinary items in the trading hall. Before upgrading the territory, Dingyu had already been searching for the design blueprints for extraordinary equipment, but has yet to find any. In the system mall, only common items are available for purchase. Although higher-tier items can be procured, their attributes are rather mediocre. For instance, the spiked set produced by the territory has no equivalent attributes available in the system mall. It appears that to acquire superior blueprints, alternative avenues must be explored. Meanwhile, the teleportation arrays in Shanyu City and among the indigenous factions must be established promptly. Currently, the indigenous people possess levels higher than those lords in the chat channel, which should enable them to provide Dingyu with many high-tier items. Additionally, the neutral cities on the battlefield of all races must be utilized. These neutral cities, situated at the crossroads of various races, are abundant in diverse goods, including several high-tier items. Dingyu plans to discuss with the commercial consortium about opening several shops in the neutral cities. These shops will not only facilitate the collection of resources, but also gather various forms of intelligence. He commands the Equipment Manufacturing Center to produce existing equipment at full capacity to equip the new recruits. Once blueprints for extraordinary-grade equipment are obtained, the soldiers can be outfitted with even higher-tier gear. At that time, the equipment that soldiers replace can be sold in the trading hall, ensuring no waste occurs. After the territory's upgrade, the monster ranch can now generate Tier 5 monsters. Upon defeating these Tier 5 monsters, the resulting pet eggs reach B-grade. B-grade pets hold little significance for Dingyu's territory, as all creatures within the territory possess potential above B-grade, making pet replacement unnecessary. Dingyu instructs the monster ranch to maximize the output of winged cats and rolling beasts to equip the new recruits, thereby rapidly enhancing their strength. Once the new recruits are equipped, B-grade pet eggs can be introduced to the market. B-grade pets, in terms of both strength and cultivation value, far surpass C-grade counterparts. Similarly, B-grade pet eggs command higher prices, bringing greater profits to the territory. At this juncture, Dingyu has abandoned any thoughts of suppressing the strength of his contemporaneous lords. Even if they possess B-grade pets, it would be challenging for them to pose a threat to Dingyu's territory. The mere possession of the Titan soldiers within his territory stands as an insurmountable barrier before them, rendering them hopelessly distant. The enhancement of the strength among contemporaneous lords will, in fact, yield considerable benefits for Dingyu. The most evident advantage is that as they grow stronger, the high-tier items they acquire will increase correspondingly. Consequently, the availability of high-tier items in the trading hall will also rise. For instance, if extraordinary-grade equipment blueprints become available in the trading hall, Dingyu will no longer need to search tirelessly. Ultimately, they are all fellow townsfolk hailing from the same origin. As long as their own interests are not jeopardized, Dingyu is more than willing to extend a helping hand when possible. Naturally, this assistance will not come without a price. The pricing of pet eggs released into the market will not be low. Through this venture, Dingyu stands to amass substantial wealth, further contributing to the development of his territory. In this upgrade, the potential qualification limits of the territory's residents have not increased. However, their potential qualifications have been attributed to the foundation of the world on the panel. This implies that, as the territory's world gradually evolves and matures, the lower limits of the residents' potential will also rise. Among the factors influencing the world's enhancement, the concentration of spiritual energy is paramount. One must either seek out abundant spiritual stone veins to mine and directly increase the territory's spiritual energy content, or introduce artifacts that aid in the development of the world, often imbued with mysterious powers. These treasures can, in a more wondrous manner, facilitate the growth and evolution of the world, propelling it toward a higher echelon. Recalling that the system had unlocked a new feature in the battlefield of all races, Dingyu opened the panel for inspection. Beneath the battlefield of all races, a new function labeled Alliance had appeared. In the battlefield of all races, lords can form or join alliances. Killing troops within the same alliance will not yield points, and will even deduct corresponding points. When teaming up with alliance members in battle, certain attribute bonuses will be granted. Dingyu stroked his chin, pondering this new alliance feature. It sounds promising, yet it is crucial to align with lords of comparable strength. Joining forces with those of vastly differing abilities would be counterproductive and utterly meaningless. Allies who are too weak may not only be of no assistance, but could potentially impede progress at critical moments. Conversely, if paired with overwhelmingly strong allies, one risks becoming a subordinate or even cannon fodder. Until suitable allies can be found, the alliance feature will remain under consideration. Once Ding Yu has completed his affairs regarding the territory, he finally finds a moment of respite. He reclines on the sofa in the Lord's manor, savoring the fruit platter brought in by a maid, and deftly opens the chat interface with the commercial consortium. He shares his thoughts regarding establishing shops in the neutral cities and engaging in trade with the indigenous people. The commercial consortium responds almost instantaneously, their excitement palpable even through the screen, as a flurry of messages appears, wholeheartedly accepting Ding Yu's proposal. It is worth noting that deep collaboration with Ding Yu has long been a dream of the commercial consortium. Nowadays, the commercial alliance they spearheaded resembles an auxiliary institution of Hanhai City. The primary business of the alliance is closely tied to Hanhai City. Nevertheless, the commercial consortium is more than willing, even reveling in their role. The collaboration between the two parties represents a mutually beneficial scenario. Since aligning with Ding Yu, the commercial alliance has surged forward like a high-speed train, rapidly expanding its commercial territory, amassing formidable strength, and experiencing exponential growth in membership. Ding Yu suddenly recalls that someone in his class group seems to be a member of a branch of the commercial alliance, having boasted about it for a time in the group. Thus, if calculated, that individual has effectively become the subordinate of his subordinate. A smile involuntarily graces Ding Yu's lips as he reflects on how small the world truly is. When time permits, I shall make my presence known in the group, casually inquiring about the current state of that old classmate who is now navigating the Mercantile Alliance. After the territory upgrade, the stockpile of resources has been entirely consumed, and numerous areas within the territory still require resources. For the development of the territory, Ding Yu must once again embark on a journey. Chapter 143, Departing the Outer Regions. Once the affairs of the territory were settled, Ding Yu teleported outside the domain and continued his advance towards the Spirit Stone mines. Simultaneously, he commanded the troops stationed across the battlefield to march towards the center. He had already deduced the general direction, while he could traverse swiftly via the Void Shuttle. The movement speed of his forces remained relatively slow. He allowed them to proceed in that direction. The closer they drew to the center, the stronger the enemies they would encounter, thereby increasing their experience from vanquishing foes. Once he had thoroughly scoured the Spirit Stone mines in this area, he could pursue them. In recent days, Ding Yu had acquired maps of several regions through the Mercantile Alliance. Initially, they had chosen the wrong approach, as they should have purchased maps in the chat channel. Within the chat channel, many level 5 lords would randomly populate various positions upon entering the battlefield. For them, obtaining maps of their respective areas was considerably simpler, as they were readily available in the neutral cities. By acquiring maps from these lords, there was no need to struggle to find them in Iris City. After all, it was quite challenging to procure maps of other regions within the neutral cities in their current area. Upon correcting their course, the Mercantile Alliance swiftly assisted Ding Yu in acquiring an extensive collection of maps, such as the advantage of a large population base. It directly alleviated a problem that had troubled Ding Yu for quite some time. After utilizing them, the map interface expanded significantly. Most of the outer regions of the myriad races battlefield were illuminated, forming a vast circular area. Given the strength of the lords in the chat channel, they were confined to the periphery of the battlefield. Hence, the maps collected from them were exclusively of the outer regions. The center of the battlefield must lie within this circular formation, albeit the area remained quite expansive. With this newfound precision, Ding Yu shared the information with his troops, prompting them to adjust their course and press onward. The periphery was no longer suitable for them. They required stronger adversaries. As long as they remained within manageable limits, the risks were minimal, while they could accrue greater experience points and rewards. As time passed, Ding Yu discovered several Spirit Stone mines. After depleting them, the territory amassed a considerable amount of Spirit Stones, which accelerated the operation of the Monster Ranch. This time, only 6 types of troops were supplied, and their upgrade rate was astonishing, swiftly reaching the 5th tier. Once these troops attained the 5th tier, Ding Yu commanded them to join their respective legions. The Monster Ranch was temporarily halted, as it consumed an excessive amount of spiritual energy. It was prudent to allow the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory to increase. Otherwise, it would impede the growth of the world. Ding Yu had previously experimented with the augmentation of world power. When the world power was conferred upon him, an overwhelming force surged through his limbs and bones. In that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into the god of war on the battlefield, unleashing formidable combat prowess capable of contending with the mighty Titan. Moreover, this burst of power did not inflict any negative repercussions on his body. However, he noticed that utilizing world power noticeably slowed the expansion rate of his territory, and the increase in spiritual energy concentration diminished accordingly. At this stage, the territory was still relatively weak, necessitating cautious use of world power to avoid substantial losses that could hinder the world's development. Once the territory reached a certain level of advancement, he would be capable of wreaking havoc on a grand scale. Contemplating this prospect, Ding Yu felt a surge of excitement. For him, World power served as a form of insurance, a trump card to rely on in times of peril. After the new troops ascended to the 5th tier, the 5 legions possessing titans departed from the territory. The primary combat units remaining within the territory were solely the Qinglong Guards. In the days that followed, Dingyu did not cease his pursuit of development. He continued advancing towards his objectives, subsequently mining several spirit stone deposits. The newly extracted spirit stones were entrusted to the World Tree for purification. Following absorption by the World Tree, a substantial amount of pure spiritual energy was returned to the territory. During this period, the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory began to rise rapidly. Simultaneously, the periphery of the territory was visibly expanding outward, showcasing formidable vitality. In the future, when the opportunity arises, he intended to procure a source of world essence for the territory, even if it were fragmented. Such an asset would significantly contribute to the growth of the world. Once the spirit mines in this area were fully exploited, Dingyu soared deeper into the battlefield. Upon leaving the Celinda region, he entered a more inner zone. This area exhibited a higher concentration of spiritual energy, with denser vegetation and a greater abundance of wild beasts. Lacking a map, Dingyu could only fly in a general direction upon entering this region. After nearly half a day's flight, Dingyu finally spotted a group of goblins in the dense forest ahead. These goblins were predominantly of level 6, though their numbers were limited to around 500. Dingyu immediately halted, activating the teleportation screen to summon the Qinglong Guards. The Qinglong Guards swiftly assembled, and with a wave of his hand, Dingyu commanded them to charge at the goblin troop. This time, he required a few live captives to gather intelligence about this area, hence the titans were not deployed, as their overwhelming power could easily annihilate the goblins. The Qinglong Guards surged forth like a tidal wave of azure, swiftly penetrating the goblin ranks. Their blades gleamed with a chilling light as they struck at the goblins. Despite their limited numbers, the goblins were not to be underestimated. They quickly formed a tight defensive formation, furiously wielding their weapons in a desperate attempt to fend off the Qinglong Guards' assault. The battlefield erupted with the sounds of clashing steel and battle cries. Dingyu spotted a goblin leader cowering at the rear, vocally directing the conflict. With a nimble leap, he propelled himself towards the goblin leader like an arrow released from a bow. Sensing imminent danger, the goblin leader attempted to flee but found Dingyu already standing before him. The blade in Dingyu's hand glimmered ominously as it was pressed against the goblin leader's throat. "Yield if you wish to live," Dingyu stated coldly, trembling in fear. The goblin leader quickly capitulated. Under the relentless assault of the Qinglong Guards, the goblin troop had already been shattered. The remaining goblins, witnessing their leader's capture, cast aside their weapons and knelt in supplication. Dingyu commanded the Qinglong Guards to bind these surrendering goblins and commenced interrogating the goblin leader regarding the circumstances of this region. Chapter 144, Subjugating the Alien Lord. Treasures arise. From the goblin leader, Dingyu learned that the neutral city in this area was named Storm City. While Storm City was indeed closer to the battlefield's center than Celinda City, it still did not qualify as a central region. The kobold leader bore no extra maps upon his person, yet from his lips, the location of Stormwind was revealed. It was prudent to first procure a map from Stormwind, where further information regarding the region could also be gleaned. Once the inquiries were concluded, Dingyu stood still, contemplating how to address the band of kobolds. Their numbers were considerable, and they had just provided valuable intelligence. At that moment, the kobold leader suddenly knelt before him with a resounding thud. "Bach wishes to pledge loyalty to you, my lord. Please do not take my life." His voice trembled slightly, as if fearful that Dingyu might deny his plea. "Ding, kobold leader Bach pledges allegiance to you. Will you accept? If accepted, Bach will automatically relinquish his lordship and become your subject." As Bach spoke, the system's voice resonated in Dingyu's mind. Taken aback by the system notification, Dingyu pondered briefly. Could it truly be played this way? After a moment's reflection, he chose to accept. With a plethora of orcs already within his domain, an additional group of kobolds would not yield any adverse effects. For a burgeoning new world, diversity among races is equally vital. The greater the variety, the more refined the world's evolution, and the larger its potential for development. A flash of white light enveloped Bach as he lost his lordship, transforming into Dingyu's subject. Simultaneously, he received a spatial ring, a manifestation of his inventory. Now able to inspect Bach's detailed information, Dingyu opened his profile, only to be taken aback. This Bach possessed an SSS-level potential. It was noteworthy that only the Qinglong Guards within his territory shared this SSS-level potential, with only Chun Mu having recently ascended to such heights. Dingyu's heart raced uncontrollably, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Could it be that all lords possess SSS-level potential? If he were to subjugate a cadre of lords, would he not have a plethora of subordinates with SSS-level potential? Bach's skills were notably advanced, indicating that as a lord, he had not deprived himself of benefits. Furthermore, Bach possessed an A-grade talent that increased the population of his territory, which would require him to serve as a city lord to be effective, and its influence would be confined to that city. With numerous cities already within the territory, the population-S growth prompted Chun Mu to commence the construction of new cities. It was imperative to assign Bach a position as city lord to fully harness his talent, especially considering Bach had once managed a level 6 territory, thus demonstrating his capability to govern a city effectively. In truth, Bach's choice was astute. At the brink of life and death, pledging loyalty to Ding Yu was undoubtedly his sole avenue for survival and the best course of action, successfully averting his demise. After swearing fealty, Bach hastily produced items from his spatial ring to present to Ding Yu, remnants of his time as a lord, many of which were high-grade items of great utility to Ding Yu. The remaining kobolds, witnessing their leader's allegiance, quickly followed suit, offering their loyalty to Ding Yu. Observing this, Ding Yu promptly accepted their pledges. The territory boasted various special items enhancing loyalty, and their current loyalty level had reached 80. With the passage of time, this loyalty would only increase. Hence, Ding Yu harbored no concerns regarding potential betrayal, especially with the Watchers ever vigilant. Should their loyalty wane to a critical point, the Watchers would unhesitatingly expel them from the territory. He teleported Bach and the others back to the territory, entrusting Chun Mu with their resettlement. As 6th-tier soldiers, these kobolds held a high standing within the territory. They were capable of fulfilling numerous roles, joining the city guard to protect the territory, or registering as mercenaries to undertake various adventurous tasks. After arranging for the kobolds, Ding Yu gently stepped onto the void shuttle. With a soft rumble, the shuttle ascended, making its way toward Stormwind. During the flight, Ding Yu suddenly noticed beams of light appearing in the sky. These beams dispersed, illuminating various corners. This scene was familiar to Ding Yu. Treasures were manifesting once more. He quickly adjusted his course towards the nearest landing point. Luck was on his side this time, as the closest was a golden beam. Upon arrival, he discovered several figures already present. These individuals exuded an air of lethality, clearly seasoned warriors. Their diverse forms were all swift, likely scouts from different factions. Without exception, the levels of these combatants were formidable, none below the 6th tier. At their center lay a golden orb of light, which Ding Yu scrutinized. Epic treasure chest, sealed. Description: an extraordinary chest sealed in magic. Unsealing requires 2 days, 13 hours, and 25 minutes. It cannot be moved during the sealing period. Witnessing this, a smile crept upon Ding Yu's lips. The situation felt reminiscent. He could not help but glance at the stockpile of bombs within his territory. After such a lengthy production period, the stockpiled explosives had amassed to an alarming quantity. Acting decisively, Ding Yu retreated to an uninhabited corner and summoned a burrowing beast. The creature led him deep beneath the earth. This time, given the elevated levels of the enemies, Ding Yu instructed the burrowing beast to dig deeper. As they descended, the surrounding temperature rose, and the soil grew increasingly compact. Yet, with its formidable digging prowess, the creature pressed onward steadily. Finally reaching a sufficient depth, Ding Yu positioned himself directly beneath the treasure chest, carefully extracting multiple bombs. To ensure their potency, Ding Yu, with determination, withdrew the entirety of his stock. After all, the territory was home to a multitude of goblin engineers, who were perpetually producing bombs, alleviating any concerns regarding future quantities. Once the bombs were placed, Ding Yu did not depart immediately. Instead, he retrieved several stones emanating a mysterious glow from his pocket. These were the concealment array stones he had procured from the trading hall. Upon shattering them, layers of concealment arrays materialized. These arrays intertwined, forming a dense protective net that flawlessly obscured the scent of the explosives. Confident of his precautions, Ding Yu began his withdrawal. During his exit, he meticulously erased any traces of his excavation, ensuring no evidence remained. Chapter 145, The Dawn Alliance. After establishing a safe distance, Ding Yu returned to his territory, where he began his wait. Throughout this period, he continuously contemplated the developmental strategy for the territory. After some deliberation, he resolved to reactivate the Monster Ranch, this time solely to supply upgrades for the Qinglong Guards. As the most promising unit within his territory, Ding Yu aimed to cultivate them wholeheartedly, transforming them into the backbone of his domain. By focusing solely on one unit for upgrades, the consumption of the Monster Ranch would not be excessively daunting, and the territory should be able to withstand it. Since arriving in the Stormwind area, the majority of adversaries encountered had been 6th-tier soldiers. In contrast, the new recruits among the Qinglong Guards were indeed somewhat underleveled. In the majority of level 6 territories, the rank of troops generally hovers around the 5th tier. However, it is primarily the elite forces from within these territories that are deployed to the battlefield of myriad races, which creates the illusion of higher-ranked troops on the battlefield. Much like Ding Yu, who consistently assigns his relatively weaker expeditionary forces to fight monsters and gain experience outside the battlefield. Only when these troops surpass the 5th rank does he transport them to the battlefield of myriad races, to further enhance the strength of the Qinglong Guards. Ding Yu has also issued directives to the hero training camp, prioritizing the training of new recruits for the Qinglong Guards. Once these new recruits ascend to the rank of heroes, their combat prowess will experience a qualitative transformation. This undoubtedly constitutes a significant leap in the overall strength of the Qinglong Guards. Having arranged all of this, Ding Yu proceeded to the Jinwu training ground to commence arduous training. Recently, after a breakthrough in his agility, his aerial combat abilities have seen marked improvement. He is now adept at skillfully maneuvering his flight capabilities to engage enemies in the air. With his agility sufficiently honed, Ding Yu has turned his attention to mastering swordsmanship. Deep within, he is acutely aware that he relishes the visceral sensation of wielding a blade. While agility is indeed paramount, it is swordsmanship that remains his true advantage. As time inexorably ticks away, the moment of the treasure chest's unlocking draws ever nearer. Within the territory, the Qinglan guards stand poised and ready. They have begun to assemble in an expansive clearing, prepared to merge with the colossal divine weapons. Ding Yu remains vigilant, closely monitoring the unfolding situation through the clouds. He observes that around the treasure chest, troops from various races and factions converge like a relentless tide, their diverse silhouettes intertwining to create a chaotic tableau. This scene is far more exaggerated than the previous encounter with the extraordinary treasure chest. As the countdown to the treasure chest's unlocking dwindles to 1 hour, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. A formidable army emerges from the periphery of this area. Comprising various races, this force exhibits remarkable coordination, indicating a unified alliance. Most astonishingly, at the forefront of this army, 2 colossal divine weapons march forth. These titanic entities, akin to ancient war deities descending upon the earth, emanate an overwhelming aura of dominance. Upon their arrival, they immediately display an arrogant demeanor. Striding into the throng, a tall figure at the forefront bellows, "This area is claimed by the Dawn Alliance. All unauthorized personnel must vacate immediately." Following suit, the members behind him echo, "Move aside quickly. Do not congregate here." Their tone suggests that this territory is already theirs. Leaving no room for dissent, the surrounding crowd, having awaited this moment for so long with the treasure chest on the verge of being unlocked, is reluctant to withdraw so easily. Thus, some mutter their discontent, while others glare at the intruding faction with seething anger. "What? Are you waiting to provoke the Dawn Alliance?" The members of the Dawn Alliance, noticing the crowd's reluctance to disperse, adopt an even colder tone. At that moment, the 2 colossal divine weapons begin to move, each step sending tremors through the ground. They loom like moving mountains, bearing down on the crowd. Despite the simmering anger within, the onlookers, intimidated by the formidable might of the divine weapons, begin to retreat. This unfolding scene compels Ding Yu, who has been observing from the shadows, to act. A flicker of anger flashes in his eyes. The bomb has yet to detonate. What is the meaning of dispersing the crowd now? It seems waiting any longer would render his efforts futile. Without hesitation, he teleports away from the territory. Upon arriving at the designated location, he immediately activates the detonation device. Boom! A thunderous roar erupts, deafening, as if the very heavens and earth are being torn asunder. A massive mushroom cloud ascends, billowing smoke reaching the skies. The unsuspecting crowd, caught off guard by the terrifying explosion, is instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. The powerful shockwave surges forth like a tumultuous tide, obliterating everything in its path. Even the once mighty divine weapons are hurled skyward by this overwhelming force, tumbling through the air, stripped of their former grandeur. As the explosion subsides, the battlefield descends into a state of eerie silence, littered with devastation. Smoke permeates the air, and the acrid scent makes breathing laborious. Shattered weapons, severed limbs, and various debris lie scattered across the ground, transforming this land into a hellish nightmare. Ding Yu's gaze swiftly scans the battlefield, and he discovers that, despite the intense explosion, the divine weapons have only sustained minor injuries. They descend slowly to the ground, bearing some scars, but still capable of movement. As the dust settles, Ding Yu, alongside the Qinglan warriors, charges towards one of the divine weapons. With the treasure chests unlocking still some time away, he intends to swiftly eliminate the adversary before him. This time, he casts aside concerns for resource depletion and directly activates the power of the world. In an instant, a mysterious glow envelopes his body, and an overwhelming surge of power courses through him, as if he has become one with the very essence of his inner world. The Qinglan warriors likewise unleash their legion's combat technique, the Qingyuan Slash. A massive azure beam streaks across the sky like lightning, striking fiercely at the divine weapon. Caught between Ding Yu and the Qinglan warriors' coordinated assault, the divine weapon finds itself in dire straits. Despite its valiant resistance, it ultimately succumbs to the relentless onslaught and crashes to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain the enemy strategic unit, the divine weapon, earning Fragmented World Source, X1. Legion Token, S-rank, X1, and 100 million points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ding Yu is momentarily taken aback. What? A Fragmented World Source has appeared? Does the divine weapon possess world attributes? Yet, the battlefield's rapidly shifting dynamics leave no room for contemplation. Ding Yu promptly directs his Qinglan warriors towards the remaining divine weapon. Having already expended a significant amount of energy in the explosion, this divine weapon, now facing a 2-to-1 scenario, quickly succumbs. Ding! Congratulations. Your subjects have slain the enemy strategic unit, the divine weapon, earning fragmented world source, X1, Legion token, S-rank, X1, and 100 million points. Is the fragmented world source a guaranteed drop? Ding Yu's excitement mounts upon receiving the system's notification once more. He speculates whether this is a standard drop from the divine weapon or merely a stroke of luck. Regardless, it undoubtedly signifies a tremendous boon. The fragmented world source is crucial for the development of the territory. After dispatching the enemy's divine weapon, Ding Yu dispels the augmentation of world power. The Qinglan warriors continue their assault against the remaining enemy forces. Following the recent harrowing explosion, the opposition in this area has suffered significant casualties. Without the divine weapons to anchor them, the remaining enemies prove utterly incapable of resistance against the Qinglan warriors, swiftly meeting their demise. Ding Yu stood atop the ruins, gazing at the treasure chest not far away, which emanated a golden glow. With mere minutes remaining until the unsealing, he patiently awaited the moment. However, a sudden system notification reverberated throughout the area, shattering the tranquility. Storm City Regional Announcement. The Dawn Alliance has placed a bounty on the human lord Ding Yu. Killing him will reward you with a giant divine weapon provided by Dawn. Revealing Ding Yu's location will grant you a giant spirit soldier. The instant Ding Yu heard this notification, his body stiffened, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The announcement even included a photograph of him, captured at the moment he had just slain an enemy. What on earth was happening? How did they know his true name? His mind was a tempest of confusion, with countless doubts and anxieties surging within him. His brain raced, desperately searching for any clues that might have leaked his identity, but found nothing. Could they possess some special artifact? These individuals were truly terrifying. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Moreover, what was this giant spirit soldier? Was it merely a downgraded version of the giant divine weapon? This unexpected incident left Ding Yu utterly bewildered. Regaining his composure, he summoned Bok, the goblin from his territory. Having arrived at the myriad races battlefield before him, Bok should possess some knowledge. As soon as Bok appeared, he curiously surveyed the chaotic scene around him. Before he could utter a word, Ding Yu eagerly recounted the events that had just transpired. After listening, Bok scratched his head and then began to enthusiastically share the information he had gathered. It turned out that the Dawn Alliance was one of the 10 major forces in the Storm City region. They boasted a vast and unimaginable coalition, with influence spread throughout the area. Rumor had it that they possessed over 100 terrifying giant divine weapons alone. Just this number was enough to illustrate their formidable strength. They were a powerful alliance constructed around many Level 7 territories. Bok also informed Ding Yu that the leader of the Dawn Alliance possessed a special item that could glimpse certain true information about individuals, albeit limited to basic details such as names and races. In terms of battlefield dynamics, the actual impact was minimal. The reason they boldly revealed Ding Yu's true name was largely to psychologically intimidate him, disrupting his mental state and thereby interfering with his judgment and decision-making. When it came to the giant spirit soldier, Bok chuckled, revealing his sharp teeth. He explained that it was indeed a counterfeit version of the giant divine weapon. On the continent, some individuals, having witnessed the immense power of the giant divine weapon, attempted to replicate it in hopes of acquiring similar strength. Thus, the giant spirit soldier was born. However, it was merely a large mech that appeared intimidating yet was fundamentally hollow inside. While it possessed a certain degree of combat capability, it could not be compared to the authentic giant divine weapon and lacked its formidable characteristics. The giant divine weapon was feared and admired not merely for its strength, but also for its nearly unfathomable growth potential. Legends spoke of the highest-tier giant divine weapons, which, after countless years of refinement and accumulation, could even give rise to a small, independent world. No wonder Ding Yu had obtained a fragment of the world's essence after slaying a giant divine weapon previously. Furthermore, each giant divine weapon was a unique existence. They might appear similar at the initial stages, but through the prolonged growth process, they would undergo various wondrous transformations due to factors such as battles experienced, energy absorbed, and the legions they were bound to. Consequently, they would exhibit entirely different abilities and forms. After hearing Bok's account, Ding Yu found it difficult to calm his racing thoughts. With this newfound information, he teleported Bok back to the territory. The Dawn Alliance was indeed ruthless, placing a bounty on him with a giant divine weapon. Ding Yu shook his head slightly. Such tyranny. Was this not a form of bullying against the honest? Regrettably, his strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have annihilated them. Soon, the time to unlock the treasure chest arrived. Ding Yu seized the chest and departed from the area. Along the way, he messaged the 5 legions that possessed giant divine weapons, commanding them to converge with him as swiftly as possible. Since the Dawn Alliance had so audaciously set its sights on him, he resolved to engage them thoroughly. He did not summon other legions. For having the giant divine weapons was sufficient. The presence of others would not significantly impact the situation. Once he had distanced himself adequately, Ding Yu found a concealed corner and teleported back to his territory. Upon returning, the tension that had gripped him began to ease. The ritualistic anticipation before opening the chest could not be overlooked. He returned to the Lord's mansion and stepped into the bath. The water supplied to the Lord's mansion had now been upgraded to an A-grade spirit spring, and Ding Yu soaked in the rejuvenating waters. The warm and gentle spring water enveloped his body, seemingly washing away the fatigue of his journey. After his bath, he changed into a clean and tidy outfit, exuding vitality. Cautiously cradling the treasure chest, he approached the statue of the goddess of luck. Before the statue, Ding Yu reverently closed his eyes and silently offered a prayer. After his supplication, he took a deep breath and directly opened the treasure chest. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Manhwaaudiobook set design blueprint, exceptional grade, X1. Falcon Eye system, S grade, X1. Ding Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, a joyful smile illuminating his face. At last, an exceptional grade equipment design had emerged, and it was a rare set piece. He eagerly picked up the blueprint and meticulously examined its attributes. The Manhwaaudiobook set not only significantly enhanced defense, but also provided a boost to attack power, its name resonating harmoniously with Manhwaaudiobook City. Ding Yu nodded in satisfaction and promptly tossed the blueprint to the Equipment Manufacturing Center. With this design in hand, the territory could now mass-produce exceptional grade sets, greatly enhancing the overall strength of his army. However, the materials required for producing exceptional grade equipment were exceedingly advanced, leading to exorbitant production costs. Given the territory's current financial state, it was insufficient to equip the entire army. It seemed he would have to proceed step by step, gradually upgrading his forces. Setting aside the blueprint, Ding Yu's gaze shifted to the remaining item. This item was quite unique, and he clicked to view its information. Falcon Eye system. Quality, S. Feature 1, mapping. Capable of automatically drawing a map of the surrounding 500 kilometers. Feature 2, reconnaissance. Capable of automatically scouting a 100-kilometer radius and marking key targets. Note, a supplementary module of the system, usable in conjunction with the map. This was a remarkable find. Ding Yu felt a surge of delight within and unhesitatingly clicked to activate it. Ding, congratulations. You have activated the Falcon Eye system. The system map module has been updated. Ding, the system has detected that you are in the Myriad Races battlefield and has automatically acquired the map of your current area. Upon hearing the system prompt, Ding Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a joyful smile blossomed on his face. He had unexpectedly obtained a map of the surrounding area. What a delightful surprise. In the past, whenever he entered a new region on the battlefield of Myriad Races, he was met with complete darkness. Moreover, to acquire map information, he had to venture to neutral cities and expend vast resources to purchase maps. This cumbersome process consumed an inordinate amount of time and effort. Now, with the advent of the Falcon's Eye system, all these challenges would be effortlessly resolved. Ding Yu accessed the system panel and discovered that the map feature had indeed undergone significant transformation. The map, previously nestled under the battlefield of Myriad Races option, had now been distinctly separated. This indicated that the map functionality was no longer confined to the battlefield. Even after departing from the battlefield, he would be able to utilize the map feature at any time. He promptly clicked on the map option. Instantly, a vast regional map unfolded before his eyes, encompassing not only the peripheral maps he had previously gathered, but also the map of the Storm City area. He observed with clarity that only a portion of the immense circular area was illuminated, and his current position was still quite distant from the center. The surrounding regions were meticulously marked, revealing various terrains, mineral resources, and biological assets. As Ding Yu casually tapped on the map surrounding him, a miraculous event occurred. The map seemed to possess a life of its own, gradually magnifying to vividly showcase every detail of the terrain below. It was akin to a satellite map of Blue Star suddenly transforming into a street view map, allowing him to discern every nook and cranny. Every winding path and hidden blade of grass could be seen with utmost clarity. This sensation was akin to being granted a divine perspective, encompassing the entire world within his gaze. Furthermore, it was in a state of real-time updates, with no changes escaping his notice. This tool was nothing short of miraculous, truly deserving of its title as the Eye of Heaven. Ding Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his face radiating joy. With such a powerful Falcon's Eye system at his disposal, the larks that had previously borne reconnaissance duties within his territory seemed to pale in significance. He resolved to allow them to remain within the territory, returning to nature to live freely like ordinary birds. Just as the once swarming bees had become vital pollinators for the territory, promoting ecological balance, he could now navigate his surroundings without the aimlessness of a headless fly. Accurately directing his troops, Ding Yu sent the coordinates of the nearest spirit stone vein to his subordinates, commanding them to gather there, vowing to join them shortly. Additionally, he had obtained 2 fragmented world origins, which he now examined. Ding, the system has detected your possession of fragmented world origins. Please choose to integrate them into the territory or the colossal divine weapon. The possibility of integrating them into the colossal divine weapon took Ding Yu by surprise. However, after a moment's contemplation, he found it reasonable, as these origins had indeed originated from the colossal divine weapon itself. After a brief deliberation, Ding Yu ultimately decided to integrate them into the territory. The growth of the territory was paramount, and the fragmented world origins would significantly contribute to its evolution. At present, the colossal divine weapon's combat strength was sufficient to face various challenges. Thus, prioritizing the territory's development was his primary focus. As for the colossal divine weapon, there would be opportunities to enhance it further with surplus origins in the future. Upon reaching a decision, Dingyu directly integrated the two fragmented world origins into the territory. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of a deep rumble reverberating across the heavens and the earth. He witnessed the territory's edges visibly expanding outward at an astonishing pace, an overwhelming aura enveloping him. Simultaneously, the concentration of spiritual energy within the territory surged dramatically. The World Tree and the True Martial Monument were also affected. The World Tree slowly rose from the ground, embarking on its journey of growth. With its branches becoming increasingly lush, the True Martial Monument began to enlarge, with the runes inscribed upon it glowing faintly, exuding an ancient and mysterious ambience. However, the attribute panel showed no significant changes, indicating that further accumulation was necessary. At this juncture, Dingyu's interest was piqued by the Dawn faction. He had heard tales of their numerous colossal divine weapons, which were sources of world origins. If he could seize them in the future, it would be a significant boon. Moreover, given that Dawn had provoked him first, he was merely retaliating in kind. Chapter 148, Mining the Spirit Stones, the Dawn Strikes. Days later, Dingyu finally arrived at the Spirit Stone Vein. Throughout his journey, he utilized the formidable Eye of Heaven system to uncover numerous enemy troops. Those forces, in the presence of the colossal divine weapons, appeared as insignificant as ants, easily dispatched. Among them were several who had responded to bounties from Dawn. They had not claimed their rewards before Dingyu sent them on their way. Thanks to the Eye of Heaven system, Dingyu's efficiency in exploration had increased tremendously. He could swiftly identify hidden resources and potential dangers in his surroundings, as if endowed with a pair of all-seeing eyes. Over these days, he also noted that his current map was significantly more detailed than the ones he had previously purchased. Many precious resources were clearly displayed on the system map, particularly the reconnaissance mode, which had become an invaluable treasure for him. On one occasion, while employing the reconnaissance mode to explore the vicinity, he stumbled upon a rare vein hidden deep underground. This discovery contributed a substantial bounty of precious minerals to his territory. Upon arriving at the Spirit Stone Vein, Dingyu activated the transmission portal, and the mining army that had been awaiting him surged forth from the portal. They promptly commenced mining operations, with the mechanical puppets wielding their tools with remarkable efficiency. Simultaneously, the city guards emerged in an orderly fashion, swiftly establishing a robust defensive perimeter. They stood as an unassailable steel wall, safeguarding the security of the mining site. Since acquiring the Eye of Heaven system, Dingyu had profoundly appreciated the immense convenience it afforded. Once vital scouts had now become obsolete. The Eye of Heaven system possessed formidable capabilities, even featuring an automatic alert function. Whenever a certain number of creatures appeared nearby, the system would issue a warning to Dingyu. Whether it was swarms of magical beasts approaching or the troops of rival factions, he could receive timely alerts and respond swiftly. Moreover, the Eye of Heaven system boasted impressive detection abilities, capable of fully marking the detailed conditions of the veins, provided they fell within the detection range. Dingyu meticulously mapped out the trajectory of the vein and the reserves at various locations, delivering this information to Senmu, who was responsible for mining affairs. Consequently, the complex prospecting process was vastly streamlined. The mining team could simply follow the map to commence their operations, significantly enhancing mining efficiency. After arranging the mining tasks, Dingyu returned to his territory. It is worth noting that, despite the territorial confines, the functions of the Celestial Eye system remain utterly unrestricted. With the Celestial Eye at his disposal, Dingyu is perpetually able to observe the circumstances beyond his domain. Regrettably, he has yet to unlock a battlefield command system akin to that of the Watcher. Should he manage to activate such a system, it would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities exponentially. The precise grasp of the battlefield dynamics afforded by the Celestial Eye, when complemented by the efficient orchestration of a battlefield command system, would deliver a devastating blow to his adversaries. Consequently, he would be relieved of the burdens of battlefield management. As the mining operation's duration remains uncertain, Dingyu immerses himself anew in the cultivation of his swordsmanship. Upon mastering the sword path, his combat prowess surges dramatically. Coupled with the formidable advantages bestowed by the Starborn class, he finds himself capable of triumphing over foes of a higher tier. Recently, Dingyu has developed a fondness for the exhilarating rush of charging into battle. Though such conduct may be deemed inappropriate for a lord, it is undeniably thrilling. During his period of focused training, the legions possessing giant divine weapons have gradually returned. With their arrival, the number of these colossal entities in his territory has finally restored to 6, instilling within Dingyu a newfound sense of confidence. Once the extraction of the Spirit Stone Vein concludes, he intends to enjoy some leisure time with Dawn. However, the mining period is not devoid of turbulence. Hostile forces inevitably attempt incursions, yet they are easily dispatched by Dingyu. As time progresses, the extraction efforts draw to a close. Just then, the celestial eye system emits a sharp and urgent alarm, shattering the tranquility. A wave of apprehension washes over Dingyu as he swiftly consults the system. He observes a multitude of enemies surging towards his position like a relentless tide. Simultaneously, the celestial eye detects 4 exceedingly potent energy signatures. These are the giant divine weapons of the Dawn Alliance. The massive assembly of forces clearly indicates that the Dawn Alliance is well prepared for confrontation. Dingyu had anticipated the exposure of his position. Throughout this period, he has remained near the Spirit Stone Mine, encountering various other factions. Although he had dealt with these intruders, it was inevitable that his presence would be divulged. Nevertheless, the Dawn has underestimated his strength. His territory is currently bolstered by 6 giant divine weapons. Those 4 adversarial giants are unwittingly delivering themselves to his doorstep, perfectly poised to expedite the evolution of his domain. Dingyu promptly dispatches his territory's giant divine weapons to encircle and obliterate the incoming foes. With his territory sufficiently fortified, he opts not to engage in battle himself. During his previous confrontation with the enemy, he had reluctantly resorted to utilizing the power of the world due to the pressing circumstances. Such a resource should be conserved whenever possible to save energy for his domain. The Dawn Alliance's forces are impressively equipped, featuring not only 4 giant divine weapons, but also a substantial contingent of high-tier troops. Dingyu remains vigilant. To ensure the safety of his mining forces, he teleports them back to the territory. He monitors the unfolding battle through the celestial eye. The advancing troops of the Dawn Alliance soon encounter the giant divine weapons of the Oceanic City. The giants from Oceanic City disregard the other enemy units, directly dispatching 3 of their own to engage one of the enemy's giants. These 3 quickly ensnare their opponent, rendering it unable to escape and forcing it to respond defensively to wave after wave of assault. Meanwhile, the remaining giants launch a coordinated attack on the last enemy giant, creating a 3-to-1 scenario. The members of the Dawn Alliance are caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, plunging into disarray. The battle escalates rapidly, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread like surging waves, enveloping the surroundings. Each clash of attacks is accompanied by dazzling bursts of light and deafening booms, warping the very air with the force of their energy. After enduring a period of rigorous training, the soldiers of Oceanic City have become adept at wielding the giant divine weapons, unleashing formidable combat capabilities. Among them, the Azure Orchid Warriors and Angelic Warriors demonstrate extraordinary prowess. Compared to the other 4 giants, their combat effectiveness is markedly superior. Particularly, the Azure Orchid Warriors, having grasped the Legion battle techniques, shine brilliantly on the battlefield. They manage to single-handedly suppress one of the enemy's giants, imposing unprecedented pressure on their foes. At this juncture, the giant under siege by 3 of Oceanic City's giants takes the form of a beast. This massive entity struggles valiantly, wielding its powerful limbs to fend off the relentless assault. Yet, under the tempest of attacks, it soon finds itself faltering, gradually succumbing to the onslaught. Its body bears the marks of numerous strikes, each wound eliciting a pained roar that, amidst the cacophony of battle, sounds almost feeble. It struggles desperately, striving to extricate itself from peril, but the ferocity of its opponent's attacks plunges it deeper into despair. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain the enemy's strategic unit. The giant divine weapon, and received, fragmented world source, X1, Legion's proof, S-Class, X1, and 100 million points. After dispatching this giant, the 3 divine weapons from Oceanic City advance towards the next enemy giant. Riding the momentum of their victory, they re-enter the fray with renewed vigor. Soon, the enemy's giants fall one by one, yielding 4 fragmented world sources and 4 S-Class, Legion's proof, to Dingyu. It appears that each giant drops these items, and fortuitously, the supply of S-Class, Legion's proof, is now sufficient for him to upgrade several legions. Currently, aside from the Azure Orchid Guard and the Guardian Angels, the other legions are equipped with Legion's proof below S-Class. With a stable source of S-Class, Legion's proof, Dingyu intends to gradually upgrade his subordinate legions. After annihilating the enemy's giants, the divine weapons from Oceanic City turn their attention to the remaining enemy legions. Ordinary legions stand no chance against the divine giants, being swept away in a single sweep. The enemy's forces crumble like fragile ants before this overwhelming might. As time progresses, the enemy army is swiftly eradicated. Dingyu teleports the mining forces back out to continue extracting the remaining Spirit Stone vein. He returns the army to the territory, directly utilizing the 4 S-Class, Legion's proof, to enhance the quality of those 4 legions. With a flash of light, their quality elevates from A-Class to S-Class. Following this engagement, Dingyu finds himself with 2 additional S-Class, Legion's proof. However, as there are no other primary combat legions available, he must await their return for reallocation. He integrates the 4 fragmented world sources into his territory. In an instant, the entire domain appears infused with a potent and mysterious energy, beginning to expand fervently. The once flat ground trembles violently, with the earth visibly stretching outward at a rapid pace. Mountains rise majestically, rivers twist and surge, and crystalline waters nourish this newly birthed land. This time, the territory was no longer a monotonous plain. The emergence of mountains and rivers significantly enriched the diversity of the landscape. A brand new, vibrant world was burgeoning in this land. Ding Yu gazed at the marvelous scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he couldn't help but privately marvel. The Dawn Alliance truly are benevolent beings, bestowing welfare upon me from time to time. With the continuous expansion and development of the territory, the concentration of spiritual energy within it was steadily ascending. Presently, the current level of spiritual energy in the territory was sufficient to sustain the consumption of the monster ranch and supply the 6 legions. As the absolute mainstay of the territory for the foreseeable future, Ding Yu intended to cultivate them with utmost dedication. 2 days swiftly passed, and with the final strike of the pickaxe, the spiritual stones at the bottom of the mine were completely extracted. Thus, the spiritual stone mine was declared fully mined. Ding Yu once again activated the teleportation light curtain, transporting the mining troops back to the territory. However, new ideas began to blossom in his mind. The experiences of this period had made him realize that the benefits derived from conflicts with the Dawn Alliance far outweighed the mere act of mining. Each time he integrated those fragmented world essences into the territory, the resulting quantity of spiritual energy was colossal, incomparable to the extraction of a few veins of spiritual stones. Moreover, the fusion of essences brought numerous unexpected advantages to the territory. Consequently, the profits from engaging in battle with the Dawn Alliance were astonishingly high. Instead of squandering time on mining, it would be far more cost-effective to confront the Dawn Alliance. Possessing the Eye of Heaven system, with its formidable detection capabilities, he could easily conduct guerrilla warfare against the Dawn Alliance. Furthermore, he had 6 colossal divine soldiers, a considerable force indeed, capable of unleashing rapid assaults, decimating a significant number of the enemy's troops, and then making a swift retreat. Additionally, with the territory's spatial capabilities, he could vanish in place after covering a certain distance. After much contemplation, Ding Yu resolutely decided to actively seek out the Dawn Alliance's whereabouts. Ding Yu boarded the Void Shuttle, which ascended slowly, hurtling towards the direction of Storm City. The resource richness of the Storm City area far surpassed that of the peripheral regions. Before long, leveraging the powerful detection abilities of the Eye of Heaven system, Ding Yu discovered a star mine hidden deep underground. The star mine was an exceedingly rare high-grade material, essential for crafting the vast sea set. Ding Yu halted and notified Sun Mu to assemble a mining team via the communication system. Upon receiving the order, Sun Mu sprang into action. Since most of the mining team members were mechanical puppets, they required no rest and felt no fatigue, allowing for a remarkably swift assembly. In no time, a well-organized mining team was gathered. Seeing this, Ding Yu promptly activated the teleportation light curtain. With a flash of brilliance, the members of the mining team passed through the light curtain and appeared beside the star mine. They quickly entered work mode, as the mechanical puppets wielded their sharp mining tools and began to extract the star mine in an orderly fashion. Ding Yu summoned the city guards, who rapidly dispersed to establish a solid defensive line on the periphery. With everything arranged, Ding Yu returned to the territory and commenced training at the Jinwu training camp. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and focused intently on honing his swordsmanship. Recently, he had been experiencing a peculiar sensation, as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough in the path of the sword. This feeling intensified as time progressed. On the other side of the territory, the main battle legion was also engaged in rigorous training. They gathered in the Jinwu martial arts arena, which exuded an ancient and profound aura. Training in this arena allowed them to harness its unique energy field, facilitating rapid advancement in the legion's level. After persistent training over this period, the Qinglong Guard Legion had successfully elevated their legion level to 2. The attribute enhancements brought about by a level 2 legion had undergone significant changes, soaring to 160, double that of a level 1 legion. Such a monumental advantage instantly created a marked disparity between the Qinglong Guard Legion and other legions. Now, the Qinglong warriors, armed with this formidable attribute boost, could hold their ground in battle, often facing 2 foes without faltering. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly passing day by day. Suddenly, on this day, the Eye of Heaven system of the territory emitted a sharp and urgent alarm, shattering the tranquility. Ding Yu's heart tightened as he swiftly opened the panel to assess the situation. The panel displayed a high-energy reaction approaching his location at an alarming speed. Through the imagery transmitted by the Eye of Heaven system, Ding Yu discerned that it was, astonishingly, a humanoid divine soldier. Towering and imposing, it resembled a moving mountain, stirring a gale as it flew, the winds howling around it. Its trajectory was directly towards Ding Yu's position. Upon witnessing this, his gaze sharpened instantly. Simultaneously, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. This could not possibly be a divine soldier of the Dawn Alliance. After all, following the last battle, his strength had been exposed to the enemy. Logically, the Dawn Alliance would not dispatch fewer than 6 divine soldiers next time. They would never send but 1 to its demise. Regardless, Dingyu dismissed such considerations and promptly dispatched the Griffin and Dragon soldiers to confront the foe. No matter which faction this divine soldier belonged to, since it had come to his doorstep, Dingyu intended to seize the opportunity. The divine soldiers he dispatched were adept at flight and possessed remarkable speed. Soon enough, they encountered the colossal divine soldier. Just as they were about to launch their attack, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The opposing divine soldier abruptly halted and began to voice its desire to meet Dingyu. Observing this through the Eye of Heaven system, Dingyu decided to command his forces to pause their assault, curious about the other party's intentions. Subsequently, he ordered that divine soldier to be brought forth. With merely one divine soldier, even if it harbored cunning schemes, it could hardly stir significant trouble in his presence. Soon after, Dingyu teleported out of the territory, waiting for their arrival. The divine soldier's flight speed was indeed impressive. Mere moments later, they stood before Dingyu. The divine soldier descended slowly and then disengaged from its fusion form. With a flash of light, a 1,000-strong human army appeared on the ground. At the forefront stood a robust and imposing 8th-tier warrior. His towering figure seemed to embody boundless strength, with bulging muscles imparting a formidable sense of pressure. A long scar adorned his face, adding an air of authority to his presence. The burly man strode purposefully towards Dingyu, his movements crisp and decisive. Bowing with both fists clasped, he addressed Dingyu with a booming voice. "My lord, I am Cass, the commander of the 36th Direct Legion under the banner of the Flame Alliance. I come on behalf of the Alliance leader to extend the most sincere greetings and to invite you to join our Flame Alliance." As soon as Cass's voice faded, a crisp system notification suddenly resonated in Dingyu's mind. "Ding! The Blazing Flame Alliance extends an invitation to you. Do you accept?" Dingyu had indeed heard of the Blazing Flame Alliance before. It was one of the 10 major forces in Stormwind City, akin to the Dawn Alliance. What advantages would joining the Alliance confer upon him, and what responsibilities would he have to shoulder? Dingyu furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of caution glimmering in his gaze. He was not one to make hasty decisions, for joining an alliance was no trivial matter. One must thoroughly weigh the pros and cons. Cass cleared his throat and spoke loudly. The Blazing Flame Alliance is fundamentally a mutual aid coalition, designed to assist its members in collective advancement. Upon joining, you will receive the protection of the Alliance, share intelligence, and engage in mutual exchanges with other members. The Alliance regularly issues tasks, which you may voluntarily undertake. Upon completion, you will earn internal Alliance points. Additionally, you may use these points to redeem items or issue tasks. After delivering his speech, the burly man wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression akin to one who had just battled fiercely. From his slightly disheveled appearance, it was evident that this imposing figure was, by nature, a pure warrior. However, to assume the role of a negotiator was somewhat beyond his capabilities. It must have taken considerable effort for him to articulate so much, surely a testament to his determination. In truth, there was only one aspect of this proposal that captivated Dingyu. He needed information. Whether to contend with the Dawn Alliance now or to navigate the battlefield in the future, an abundance of intelligence was essential. With the support of information, he could avoid numerous detours and prevent unnecessary losses. After some contemplation, Dingyu ultimately resolved to accept the invitation to join the Blazing Flame Alliance. He possessed ample confidence in his own strength. He had already acquired formidable power and was unafraid of being treated as cannon fodder by the Alliance. Ding! Congratulations on joining the Blazing Flame Alliance. The Alliance system has been updated. With the resounding chime of the system notification, Dingyu officially became a member of the Blazing Flame Alliance. Following a brief exchange, Cass led his team away. Dingyu opened the Alliance option on his panel, revealing Blazing Flame Alliance. Within it were chat groups, an intelligence center, a task hall, and a trading hall, among other features. Curiously, he entered the chat group and was astonished to discover that it boasted thousands of members. Quite impressive indeed. This was merely one of the 10 major forces in Stormwind City, yet it had amassed such a large membership. There were 18 level 7 territories, 235 level 6 territories, and the remainder were all level 5 territories. Moreover, the members hailed from various races, including elves, dwarves, and humans. It seemed that the Blazing Flame Alliance was not a monolithic coalition, but rather a vast organization encompassing numerous races. Chapter 151, Obtaining Intelligence, Enemy Forces Approaching. The atmosphere in the chat group was vibrant, with members interacting harmoniously, many forming teams to embark on quests for precious resources. Dingyu also noted that the members were not solely from the Stormwind City region. Many hailed from the surrounding areas. Most of the level 5 territories originated from these peripheral regions. Concurrently, Dingyu discovered that he had been granted 6 slots for direct legions, ranging from 132 to 137. This was likely due to the Alliance's awareness of his possession of 6 giant divine soldiers. This indicated that prior to his joining, the Blazing Flame Alliance had a total of 131 giant divine soldiers, a formidable force indeed. However, Dingyu also noted that the majority of these giant divine soldiers were under the command of lords from level 7 territories. Only 3 level 6 territories possessed giant divine soldiers, and each of these territories had merely 1. having fortuitously acquired an S-rank barracks that enabled the formation of a giant divine soldier legion. In this tumultuous battlefield of myriad races, most were lords who had traversed realms. Compared to the indigenous inhabitants of this continent, they found it relatively easier to establish giant divine soldier legions. Of course, there existed some exceptionally powerful individuals among the native inhabitants, yet how they entered this battlefield remained a mystery. Dingyu's situation. Possessing 6 giant divine soldiers within a level 6 territory was truly unique within the entirety of the Blazing Flame Alliance. Consequently, his standing within the alliance was now on par with that of level 7 lords. Just then, the chat group interface flickered to life, inundated with a torrent of welcoming messages. Ling Yuan. Welcome, esteemed Dingyu. Lipo, welcome. The esteemed one is formidable. I heard you have already defeated 6 giant divine soldiers from the Dawn Alliance. Omar, do you need any subordinates, esteemed one? I am willing to serve you faithfully. Just a morsel of soup would suffice. Limsa, I worship the esteemed one. Puland, do you require assistance, my friend? I can provide 4 giant divine soldiers. Natalia, I can offer 3 giant divine soldiers. Amina, I can offer myself. As Dingyu perused the enthusiastic messages of welcome, a warm sensation welled within him, a comforting feeling indeed. However, he graciously declined their generous offers, sincerely expressing his gratitude. He did not require reinforcements at the moment. He intended to engage the Dawn Alliance at his own pace. Moreover, those giant divine soldiers were rare treasures, and Dingyu had no desire to relinquish them to others. Since his conflict with the Dawn Alliance, Dingyu's name had rapidly spread throughout the region, elevating his status to that of a renowned figure. After all, the fall of giant divine soldiers was not a common occurrence, let alone the loss of so many at once. This undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the entire region, casting Dingyu into the spotlight. After observing the lively chat group, Dingyu's curiosity led him to explore the intelligence center. Upon entering, he was astounded by the sheer volume of information contained within. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he began to peruse the details. As he delved deeper into the information, he gradually developed a comprehensive understanding of the power dynamics and various situations in this region. To his astonishment, Dingyu discovered that the Dawn Alliance and the Holy Alliance were allies. This Holy Alliance was the same organization that had previously pursued Liuchi. However, the members encountered then were merely from the periphery of the Holy Alliance. Generally, factions possessing giant divine soldiers do not venture lightly into peripheral areas, as they typically develop in regions rich in resources. Furthermore, Dingyu learned that the Blazing Flame Alliance was allied with the Hammer Alliance, which had a considerable number of dwarven members. Simultaneously, the Blazing Flame Alliance and the Dawn Alliance were bitter adversaries, with a long-standing history of conflict. Hence, upon witnessing the Dawn Alliance suffer significant losses at Dingyu's hands, they were eager to recruit him into their ranks, hoping to leverage his strength to further undermine the Dawn Alliance. Dingyu's power was indeed formidable. For the Blazing Flame Alliance, he represented a potent ally. He also discerned that the organizational structure of the Blazing Flame Alliance was immensely powerful, with the faction within Stormwind City being merely a branch of a far larger entity. In other regions of the Myriad Races battleground, numerous factions of the Flame Alliance are dispersed. It is said that the headquarters of the Flame Alliance is situated in the very heart of this battlefield. However, detailed information about the other areas is scant, merely brushed upon in passing. The intelligence provided is predominantly focused on the Storm City area, containing extensive and comprehensive details. To Dingyu's surprise, within this intelligence, he discovered the precise locations of the Colossi within the Dawn Alliance, and astonishingly, the information is updated in real time. This led Dingyu to contemplate whether the Flame Alliance possesses some extraordinary artifacts or formidable intelligence-gathering techniques that enable them to acquire such accurate information. Upon meticulous examination, Dingyu found that there are currently 120 Colossi in the Dawn Alliance. Previously, they had boasted 126, with 6 having been lost at Dingyu's hands. Notably, the intelligence indicated that 10 Colossi were swiftly advancing towards his location. Upon reading this, a slight smile crept onto Dingyu's lips, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. It seemed that joining the Flame Alliance was indeed a sagacious decision. With such precise and timely intelligence support from the Alliance, hunting the enemy's Colossi would become significantly more convenient. Dingyu promptly teleported outside his territory and hurried towards the inevitable path of the Dawn Alliance. Upon reaching the designated location, he commanded his burrowing beast to excavate a vast subterranean chamber. This time, he refrained from digging too deep, as the enemy would likely employ aerial travel and would not detect the underground situation. Before long, a substantial underground space was successfully unearthed. Dingyu then meticulously retrieved all the explosives from his inventory, carefully placing them within the subterranean chamber. He further surrounded the area with several layers of concealment formations to ensure that the trap would not be easily discovered by the enemy. Once the trap was set, Dingyu withdrew to a safe distance and found a concealed spot to patiently await the unfolding events. At this moment, 6 Colossi were on high alert within the territory, ready to heed Dingyu's commands and engage in the impending battle. Chapter 152. exploding the enemy, reaping great rewards. It must be said that the intelligence of the Flame Alliance is indeed remarkably accurate. Merely half a day's time elapsed before the enemy's 10 colossi arrived as anticipated at the carefully prepared ambush site. This time, the enemy had evidently learned from the lessons of the previous 2 battles, opting not to bring any additional troops, but instead deploying only these 10 colossi. They had clearly realized that, when facing Dingyu, other troop types were incapable of making a tangible impact and would only incur unnecessary losses. As the enemy approached the explosives unsuspectingly, Dingyu seized the opportunity and decisively detonated the bombs. A tremendous roar erupted, and a colossal mushroom cloud instantly ascended, engulfing the entire area. The intense shockwave radiated outward from the explosion's epicenter, leaving destruction in its wake. Following the shockwave, Dingyu immediately teleported the colossi out and led them in a fierce charge towards the enemy. Given the enemy's superior numbers, Dingyu dared not let his guard down. He swiftly activated the world power enhancement, causing his aura to surge dramatically and his combat prowess to receive a significant boost, having absorbed several fragments of the world's essence. The territorial world flourished rapidly, increasing the world power at his disposal. At this juncture, bolstered by world power, Dingyu's strength was on par with the elite soldiers of the Azure Orchid. He charged forth like a ferocious beast, exuding an indomitable aura. Right from the outset, Dingyu unleashed the Meteor Fall. With the enhancement of world power, the potency of Meteor Fall underwent a monumental transformation. The world power resonated perfectly with the inherent skills of the Starborn class, as if a wondrous harmony had been established between them. This synergy amplified the world power's effect on Meteor Fall to an astonishing degree, unleashing maximum damage. Suddenly, a colossal meteor appeared in the sky, trailing a long tail as it hurtled downwards towards the enemy. The colossi, who had just been propelled skyward by the earlier explosion, were still reeling from the shock when they were struck once more by this heavy blow from above. The immense meteor slammed them into the ground, its force rivaling that of the previous explosion, if not surpassing it. The impact created a vast crater, with debris scattering and dust rising. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, the enemy was soon met with the Azure Orchid soldiers executing the Azure Element Slash. With their weapons raised high, they swung fiercely, unleashing a tremendous azure blade of energy that sliced through the air towards the enemy. As the blade passed, it seemed to rend the very fabric of space itself. Following the Azure Element Slash, a massive white sphere of light materialized in the air. This sphere resembled a mysterious celestial body, harboring an immense and enigmatic power within. Subsequently, the white sphere descended, imbued with a terrifying purifying force. This was the latest Legion battle technique, the Celestial Purge, mastered by the Angel soldiers, which served as an upgraded version of the Sacred Judgment. Its formidable strength was enough to alter the very colors of heaven and earth. Under the relentless barrage of attacks from Dingyu's side, the enemy's combat capability had been severely diminished, and their morale was waning. The Azure Orchid soldiers, the Angel soldiers, and Dingyu concentrated their fire on a single colossus. Their onslaught was akin to a torrential storm, dense and fierce, raining down upon the enemy. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 colossi directed their fire at another foe. After a single round of assault, the enemy could not withstand such overwhelming firepower, and 2 colossi were obliterated in an instant. Without hesitation, the forces of the Hanhai city launched a second round of concentrated fire. At this point, the enemy's colossi finally regained their composure from the previous chaos and began to retaliate desperately. However, as they initiated their counterattack, they were met with the formidable shields of the heavy infantry soldiers, the most adept defensive colossi formed from the fusion of heavy infantry and colossi within the territory. Despite the enemy's attack shattering the heavy infantry's colossal shields, they successfully absorbed the assault, buying Dingyu and the other soldiers precious time. In the second round of concentrated fire, 2 more enemy colossi were annihilated, leaving only 6 remaining on the battlefield. The situation had turned exceedingly favorable for Dingyu, with the odds now at 7 against 6, and the enemy's state significantly weakened from the previous onslaught. While Dingyu's forces remained formidable, the task ahead became considerably simpler. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain the enemy's strategic unit, the Colossus, and received Fragmented World Essence, X1, Legion S Certificate, S Grade, X1, and 100 million points. As the final system notification echoed, the enemy forces were wholly vanquished. Despite the seemingly limited number of formidable giant soldiers in Hanhai City, their overall might is undeniably impressive. Both the Qinglan warriors and the angelic soldiers possessed the capability to take on 2 foes simultaneously. Coupled with Dingyu, who is empowered by the strength of the world, Hanhai City's collective prowess is not inferior to that of their adversaries. Moreover, this battle was characterized by a sudden and unexpected ambush. Caught entirely off guard, the enemy was swiftly decimated, resulting in a catastrophic defeat. After vanquishing the foes, Dingyu exhaled a sigh of relief. He then teleported the giant soldiers back to his territory before hastening toward the mining site. Upon arrival, he conducted a brief survey and noted with satisfaction that the star, or vein, had been over half exploited. Nodding in approval, he approached Senmu, the mining supervisor, exchanged pleasantries, inquired about the mining progress, and then returned to his territory. This battle proved incredibly fruitful for Dingyu, as he acquired a total of 10 fragmented sources of world essence. Contemplating thoughtfully, he resolved to fuse 4 of these into his territory's world to further enhance its capabilities. The remaining 6 he intended to distribute among the giant soldiers, eager to observe the effects of their absorption of the essence. Upon integrating the 4 sources into the realm, a remarkable transformation ensued. The entire territory began to tremble violently, reminiscent of a giant awakening from slumber. Radiant flashes of light flickered across the ground. Mountains rose to new heights, rivers expanded their banks, and forests rapidly spread, marking the commencement of yet another fervent expansion of the territory. It resembled a vibrant entity striving toward a higher plane of existence. In the square before the barracks, Dingyu meticulously infused the fragmented world essence into the imposing forms of the giant soldiers. As the essence merged, the once cold and rigid metallic bodies of the giants quivered slightly, as if responding to this potent and enigmatic force. Gradually, a series of inexplicable changes manifested within the giant soldiers. Their previously lifeless eyes seemed to flicker with a faint glimmer, imparting a peculiar sensation as if they had suddenly come to life. Alternatively, one might describe it in a more mystical manner, likening it to the awakening of the legendary Gaia consciousness within them. This transformation was profoundly mysterious, leaving even the experienced Dingyu at a loss to articulate its nature. However, one fact was indisputable. The giant soldiers had become more agile and responsive. Previously, controlling them felt akin to operating a somewhat clumsy machine, while immensely powerful. Their movements were inevitably stiff and sluggish. Now, it was as if an advanced artificial intelligence had been integrated into the machinery, resulting in a qualitative leap in their reaction speed and coordination. During combat, they could even autonomously execute intricate evasive maneuvers, effortlessly dodging enemy attacks, something previously unimaginable. Filled with curiosity, Dingyu examined the attribute panel of the giant soldiers, only to find, much to his surprise, that there were no discernible changes in the data displayed. This discrepancy caused him to furrow his brow, musing internally. Was it that this transformation could not be represented on the panel? Or perhaps the quantity of world essence absorbed was insufficient to manifest any visible changes? After merging the essence, Dingyu decided to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the giant soldiers. He led them to the Jinwu training grounds, where an intense evaluation commenced. During the testing, Dingyu was delighted to discover that the hardware capabilities of the giant soldiers had significantly increased compared to before. Their attacks were more ferocious, their defenses sturdier, and their overall strength enhanced considerably. Their reaction speed had improved to a new level, even enabling them to anticipate forthcoming commands and prepare in advance. It was evident that the fragmented world essence had conferred a comprehensive enhancement upon the giant soldiers. From offense to defense, from agility to autonomy, every aspect had witnessed improvement. After the integration of the fragmented world essence, Dingyu commanded the monster ranch to operate at full capacity, aiming to elevate all elite soldiers to the 6th tier as swiftly as possible. With ample spiritual energy within the territory, it could fully sustain the consumption required for the monster ranch's operations. During this period, Dingyu's level had ascended to 78, bringing him closer to the 8th tier. He resumed his cultivation, inching ever closer to a breakthrough in his mastery of the blade. The soldiers of his legion also began a regimen of simultaneous leveling and training, rapidly advancing in skill and ability, supported by the vast resources of the territory. Time flew by in a whirlwind of activity and progress. One day, while immersed in focused training within the cultivation arena, Dingyu felt a surge of spiritual power building within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Suddenly, the battle knife in his hand resonated with a mysterious force, emanating a dazzling light. In an instant, a colossal wave of blade chi erupted from the weapon, reminiscent of a dragon awakening from a millennia-long slumber, surging forth toward the training dummy. The dummy had no time to react defensively, and was effortlessly cleaved in two by the formidable blade chi, the cut smooth and precise as if severed by the sharpest of blades. Fortunately, as the dummy was virtual, no real harm was done. Ding! Congratulations, your mastery of the blade has advanced. Dingyu gazed in astonishment at this remarkable scene, a glimmer of joy and realization flickering in his eyes. His prolonged dedication to the art of the blade had finally culminated in this pivotal breakthrough. This advancement not only signified a leap in combat prowess, but also represented a profound understanding and enlightenment regarding the blade, as if it had opened a door leading to a higher realm of martial arts. In the days that followed, Dingyu was thrilled to observe that his soldiers had also made significant strides through their rigorous training. Several soldiers had successfully unlocked skill flexibility, allowing them to wield their abilities with greater dexterity in combat, thus amplifying their effectiveness. However, they had yet to develop skills akin to Dingyu's mastery of the blade. It was clear that they would require additional time for refinement and accumulation to carve out their own paths. As Dingyu relished the growth of his soldiers while contemplating further means to enhance their capabilities, He received a message from Senmu. The star, or vein, had been fully mined. Upon receiving this news, Dingyu promptly concluded his training. After a brief preparation, he teleported outside the territory. There, Senmu had already assembled a vast mining force, awaiting his arrival, with numerous interconnected tunnels behind them. Dingyu swiftly activated the teleportation portal, efficiently transporting the mining army back to the territory. Having completed this task without delay, he immediately boarded the void shuttle, propelling himself toward his next destination, a vast forest known as the Lingyao Ancient Forest. This forest, renowned in the region of Stormwind, is said to conceal a plethora of rare resources, alongside numerous perils. According to reliable intelligence provided by the Flame Alliance, the Dawn Alliance has discovered extraordinarily unique botanical resources within. These resources possess incredible properties, rendering them highly valuable for cultivation. To monopolize these treasures, the Dawn Alliance has stationed 4 colossal war machines there. Dingyu's objective is to annihilate these war machines in order to acquire a substantial amount of primal essence. Naturally, should he stumble upon any exceptional botanical resources during his mission, Dingyu would not hesitate to seize them. Chapter 154. Arrival at the Spirit Radiance Ancient Forest. Swiftly slaying foes. The Spirit Radiance Ancient Forest is situated quite a distance from Dingyu's current location. During the rapid flight of the Void Shuttle, he encountered numerous adversaries. He paid no heed to these foes, concentrating solely on maneuvering the Void Shuttle with all his might towards his distant target. Dingyu was uncertain how long the Dawn Alliance's colossal war machines would remain stationed in the Spirit Radiance Ancient Forest. Any delay could result in them relocating or receiving stronger reinforcements, potentially jeopardizing his mission and leading to failure. Thus, he needed to hasten his speed, reaching the Spirit Radiance Ancient Forest before the Dawn Alliance became aware and trapping them there. After a protracted journey, Dingyu finally caught sight of the Spirit Radiance Ancient Forest in the distance. The forest shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, the lights occasionally flickering and intertwining. Dingyu cautiously piloted the Void Shuttle, gently descending into a concealed area at the forest's edge. He summoned the colossal war machines, leading them into the Spirit Radiance Ancient Forest. He commanded these war machines to diminish their massive forms to the size of humans. This adjustment would render them less conspicuous in the dense and intricate forest environment, facilitating Dingyu's stealthy approach to the Dawn Alliance's encampment. Upon arrival, the Sky Eye system had already locked onto the Dawn Alliance's position. Although the Spirit Radiance Ancient Forest teemed with life, the 4 high-energy reactions clustered together stood out prominently and were swiftly pinpointed by the Sky Eye system. Along the way, they meticulously evaded various potential dangers, striving to make no sound so as not to alert the enemy. As the distance lessened, Dingyu could faintly hear the conversations of the Dawn Alliance soldiers and the bustling of their footsteps. Approaching the Dawn Alliance's camp, Dingyu's party could see the enemy's colossal war machines standing silently in the valley's center. With a subtle wave of his hand, the colossal war machines transformed into streams of light, charging towards the enemy. As they flew at high speed, the war machines expanded visibly. They resembled ancient behemoths awakening from slumber, each emanating a chillingly formidable aura, their heavy presence seemingly solidifying the surrounding air. With their numerical superiority, Dingyu refrained from intervening, allowing his war machines to launch the attack. As the war machines from Hanhai City surged forward, the Dawn Alliance's forces were jolted from their stupor. They hurriedly revived their own war machines, fortunate that their respective legions were still within the machine's internal spaces. On the battlefield, legions possessing war machines typically do not stray far from their confines, even during rest periods. The enemy's war machines, having just revived and unprepared to adjust, were met with a fierce onslaught from Hanhai City's forces. In an instant, a dazzling array of energy bursts illuminated the battlefield, and the combat escalated into a frenzied clash. Thunderous roars echoed, deafening to the ears. Intense energy waves surged forth like a torrential tide, dispersing in all directions. Wherever they passed, flora and fauna were obliterated. The ground upheaved, as if the entire forest had succumbed to an apocalyptic scenario. With both numerical and combat advantages, Hanhai City's forces quickly subdued their opponents. The Dawn Alliance's war machines struggled under the relentless assault, their defenses breached repeatedly, revealing ghastly wounds upon their forms, their energy dimming significantly. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have slain the enemy's strategic unit, the Colossal War Machine, and obtained Fragmented World Essence, X1, Legion S Token, S-Class, X1, and 100 million points. As time passed, the Dawn Alliance's war machines fell one by one. After vanquishing the enemy's machines, Hanhai City's war machines began pursuing the lower-tier troops, fleeing in all directions. Their towering forms rampaged across the battlefield, each swing of their weapons resulting in a torrential downpour of blood. As strategic units, the war machines exhibited astonishing efficiency in dispatching these lower-tier soldiers. In no time, the enemy forces were utterly obliterated, leaving behind a scene of devastation that bore witness to the brutality of the conflict. Dingyu swiftly summoned the city guards to clean up the battlefield, while the colossal war machines stood ominously in the air. exuding a terrifying presence that deterred any other lurking forces. During the fray, Dingyu observed through the sky eye system that several unfamiliar colossal war machines had appeared nearby. They hovered silently in the distant sky, resembling spectators, quietly observing the unfolding conflict. However, they refrained from intervening, and their posture suggested they hailed from other factions. Drawn to investigate the tumult of battle, the sight of these war machines stirred a sense of envy within Dingyu. The unique aura they radiated was unmistakably the scent of primal essence. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to greed, choosing not to engage these war machines. His primary focus was to confront the Dawn Alliance. If he had the strength to spare after dealing with them, he would then contemplate addressing the Holy Alliance. To avoid creating unnecessary enmities, he suppressed his impulses regarding the colossal war machines of other factions. Naturally, if the opposing forces lacked such strategic units and were merely ordinary troops, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. After all, this was a battlefield, and points offered without effort were not to be disregarded. Furthermore, Dingyu understood that other factions were cautiously weighing their options amidst the chaos. They would not easily provoke a powerhouse like him over insignificant skirmishes, as none wished to find themselves embroiled in unwarranted conflicts that could deplete their own strength. At this moment, the leaders of various forces within the Spirit Radiant's ancient forest were engulfed in profound shock. From the eruption of fierce combat to their hurried arrival, the interval had been brief. Yet, within such a short span, a battle they had anticipated to be protracted had concluded. It was notable that the Dawn Alliance had stationed 4 colossal war machines here, a formidable force capable of instilling dread in any faction. Yet now, they had been completely obliterated in such a fleeting moment. This outcome made them acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by Dingyu's side. Chapter 155, Breaking Through to the 8th Stage. The city guards acted with remarkable swiftness, quickly clearing the battlefield. They resembled highly trained hunting hounds, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for any potentially valuable corner. The fruits previously gathered by the Dawn Alliance were also unearthed by them and presented before Dingyu. This particular fruit was a vibrant emerald green, akin to a gemstone that had been polished by the passage of time, quietly resting in the palm of Dingyu's hand. Though modest in size, it bore a resemblance to a green cherry tomato. Dingyu inhaled deeply, opening the attribute panel to scrutinize the detailed information about the fruit. Miracle fruit. Quality, S. Special trait. Consuming it grants a substantial amount of experience points. Note: a fruit crystallized from absorbed natural energy, commonly used to aid in cultivation. Ineffective for breaking through bottlenecks. Dingyu's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement flickering within them. He confirmed once more that this fruit indeed bore no restrictions on usage. Without delay, he instructed his subordinates to transplant the entire tree that produced this fruit into his territory. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Chunmu, urging him to organize personnel for a thorough and meticulous examination of this fruit. As the growth of this fruit required the consumption of spiritual energy, Dingyu was in urgent need of specific data for comparison with the Monster Ranch. Both possessed the ability to enhance soldier levels, and Dingyu needed to ascertain which method offered superior cost-effectiveness. Once the battlefield was cleared, Dingyu surveyed his surroundings. Only after confirming that the nearby colossi had dispersed did he breathe a sigh of relief, subsequently teleporting the city guard back to the territory. He silently rejoiced that the colossi had left of their own accord. Otherwise, he truly could not guarantee his ability to resist the greed and impulse welling within him. After all, those colossi represented invaluable resources to him. Their continual presence was a cruel test of his endurance. Dingyu led the colossi into the distance, their massive forms slicing through the sky, leaving a long trail behind. After departing from the Spirit Radiant's ancient forest, they teleported back to the territory. Upon returning, Dingyu eagerly produced the fragmented world essence. As he infused the essence into the territorial realm, it seemed as though a powerful vitality surged within, initiating a new wave of explosive growth. This time, a vast lake emerged at the edge of the territory, its waters crystal clear and shimmering. The quantity of miracle fruits obtained was considerable. Aside from reserving some for research, many remained. Dingyu resolved to consume them himself, as the leader of the territory. His role also entailed being a strategic power, and enhancing his own combat capabilities was paramount. Only by becoming sufficiently strong could he lead the territory toward a more illustrious future. Dingyu retrieved a miracle fruit, its verdant surface gleaming enticingly in his hand. He gently placed it in his mouth and began to eat. The taste was delightful, sweet upon his tongue. With each fruit he consumed, he distinctly felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body. Concurrently, the experience points on the panel skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launching into the sky. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 79. As the system notification echoed in his mind, a potent energy flowed through Dingyu's body, propelling him to level 79. There were still plenty of miracle fruits remaining, and Dingyu continued to consume them. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 80. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted from Dingyu's body, illuminating the space around him like a newly risen sun. Simultaneously, a heart-pounding wave of energy enveloped him, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Dingyu seemed to transform into an impending volcano, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. At that moment, he closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the formidable strength within. He keenly sensed that his prowess had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, completing a magnificent metamorphosis. It is important to note that within this vast continent, the upper limits of levels are closely tied to the potential and qualifications of troop types. The height of level 8 is a realm accessible only to those with at least SS level potential. In contrast, those possessing merely S level qualifications, despite exerting themselves to the utmost, could only reach level 79. This seemingly slight difference of one level represented an insurmountable chasm, dividing the two into distinct tiers of power. As time passed, the significant disparities in troop potential became increasingly evident. Among many contemporaneous lords, the elite troops under their command had a maximum potential level barely reaching B grade. Troops with B grade potential could only attain a maximum of level 59, meaning they would never break through to the 6th tier. Conversely, in Dingyu's territory, the majority of the Qinglan guards had already successfully advanced to the 6th tier, and their strength continued to rise, akin to towering trees stretching their branches toward the higher skies. In the current region of Storm City, most of the troops engaged in fierce combat were at the 6th tier. This meant that lords with their troops' maximum potential capped at B grade had no foothold in this area. Furthermore, even if they managed to elevate their territory to level 6, they would still be deemed relatively weak among their peers. Without formidable strength, merely upgrading one's territory would quickly lead to annihilation by others. After all, upgrading a territory demands 10 identical fire seeds. While A-grade potential troops exhibit a certain advancement over B-grade, their growth limit still caps at level 69, rendering them forever distant from the 7th tier. At this moment, Dingyu's territory had already reached level 6. In the realm of level 6 territories across the continent, 6th tier troops undeniably represented elite forces. Dingyu's territory, rich in A-grade troops, still had significant utility. However, those with potential lower than A-grade could only serve as auxiliary forces. Dingyu understood that as his territory continued to evolve and upgrade, this situation would become increasingly pronounced. Once his territory ascended to level 7, A-grade troops would gradually lag behind the main forces, inevitably relegated to a secondary role. In fact, this trend had already begun to manifest. For instance, in Dingyu's recent battles, he had exclusively deployed the Colossi. These were all S-grade troops, while he had not brought a single A-grade troop with him. Chapter 156, Dragon Blood Crystal. Due to the influence of territorial characteristics, the expeditionary troops within the territory had only managed to elevate their potential to B-grade. The power of B-grade troops is limited, allowing them to advance to a maximum of 5 tiers. With their current strength, they could only farm resources in the peripheral areas of the myriad races battlefield. This is precisely why Dingyu is wholly committed to nurturing high-potential troops. Low-potential troops will soon reach their own strength limits. Once they hit this bottleneck, there is virtually no room for further growth. They can only hope for the territory to break through, thereby enhancing the overall potential baseline of its inhabitants. In the present day, a portion of the Qinglan guards has begun to transcend to the 7th tier. Dingyu, possessing the ability to engage in combat beyond his current tier, has ascended to the 8th tier, enabling him to rival the ordinary giant war machines. It is important to note that the term giant war machines refers exclusively to the most commonplace entities, distinct from the evolved beings known as Qinglan warriors. As for Dingyu's precise level of strength, he himself lacks a definitive answer, for he has yet to fully unleash his capabilities. A flicker of anticipation stirs within him. If he can contend with the basic giant war machines in his regular state, what formidable power might he unleash when augmented by the force of the world? Perhaps, in that moment, he would wield the terrifying strength to utterly dominate the ordinary giant war machines. After reaching level 80, Dingyu consumed the remaining peculiar fruits he possessed. Due to their limited quantity, he did not level up again. After finishing the fruits, he rubbed his distended belly and gazed out the window. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, cascading down upon the earth in a golden shower. Noticing that the day was still young, he teleported to his territory. His next destination was a mine. According to intelligence from the Blazing Flame Alliance, 2 giant war machines of the Dawn Alliance were stationed there. Dingyu boarded his void shuttle and sped towards that direction. During the flight, his thoughts wandered. If his territory could continually grow, would it not be possible to establish a direct teleportation route to his objectives? After all, the battlefield of myriad races is vast beyond measure. Each journey consumes an inordinate amount of time. For instance, if a teleportation route could be opened to the mine, he would save considerable time. Encountering enemies along the way, Dingyu tested his strength. The moment he struck, it was as if the entire world paused. With a gentle wave of his hand, a fierce burst of energy erupted forth. The ordinary foes stood no chance against this overwhelming power. With a single move, a multitude of enemies fell, blood and flesh scattering across the battlefield. This sensation of might exhilarated Dingyu. In the past, He could only watch from the sidelines as the giant war machines wreaked havoc. Now, he reveled in the opportunity to showcase his prowess. It felt as if a long-suppressed soul had finally been liberated, and he savored the thrill of combat. With each encounter, Ding Yu halted without hesitation to engage. As he battled incessantly, his mastery over his own strength grew increasingly adept. The energy he expended diminished while the effectiveness of his actions soared. His figure darted across the battlefield with fluidity, akin to a war god descending from the heavens, causing foes to flee in terror wherever he passed. At last, after a prolonged flight, the outline of the mine gradually emerged within Ding Yu's sight. A thin veil of mist enveloped the area, imparting a sense of mystery and danger. Taking a deep breath, he maneuvered the void shuttle to gently land in a clearing near the mine. Stepping out, he activated the Heavenly Eye system to survey his surroundings. The energy fluctuations of the enemy's giant war machines were conspicuously evident and were swiftly locked onto by the Heavenly Eye system. In the heart of a valley stood two towering giant war machines, silently looming. Within the valley, a group of miners busily traversed the area, wielding tools to extract a peculiar crystal radiating a blood-red glow. Curiosity piqued, Ding Yu opened the panel to examine the details of this crystal. Dragon Blood Crystal. Quality S. Description: formed from the blood of legendary dragons, it is extremely rare and contains immense life force. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ding Yu's eyes. To find an S-grade quality ore was truly astonishing. He silently resolved that after vanquishing the two giant war machines before him, he would thoroughly deplete this mine. Subsequently, Ding Yu activated the teleportation light screen. In an instant, beams of light surged forth as the giant war machines from Hanhai City materialized one by one. He commanded them to form a protective perimeter while he prepared to engage personally. He intended to test whether he could single-handedly confront the two giant war machines while under the enhancement of the world's power. Upon the arrival of the giant war machines, they quickly dispersed to encircle the entire valley. The two giant war machines within the valley sensed the approach of their adversaries. Their previously dormant forms began to tremble, and the energy fluctuations emanating from them intensified, indicating their rapid revival. However, Ding Yu remained calm, standing still in anticipation. He wished to seize this opportunity to assess his true strength when empowered by the world's force. Thus, he patiently awaited the complete revival of the enemy's giant war machines. The power of the world began to surge continuously into Ding Yu. In a fleeting moment, he was enveloped in a radiant glow. A formidable energy wave radiated outward from his being. At this moment, despite his relatively diminutive stature in comparison to the two colossal giant war machines, the aura he exuded surpassed theirs combined. Once the giant war machines had fully revived, Ding Yu unleashed a surge of energy beneath his feet, propelling himself forward like a cannonball towards his foes. During his charge, he gripped his battle knife tightly, raising his arm high, channeling all his strength into this one strike. The battle knife, imbued with an invincible momentum, descended ferociously upon the enemy. A colossal blade of light erupted from the knife, seemingly harboring the power to annihilate worlds, and it struck one of the giant war machines with devastating force. Instantly, a deep wound appeared on the previously impervious body of the giant war machine, leaving it gravely injured after just one blow. The power of this strike rivaled that of the Qinglan warrior's initial understanding of the Qingyuan slash. However, this was merely one of his ordinary attacks. This implied that, augmented by the world's power, each of his strikes possessed strength comparable to that of the Qingyuan slash. With this realization, Ding Yu's confidence surged, and his speed increased once more. The battle knife flashed like lightning, mercilessly cleaving towards the enemy once again. In that moment, an extraordinarily peculiar scene unfolded upon the battlefield. A seemingly insignificant human dominated the field, overpowering two massive giant war machines. The once fearsome giant war machines now appeared to be trapped in a dire predicament, utterly defenseless against Ding Yu's terrifying onslaught. In no time, he dispatched one of the giant war machines, sending it crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Congratulations, you have slain the enemy's strategic unit. The giant war machine, and received Fragmented World Origin, X1, Legion Certificate, Grade S, X1, and 100 million points. As the crisp notification from the system echoed in Ding Yu's mind, he withdrew the world's power enhancement. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and pride. He cast his gaze upon his realm, noting that the impact of utilizing the power of the world on his territory was significantly diminished compared to the previous occasion. This improvement was largely attributable to the successful integration of multiple fragmented world essences over the past period, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his domain. Following the demise of the enemy's giant war machine at Ding Yu's hands, the giant war machines from Hanhai City commenced their engagement, swiftly eliminating the enemy's lower-tier troops. Their efficiency was remarkable. Before long, the battlefield was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any foes. Observing this, Ding Yu began to activate the teleportation screen. Rays of light flickered across the screen as the mining forces of Hanhai City surged forth like a tide. Following them were the orderly city guards, who promptly established a defensive perimeter. Ding Yu entrusted the subsequent mining operations to Sun Mu, while he returned to his territory, laden with the collected dragon blood crystals. Upon his arrival, he summoned Shen Mu and handed the dragon blood crystals to him, instructing him to organize personnel to expeditiously test the various data pertaining to these crystals. Shen Mu accepted the crystals with a solemn nod and immediately set about arranging the necessary tasks. At that moment, the results from the previous tests concerning the chi fruit had been revealed. Through meticulous comparison and analysis, they discovered that the cost-effectiveness of chi fruit significantly surpassed that of the monster ranch. Under the same energy consumption, the experience points granted to soldiers by the chi fruit were twice that of the monster ranch. However, the monster ranch was not without its advantages. It also produced ancillary items such as pet eggs and recruitment scrolls, which were equally vital resources. The growth of the chi fruit required time, whereas the monster ranch could continuously generate monsters as long as there was sufficient energy for soldiers to slay. Furthermore, the chi fruit tree had an unexpected characteristic during its growth. It emitted a special substance into the surrounding air, which significantly accelerated the cultivation speed of the local populace. This discovery illuminated the immense potential and value of the chi fruit tree in Ding Yu's eyes. After comprehensive consideration of their respective pros and cons, Ding Yu commanded the large-scale planting of chi fruit trees within his territory. He firmly believed that it would not be long before these trees would flourish abundantly in the courtyards of his subjects. After all, the ability to accelerate cultivation was an immensely attractive trait for every inhabitant. The previously cultivated armor vines in his territory had now reached a considerable scale and began to be outfitted in large quantities to the troops. The addition of armor vines effectively provided soldiers with an extra layer of protection, coupled with the shields from the rolling beasts. The soldiers of Hanhai City now possessed exceptional survivability. By integrating the fragmented world essences into his territory, a new phase of growth commenced for his domain. Amidst the industrious and orderly atmosphere of the territory, Ding Yu remained undeterred and once again immersed himself in rigorous training. His figure soon appeared within the Jinwu training ground, which featured various simulated scenarios to enhance his understanding of sword techniques. Ding Yu's ability to combat beyond his level was not solely due to the formidable attributes bestowed by his star-child profession. His relentless efforts also played a significant role. Ever since he successfully grasped the art of the sword, he had notably felt a tremendous boost in his offensive capabilities. He had also unlocked the freedom of movement skills, greatly enhancing his agility and maneuverability in battle. Today's fierce confrontation with the giant war machines further deepened his awareness of his own power. Under his tempestuous assault, the once invincible giant machines were rendered defenseless, ultimately succumbing in a cacophony of anguished roars. The exhilarating sensation of vanquishing such formidable foes left an indelible mark on Ding Yu's very soul, akin to an irresistible enchantment driving him to relentlessly pursue greater heights and continuously enhance his strength. Within the training ground, Ding Yu was wholly absorbed in the realm of cultivation. Periodically, he would have the Jinwu training ground simulate formidable opponents for him to engage. After each encounter, he meticulously recalled every detail of the battle, analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. After summarizing the lessons learned, he would initiate another bout. Thus, through constant challenges and reflections, Ding Yu continued to grow. As time elapsed, his prowess steadily advanced. On this particular day, within the training room of the Shinyu training ground, Ding Yu was immersed in his practice. His form was lithe, each swing of his blade generating a gust of wind, while sweat poured down like rain, soaking his attire. At that moment, Ding Yu received a message. The testing of the dragon blood crystals had been completed. Concluding his training, he vanished in a flash, reappearing at the territory's testing center. Before he even crossed the threshold, he was met with an overwhelming aura of draconic might that quickened his heartbeat. Stepping into the testing area, he was greeted by the sight of the green dragon, its massive body resembling a mountain. The green dragon lay quietly, its scales shimmering with a verdant luster. Upon closer inspection, he discerned faint energy fluctuations lingering upon it. He sensed that the dragon's aura was more potent than ever, clearly indicating a significant increase in strength. Intrigued, he accessed the dragon's information panel, where he was astonished to find its potential rating had escalated to SSS level. Chapter 158, The Flourishing City of Shangyu. Ding Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his heart brimming with shock. Was this the effect of the dragon blood crystals? At that moment, the usually stern head of the testing center hurried over, clutching a hefty dossier filled with the comprehensive data from the tests. The official slightly bowed, presenting the materials to Ding Yu, and spoke in a serious tone. "My lord, here are all the data for your review." Ding Yu accepted the documents, swiftly scanning through the intricate data before focusing on the summary. The report clearly indicated that the dragon blood crystals not only significantly enhanced the vitality of the troops, but also had a certain probability of allowing them to surpass their inherent potential limits. During this testing process, a fortunate few soldiers, stimulated by the dragon blood crystals, fortuitously awakened a dragon bloodline. However, the probability of such an awakening was quite low. On one hand, it was due to the stimulation from the dragon blood crystals, and on the other, The characteristics of the territory made it easier for the populace to awaken their bloodlines. The effects of the dragon blood crystals were most pronounced for dragon-type troops, with the green dragon being the prime example, as its potential value soared from SS to SSS. After reviewing this data, Ding Yu ordered the extensive utilization of the dragon blood crystals on the bipedal dragons. Given the limited quantity of the crystals, priority was to be given to those troops with the greatest potential for enhancement. Once the affairs of the territory were managed, Ding Yu's form shimmered with light as he instantaneously teleported outside the territory. Looking up, he noticed that the nearby mining site for the dragon blood crystals was bustling with activity, the sounds of machinery resonating all around. Ding Yu called for Sun Mu to inquire about the progress of the extraction. After relentless digging day and night, the veins were nearing depletion, and the remaining dragon blood crystals were scarce. This situation would not last much longer, and Ding Yu planned to take advantage of this time to explore the flourishing city of Shangyu. As Ding Yu stepped out of the teleportation array, a vibrant and bustling atmosphere enveloped him, infused with the essence of worldly life. He raised his gaze and beheld a street teeming with activity, where throngs of people jostled and surged. A myriad of vendors, their faces flushed, vociferously hawked their wares from their stalls. Ever since the teleportation arrays connecting with numerous indigenous lords had been established, Shangyu City had swiftly blossomed into the most prosperous commercial hub in the surrounding region. The Merchant Alliance, which spans the world of commerce, had also set up numerous shops here, their shelves brimming with unique goods from the territories of the Traversers. Concurrently, they procured distinctive materials from the indigenous lands to stock the trading hall. Through this platform, resources flowed freely, and wealth accumulated like a ceaseless stream. Following the recent invasion of the Abyss, many indigenous factions sought to befriend Ding Yu. They not only actively established teleportation arrays and trade routes with Shangyu City, but also opened offices here, fervently encouraging their citizens to engage in commerce with Ding Yu's domain. Among the most zealous was Lord Shan Hui of Mountain City, who had been immensely grateful to Ding Yu for his timely rescue. Before long, he personally prepared lavish gifts and traversed mountains and waters to pay Ding Yu a visit. He also sent his daughter, Shanya, to set up an office in Shangyu City, where she would reside permanently to better nurture the friendship between the two cities. Shanya was indeed an enchanting beauty, with a graceful figure and a lovely visage. Ding Yu had encountered her a few times by chance, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he always sensed a peculiar gaze from her whenever they met. Were it not for the considerable distance between their territories, Lord Shan Hui would have eagerly led his people to relocate nearer to Shangyu City to be closer to Ding Yu. On one hand, it was a gesture of gratitude for Ding Yu's assistance. On the other, they had developed an irreconcilable rift with the Wolf God territory. This was evident from various details during the recent Abyss invasion, as the actions of the Wolf God territory at critical moments had left the people of Mountain City disheartened. They understood that if they remained within the realm of the Wolf God territory, troubles would inevitably follow, thus solidifying their resolve to relocate. Sending Shanya to reside in Shangyu City also carried deeper implications of protection. After all, Ding Yu's current strength made him a formidable force. And even if the Wolf God territory harbored ill intentions, they would think twice before provoking him. The most bustling and lively place in Shangyu City was undoubtedly the Adventurers Guild, a veritable magnet attracting a diverse array of adventurers. Given the city's unique geographical position, adjacent to the perilous yet opportunity-laden Dragonfall Forest, countless adventurers, driven by dreams and ambitions, ventured into that treacherous forest year after year. This ancient woodland resembled a treasure trove, brimming with countless opportunities. Some even experienced extraordinary fortune, emerging with powerful dragon bloodlines, propelling them to greatness. These adventurers regarded Shangyu City as a vital supply station, where they could rest and replenish their resources. Coupled with the city's extensive trade connections with various territories, it gradually evolved into this thriving commercial metropolis. Thanks to the distinctive attributes of Ding Yu's territory, the strength of its citizens was markedly superior to that of other regions. Many among them leveraged their prowess to become adventurers, traversing various perilous locales. The vast number of adventurers drew the attention of surrounding indigenous factions, eager to issue various missions with generous rewards, hoping to enlist these strong individuals to accomplish their own objectives. Thus, a massive adventurers guild gradually took shape, with the mission hall resembling a fantastical repository of challenges, offering a myriad of tasks of varying difficulty. Adventurers of all kinds lingered there, accepting quests and redeeming rewards. Disguised, Ding Yu strolled aimlessly through the streets, blending in with the crowd. Shangyu City was remarkably inclusive, with a diverse array of races populating its streets, each exhibiting unique forms. However, they shared a common trait: a diminutive winged cat perched confidently upon their shoulders, its adorable visage evoking affection. On their wrists, they sported peculiar bracelets fashioned from rolling beasts. In this region, winged cats and rolling beasts had become widespread, emerging as standard companions for adventurers. The winged cat, an exceptional mount capable of traversing both land and air, served as an invaluable aid to adventurers. Its ingeniously designed internal compartment not only facilitated easy cargo transport, but also provided a haven for resting, effectively addressing many challenges faced by adventurers during long journeys. Moreover, the winged cat was not merely a means of transportation. It possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Its sharp claws and fierce teeth could deliver deadly strikes at critical moments. Even more astonishing was its mastery of storm bullets, a ranged attack that caught foes off guard. For adventurers, it was the quintessential all-purpose mount, rapidly gaining immense popularity across the continent. Recognizing its market potential, Dingyu had raised the selling price of winged cats multiple times, yet demand continued to outstrip supply. In contrast, the abilities of the rolling beast were more singular, primarily focused on defense. In moments of danger, it could instantaneously unleash a powerful shield to protect its master. However, in the perilous realm of adventure, such life-saving capabilities were undeniably paramount. Thus, the rolling beast enjoyed popularity on par with that of the winged cat, with the two complementing each other as steadfast allies for adventurers. Before long, Dingyu was captivated by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Instinctively, he lifted his head to discover a vibrant food street ahead, shrouded in the allure of culinary delights. Shanyu City was home to residents of various races, and naturally, its culinary culture flourished in splendid diversity. This food street stood as a testament to that richness. Dingyu strolled into the food street, where stalls lined both sides of the road, and vendors eagerly beckoned customers. Some stalls offered steaming roasted meats, their sizzles and intoxicating aromas tantalizing the senses. Others displayed an array of vividly colored exotic fruits, their fragrances inviting passers-by to linger. Still, others meticulously prepared a variety of oddly shaped, yet reportedly delectable soups, with wisps of steam rising gracefully. As night descended, Dingyu left the food street, his mouth glistening with grease, thoroughly satisfied. As he walked, he savored the exquisite dishes he had just enjoyed, inwardly extolling, "This place rivals the food streets of Blue Star. I must return often." Upon returning to his territory, he found that the dragon blood crystals had been completely mined. With a flicker, Dingyu appeared near the mining site. He raised his hand to activate the teleportation portal, and the mining contingent entered in an orderly fashion, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an empty mining ground. The following morning, Dingyu rose early, tidied himself quickly, and teleported out of his territory. Upon exiting the teleportation array, he summoned the Void Shuttle, leaping onto it with precision. The Void Shuttle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Stormwind City. According to intelligence from the Flame Alliance, it appears that the Dawn Alliance no longer has any other Titan war machines outside. One wonders whether their previous setbacks have instilled a sense of trepidation within them, causing them to retreat like startled birds, or if they are convening to concoct some nefarious scheme. Currently, the only course of action is to lie in wait outside Storm City, for Dingyu does not believe they will remain cooped up within its walls indefinitely. The Void Shuttle swiftly traverses the clouds, with the mountains and rivers below resembling a flowing tapestry, rapidly receding into the distance. Time quietly elapses during this swift journey, and half a month later, the majestic silhouette of Storm City gradually materializes on the distant horizon. It looms like a slumbering behemoth, resting upon the earth and exuding an ancient and dignified aura. The tall and formidable city walls twist like a colossal dragon, punctuated at intervals by watchtowers. The towering spire at the city's center pierces the heavens, glinting with a mysterious radiance under the sun's rays. Dingyu refrains from recklessly approaching Storm City, fully aware that the throngs within are numerous and observant. A moment's carelessness could reveal his presence. Once Storm City falls within the surveillance range of the Heavenly Eye system, he finds a concealed spot and stealthily returns to his territory. Within his domain, he can continuously monitor the situation in Storm City through the Heavenly Eye system. Fighting is strictly forbidden within Storm City, and he must exercise patience, diligently seeking opportunities for battle from the outside. After all, with so many members in the Dawn Alliance, they cannot possibly remain holed up within the city indefinitely. As soon as they make any move, Dingyu will be able to detect it promptly through the Heavenly Eye system and strike decisively. During this period, his territory flourishes with vitality. The Azure Orchid Guards and the Guardian Angels, as two elite forces under Dingyu's command, have achieved a collective 6th-tier strength, thanks to the full support of the Monster Ranch, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. The remaining troops are equally eager to prove themselves, tirelessly slaying monsters in the Monster Ranch and rapidly leveling up. The Guardian Angels, having undergone a series of trials and training, have successfully reached the 2nd tier, with their attribute bonuses soaring to 140, bestowing each member of the Legion with formidable enhancements. However, compared to the Azure Orchid Guards, this figure is slightly lower. The Azure Orchid Guards are classified as SS grade, with the 2nd-tier Legion's attribute bonus reaching 160. Intelligence from the Flame Alliance indicates that the Dawn Alliance is currently not making any significant moves. With time on his hands, Dingyu decides to challenge the true Martial Trial Tower. Having already broken through to the 8th tier, his strength has undergone a qualitative leap since his last foray into the tower. With his current prowess, he should be able to successfully conquer the 28th floor. Resolute in his decision, Dingyu wastes no time and, with a flicker of his form, arrives before the towering true martial steel at the center of his territory. The colossal steel stands solemnly in the square, radiating an air of mystery and gravity. The surface of the steel is inscribed with an intricate array of runes, as if encapsulating the profound truths of the universe. As the world of his territory continues to develop, the true martial steel is also undergoing accelerated restoration. One cannot help but wonder what surprises it will bring once fully repaired. Taking a deep breath, Dingyu strides forward and steps directly into the portal leading to the true martial trial tower. The moment he enters the portal, a familiar yet enigmatic aura envelopes him. The tower retains its familiar appearance, with walls aglow in a peculiar light, reminiscent of stars scattered across the cosmos. Gripping his battle knife tightly, filled with fighting spirit, he embarks on his tower challenge. Ding! Welcome to the true martial trial tower. The first level is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the first level of the trial tower. Would you like to challenge the next level? Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 27th level of the trial tower. Would you like to challenge the next level? Dingyu ascends through each level, relying solely on his formidable strength to breeze through all 27 floors. Due to his prior experience in the tower, the rules dictate that no rewards are granted for previous levels. However, Dingyu remains unfazed, as his sights are set on higher tiers. Chapter 160, Mythical Treasure Chest. After clearing the 27th level, Dingyu takes a brief respite to restore his condition to its peak. Subsequently, he clicks the Continue Challenge button. The main event is about to unfold. A blinding light flashes, and Dingyu finds himself standing amidst a vast ancient battlefield. The howling winds whip through the air, swirling yellow sands, and the acrid scent of blood permeates the atmosphere. Fixing his gaze ahead, a colossal figure gradually materializes, resembling a moving mountain. It is a level 96 abyssal behemoth. Its body cloaked in black scales, each scale as hard as a shield. Its massive head boasts a pair of blood-red eyes that burn like twin flames, exuding boundless ferocity and rage. It lumbers forward on its powerful limbs, charging towards Dingyu, causing the very ground to quake. This beast possesses combat prowess on par with the Titan war machines, and had it been anyone else, they would have likely fled in terror, paralyzed by fear. However, Dingyu's strength has undergone a transformation. He is fully capable of slaying Titan war machines alone. Thus, when faced with the abyssal behemoth, he remains utterly unperturbed and charges directly at it. The abyssal behemoth opens its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surge towards Dingyu like a raging tide. With a mere flicker, Dingyu evades the attack, moving with the grace of a specter. He then raises his battle knife high, as the power of the stars within him surges violently, releasing a tremendous blade of light. That blade of light strikes the abyssal behemoth with the force of a heavenly sword, cleaving through with a thunderous impact. A resounding thud echoes, akin to the shattering of boulders, sending a spray of blood into the air. The abyssal behemoth bellows in agony, its roar reverberating through the surroundings, causing ripples to ripple through the air. It thrashes violently, swinging its massive claws in a sweeping arc towards Dingyu. With a steely gaze, Dingyu plants his feet firmly, leaping into the air with a deft maneuver, effortlessly dodging this fierce attack. Upon landing, he seizes the opportunity while the abyssal behemoth's attack has missed and strikes again with his knife. As the blade flashes, it leaves behind several deep gashes on the beast's hide. However, the abyssal behemoth's tough skin and resilient life force allow it to endure despite its grievous wounds. Remaining in the fight, it seems to be thoroughly enraged now, with black flames surging more fiercely around its body, as if donning a coat of dark armor. It stomps its foot violently, causing the ground to crack, with fissures spider-webbing out towards Dingyu. Dingyu darts swiftly, navigating through the cracks with ease. As time progresses, the abyssal behemoth begins to tire. Its wounds multiply, its movements grow sluggish, and the black flames no longer blaze as fiercely as before. Seizing the opportunity, Dingyu drives his battle knife, imbued with overwhelming energy, deep into the creature's neck. The energy erupts instantaneously, igniting a small tempest of energy at the beast's neck, radiating blinding light. The abyssal behemoth emits a heart-wrenching scream, and the black flames extinguish in an instant. Its massive body sways several times before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 28th level of the trial tower. Reward, Mythical Treasure Chest, X1. Would you like to challenge the next level? Dingyu chooses to decline. Within the true martial trial tower, the power of the world cannot be harnessed. One must rely solely on their own strength to engage in battle. Moreover, traversing the two lower tiers does not yield any rewards. At this moment, to force a passage would merely squander one's energy, unless one could surpass the 31st level. Presently, he indeed lacks the strength to conquer the 31st tier. It would be prudent to wait until he achieves a breakthrough in his own power before attempting the challenge once more. This time, he fortuitously acquired a mythical treasure chest. marking the first occasion for Ding Yu to obtain such a high-quality chest. He carefully stored the chest away, exhilarated as he departed from the true martial trial tower. Upon returning to his territory, Ding Yu adhered to his usual routine, first bathing and changing his attire to cleanse himself of fatigue and dust, then devotedly approaching the statue of the goddess of fortune to offer his prayers. After completing his prayers, Ding Yu deliberately consumed several bottles of blessing potions. With great anticipation, he opened the treasure chest, and a cascade of vibrant light enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Legion's Token, SSS Grade, X1, World-Breaking Talisman X1, Jotion Star Array X1. The system's notification echoed in his mind, plunging Ding Yu into a state of ecstatic joy. To his astonishment, 3 items emerged, and merely hearing their names signified their extraordinary nature. The Legion's Token was a familiar sight to Ding Yu. He swiftly appeared in the training grounds of the Qinglong Guard within the true martial monument. At that moment, the Qinglong Guard was fervently engaged in their daily drills. The glint of swords flashing and the clamor of battle cries resonating. Every warrior exuded a formidable aura. Attention! Ding Yu bellowed, his voice reverberating like a great bell throughout the camp. The Qinglong Guards responded promptly, swiftly assembling into an orderly formation. Stepping forward, the Legion's Token, in his hand, radiated a mysterious light, which he waved gently, instantly enveloping the entire formation in brilliance. The Qinglong Guards felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through their bodies, their blood boiling, muscles tautening, strength amplifying in an instant. Qinglong Guard, Legion. Legion Quality, SSS. Legion Level, Level 2 Legion. Legion Battle Array, Qinglong Warriors, capable of merging with the Titan Warriors for combat. Legion Battle Technique, Qingyuan Slash. Capable of condensing vast amounts of energy to unleash devastating attacks. Characteristic 1. All attributes of Legion members increase by 200. Characteristic 2. Cultivation speed of Legion members is enhanced by 200. Characteristic 3. When Legion members encounter bottlenecks, they can concentrate the Legion's power to assist in breakthroughs. Characteristic 4. Growth. There is a chance to generate new characteristics during combat. Gazing at the changes on the attribute panel, Ding Yu was filled with joy. The attribute enhancement of the Legion had risen from 160 to 200, and a new characteristic had been added. The ability to harness Legion power to assist members in overcoming their limitations was particularly exhilarating. Ding Yu murmured to himself, could it be that members of the Qinglong Guard can utilize the Legion's characteristics to surpass level 100? It is known that as an SSS grade unit, their level cap is 99. If they could indeed break through level 100, the implications would be monumental. Ding Yu waved his hand, disbanding the Qinglong Guard, and declared loudly, return to training. Adapt to this newfound power swiftly. The Qinglong Guards responded in unison with a salute, then quickly dispersed to immerse themselves in intense training. He then turned his attention to the next item. World-Breaking Talisman. Quality None. Characteristic. Capable of breaking through the barriers between worlds, transporting to another realm, requiring precise coordinate data. Note: the World-Breaking Talisman can only transport a single individual. After use, a lengthy recovery period is necessary before it can be utilized again. Chapter 161, Jotion Star Array. The properties of the World-Breaking Talisman appeared simplistic, yet were extraordinarily formidable. It could indeed breach the barriers between worlds and transport one to another realm. An ability unheard of until now. Currently, Ding Yu possessed only the coordinates of the insectoid world from the previous incursion. During the last invasion of the insect tide, he had penetrated the insect world multiple times, thus acquiring those coordinates. However, he had not obtained the coordinates for the mysterious abyssal world, as his scouts had been inexplicably eliminated within the transport channel, and he had not dared to enter the abyssal world, resulting in the absence of coordinates from that realm. Once he resolved the matters concerning Storm City, Ding Yu intended to venture to the insectoid world, which housed endless swarms of insects, sufficient to fulfill the upgrading needs of the armies of Hanhai City. Ding Yu then shifted his gaze to the final item. Jotion Star Array. Quality None. Characteristic. Capable of evolving the power of the heavens and stars, protecting the entire world. Note: created by the Emperor of another world, when activated, stars will descend from the sky, the sun and moon will shine together, and the starlight will transform into lethal intent, sweeping across all directions. Beholding this succinct yet imposing description, Ding Yu felt his blood surge, his ambitions ignited in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to activate the Jotion Star Array. Suddenly, a multitude of resplendent stars appeared in the sky, falling like raindrops, rapidly dispersing in all directions across the realm of his territory. Each beam of starlight harbored immense power, seemingly emanating from the depths of the cosmos. Wherever the starlight reached, the space quivered slightly, rippling with mysterious waves. Gradually, a thin membrane shimmering with starlight emerged around the outer layer of the world. This membrane, transparent and delicate, exuded a terrifying aura that should not be underestimated. It resembled an unyielding barrier, firmly safeguarding the entire world within. Now, the territory possessed a protective array, significantly enhancing safety. With the rapid expansion of the territory, the previous protective shield had long ceased to suffice. It could only defend Hanhai City itself, appearing somewhat inadequate. However, with the Zhoutian Star Array, it could encompass the entire world within its protective embrace. Furthermore, it was a grand array that integrated both defense and offense, sure to deliver unexpected surprises to any adversary. After organizing these items, Dingyu returned to the training ground, armed with his battle blade. He commenced his daily regimen of training. As his mastery of the blade improved, so too did his combat prowess. He felt an increasingly profound connection with his blade, as if it had become an integral part of his being. On this day, the Eye of Heaven system issued a warning. The Titan warriors of the Dawn Alliance had emerged. Recently, Dingyu, acting upon intelligence from the Blazing Flame Alliance, had marked the Titan warriors of the Dawn Alliance for surveillance. As soon as they made their appearance, the system provided an alert. Upon hearing the alarm, Dingyu swiftly accessed the system interface. On the screen, 2 Titan warriors were seen emerging from the imposing gates of Storm City. Upon exiting the city, their forms rapidly ascended and enlarged, resembling 2 moving hills as they soared into the horizon, compressing the air into a series of explosive sounds. Dingyu's gaze sharpened, and he began to rally his forces. Once the 2 Titan warriors had distanced themselves sufficiently from Storm City, Dingyu led the Qinglan warriors and the Angel warriors to confront them. The current Qinglan warriors and Angel warriors, having undergone countless battles and rigorous training, were now vastly more formidable than before. Now, they possessed sufficient prowess to swiftly vanquish this ordinary colossus. The 2 sides soon converged, and battle erupted instantaneously. The Qinglan warriors and the angelic soldiers unleashed their legion techniques without hesitation. A terrifying barrage of attacks surged towards the enemy, while Dingyu summoned a meteor strike. Under their combined onslaught, the adversaries quickly faltered, as 2 colossi fell with a resounding crash amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have slain the enemy's strategic unit, the Colossus, earning Fragmented World Essence, X1, Legion S Testament, S-Class, X1, and 100 million points. The system notifications echoed in Dingyu's mind, and he nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. Retreat. He led his soldiers swiftly away, seeking a concealed location to teleport back to their territory. The commotion from this battle was too significant, quickly drawing the attention of the Dawn Alliance. Before long, 10 colossi surged forth from the gates of Storm City, their presence formidable as they flew towards the conflict zone, seemingly intent on assessing the situation and exacting vengeance. In the earlier skirmish, only the Qinglan warriors and angelic soldiers had revealed themselves. From the perspective of the Dawn Alliance, dispatching 10 colossi should suffice to eliminate Dingyu S2. Dingyu had been monitoring the situation outside through the Heavenly Eye system, and upon witnessing this scene, he contemplated swiftly. Although 10 colossi were a considerable force, they remained within the threshold of his territory's capabilities, thus he resolved to eliminate them. To prepare for this confrontation, Dingyu had already made ample arrangements. He had ordered the creation of numerous specially designed bombs within the territory, potent explosives tailored specifically for the colossi. Dingyu quickly assembled the colossi under his command, distributing the bombs among them, and meticulously outlined the battle plan. Once the enemy had distanced themselves from Storm City, Dingyu issued the command, leading his colossi to instantaneously teleport beyond their territory. Upon arrival, the colossi unhesitatingly hurled the pre-prepared bombs towards the enemy. In an instant, the sky ignited with flames, and the sound of explosions reverberated deafeningly. Countless waves of energy intertwined, forming a powerful shockwave that spread wildly in all directions. After several rounds of bombarding, the colossi braved the shockwaves and charged at the enemy. The adversaries, taken aback by the sudden and overwhelming bombardment, had no time to react before the colossi from Hanhai City closed in. At that moment, the colossi from Hanhai City unleashed their legion techniques, unleashing a torrent of terrifying attacks that struck the disoriented foes directly. Dingyu also activated the power of the world, disregarding the depletion of his own energy, and unleashed several devastating spells. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain the enemy's strategic unit, the Colossus, earning Fragmented World Essence, X1, Legion S Testament, S-Class, X1, and 100 million points. Chapter 162, A Bountiful Harvest, Escalation of War. The system notifications incessantly rang in Dingyu's mind with this wave of attacks. His side had successfully dispatched 6 enemy colossi. The remaining colossi were severely wounded and teetering on the brink of collapse. Following this, the second wave of attacks from Hanhai City arrived. The colossi, empowered by their legion techniques, demonstrated immense explosive force, causing the enemy to fall one after another in this round of assault. After dispatching the enemy, Dingyu, fully aware that lingering here was unwise, swiftly led his forces to retreat. Before leaving, he deliberately left behind a multitude of bombs, preparing a grand gift for any pursuing foes. As anticipated, upon returning to their territory, a vast number of colossi surged forth from Storm City once more. This time, the number was even greater, totaling 30. They advanced like a rolling storm cloud towards the battlefield, the air itself seeming to tear as they passed, emitting a series of howls. When this formidable cohort of colossi arrived at the previous battlefield, they were met with a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, flames erupted skyward. The thunderous roar of the explosions deafening, causing the very earth to tremble. This area was instantly engulfed in an inferno, with scorching flames ravenously consuming everything, as if intent on reducing the world to ashes. Some colossi, caught off guard by the sudden explosion, were thrown into disarray. Others were propelled through the air by the sheer force, tumbling helplessly. However, being the immensely powerful colossi that they were, the ferocity of the explosions merely rendered them somewhat disheveled, without inflicting significant damage. At this moment, within his territory, Dingyu gazed sternly at the images displayed on his panel. Unlike his usual approach, he refrained from rushing out to engage in battle this time. The enemy possessed formidable strength, and his forces, having endured numerous battles, were now too depleted to launch an effective offensive. Meanwhile, the colossi of the Dawn Alliance, believing they could effortlessly pursue and capture Dingyu and his men, were unprepared for the sudden explosion that left them disoriented and covered in debris. Currently, they congregated amidst the ravaged battlefield, venting their fury. Waves of terrifying energy surged from their bodies, creating massive craters in the surrounding terrain, enveloped in smoke and dust. However, it seemed they had learned a lesson, refraining from scattering recklessly, likely fearful of another ambush. Back within the headquarters of the Dawn Alliance in Storm City, the leader, Mark, was in a furious rage. His eyes appeared ablaze, fixed intently on the battle report on the table, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning pale from anger. Not long ago, his most cherished youngest son had led 2 colossi to seize treasures. Who could have anticipated that they would fall victim to this Dingyu? The human lord, resulting in their complete annihilation? Not only had they lost 2 incredibly valuable colossi, but his son, upon whom he had pinned great hopes, had also met a grim fate in that battle. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Marg plunged into a frenzy of vengeful obsession, immediately placing a hefty bounty on Dingyu's head, vowing to dismantle him piece by piece to quench his wrath. Yet, unexpectedly, from that point onward, the Dawn Alliance seemed to have been marked by the god of misfortune, suffering one calamity after another. The Alliance lost several batches of colossi, leading to widespread anxiety within its ranks. Presently, the Dawn Alliance found itself at a distinct disadvantage in its confrontation with the Blazing Alliance. Many critical resource points, once firmly under their control, had been seized by the Blazing Alliance. Moreover, that detestable Dingyu appeared insatiable, his appetite ever growing. First, he eradicated the scattered colossi of the Dawn Alliance, and now he audaciously ventured outside Storm City to brazenly ambush their colossi. With this latest ambush included, the Dawn Alliance had suffered the loss of a total of 34 colossi at Dingyu's hands. For the Dawn Alliance, this was a grievous blow indeed. After the initial fury, Marg, as the leader of a faction, managed to suppress his rage, slowly taking a seat and plunging into deep contemplation. The gathered intelligence indicated that this Dingyu was merely a level 6 lord. According to common logic, such a level should not stir up such a significant commotion in the Stormwind region. However, the strength of his territory was rather peculiar, astonishingly more formidable than some level 7 territories. What troubled Mag the most was that Dingyu had inexplicably joined the Blazing Flame Alliance and had gained their intelligence support. The mere thought of this made Mag grit his teeth in fury. If it weren't for the vast intelligence provided by the Blazing Flame Alliance, Dingyu could never have so easily pinpointed the location of their giant divine soldiers, launching ambush after ambush. Mag's gaze darkened as he analyzed the current situation. Dingyu had likely brought all his giant divine soldiers with him. What a greedy fellow! Did he not fear the total annihilation of his forces? According to reliable intelligence, he possessed 6 giant divine soldiers, and with Dingyu's own formidable strength, their combined might was equivalent to that of 7 giant divine soldiers. Furthermore, these giant divine soldiers were not the standard versions. Each had undergone some form of evolution, their powers far surpassing those of their ordinary counterparts. To ensure a decisive victory against Dingyu, a minimum of 20 giant divine soldiers would be necessary. With this in mind, Mag clenched his jaw and made another difficult decision. He waved his hand and dispatched 50 giant divine soldiers to join the 30 currently searching outside. To enhance search efficiency, he ordered these giant divine soldiers to divide into 4 groups of 20, conducting a thorough search of the surrounding areas, determined to uncover Dingyu's whereabouts. Mag was convinced that in such a short span of time, Dingyu could not have fled far and must be hiding in some nearby corner, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Simultaneously, he dared not show any slackness and immediately sent word to the Holy Alliance, requesting their giant divine soldiers to keep an eye on the Blazing Flame Alliance, preventing them from taking advantage of this critical moment to create chaos, leaving him vulnerable. This time, Mag vowed to unearth Dingyu. Otherwise, if this continued, the Dawn Alliance would inevitably be worn down to nothing by Dingyu. On the other hand, within the bustling alliance channel of the Blazing Flame Alliance, members clamored to inquire whether Dingyu needed assistance. Chapter 163, Transformation of Power. Dingyu glanced at the stream of concerned messages on the screen, a slight smile gracing his lips as he politely declined the support from the Blazing Flame Alliance. He had his territory space and was not in immediate danger, thus did not require aid. At this moment, in the square of the Blazing Flame Alliance headquarters in Stormwind City, imposing giant divine soldiers had gathered. They stood in perfect formation, resembling iron warriors poised for battle, radiating an intense fighting spirit, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Unlike the neutral cities surrounding Stormwind, the restrictions on entering the city were somewhat relaxed. Here, giant divine soldiers could enter, albeit requiring their colossal forms to be reduced to human size to facilitate movement within the city. As the tension escalated on Dingyu's side, the upper echelons of the Blazing Flame Alliance swiftly reacted. They began recalling their scattered giant divine soldiers to seize this rare opportunity to engage in a serious contest with the Dawn Alliance. Simultaneously, the Holy Alliance, sensing the palpable tension in the air, did not dare to be careless and also commenced recalling their giant divine soldiers. They understood that if the Dawn Alliance were severely weakened by the Blazing Flame Alliance, they would be next in line, and thus could not stand idly by while the Dawn Alliance was devoured. Soon after, the Hammer Alliance also sensed the impending danger and began recalling their giant divine soldiers. Observing the escalating tension, other factions within Stormwind City, in a bid for self-preservation, began to summon their own giant divine soldiers back. In an instant, the entire Stormwind City was enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Within the territory space, in the barracks area of the square, Dingyu sat comfortably in a chair, sipping tea. The panel before him displayed the scenes unfolding outside. Surrounding him were several giant divine soldiers, recovering from their previous losses while awaiting further commands. As Dingyu gazed at the panel, he noticed that the giant divine soldiers of the Dawn Alliance were proceeding with extraordinary caution this time, leaving him no opportunity to exploit. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely disbanded the troops, his clear voice resonating across the square. Everyone has worked hard. Return and rest. Conserve your energy for the forthcoming battles. As his command was issued, the soldiers swiftly and orderly withdrew, and the square soon fell silent. Once the others had departed, Dingyu retrieved 12 small, luminous spheres radiating an unusual glow. These were remnants of the fractured world origin he had acquired. Though they appeared ordinary, they still contained boundless energy and mysteries. Dingyu infused them into his territory. Instantly, the entire territory trembled violently, with thunderous roars echoing as if an ancient beast were bellowing. The earth began to expand outward, mountains rose majestically, and rivers meandered forcefully. On one side of the territory's periphery, an expansive ocean materialized out of thin air, waves crashing against the shore, creating layers of pristine white spray. Concurrently, the World Tree and the true martial monument in the heart of the territory seemed to respond to some powerful force, growing at a visibly rapid pace. The branches of the World Tree thickened, its lush foliage reaching skyward as if striving to embrace the entire heavens. The runes on the true martial monument glimmered with a blinding radiance, an ancient aura enveloping the surroundings. Dingyu could distinctly feel that the stability of the territory was enhancing. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy within the territory was increasing exponentially, enveloping every inch of land like a dense mist, nurturing all living beings. Ding. Congratulations, your territory has evolved into a small world. Ding. Congratulations. Your profession has advanced to Star Lord. Ding. Congratulations. You have initially comprehended the laws of space. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained an opportunity to adjust the terrain of your territory. Just then, a series of melodious system prompts resounded in Dingyu's mind. Dingyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by this unexpected delight. He quickly opened his personal panel to investigate. The most prominent feature on the panel was his profession category, where Starchild had transformed into Star-Lord. A satisfied smile crept across Dingyu's face as he mused to himself. This name is indeed imposing. The previous one always made me feel like a mere offspring. This title now truly befits my current strength and status. Glancing further down, he was surprised to find a newly added section for laws, clearly indicating the laws of space. 5. Not only that, but with his understanding of the laws, he had also naturally acquired a series of foundational space-related skills. Particularly, the teleportation skill allowed him to instantly traverse a certain distance with merely a thought, undoubtedly granting his combat power a qualitative leap. Curiously, Dingyu tested the teleportation ability, his figure flickering as he appeared at the opposite end of the square. Internally, he rejoiced. This spatial skill is indeed remarkable. After some exploration, he discovered that utilizing these space-related skills was also powered by the force of the stars. It appears that my compatibility with the power of the stars is remarkably high. Or perhaps the power of the stars inherently possesses spatial attributes. I must delve into this further in the future. After reviewing my attributes, Dingyu eagerly opened the property panel of his territory. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Dingyu. Level, 6. Territory range, small world. Characteristic 1, territory space. The territory has evolved into a small world. Characteristic 2. Heavenly transformation. Various spiritual entities are beginning to gestate within the territory. Characteristic 3. World laws. The world is starting to evolve various fundamental laws, with a minuscule probability for the citizens to comprehend these laws. Characteristic 4. Autonomous evolution. The territory space can absorb energy from the void to expand itself. Characteristic 5. World power. The Lord can gain the blessing of world power, which can also be used to assist citizens in breaking through bottlenecks. Characteristic 6. World foundation. The potential of all citizens is no less than A grade, significantly increasing the chance of breakthrough, with a certain probability of awakening special bloodlines. Dingyu meticulously studied the attributes of his territory, his heart brimming with joy. The transformation of the territory space into a small world, coupled with the addition of a category for world laws, was exhilarating. Although the probability of citizens comprehending these laws is minimal, it nonetheless represents a brand new hope, for the power of laws can be cataclysmic in nature. The novel application of world power thrilled him, as it could aid citizens in overcoming their limitations. However, he pondered the potential consumption. If it proved excessive, caution would be warranted. The most exhilarating aspect for Dingyu was the elevation of his citizens' potential baseline to A grade. Consequently, there would be no bottleneck for citizens advancing to level 6, a single detail sufficient to elevate the strength of his territory to a new echelon, seizing the initiative and the paths ahead. Upon this upgrade, Dingyu also obtained the opportunity to alter the terrain of his territory, an ability tantamount to moving mountains and parting seas. He surveyed the terrain surrounding his territory, shaking his head slightly. The current landscape posed no hindrance to development and was unnecessary for the time being. He resolved to reserve this opportunity for future use, as the evolution of his territory would inevitably reveal issues not yet apparent. Only then could the terrain be adjusted to maximize its value. With his newfound strength, Dingyu intended to disrupt the Dawn Alliance. Mastery of the teleportation skill had catapulted his survivability to unprecedented heights. When danger loomed, he merely needed to concentrate, and his form would vanish instantaneously, evading peril. Dingyu planned to employ the teleportation skill for a surprise attack on the Dawn Alliance. Regrettably, the teleportation skill had its limitations. He could not transport others alongside him. Were he able to teleport his allies, they could materialize beside the colossal mechanized warriors of the enemy, catching them off guard and potentially eliminating them in an instant. However, if he teleported first and then summoned reinforcements, the enemy would undoubtedly detect the brief interval and gain precious reaction time, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the ambush. Left with no choice, Dingyu resolved to engage in battle alone. Perhaps, as his understanding of spatial laws deepened, he would eventually transcend this limitation and be able to teleport others with him. Beyond Dingyu's territory, a squad of mechanized warriors from the Dawn Alliance was conducting a thorough search in the vicinity. They maintained a calculated distance from one another, ensuring mutual support in the event of unforeseen danger while avoiding excessive clustering that could impede search efficiency. While this formation could withstand ordinary attacks, the situation changed dramatically when confronted by Dingyu, who wielded the power of teleportation. Suddenly, without warning, a peculiar spatial ripple manifested above the head of one of the mechanized warriors. In the next instant, a figure materialized out of thin air. It was Dingyu. The mechanized warrior had scarcely registered any reaction before Dingyu's radiant battle blade plunged directly into its massive cranium. In that instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the head, engulfing the surroundings. With his comprehension of spatial laws, Dingyu's attacks not only became more ferocious but also imbued with remarkable penetrating power, easily breaching the enemy's defenses. Under this relentless assault, the mechanized warrior was instantly grievously wounded, its colossal frame swaying precariously. Yet, Dingyu would not grant it a moment's respite. Before it could make any further movements, Dingyu unleashed a second flurry of attacks like a tempest. Amidst this barrage, the mechanized warrior's head could no longer withstand the strain, exploding into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Congratulations! You have slain the enemy strategic unit, mechanized warrior, and acquired Fragmented World Origin X1, Legion Certificate, S-Grade, X1. 100 million points. The crisp notification from the system echoed in Dingyu's mind, filling him with elation, yet time allowed for no delay. With a flash of his form, he activated his teleportation skill and vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, the other mechanized warriors of the Dawn Alliance hastily arrived on the scene, only to be met with the sight of their fallen comrade and the lingering energy fluctuations in the air. As for Dingyu, he had long since disappeared without a trace. Infuriated, these mechanized warriors unleashed their formidable attacks aimlessly into the surroundings. In an instant, the wilderness was transformed into a tempest of flying sand and dust, as if the apocalypse had descended. After venting their fury, they suppressed their anger and began to meticulously search for Dingyu's presence. Yet, despite their exhaustive efforts, they found nothing. In truth, from the moment Dingyu initiated his ambush, they had rushed towards this location. Unfortunately, Dingyu's speed was far too swift. He had efficiently dispatched one mechanized warrior before they could arrive. Now, bereft of Dingyu's trail, they could only begrudgingly continue their search in the vicinity. To prevent Dingyu from striking again, they drew closer together, their vigilant gazes scanning every nook and cranny. Yet, before long, a bizarre scene unfolded once more. Dingyu's form appeared like a phantom, silently materializing beside another mechanized warrior. In an instant, another wave of terrifying attacks erupted, brilliance illuminating the area, energy surging forth. Following a single strike, Dingyu showed no inclination to linger, swiftly vanishing once more, leaving behind the bewildered and grievously wounded mechanized warrior, howling in agony. Thus, Dingyu, utilizing his teleportation skill, continuously traversed the wilderness, akin to the sword of Damocles suspended over the Dawn Alliance, intermittently harassing their mechanized warriors. Like a shadowy assassin of the night, each of his strikes was swift and decisive. He would strike and vanish, never lingering unnecessarily. Only when his energy was depleted did he reluctantly return to his territory. This wave of ambush, while it resulted in the annihilation of an enemy mechanized warrior at the outset, yielding tangible gains, was followed by the enemy's heightened vigilance, making it increasingly difficult for Dingyu to find such an opportune moment for ambush again. However, this journey was not devoid of gains. The formidable army of Titans, despite being prepared, found themselves unable to avoid injury under the sudden onslaught of Dingyu. In an instant, the once imposing and invincible Titan forces appeared utterly disheveled. Many Titans bore the marks of battle, with grayish light flickering intermittently from their wounds. This was the residue of Dingyu's energy, which significantly hampered their self-repair speed. Upon returning to his domain, Dingyu wasted no time and seamlessly integrated the fractured essence of the world into his realm. In an instant, the entire territory seemed to be infused with a potent vitality, beginning to tremble violently. With the incorporation of this essence, the realm accelerated its evolution once more. After accomplishing this, Dingyu set about recuperating the energy he had expended. Fortunately, being within his territory provided him with unparalleled conditions. Chapter 165, The Distressed Dawn Alliance. Ever since the territory evolved into a small world, he discovered that he could harness the power of this miniature realm to assist in his recovery. Moreover, the energy expenditure was virtually negligible compared to the vastness of the small world. Before long, Dingyu felt his energy replenishing, restoring him to his peak condition. After regaining his strength, Dingyu emerged once again from his domain, akin to an indefatigable cheetah, launching further ambushes against his foes. Thus, an entire day quietly passed, during which the Titans of the Dawn Alliance endured tremendous hardships at Dingyu's hands. Not only did they fail to uncover Dingyu's whereabouts, but they were also left battered and bruised by his guerrilla tactics. The once exalted Titans, akin to deities descended from the heavens, had lost all semblance of their former grandeur. Now, they were riddled with various wounds, struggling through the wilderness, their eyes betraying a mix of exhaustion and resignation. As dusk approached, these Titans, utterly burdened, began their weary trek back to Storm City. The impending nightfall would render visibility poor, a condition that would further favor Dingyu's ambushes. In order to safeguard their lives, they had no choice but to retreat to the city temporarily. In the headquarters of the Dawn Alliance, Mard fell into a furious rage upon receiving reports from his subordinates. He could never have anticipated that the 80 Titans he dispatched would return empty-handed, thoroughly humiliated by Dingyu alone. During this skirmish, they even lost one Titan, which was undoubtedly a severe blow to the Dawn Alliance. It was crucial to note that this contingent represented nearly the maximum strength the Dawn Alliance could muster. With only 12 Titans remaining at headquarters, their forces were insufficient to form even a complete combat unit. What infuriated Marg the most was that, witnessing the Dawn Alliance deploy such a significant force, Dingyu exhibited neither fear nor a desire to flee. Instead, he engaged them in guerrilla warfare, achieving tangible victories. Should word of this situation spread, it would be tantamount to roasting the Dawn Alliance over an open flame, bringing them public disgrace. If they failed to eliminate Dingyu this time, they risked a mass exodus of members from the Alliance. At that point, the Dawn Alliance would find no foothold in Storm City, and the reputation they had painstakingly built over the years would be obliterated. Meanwhile, other factions within Storm City were reveling in the misfortunes of the Dawn Alliance, preparing to strike while the iron was hot. Among them, the Blazing Flame Alliance seized the opportunity to secretly gather forces, sharpening their blades for an assault on the Dawn Alliance. Regaining his composure, Marg began to meticulously analyze the capabilities exhibited by Dingyu. According to intelligence reports, Dingyu had seemingly mastered an exceedingly rare teleportation skill. While such skills were indeed rare, they could still be acquired at a high price. However, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that the conditions for utilizing this skill were exceptionally stringent. It required the accompaniment of energy possessing spatial attributes. Just as a warrior is limited by their innate talent and physical constitution, unable to learn magical skills, one could not acquire spatial skills without the requisite spatial energy within them. With this realization, a steely resolve flickered in Marg's eyes as he promptly announced a high bounty for items capable of spatial confinement. Regardless of their origin, he was willing to pay a handsome price for anything that could restrict Dingyu's teleportation abilities. Simultaneously, he urgently issued commands within the alliance, rallying soldiers endowed with spatial capabilities, hoping to leverage their strengths to devise a means of countering Ding Yu. Marg understood all too well that if they did not impose constraints on Ding Yu's elusive talents, the Dawn Alliance would inevitably be worn down by his relentless ambushes. Throughout this period, the search parties outside the city could not afford to relent, even amidst daily losses. The Dawn Alliance had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere, for to halt their efforts would be tantamount to proclaiming their capitulation to the outside world, a result Marg could not accept under any circumstances. Thus, despite the thorns that lay ahead, the Dawn Alliance pressed on, maintaining their external searches while anxiously hoping to discover a method to counter Ding Yu's teleportation skills and salvage the situation. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and thus, day by day passed quietly. Ding Yu, an indefatigable specter, seized every opportunity to harass the Dawn Alliance. With each use, he grew increasingly adept at the teleportation skill, extending the distance of his jumps. During this period, he capitalized on the enemy's vulnerabilities, successfully slaying 3 titans. Now, the remaining titans of the Dawn Alliance, battered by days of turmoil, were in poor condition. Each bore numerous wounds, their former vigor diminished, their movements imbued with fatigue and sluggishness. Yet today, the Dawn Alliance finally encountered a turning point. Through the unyielding efforts of their members, they successfully procured a stable spatial array at a high price. The moment this ancient array was activated, the surrounding space seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand, becoming remarkably stable. When Ding Yu attempted to teleport again, he was met with a formidable resistance. Each teleportation now consumed a significant amount of energy, akin to rowing upstream against a fierce current, exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, the distance he could teleport was drastically reduced, compressing what had once been a leisurely span into a pitifully short range. In an instant, Ding Yu's advantages were severely diminished. After executing an ambush, he found himself unable to escape the Titan's line of sight. Those Titans, who had endured so much pent-up anger, now surged forward with terrifying speed, vowing to annihilate him and avenge their prior humiliation. As he teetered on the brink of being overwhelmed, Ding Yu hurriedly activated the power of his world to empower himself. In an instant, a dazzling and mysterious aura enveloped him, as if he were clad in the armor of a deity. Bolstered by this immense power, he swiftly evaded the encroaching onslaught, fleeing like a streak of light into the distance. Witnessing Ding Yu's disheveled state, the members of the Dawn Alliance exhaled a collective sigh of relief, feeling as though a colossal weight had been lifted from their chests. At last, they had managed to curtail Ding Yu's vexing abilities, and the morale of the Alliance began to rise slowly, akin to snow melting beneath the warm rays of spring. However, fate seems to delight in playing tricks on humanity. Just as the members of the Dawn Alliance were basking in their fleeting joy, believing the crisis had been averted, the Flame Alliance revealed its long-hidden fangs from the shadows, seizing upon this opportune moment to launch a ferocious assault on the Dawn Alliance, akin to ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. Chapter 166, The Four-Way Battle. They had been biding their time, waiting for the Dawn Alliance to reach its most vulnerable moment. Just as a cunning hunter waits for its quarry to show a flaw. After days of relentless combat, the Dawn Alliance was significantly weakened, making them exceedingly fragile. They understood that if given a brief respite, their deep-rooted resilience would allow them to recover swiftly and regain their strength. At that point, launching an attack would become an arduous challenge. In an instant, a multitude of colossal war machines surged forth from Storm City, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards the Dawn Alliance's titanic constructs. The Flame Alliance's speed was astonishing, quickly leading to a head-on confrontation with the Dawn Alliance. Before the latter could react, a torrential barrage of attacks descended upon them like a deluge, catching them off guard and throwing them into disarray. Yet, the chaos of battle did not end there. Soon, another throng of colossal war machines erupted from within Storm City, representing the forces of the Sacred Alliance. It appeared that upon witnessing the Flame Alliance's aggression, the Sacred Alliance, having covertly monitored their every move, was also unwilling to remain passive and decisively surged forward. Immediately after, another group of colossal machines, akin to blazing meteors, thundered out of the city. This was the Hammer Alliance. In that fleeting moment, the area outside Storm City transformed into a brutal battleground engulfed in chaos. The intense clashing of forces echoed like thunder, while terrifying energies surged forth, warping the very air around them. Observing this tumultuous scene, Ding Yu also led his colossal machines into the fray. He first shattered the array set up by the Dawn Alliance, freeing himself from its constraints. Following this, he maximized his teleportation ability, targeting those enemies in a weakened state. To further enhance his attacking efficiency, Ding Yu activated the power of the world to bolster himself. In that moment, his offensive capabilities became extraordinarily fearsome, and combined with his elusive teleportation ambushes, the battlefield soon became littered with his victories. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the enemy's strategic unit, the Colossal Machine, and earning Fragmented World Source, X1, Legion Token, S-Grade, X1, and 100 million points. The system notification incessantly echoed in Ding Yu's mind, akin to a rousing war drum, urging him onward. This only fueled the ferocity of his attacks, transforming him into a relentless war machine. The Dawn Alliance, already in a precarious position, found themselves further besieged, retreating under the relentless onslaught of the Flame Alliance, which pursued them with a tenacity akin to a parasite, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against Ding Yu's ambushes, effectively sandwiched between two fronts. Meanwhile, their allies in the Sacred Alliance were likewise ensnared by the Hammer Alliance, unable to provide any assistance to the Dawn Alliance. Seeing the dire situation, the Dawn Alliance hastily retreated towards Storm City. Within the confines of Storm City, they could find refuge. It was their last bastion of safety. The Flame Alliance understood this well, and would not let this golden opportunity slip away, relentlessly pursuing the Dawn Alliance to ensure they had no possible escape. Ding Yu, aware of the urgency, began to disregard energy consumption, launching frenzied ambushes against the Dawn Alliance. With his full power unleashed, Ding Yu became a terrifying force, capable of dispatching an enemy colossal machine in just a few strikes. The sources he acquired from slaying enemies were promptly fused into his territory. As time progressed, the number of foes he vanquished grew, and the sources assimilated into his realm multiplied. With the continuous enhancement of the world's power, Ding Yu's strength escalated further. Eventually, he reached a point where he could eliminate the Dawn Alliance's colossal machines with a single strike, becoming a harbinger of death upon the battlefield. At this juncture, only 20 colossal machines remained for the Dawn Alliance, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Flame Alliance, now free to unleash their full fury, intensified their assault on the Dawn Alliance, aiming to obliterate them entirely. Recognizing their impending doom, the Sacred Alliance ceased their attempts to rescue the Dawn Alliance and, in a bid for self-preservation, prepared to withdraw to Storm City. However, as they attempted to disengage from the Hammer Alliance to retreat, the Hammer Alliance seemed to have anticipated their thoughts, escalating their attacks further. Like a tightening net, they ensnared the Sacred Alliance thoroughly. Witnessing this, the commander of the Sacred Alliance broke into a cold sweat, suddenly realizing the grand designs of the Hammer Alliance. They not only intended to consume the Dawn Alliance, but also had their sights set on the Sacred Alliance, aiming to capture them all in one fell swoop. "You little wretches, do you seek to perish along with the net?" An enraged voice thundered from within the colossal machine of the Sacred Alliance, reverberating through the air with a deafening resonance. "Huh, perish along with the net? You deluded fools, overestimate yourselves." A similarly robust voice echoed mockingly from the direction of the Hammer Alliance, dripping with scorn and disdain. The commander of the Sacred Alliance, frantic, immediately ordered a desperate breakout, insisting that they must return to Storm City. If that proved impossible, they would make for any other direction. However, if their colossal machines ventured into other regions, the Sacred Alliance's influence in Storm City would be rendered nearly non-existent. Without these colossal machines as their stronghold, the other legions in Storm City would become as powerless as a toothless tiger, stripped of their most formidable support. They would quickly become mere prey, easily swept away by other forces like autumn leaves in the wind. Such a scenario would spell disaster, leading to the annihilation of the Sacred Alliance's foundation in Storm City in an instant. The ferocity of the battle escalated further. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the enemy's strategic unit, the colossal machine, and earning fragmented world source, X1, Legion token, S-grade, X1, and 100 million points. With the final system notification echoing, the Dawn Alliance's colossal machines met their demise. Those once formidable beasts, once proud and invincible, now lay scattered across the battlefield, reduced to piles of smoldering wreckage. With their hands now free, the combatants turned their focus towards the Sacred Alliance, launching a frenzied assault. In that moment, the battlefield erupted in a dazzling display of light and energy. A multitude of colossal machines surrounded the Sacred Alliance, and under the assault of double their number, the Sacred Alliance quickly found themselves in a dire predicament. They desperately maneuvered their colossal machines, striving to carve a path to escape. Yet, their enemies clung to them like stubborn gum, preventing any chance of escape. In the previous battle, the majority of the Dawn Alliance's colossal machines had fallen to Ding Yu's ambushes. Chapter 167. Other forces intervene, ceasefire. Such an abundance of sources fused into the realm imbued it with a potent vitality, causing the entire world to expand at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, the augmentation of the world's power bestowed upon Ding Yu surged upwards like a rocket, rendering his strength increasingly formidable. At this moment, Ding Yu had significantly enhanced his abilities. Even when facing intact colossal machines, he could dispatch them with ease, earning him the fearsome reputation of a harbinger of death upon the battlefield. After vanquishing the Dawn Alliance, Ding Yu continued to traverse the battlefield, launching ferocious ambushes against the Divine Alliance's colossal war machines. His figure flickered across the battleground, each appearance capable of delivering a lethal blow to his foes in an instant. Ding Yu's efficiency in dispatching enemies was unparalleled, and the number of giant war machines on the Divine Alliance's side dwindled rapidly under his relentless slaughter. At this juncture, A substantial number of colossal machines surged forth from Storm City, casting a shadow over the land. Once outside the city, they formed an impenetrable barrier, separating the Divine Alliance from the others. Everyone, let us temper our tempers. We, as factions of Storm City, should prioritize peace. A calm voice resonated from the newly arrived giant machines. Indeed, both the fire hammer and the blazing flame have utterly obliterated the dawn. Why must they continue to be so aggressive? Another resonant voice echoed in agreement. Witnessing the chaos spiraling out of control, the other factions of Storm City could no longer remain passive and began to intervene in the melee. They were unwilling to see the blazing flame and firehammer factions grow even stronger, having already absorbed the Dawn Alliance. If they proceeded to consume the Divine Alliance, their power would soar to unprecedented heights, thereby shattering the delicate balance of power within Storm City, rendering the other factions vulnerable. It was precisely the rapid annihilation of the Dawn Alliance's war machines that had caught them off guard. Only after the dust settled did they realize the gravity of the situation and hastily stepped forward to intervene. At this moment, it was the remaining 6 factions of Storm City that took a stand. The Blazing Flame and Firehammer factions, though reluctant, weighed their options and begrudgingly ceased their attacks. Should they persist, they risked becoming targets of a united onslaught from the other factions, a prospect they could ill afford. Meanwhile, the Divine Alliance was left with merely 50 giant war machines, all of which now regarded Dingyu with a mix of trepidation and dread. In the midst of the chaos, their sole focus had been on breaking free, oblivious to their significant losses. Now, with the conflict momentarily abated, they realized they had lost over half their forces, most of them fallen to Dingyu's terrifying blades. The brief period since the onset of the ambush had resulted in such devastation that it struck fear into their hearts. Dingyu, sensing the shift in momentum, chose to halt his assaults as well, though it left him deeply unsatisfied. A cooked duck had slipped right from his grasp. The sheer number of war machines on the battlefield, coupled with his side's considerable losses, rendered it inadvisable to engage further. Should he rashly attack, it would undoubtedly embroil his allies in a chaotic brawl. Even the mightiest would struggle against overwhelming odds. While he bore no fear of them, he was unwilling to jeopardize his allies and resolved to seek vengeance at a later time. Though filled with resentment, Dingyu said little and directly led his forces away from the fray. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, he transported his troops back to their territory. Upon returning, he waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the army and allowing his soldiers to rest. Dingyu himself, weary from the exertion, returned to the Lord's manor for a soothing bath. After such an intense battle, he felt as though his bones might crumble, utterly fatigued. Rest is imperative, he mused. Planning to resume his hunt outside Storm City the following day, he had made a silent vow to target the giant war machines emerging from Storm City, sparing none except those of the Blazing Flame and Firehammer factions. Had the other factions refrained from meddling today, Dingyu had not intended to eliminate them so swiftly. However, since they had dared to thwart his plans, he could not let it go unpunished, resolving to obliterate them entirely. Furthermore, with so many colossal machines congregated in Storm City, they were ripe for the taking. Both for reasons of principle and practicality, he could not allow them to escape. In this battle, Dingyu claimed over 100 shattered fragments of world essence. Upon integrating these into his territory, the realm underwent a transformative upheaval. The area expanded several-fold, revealing a vast azure ocean, adorned with islands like pearls scattered across its surface. Concurrently, wild fauna began to emerge outside the city, albeit at a low level. Their presence sporadic amidst the grasses. The ocean teemed with fish, prompting many of the inhabitants to seize fishing gear and capitalize on the opportunity. Laughter and merriment echoed along the shore, creating a lively atmosphere. The biodiversity within the territory flourished, and on the opposite side, towering mountain ranges began to rise. Deep within the mountains, a mysterious aura enveloped the area, nurturing various spiritual entities. Some adventurous residents formed exploration teams, delving into the depths of the mountains in hopes of uncovering rare treasures. Meanwhile, Shenmue became increasingly industrious. A newly established department commenced an investigation of the terrain in preparation for the construction of a new city. The team comprised seasoned professionals equipped with various surveying instruments, meticulously navigating every corner of the territory. They left no detail overlooked, for every piece of data and information could influence the planning and development of the new city. Shenmue frequently joined their efforts, engaging in discussions and collaborative research to delineate the promising blueprint for the new city. On Dingyu's personal panel, the section on laws transformed into Spatial Law Level 10. However, the territory's panel showed no significant changes, indicating that further accumulation was necessary. The 6 legions of colossal machines from Hanhai City had now all broken through to the 6th tier, their power significantly heightened. With the abundant spiritual energy in the territory, Dingyu did not command the Monster Ranch to cease operations. Instead, he increased resource investment. His priority was to elevate the Qinglan guards to the 7th tier, fortifying their strength for future conquests. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, Dingyu awakened early from his rest. plunging into a state of intense preparation for battle. Chapter 168, The Hunt Begins. Ding Yu instructed the Heavenly Eye system to monitor the situation outside Storm City, ready to sound an alarm at any indication of high-energy reactions from the giant war machines. Meanwhile, within the territory, 6 imposing giant machines stood like iron sentinels, meticulously aligned in the spacious square. They radiated powerful energy fluctuations, poised for action. At Ding Yu's command, they could be instantaneously dispatched outside the territory to launch devastating assaults against their enemies. Inside Storm City, the previous day's battle had resulted in the complete annihilation of the Dawn Alliance's once proud giant machines, their former glory reduced to mere ashes overnight. The remaining legions could only huddle within the city's walls, finding solace in its safety, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, other factions began deploying their giant machines from Storm City, eager to seize the precious resource points controlled by the Dawn Alliance. In their eyes, the Dawn Alliance now barely existed in the Storm City region, much like a tiger stripped of its claws, devoid of the right to claim those valuable resources. As dawn's first light flickered, groups of giant machines emerged from Storm City, darting in various directions. The air was torn asunder in their wake, accompanied by a cacophony of howling winds. In almost the same instant, the Heavenly Eye system pinpointed their location and issued a hurried alarm to Ding Yu with a shrill warning sound. Upon observing the flickering lights of a dozen or so points, Ding Yu was momentarily taken aback, his heart secretly astonished. He had not anticipated the enemy's actions to be so swift. They intended to seize the opportunity and plunder the resources of the Dawn Alliance in one fell swoop. Without hesitation, Ding Yu activated the teleportation, and in an instant, his figure appeared outside the territory. To enhance his efficiency, he directly summoned the world's power. At that moment, Ding Yu embodied a force capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with every gesture. These were ripe morsels delivered to his doorstep. He could not afford to let a single one escape. Outside Stormwind City, 3 colossal war machines affiliated with the Shadow Council were soaring swiftly through the air. The Shadow Council, one of the 10 major powers of Stormwind City, was notorious for its cunning and treachery. These 3 war machines were among the vanguard sent to seize a rare mineral resource of the Dawn Alliance. To save time, they had not dispatched any other legions to accompany them, aiming to take the mineral by surprise, leveraging the speed advantage of their war machines. However, they could never have anticipated that shortly after departing Stormwind City, they would fall victim to Ding Yu's ambush. In an instant, a massive energy blade surged past, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky, illuminating the entire firmament. Empowered by the world's power, Ding Yu's combat prowess soared to a terrifying level. He darted across the battlefield with the swiftness of lightning. The enemy's war machines, confronted with such a formidable assault, were rendered incapable of mounting an effective defense and were swiftly vanquished, reduced to mere wreckage scattered in the air. Ding! Congratulations on eliminating the enemy's strategic unit, the war machine, and acquiring fragmented world essence, X1, Legion token, S-grade, X1, and 100 million points. The crisp chimes of the system notifications echoed in Ding Yu's mind, heralding the commencement of war. A faint smile graced Ding Yu's lips as he employed his teleportation skill, his figure vanishing into thin air, leaving the scene behind. His silhouette flickered in the air like a specter, racing towards the next target. During this rapid journey, he effortlessly cast the recently acquired essence into the territory's world for fusion. With the unparalleled skill of teleportation at his disposal, Ding Yu's speed reached its zenith, and soon he caught up with 2 war machines of the Starry Magic Corps. The Starry Magic Corps, another of Stormwind City's 10 major powers, primarily comprised magical units adept at manipulating various arcane forces, with their war machines fortified by formidable magical shields. Ding Yu's gaze was steely. He did not engage in idle chatter, but launched a surprise attack directly. In the blink of an eye, energy brilliance intermingled, and magical runes clashed with energy shockwaves, producing a deafening cacophony. Ding! Congratulations on eliminating the enemy's strategic unit, the war machine, and acquiring fragmented world essence, X1, Legion token, S-grade, X1, and 100 million points. After swiftly dispatching these 2 targets, Ding Yu did not linger for a moment, hastening towards the next objective. He resembled an unflagging machine of slaughter, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. Thus, in no time, the dozen or so war machines that had ventured out of Stormwind City were annihilated, and the skies outside Stormwind City gradually returned to tranquility. Observing that no more war machines emerged from within the city, Ding Yu returned to his territory, preparing to restore the vast amounts of stamina and energy expended in battle. Meanwhile, within Stormwind City, the various powers were in an uproar. Having received news of their war machine's destruction, each leader seething with fury, the leaders of these factions, incensed, confronted the Flame Alliance. What do you mean by this? Are you seeking to instigate a war? Bellowed a burly leader, shaking his fist. Have you lost your minds? Attacking so many factions at once? Exclaimed an elderly man clad in a luxurious robe, his beard bristling with indignation. In response to the collective inquiries, the representative of the Flame Alliance hurriedly clarified. Dingyu's actions are personal and unrelated to the Flame Alliance. Isn't Dingyu a member of your alliance? How can it possibly be unrelated? The crowd erupted with skepticism, their eyes ablaze with wrath. Spare us the rhetoric. If you cannot provide an explanation, prepare for obliteration. A cold-eyed leader coolly threatened. At that moment, in the headquarters of the Flame Alliance, the representative faced the barrage of questions from numerous factions, feeling an acute sense of dread. Internally, he lamented, that rascal Dingyu is too much of a troublemaker, provoking so many powers at once. Now the entire alliance is dragged into the fray. Thank goodness martial law is in effect in Stormwind City, or I would be torn to shreds. He wiped the sweat from his brow and anxiously reached out to Dingyu to inquire about the situation. Alaral, brother Dingyu, what is going on? Wasn't the Dawn already destroyed? Why are you provoking so many powers again? Dingyu, I had no choice. Yesterday they bullied us and cut off our resources. How could I not avenge this grievance? Alaral, but can you handle provoking so many factions at once? Dingyu, it's fine, if it affects the Flame Alliance. I can temporarily withdraw. Alaral, that's not necessary. Stormwind City is quite safe. They cannot touch the Flame Alliance. Alaral, just be cautious yourself. The Alliance cannot provide assistance for now. Chapter 169, Lurking Outside the City, Rapid Development of the Territory. After concluding the conversation with Alaral, Dingyu continued to recover from his exertions. Simultaneously, he utilized the Heavenly Eye system to observe all that transpired in Stormwind City. The functionality of the Heavenly Eye system was formidable, presenting the scenes unfolding in Stormwind City as if watching a live broadcast, albeit without sound. Having encountered a setback at the Flame Alliance, the leaders of the various factions, brimming with rage yet with no outlet for their frustration, returned to their respective headquarters with grim expressions. Upon stepping into the familiar territory, they eagerly began to summon their members. The usually spacious conference hall was bustling at this moment, with individuals gathered, exchanging ideas and strategizing their next moves. A storm of retaliation against Dingyu was quietly brewing. At this moment, within the imposing headquarters of the Haotian Alliance in Stormwind City, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. Numerous level 7 lords had congregated, their usual arrogance replaced with furrowed brows and expressions of anxiety and contemplation. Dragging this on is not a solution. Why don't we dispatch a significant number of war machines to search for Dingyu's whereabouts? A burly lord slammed the table, rising to his feet and bellowing. His voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the hall and leaving everyone's ears ringing. The Dawn Alliance employed this very method. What was the result? They were utterly annihilated. We cannot repeat their mistakes, countered a lord seated in the corner, whose piercing gaze belied the calmness of his demeanor. His words doused the fervor of several individuals like a bucket of cold water. How about we find a spatial-type artifact to restrict Dingyu's mobility? Another lord suggested. A glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. That's easier said than done. Dingyu's strength has significantly increased since his confrontation with the Dawn. Finding an artifact capable of restraining him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. An elderly lord, his hair as white as snow, shook his head in resignation, his words laden with a palpable sense of defeat. Are we to be trapped within the city? The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with frustration and indignation. Yet at that moment, no one could conjure a better strategy, plunging the entire hall into a temporary silence. This scene unfolded in various corners of the city, where Dingyu single-handedly had created a quagmire for numerous factions. Within his domain, Dingyu observed everything through the Eye of Heaven system. Noticing their temporary inaction, a faint smile crept upon his lips. He waved his hand, disbanding the formidable Titan Legion that stood ready behind him. Upon receiving the order, the Qinglong guards, like agile leopards, raced towards the monster ranch. There, they would experience rapid ascension in levels. Meanwhile, other legions commenced their rigorous training in the Jinwu martial arena in an orderly manner. The arena resonated with the sounds of battle cries and the clashing of weapons. Under Dingyu's meticulous cultivation and the relentless efforts of the members, these Titan legions had elevated their ranks to level 2. Compared to level 1 legions, the enhancements in attributes were exponential. Whether in attack power, defense, or team synergy, there was a qualitative leap. Dingyu refrained from training, opting instead to maintain his optimal state in preparation for the next moves of Storm City. With time on his hands, he began to wander leisurely within his territory. Sunlight filtered through the wispy clouds, gently cascading over every inch of land in the domain. In recent days, Dingyu had infused a considerable amount of primal essence into the realm. This infusion caused the territory's area to expand at an astonishing rate daily. Once a rather cramped expanse, it now stretched endlessly in all directions, with new boundaries continuously being established, radiating vitality. As the territory's area surged, the existing city could no longer encompass such a vast region. To adapt to this change, numerous new cities were swiftly being constructed across the domain. Shenmue established a specialized department composed of numerous professionals to oversee the construction of these new cities. From site surveys to blueprint designs and construction supervision, every phase had dedicated personnel in charge. At this moment, the number of cities within the territory had reached 32, and the construction department's progress showed no signs of slowing. The busy figures continued to traverse the undeveloped areas, meticulously planning new urban spaces. Armed with surveying instruments, they pointed at maps, passionately discussing future city layouts, functional zones, and architectural styles, aspiring to create more habitable and conducive environments for development. During this period, the momentum of the territory's development surged mightily, with its land area expanding dramatically. However, such rapid growth also birthed new challenges. The swift increase in territory size outpaced the population growth, leading to some newly developed areas appearing desolate and lacking vibrancy. To remedy this predicament, Dingyu spared no expense in acquiring rare items capable of boosting population. Upon utilizing these items, the population within the territory began to experience explosive growth. Notably, the newly added populace was not homogeneous. It included various exotic units. For instance, the towering and robust orcs, naturally adept at warfare, injected new strength into the territory's military. The sturdy and skilled dwarves wasted no time establishing blacksmith shops upon their arrival, crafting exquisite weapons and sturdy armor. Additionally, the agile and nature-harmonious elves contributed a myriad of fantastical elements to the domain through their vibrant magic. The integration of these diverse races significantly enriched the biodiversity of the territory. The intermingling of cultures and skills from different races sparked brilliant innovations, continuously fueling the territory's sustained prosperity. As these exotic races integrated, the cultural atmosphere within the territory became increasingly diverse and vibrant. Days flowed by slowly, and the various factions within Storm City seemed ensnared in a stagnant mire, displaying not a hint of substantial movement. However, the exchange of personnel between the strongholds within the city was incessant, with messengers flitting about frequently. Various signs indicated that their communications were becoming more frequent, with undercurrents surging ever more tumultuously. In his territory, Dingyu felt as if time were dragging on interminably. The procrastination of these factions caused his impatience to grow like wild weeds. Chapter 170, The Space Manipulator. These individuals were exceedingly sluggish. How long would this drag on? Dingyu furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the council chamber. His footsteps were hurried and heavy, each echoing like a hammer striking against his increasingly irritable heart. After some contemplation, Dingyu resolved to summon the troops stationed at the multiracial battlefield, directing them to assemble on the outskirts of Storm City. In an instant, the soldiers across various regions of the battlefield responded to the command, swiftly reorganizing their ranks and converging like a tide towards the designated area. Dust billowed in the wake of the army's movement. Dingyu planned to utilize the rift-breaking talisman to breach into the Zerg world once the army had fully assembled. This Zerg realm was teeming with a plethora of Zerg creatures, which would undoubtedly serve as the ideal experience package for soldiers eager to enhance their strength. If they could endure within the Zerg world for a time, the soldiers' levels would surely soar. Once their levels were adequately raised, Dingyu intended to upgrade the territory, elevating its power to a new echelon. Just then, an urgent message shattered the tranquility. It was intelligence from the Blazing Flame Alliance, revealing that various factions within Storm City had finally taken significant action. According to reports, they had expended considerable resources to summon a particularly unique titan from an 8th-level territory. This titan, composed of a mysterious and formidable cadre of space manipulators, was of extraordinary origin. The space manipulators were renowned as an S-class unit among the myriad races, possessing an innate mastery over spatial powers. The titan forged from their essence wielded spatial abilities with astonishing finesse. It was said that this titan had mastered a legion combat technique during its long years of warfare and training, capable of momentarily solidifying space. They intended to use this skill to confine Dingyu's teleportation abilities, trapping him for a decisive ambush. Truly, the Blazing Flame Alliance was remarkably well informed. A faint smile graced Dingyu's lips, his eyes glimmering with appreciation for their timely intelligence. He pondered deeply over the implications of this information. A skill akin to solidifying space, while seemingly formidable, surely bore its vulnerabilities. Dingyu murmured to himself as a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. Given its extensive range, it likely consumed a substantial amount of energy. If a series of explosions could be triggered within its area of effect, perhaps it would drain their energy reserves. With this thought, Dingyu vanished from sight, teleporting to the depths of his territory. Before him stood a vast warehouse, its doors creaking open to reveal mountains of stacked bombs inside. These explosives, crafted by the industrious goblin engineers, had accumulated to a staggering quantity over the days. Dingyu's gaze swept across the surroundings as he promptly transported himself to his domain. Upon his arrival outside, he began summoning the burrowing beasts, stealthily descending into the subterranean depths. With deft movements, he extracted a multitude of explosives, meticulously dispersing them across the vast expanse beneath the surface. For each designated area, he inscribed a concealment array, dedicating an entire day to this endeavor. It was not until dusk that he returned to his domain, weary yet content. The warehouse lay desolate, its shelves barren. Observing the emptiness, a slight smile graced Dingyu's lips, filled with pride for his ingenious creation. In the ensuing days, Ding Yu resembled a meditative monk, patiently lying in wait within his territory for the opportune moment. Then, one fateful morning, a piercing and urgent alarm shattered the tranquility of his domain. Ding Yu's eyes snapped open, focusing on the images projected by the celestial eye system. He beheld a torrent of steel emerging from Storm City, as hundreds of towering war golems marched forward with heavy steps, a formidable force that seemed capable of collapsing the very heavens. Concurrently, a silver streak of light, akin to a bolt of lightning, streaked across the sky, approaching from outside the city. This was a fully silver war golem, which soon joined the ranks of its hundreds of counterparts. Before pleasantries could be exchanged, Ding Yu manifested near them like a ghost. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited like a powder keg. "It's him. Lock down the space," bellowed the astute commander of the war golems, triggering a murderous instinct within the ranks, prompting them to charge at Ding Yu. The silver war golem, not daring to delay, radiated an intense light and unleashed a legionary battle technique. At that moment, countless silver ripples emerged in the void, forming an invisible net designed to secure Ding Yu in place. Anticipating their skillful maneuver, Ding Yu vanished in a flash, teleporting back to his domain. "Be cautious, they are preparing to teleport for a surprise attack," warned the surrounding war golems, now on high alert. The silver war golem, upon hearing this, steeled itself and amplified its energy output. The silver waves intensified, further constricting the space. Yet, they were utterly unaware that this was all part of Ding Yu's elaborate scheme. Upon returning to his domain, Ding Yu wasted no time in detonating the explosives. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion resonated like the death knell of doomsday. As the entire area was engulfed in an inferno, ferocious flames dancing, as if imbued with life. The silver war golem was drained of energy, collapsing to the ground like a patient robbed of vitality, its radiance dimming to the point of an extinguishing candle flame. Witnessing the success of his stratagem, Ding Yu swiftly teleported beside the silver war golem, raising his blade high, a cold gleam flashing as he struck down decisively. "Ding! Congratulations on slaying the enemy's strategic unit, the war golem, and acquiring Fragmented World Source, X1, Legion S token, S grade, X1, and 100 million points." After dispatching this formidable foe, the remaining war golems awoke from their chaotic nightmare, consumed with rage and humiliation, unleashing a torrent of fearsome attacks upon Ding Yu. Yet, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he emerged like a phantom of the night, executing swift and lethal ambushes with his teleportation ability. Empowered by the force of the world, Ding Yu fought like a vengeful god, his attacks devastatingly potent. Each strike he delivered was nearly fatal. The enemy's assaults were mere illusions, effortlessly evaded by Ding Yu's agile movements. As the battlefield filled with clustered war golems, their immense stature held an intimidating presence. Yet this very size proved to be a critical flaw. Their overwhelming power was difficult to control, risking collateral damage to their allies with the slightest miscalculation. This vulnerability severely constrained their capabilities, preventing them from unleashing their full might in battle. "Ding! Congratulations on slaying the enemy's strategic unit, the war golem, and acquiring Fragmented World Source, X1, Legion S token, S grade, X1, and 100 million points." With each system notification echoing like the tolling of a death knell, the enemy's numbers dwindled rapidly. They despaired, realizing that Ding Yu's strength had escalated to an insurmountable peak, an imposing mountain that loomed before them. Though they were numerous, they possessed no means to contend with him. The war golems resembled cornered beasts, their eyes filled with growing terror, as despair spread among them like a plague. In their hopelessness, they retreated into the city, akin to frightened dogs. Ding Yu, of course, would not let them escape, launching a relentless pursuit. Outside Storm City, a bizarre and shocking scene unfolded. Hundreds of war golems, akin to colossal iron beasts, were being pursued by a diminutive figure who appeared as insignificant as an ant. This tiny silhouette darted through the ranks of war golems like a black lightning bolt, claiming the life of a golem with each flicker of his presence, as if a reaper harvesting souls. Only when they stumbled into the city gates did this bloody pursuit abruptly cease, resembling a nightmarish vision. Ding Yu, embodying the essence of a victorious sovereign, stood outside the city gates, casting a disdainful glance within, as if observing a colony of ants. Had he known they were so inept, he should have launched an assault from the very beginning. They were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, lacking the spirit that the Dawn Alliance had once exhibited. Ding Yu scoffed inwardly, his face a mask of contempt. In this confrontation, he had slain over 30 enemy war golems, reaping bountiful rewards. The infusion of numerous sources would significantly elevate his domain's power. However, Ding Yu was acutely aware that this might be the last occasion for such substantial gains. Following this catastrophic defeat, the enemy would undoubtedly retreat into their shell, akin to turtles, nursing their wounds and plotting revenge. Diligently, Ding Yu retrieved a chair from his spatial storage, placing it nonchalantly at the city gate, and sat with an air of audacity. Crossing his legs and folding his arms, a mocking smile graced his lips as he called out, "Weren't you all so arrogant the other day? Why now do you cower within the city, afraid to emerge? If you do not wish for me to consume the sacred alliance, you must be prepared for me to devour you instead." The retreating crowd appeared as wilted plants, their spirits crushed to an all-time low. Just as they caught their breath, they beheld Ding Yu's audacious display. A few hot-headed young commanders, unable to contain their fury, reddened with rage and prepared to charge out and confront Ding Yu. Yet, they were firmly restrained by a seasoned veteran beside them. "Do not act rashly. Venturing out now is merely courting death." Witnessing this scene, Ding Yu became even more brazen. The leader of the Haoyan alliance appeared as if he might combust from rage. His complexion as dark as a scorched pot. Clenching his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulged like enraged serpents. He could not contain himself and shouted, "You brat, do not be so arrogant. If you have the ability, face me without using teleportation. Come out." Ding Yu's voice dripped with unabashed disdain. Realizing he was no match for Ding Yu, the leader of the Haoyan alliance was compelled to halt his steps, his expression darkening further. "Leave." He forced the word through gritted teeth, then turned without a backward glance, leading his subordinates away from the city gates. The group of followers, heads drooping and feet dragging, returned to headquarters, their former grandeur evaporated, retreating in a dejected manner. It was not until dusk that Ding Yu stretched languidly, folding up his chair and departing from the scene. Upon returning to his territory, Ding Yu utilized the Heavenly Eye system to assess the situation within Storm City. The atmosphere in Storm City was so stifling it felt suffocating. Leaders of various factions once again gathered in the spacious, yet oppressively somber conference room to discuss countermeasures. Inside the meeting room, candle flames flickered, casting shadows that danced across the faces of those present, revealing expressions of gloom, anxiety, and frustration. How could that Ding Yu be so troublesome? A burly leader slammed his fist onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle and spill tea onto the surface. His eyes bulged with fury, veins protruding from his neck. "We just expended great resources to summon this mighty war machine from an 8th level territory, thinking it would subdue Ding Yu. And what happened? It was dispatched as soon as it appeared, leaving us utterly humiliated." A slender leader seated in the corner spoke with a weary and reluctant voice, his words laden with sorrow over their defeat. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the room, everyone's hearts filled with bitterness. Their side had lost over 30 mighty war machines, elite forces nurtured through countless battles and immense resources. Now, with their destruction in a single day, it felt as if a significant portion of their flesh had been ruthlessly carved away. Moreover, the special war machine they had summoned was destroyed, and they would have to compensate the 8th level territory with a substantial amount of resources. The thought of this plunged their spirits into the depths of despair. In the conference room, no one dared to speak for a long time. Only the occasional crackle of candle flames broke the unbearable silence. They racked their brains, yet could not devise a strategy to confront Ding Yu. Thus, they remained ensnared in this oppressive atmosphere, burdened by an invisible weight pressing down on each of their hearts. Upon returning to his territory, Ding Yu inquired about the positions of his troops and discovered they had all gathered at the designated location. He planned to fetch them the following day and then use the boundary-breaking talisman to venture into the insectoid world for experience and upgrades. For now, he did not wish to waste time on any significant actions in Storm City, allowing them some time to regroup before returning to reap what he had sown. Meanwhile, the forces from Hanhai City, having undergone intense training, had all advanced to the 6th tier. Moreover, some soldiers within the Qinglan Guard had begun to break through to the 7th tier. On the morning of the next day, before the first rays of sunlight fully pierced the clouds, Ding Yu had already prepared his belongings and teleported out of his territory. He boarded the Void Shuttle, speeding silently toward his destination. Meanwhile, the factions in Storm City remained mired in chaos, their leaders overwhelmed as they struggled to devise effective strategies against Ding Yu. Since mastering the laws of space, Ding Yu had developed a deeper resonance with the enigmatic spatial forces of the universe. Maneuvering the Void Shuttle had become second nature to him, significantly increasing his speed compared to before. Along the way, he occasionally encountered scattered troops, but he merely cast them a cursory glance, paying them no further mind. To him, their presence was trivial, mere insignificant fish in the vast ocean, unworthy of his attention. After several days of relentless travel, Ding Yu finally arrived at the assembly point. Before him, the army of Hanhai City stood like a forest of steel, impeccably aligned and exuding a formidable aura. It had been a while since he last saw them, and the soldiers had clearly undergone a qualitative transformation. Particularly, those once naive recruits now bore expressions of determination and resolve, standing tall like pines. Compared to their former bewildered selves, they seemed like entirely different individuals. Seeing this, Ding Yu felt a surge of pride. With a grand gesture, he activated the massive transmission portal, and powerful waves of energy surged forth. Under his command, the soldiers entered the portal in an orderly fashion and were teleported back to their territory in the blink of an eye. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any delays. Once the troops had been successfully transmitted, Ding Yu took a deep breath and, in the next instant, teleported out of the myriad races battlefield. Upon arrival outside, he wasted no time resting and immediately issued a recall command to the numerous expeditionary forces battling monsters in the Dragonfall Forest. In an instant, beams of light flashed as the expeditionary soldiers swiftly returned. Though their faces bore signs of fatigue, the excitement and fighting spirit in their eyes were unmistakable. Clearly, their experiences in the Dragonfall Forest had yielded significant rewards. Once the army was assembled, a flash of light emanated from Ding Yu's hands, revealing numerous S-grade Legion certificates, radiating with a strange glow. These were the spoils he had obtained during his fierce battles with the mighty war machines. Each Legion certificate represented a powerful war machine, and Ding Yu prioritized distributing these certificates to the main battle units. Instantly, those previously ordinary legions seemed to be infused with a soul, undergoing a magnificent transformation to S-grade quality, with their combat capabilities soaring. After the main battle units had completed their upgrades, there were still some Legion certificates remaining, and Ding Yu then turned his gaze toward the expeditionary forces. As the number of mighty war machines defeated increased, equipping the legions within his territory with S-grade Legion certificates would become an inevitable trend. He applied the remaining S-grade Legion certificates to the expeditionary forces. During this time, as soldiers' levels continued to rise through repeated challenges in the true martial trials tower, they gradually amassed a substantial number of A-grade and B-grade Legion certificates. Ding Yu naturally would not let any opportunity to enhance the strength of his legion slip by. He utilized these Legion certificates one by one. After boosting all the legions capable of upgrading, he surveyed his troops with immense pride. Once everything was in order, Ding Yu stood in the open fields, his expression solemn, as he slowly retrieved the prepared boundary-breaking talisman. As he chose to use it, the talisman radiated a blinding light, and in an instant, Ding Yu vanished from his location. When the brilliance faded, he found himself in a desolate wasteland. The howling winds whipped through, raising clouds of yellow sand as if attempting to swallow everything in existence. His gaze hardened as he surveyed his surroundings, and he realized he had returned to the insectoid world he had previously entered. Now, looking around, he saw countless insects of various shapes and sizes densely populating the area. They resembled a horde of frenzied demons, clawing and gnashing, engaged in a relentless struggle, their brutal essence saturating the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Enormous beetles wielded their razor-sharp pincers, effortlessly tearing the feeble members of the insect race into shreds. Agile flying insects circled above, poised to strike, plunging down like bolts of lightning, their sharp mandibles siphoning the life fluids from their kin. And there were colossal insect beasts, akin to mountains, whose every movement sent tremors through the earth. Wherever they passed, the lesser insects scurried aside as if paying homage to their sovereign. This was the unique evolutionary method of the insect race, marked by brutal internal conflict that consumed vast numbers of the inferior insects, a process of survival of the fittest, ultimately nurturing the emergence of stronger progeny. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered the realm of the alien race, and the battle achievement system has been unlocked. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ding Yu opened his panel. His fingers trembled slightly, a mix of anxiety and anticipation, as he meticulously scrolled through the exchange list. He hoped to uncover an S-rank quality barracks. With such a top-tier barracks, his Titan Legion could expand its ranks, empowering him to face formidable foes with ample confidence. However, as he scrolled further down the list, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Ultimately, he let out a resigned sigh. The coveted S-rank barracks were nowhere to be found. Clearly, acquiring more Titans would necessitate further elevation of his territory. In a fleeting motion, Ding Yu vanished like a specter, plunging into the swarm of insects. Wielding his blade, its cold gleam flickered as it ravaged through the mass of creatures. Several insects barely had time to emit a shriek before they met their demise. Dark green blood splattered, creating crimson blooms upon the desolate earth. After dispatching a few insects, Ding Yu realized he had only garnered some experience points and battle achievements, devoid of any item drops. Indeed, the system offered him no opportunities. Relying on monster kills to yield a distinctive insect barracks seemed virtually impossible. He once again glanced at the exchange list, unwilling to give up, and searched anew. Yet reality struck him with another heavy blow. The list failed to present the insect queen's nest. In that moment, the hope in his heart burst like a bubble, leaving behind only a sense of helplessness and frustration. Finding a concealed spot, he tested the area and confirmed he could still sense the territory world. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from sight, returning to his familiar domain. Chapter 173, Rapid Level Advancement. Upon his return, Ding Yu began examining the teleportation arrays within his territory. Soon, he discovered that only the array connecting to Shanyu City was functioning, while the others lay dim and unusable. It seemed that Shanyu City, as a subordinate territory, was indeed distinct from the others. He glanced down at the fracture token in his hand, which glowed faintly, indicating a cooldown period of 1 month remaining, meaning he must wait a month before using it again. Fortunately, he still had access to the teleportation array leading to Shanyu City, allowing him to return to the Star Rhythm continent. However, once he arrived at Shanyu City, he could no longer teleport back. To return to the insect realm, he would have to wait for the cooldown period of the fracture token to end before using it again. The teleportation array connecting Hanhai City and Li Linlin's territory was also non-functional. Ding Yu summoned the spatial mage, Kelly, instructing him to rearrange a teleportation array in Shanyu City to establish a connection to Li Linlin's domain. Thus, in the future, Li Linlin would be able to travel to Hanhai City via the teleportation array in Shanyu City, though he himself could not freely visit her for the time being. Subsequently, Ding Yu activated the Eye of Heaven system. Observing the screen, he found that the system was functioning normally, with the nearby map clearly displayed. He conducted a meticulous scan using the Eye of Heaven system, detecting no high-energy responses in the vicinity. This indicated that there were currently no formidable enemies lurking nearby, rendering the surrounding environment relatively safe. Feeling a slight sense of relief, Ding Yu hurried to the center of the square, raising his hand to unveil a massive teleportation light curtain. The troops of Hanhai City, who had long awaited at the square, eagerly stepped into the light curtain, vanishing in an instant to embark on their monster hunting journey in the other world. The insect race here was of a lower level, yet their sheer numbers suggested they could sustain a prolonged battle. It was uncertain whether this was the edge of the insect realm. Ding Yu planned to push through, curious to see if the level of the insects would rise deeper within their world. After ensuring that all the troops had been teleported, Ding Yu did not pause. He immediately notified the city guards and the inhabitants, informing them that they could venture outside to hunt monsters and level up. The insects encountered so far were relatively low level and posed no threat to them. Such an opportunity for large-scale grinding and leveling was rare. Upon hearing this news, the city guards and the residents erupted with excitement. They eagerly seized their weapons and surged toward the teleportation light curtain, igniting a fervent wave of power enhancement throughout the territory. Once the troops of Hanhai City had completed their teleportation, Ding Yu also transported outside. This time, he did not encounter any enemy strategic units, nor did he intend to engage. Instead, Ding Yu summoned a winged cat, reclining comfortably on its back. He once again opened the Eye of Heaven system, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. The winged cat moved gracefully, trailing behind as the army advanced forward. Through the Eye of Heaven system, the landscape of the insect realm unfolded before him, revealing a desolation far greater than that of the Star Rhythm continent. The earth was cracked, yellow sand swirled in the air, and vegetation was sparse, with only a few resilient thorns swaying in the wind. Simultaneously, a pungent, fishy odor pervaded the air, the distinct scent secreted by the insects. As he sensed the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy, he noted that it was considerably lower than that of the Star Rhythm continent. Whether this was due to being at the edge of the world, or simply the inherent low concentration of the insect realm was uncertain, especially given the need to sustain such a vast number of insects. The army of Hanhai City advanced rapidly, soon demolishing a nest. Ding! Congratulations! Your citizens have slain a level 72 nest, earning 720,000 battle achievements. Ding! Congratulations! Your citizens have destroyed a significant unit of the insect race, rewarded with 1 billion battle achievements. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ding Yu felt a surge of joy. Although this insect nest was merely a significant unit and not a strategic one, the system still granted a reward of 1 billion battle achievements. After the destruction of this nest, the Hanhai City army pressed onward. As time passed, under the fierce assault of the army, several more nests were systematically obliterated. Each destruction was accompanied by a bounty of battle achievements, enveloping the battlefield in an atmosphere of fervor and excitement. As the army steadily penetrated deeper into the insect realm, the surrounding scenery began to transform subtly. Initially barren and cracked, the earth gradually exhibited signs of moisture. The soil beneath their feet became softer rather than the dry, hard gravel. Ding Yu, perched upon the winged cat, keenly sensed the escalating concentration of spiritual energy around him. The previously negligible spiritual energy began to thicken, while the vegetation surrounding him appeared to flourish more than before. The once sparse landscape has long since vanished, replaced by lush, low-lying thickets that intertwine with vibrant greenery. Occasionally, one might glimpse unknown wildflowers blooming amidst the foliage, infusing this drab world of insectoid creatures with a splash of vibrant color. Concurrently, the circumstances surrounding the insectoid adversaries have undergone a remarkable transformation. At present, the insectoids confronting the army exhibit a conspicuous elevation in their ranks compared to before. They have grown larger in stature, and their exoskeletons have become increasingly resilient. Their movements are imbued with a fierce momentum, evidently shaped by the crucible of brutal survival. Moreover, the population of these insectoid creatures has not diminished. Rather, it has swelled, presenting a daunting sight that stretches endlessly, instilling a sense of dread. The army advances with fervor, the cacophony of battle cries and clashing steel reverberating through the air. The soldiers wield their weapons tirelessly, each swing unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. The onslaught of the insectoids surges like an unrelenting tide, ceaselessly crashing upon them. Thus, this intense combat persists until dusk descends. At this juncture, both soldiers and commanders find themselves utterly exhausted, their stamina nearly depleted. Observing this state of affairs, Dingyu raises his hand, conjuring a vast portal of light that springs open before them. The weary soldiers, dragging their fatigued bodies, step into the shimmering portal and, in the blink of an eye, are transported back to their territory. Reflecting on the fierce battles of the day, Dingyu cannot help but feel a swell of emotion. The sheer number of insectoids in this world surpasses all imagination, and every soldier has fought until their hands are sore. Yet, despite their efforts, there remains no sign of a decrease in the insectoid ranks. After a day of relentless fighting, many soldiers have experienced a rise in their levels, particularly the newer recruits, whose progression has been remarkably pronounced amidst the chaos. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Dingyu indulges in a soothing bath and casually opens the chat panel. Having not perused the chat channel for some time, he wonders how his contemporaries among the lords are faring. Chapter 174. The current state of contemporary lords. The regional channel remains as lively as ever. Brothers, does anyone have spare level 5 fire seeds? I'm willing to pay a handsome price. Can fire seeds be sold? Not just fire seeds, spirit essences can be sold as well. Have you all heard? The king of the underworld has formed a Titan Legion and is accepting contracts, though the fees are exorbitant. I've heard that too. Top lords in the world channel are starting to assemble Titan Legions. According to the natives, Titans are strategic assets within level 7 territories, and the requirements for their formation are exceedingly stringent. Are these top lords beginning to upgrade to level 7 territories? Not quite. Typically, there are 5 Titans in a level 7 territory, and they barely manage to gather one. If they truly wish to advance, the gap in strength is stark, and they would be subjected to suffering. I haven't even upgraded to a level 6 territory, and these big shots are already preparing to advance to level 7? Watching them flourish leaves me feeling quite disheartened. Not so fast. Level 5 territories are still the norm. Only a few prominent figures have upgraded to level 6. I haven't upgraded to a level 6 territory either. The highest barracks in my territory are only B rank, and soldiers max out at level 59. I've heard that the lords in level 6 territories all possess at least one A rank Barak. The disparity is significant. Recently, I visited a nearby level 6 territory for some business and discovered that their main combat mounts have been replaced with winged cats. Wow. Aren't winged cats a specialty of our trade alliance? Even the natives have begun to equip them in large numbers. The influence of this alliance is quite astonishing. I've heard they procured them from Commerce City, presumably a trade hub of the alliance. Who has selling S-rank barracks? Even if they have poor attributes, I'm in dire need. I would pay any price. Seriously? Even if an S-rank Barak has subpar attributes, no one would sell it. It's a future Titan. Do you think they're foolish enough to part with a valuable Titan? I regret not stockpiling some S-rank barracks during the insect tide invasion. Otherwise, I'd surely have a host of Titans now. If only I had thought long-term back then. Wake up. You didn't even have enough points to exchange for one during the insect tide invasion. The regional channel continues to buzz with activity. A torrent of information flowing and refreshing ceaselessly. Dingyu reclines in the bathtub, quietly perusing the myriad messages, while inwardly contemplating the current situation. Having undergone numerous explorations, the contemporary lords have gleaned some information regarding Titans, which has become a focal point of interest among many. At this moment, no lord has successfully assembled a Titan Legion in the regional channel. Although everyone acknowledges its significance, the stringent requirements for Titan formation deter many lords. However, the world channel presents a slightly different scenario. There, a handful of lords have indeed formed Titan Legions, and these lords are all prominent figures at the pinnacle of power. Their every action drawing considerable attention. With this in mind, Dingyu's lips curl into a confident smile. Unlike others, he has long regarded Titans as the primary means of future combat, and has devoted himself wholeheartedly to their cultivation. Dingyu recalls that they possess not just one but multiple S-rank barracks. With their formidable foundation, they should be able to forge 2 or 3 Titans. Lin Yuchi possesses an S-rank Barak as well, which should enable her to establish a Titan in due course. Thinking of Lin Yuchi, Dingyu instinctively opens the old friends group chat. As the page refreshes, a flurry of messages floods his view. Though it has been quite some time since they last met, their shared updates indicate that these old friends are thriving on the battlefield of myriad races. Most have successfully advanced to level 6, no longer content with their current areas, and are eager to move towards the inner circle of the battlefield. Observing this, Dingyu shares some insights about Storm City. The territory of Storm City is vast, and their current location is mostly adjacent to it. Additionally, Dingyu takes care to caution them about the recent tumultuous situation in the Storm City region, which has been rife with chaos. Various factions frequently clash, leading to the eruption of Titan battles, so he urges his friends to exercise utmost caution. After exiting the old friends group, Dingyu switches to the classmates group to take a look. As expected, the individuals there remain unchanged, their progress tepid and uneventful. A cursory glance at the chat history reveals that most of them have yet to reach level 6, indicating the true level of the masses. A night passes in silence. And the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight grace the battlements of Hanhai City, Dingyu rises early, invigorated, and heads to the Barak area. With a radiant flash, he once again transports the army, setting forth into the regions ravaged by the insectoids to continue leveling up through combat. This time, Dingyu does not remain at the rear, as he typically would. Instead, he joins the front line of battle. The strength of their forces has significantly improved. And with the Eye of Heaven system continuously scanning the surroundings, any imminent danger will trigger an automatic alert, alleviating the need for his constant vigilance. At this moment, Dingyu had ascended to level 86, his combat prowess formidable. On the battlefield, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly dispatching hordes of ordinary non-strategic units, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The army of Hanhai City was arrayed in disciplined formation, operating in tight coordination akin to legions. Bolstered by the formidable attributes of their legion, they repeatedly withstood the onslaught of insectoid foes that vastly outnumbered them. Amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they stood their ground, methodically exterminating the insect hordes. Over this period of rapid development, the majority of legions within the territory had successfully advanced to level 2, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Particularly, with the elevation of legion quality, their combat capabilities soared, akin to a tiger gaining wings. Scanning the battlefield, apart from these disciplined and synergistic legions, one could also observe various adventurer groups comprised of scattered mercenaries. These adventurers were often highly skilled and brimming with individuality, yet lamentably devoid of legion attributes. In the heat of battle, they relied solely on mutual understanding and cooperation, resulting in a comparatively lower efficiency in monster slaying. Dingyu was acutely aware of the importance of legion development. With the fervor among his subjects for challenging the Jinwu Trial Tower, the territory had amassed a considerable number of legion certificates. He placed a substantial quantity of these legion certificates for sale in the marketplace, viewing it as a unique benefit for his subjects. Considering the practical circumstances of his people, Dingyu set a modest price, aiming to afford more individuals the opportunity to attempt forming a legion. However, to prevent resource wastage, strict verification was required prior to purchase, ensuring they met the fundamental criteria for legion formation. Once news spread, many members of the adventurer groups within the territory were filled with excitement and rushed to try their luck. Yet, due to disparities in individual strength, racial characteristics, and teamwork dynamics, only a fortunate few among them succeeded in establishing a legion. Successful formation was more likely among members of the same race, where differences were minimal and cooperation was harmonious. Thanks to the continual enhancement of territorial characteristics, the minimum potential of the troop types had now reached A grade, greatly surpassing past standards. Dingyu, discerning the situation, reorganized the army of Hanhai City. He designated all units with potential below S grade as an expeditionary force, planning to assign them tasks in relatively safe areas. The main combat units were retained as the 6 giant divine legions. In Dingyu's view, the potential of the other troop types being A grade rendered them largely indistinguishable. He harbored a faint premonition that elevating the overall potential level would not be as effortless next time, given the vast chasm between A grade and S grade, akin to a formidable divide. The system, in its quest for balance, would not allow him to easily acquire a plethora of S grade units. For the foreseeable future, these meticulously crafted 6 legions would undoubtedly serve as the absolute backbone of the territory. Time passed quietly, and as they delved deeper into the insectoid realm, they encountered increasingly higher-level insectoids. The once rare strategic units began to manifest. It was during this time that Dingyu laid eyes upon a strategic unit, the Star Skeleton Beast. Level 92. Description: a strategic unit forged by the insectoids through the prolonged ages, utilizing fragments from the disintegration of stars, fused with cutting-edge biological technology. As the onlookers gazed up, they beheld an entity of unimaginable size, its exterior cloaked in a thick layer of biological armor, resembling an impregnable fortress. Its head was a colossal diamond shape, adorned with enigmatic patterns that instilled dread. Its lower jaw was extraordinarily broad, lined with rows of robust, sharp fangs that dripped with flames. Once it clamped down on its prey, the flames would spread through the gaps in its teeth, instantly reducing the target to ashes, demonstrating immense power. Even more terrifying, it could unleash an energy beam from its maw. This beam resembled a cataclysmic rainbow, devastatingly powerful, turning everything it touched to dust. Further examining it, one could see that along its sides grew a pair of massive appendages resembling wings. These limbs were not for flight, but served as formidable weapons and shields in combat. When threatened, they could swiftly unfurl, forming an indomitable barrier to repel enemy attacks. In the throes of assault, they could lash out like gigantic blades, wielding tremendous force to send nearby foes flying. Dingyu's gaze was steely as he scrutinized the confrontation between this colossal beast and his own giant divine units. After careful calculations, he discerned their combat strength was comparable to that of the basic giant divine units. Despite their formidable might, they appeared somewhat inferior when matched against Hanhai City's giant divine soldiers, revealing a distinct gap in power. To thoroughly assess the capabilities of the Star Skeleton Beast and devise targeted strategies for the future, Hanhai City opted against swiftly eliminating it. Instead, They engaged in a tactical retreat, skillfully maneuvering to extract more secrets regarding the insectoid strategic units from this fierce battle. The warriors remained wholly focused, attuned to every movement of the beast, ever prepared for any new abilities it might unleash. As moments ticked by, the star skeleton beast began to exhibit signs of fatigue under the relentless assault. Its mountainous frame moved increasingly sluggishly, and the energy beams it spewed grew intermittent and dim. After meticulous observation confirmed that no new abilities had emerged, a Qinglan warrior struck fiercely at the beast's neck. Subsequently, the massive creature collapsed with a resounding crash. Raising a cloud of dust, its life extinguished. Almost simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed within Ding Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations. Your subjects have slain the level 92 star skeleton beast, earning 2 billion achievement points. Ding, congratulations. Your subjects have defeated an enemy strategic unit, receiving a reward of 1 billion achievement points. The rewards were comparable to those acquired from vanquishing a mother nest. However, in terms of actual difficulty, the mother nest was relatively easier to conquer. After all, while the mother nest served as the insectoid's critical hub, its inherent strength was considerably lower, relying heavily on the surrounding insectoid defenses. If one could breach the swarm's front lines and strike directly at the mother nest, opportunities for destruction would arise. The star skeleton beast, on the other hand, was a strategic unit in its own right, possessing tremendous power. The spoils from its defeat were arguably less than those from defeating giant divine units. Yet, the latter were exceedingly elusive, currently hiding within Storm City, making opportunities for confrontation scarce. In contrast, the star skeleton beast was far more abundant in this realm. Following its defeat, the army of Hanhai City did not linger. They swiftly reorganized and pressed deeper into the insectoid territory. Not long after, another system notification resounded. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain the level 82 mother nest, earning 8,200,000 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have destroyed a vital insectoid unit, receiving a reward of 1 billion achievement points. As they delved further, the level of the mother nests encountered continued to rise. Based on his observations of the surrounding environment, Ding Yu surmised that they were still merely on the fringes of the insectoid world. The true core region undoubtedly housed even more formidable foes. Advancing further, he pondered whether they might encounter enemies of level 100. Should the situation arise, it remains uncertain whether the formidable forces of Hanhai City could navigate through it with ease. Ding Yu had long since devised a strategy. Should the Hanhai City army exhibit any signs of struggle during their advance, he would unhesitatingly command a halt to the offensive, redirecting their course towards areas where enemy forces were comparatively feeble. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled into the horizon, casting the sky in hues of fiery crimson. Observing the late hour, Ding Yu ordered the cessation of the assault, activating the transmission light screen to commence the teleportation of his army. In a dazzling flash, the vast host vanished in the blink of an eye, transported back to their territory. Chapter 176, Upgrading to Level 7 Territory. Upon the army's return, Ding Yu began to assess their condition. After a thorough inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the recruits in the expeditionary force had all attained the 5th tier, demonstrating a commendable rate of growth. Among the main combat units, only a small fraction had advanced to the 7th tier, while the majority remained at the 6th tier. Ding Yu was acutely aware that the experience required to elevate soldiers from the 6th to the 7th tier was exceedingly high, rendering their progression agonizingly slow. After careful consideration, he resolved to expedite matters by upgrading the territory first. Once the territory was enhanced, the barracks would follow suit, allowing for the summoning of a plethora of new recruits to train collectively, especially with the inexhaustible swarms of insectoid enemies lurking outside. The materials necessary for the upgrade had already been gathered. Recently, Ding Yu had sought out several lords from the Wokaku to collect these resources. Through amicable exchanges, he successfully obtained the fire seeds. Although these Wokaku lords had refrained from provoking him this time, it did not preclude Ding Yu from extinguishing their existence. Having achieved a level 6 territory, they had inevitably prepared themselves to become stepping stones for others. In this ruthless world, the only path to survival was through relentless strengthening. Lest one be cast aside. Approaching the Lord's manor, Ding Yu selected the option to upgrade it. Instantly, a brilliant light surged from the manor, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Upgrading Lord's manor. Remaining time, 3 hours. Upon receiving this notification, Ding Yu nodded slightly, feeling no urgency. During these 3 hours, he could afford to relax. Thus, he first indulged in a refreshing bath. Afterward, he proceeded to the dining hall to savor a sumptuous dinner. Ding, congratulations. Your Lord's manor has reached level 7. While Ding Yu leisurely browsed the chat channel, the system notification abruptly chimed in his mind. He quickly opened the panel to find the information regarding the Lord's manor. Lord's manor, level 7, area, 4,000 by 4,000, defense, 60,000. Note, the foundation of the territory. Materials can be invested for upgrades. Next upgrade requires gold x 15,000, Spatial Stones X1125, Spirit Essence X1255, Fire Seeds, LV7, X10. The area of the Lord's Manor had significantly expanded, now resembling a small city, exuding a grand and imposing aura. The territory had also upgraded in tandem with the manor. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Dingyu. Level, 7, Territory Range, Small World. Feature 1, Territory Space. The territory has evolved into a small world. Feature 2, Natural Evolution. Various spiritual entities are beginning to form within the territory. Feature 3, World Laws. The world is starting to evolve foundational laws, with citizens having a slight chance to comprehend them. Feature 4, Autonomous Evolution. The territory can absorb energy from the void to strengthen itself. Feature 5, Devouring, capable of consuming other unclaimed worlds to accelerate evolution. Feature 6, World Power. The Lord can gain empowerment from world energy and assist citizens in breaking through their limits. Feature 7, World Heritage. All citizens have a potential not lower than A grade, with greatly increased chances of breakthrough and a certain probability of awakening special bloodlines. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained an opportunity to readjust the layout of your territory. With the upgrade of the Lord's Manor, the territorial world entered a phase of rapid expansion, with dense spiritual energy surging like a tide, causing a dramatic increase in its concentration. It seemed necessary to establish teleportation arrays between the cities within the territory, as the vast expanse would consume considerable time merely traversing it. Ding Yu's gaze fell upon the territory panel, noting the newly acquired devouring ability, which could consume unclaimed worlds to hasten evolution. Intrigued, he attempted to utilize this ability on the external insectoid world. Whether it was a mere illusion, he felt a tremor within the outside realm. Ding. The Heculum insect domain has an owner and cannot be devoured. Upon reading this notification, Ding Yu furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed this insect world was named the Heculum insect domain, with an owner. He would need to exercise caution henceforth to avoid attracting the attention of formidable entities. Simultaneously, a colossal consciousness stirred deep within the Heculum insect domain. Indeed, it was he. A terrifying wave of consciousness swept across the entire world, conveying a message to some fearsome beings. The advanced insectoids collectively slumbered, allowing the fodder to be easily dispatched, but cautioning against provoking this harbinger of doom. Yes, esteemed one. Unbeknownst to Ding Yu, who remained engrossed in reviewing the details of his territory, significant events unfolded outside. He had received an opportunity to adjust the layout of his territory, which he decided to reserve for future use. Coincidentally, he had also acquired a chance to modify the terrain, making for a perfect combination of adjustments, one for structures and the other for the landscape. With the territory upgraded, the barracks were also eligible for enhancement. Ding Yu examined the resources within the territory and found them ample. Thus, he decisively upgraded all barracks to level 7. Following the upgrades, the population caps for each troop type saw substantial increases. The Qinglong Guards cap rose from 6,000 to 10,000. The Violent Bear Brigade surged from 2,000 to 5,000. The Bipedal Dragons expanded from 1,000 to 2,500. The Burrow Beasts increased from 1,000 to 2,000. The Goblin Airships grew from 2,000 to 5,000. The remaining troop types all increased from 6,000 to 10,000. Ding Yu beamed with satisfaction at the changes in the barracks. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned all the new recruits at once, instantly bolstering the strength of his territory, which more than doubled in military might. He commanded the new soldiers to seek out the veterans of their respective barracks and accompany them in slaying monsters for experience. Since arriving in the insectoid world, the Monster Ranch had ceased operations. After all, the endless hordes of monsters rendered it unnecessary to waste spiritual energy on generating new ones. He upgraded all functional buildings. The Equipment Manufacturing Center in Monster Ranch resumed full operation, beginning to outfit these new recruits with complete sets of equipment and auxiliary pets. With the upgrade, the Equipment Manufacturing Center could now mass-produce epic-grade equipment, igniting Ding Yu's excitement, though currently lacking the design blueprints for such equipment prevented him from producing any. However, he remained unhurried, allowing the Equipment Manufacturing Center to devote its full efforts to producing extraordinary gear for the new recruits of the territory. Chapter 177, Post-Upgrade Arrangements. Continuing to accumulate military achievements, Ding Yu understood that epic-level equipment blueprints were quite elusive. He could always outfit the territory's soldiers later when such designs became available. The Equipment Manufacturing Center, classified as an S-level structure, had reached its limit in producing epic gear. To manufacture higher-tier equipment for future territory upgrades, new avenues would have to be explored. After the territory's elevation, the Monster Ranch underwent significant transformations. Now capable of spawning 6-tier monsters and producing A-grade recruitment scrolls and pet eggs, the Monster Ranch utilized by the territory was an SS-level building, ensuring its longevity of use. Ding Yu had already formulated a plan. These two functional structures would prioritize supplying the territory, and once the soldiers were re-equipped, he would sell the surplus for resources, further strengthening the territory. The territory's other supplementary items began to be allocated to the new recruits, such as armor vines and kiwis, to enhance their capabilities. At this point, Dingyu no longer fretted over these mundane affairs, as the logistics center of the territory adeptly served the Grand Army of Hanhai City, ensuring everything was meticulously organized. After the territory reached level 7, A-grade defensive towers became available for purchase in the system marketplace, prompting Dingyu to acquire a substantial number to bolster the territory's defensive framework. Although the territory had not faced an assault in quite some time, any attack on Dingyu would likely target Shanyu City first. As long as Shanyu City remained unbreached, the territory would not encounter any adversaries. Yet, Dingyu was acutely aware of the wisdom in remaining vigilant and did not dare to slacken his guard. To better safeguard the territory, he also upgraded Shanyu City to level 7. The enhanced Shanyu City transformed into a colossal metropolis, its towering walls reaching the clouds, with buildings densely packed within, capable of accommodating a greater population. Though he had not physically visited Shanyu City, he could remotely control its operations through the system. Now, Shanyu City had emerged as the dominant power in the surrounding region, its formidable influence radiating outward, instilling a sense of caution in other factions. Within the territory, on this vast expanse of land, a scene of vigorous construction unfolded. Countless craftsmen and mechanical puppets busied themselves across the distant plains, shifting massive stones and timber, gradually outlining the silhouette of a new city upon the earth. As the territory expanded like a rolling snowball, this construction endeavor flowed perpetually, never pausing for a moment. He summoned Shenmu. Shenmu hurriedly approached Dingyu, breathless, and before he could catch his breath, Dingyu's voice reached him. Shenmu, with the recent upgrade of the territory, we have an opportunity to reorganize its layout. We urgently require a brand new planning blueprint. Please attend to it promptly, as I intend to implement a sweeping transformation of the territory. Shenmu was momentarily taken aback by these words, but his eyes soon filled with determination as he accepted the task. Just as he prepared to depart, Dingyu added, "Oh, and please prepare a terrain planning map as well. I now possess the ability to alter the terrain." Shenmu's steps halted abruptly, his face displaying evident astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having followed Dingyu for a considerable time, he had witnessed many of the Lord's enigmatic abilities, each surpassing ordinary comprehension. Yet the notion of altering terrain still stirred profound awe within him. Such miraculous power seemed to belong only to mythological figures, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The realization that such extraordinary strength resided in his own lord was nothing short of staggering. Nevertheless, Shenmu quickly regained his composure, as Dingyu's right-hand man. He understood the weight of his responsibilities. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner tumult, he hurriedly set off to engage in the preparations, determined to craft a flawless developmental blueprint for the territory. Once these tasks were completed, Dingyu returned to the Lord's residence and fell into a deep slumber. As the first rays of dawn gently illuminated his face through the window, he stirred awake. After a night of restful recuperation, his eyes sparkled with renewed sharpness and resolve. He swiftly rose, freshened up, and made his way directly to the barracks. At that moment, the army had assembled, and with a wave of his hand, a colossal teleportation portal manifested. In an instant, the forces gathered throughout the territory responded to the summons, surging into the portal like a tide, swiftly departing the territory. This time, he did not command the army to delve deeper into the depths of the insect world as he typically did. Instead, he altered their course, advancing steadily towards the periphery. He understood that the new recruits within the territory were still at a relatively low level. Hastening them into confrontations with high-level monsters would only lead to devastating casualties, a significant loss for the territory's development. Therefore, Dingyu planned to first seek out monsters in the outer regions that matched the strength of the new recruits, allowing them to gain experience in real combat and rapidly elevate their levels. Once the recruits had sufficiently enhanced their combat abilities, he would then gradually lead the army deeper into the insect world. During this period, Dingyu's forces had accrued numerous military achievements while battling in the insect world. Yet he refrained from exchanging them. He intended to amass enough combat achievements to redeem the complete origin of the world, not the fragmented kind. This endeavor required a staggering 10 trillion military achievements, equivalent to 100 times the achievements needed for the broken world origin. However, Dingyu firmly believed that the value of the complete origin would far exceed that of 100 fractured ones. Once integrated into the territory, the complete world origin might enable the territory to transcend its current limitations and evolve into a medium-sized world, resulting in a monumental enhancement of its overall strength. As time flowed like fine sand slipping through fingers, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the warriors' capabilities skyrocketed through practical engagements. The main battle core reached level 3, with attribute bonuses increasing once more upon achieving this milestone. The new recruits consistently advanced, now all attaining level 4. The boundary-breaking talisman had completed its cooldown and was ready for reuse. After a month of intense combat, the soldiers were thoroughly exhausted, prompting Dingyu to grant them a period of rest. Simultaneously, he planned to refine his combat skills using the Jinwu Stone Tablet, a world-class treasure capable of accelerating their mastery of skills. They could also utilize the various infrastructures within the territory to enhance their abilities, such as the buildings designated for learning vocational skills.